As if in a nightmare, on a hillock under a dark sky stood a creature pierced by a spear, from a distance resembling a man, but hiding a different essence inside itself. It was unclear why this guy was here, the only person who walked straight towards the wounded giant, as if he felt no fear. Henry looked up at this giant, who could scare anyone, but for some reason he couldn't take his eyes off him and remained in place. This creature with a dark aura looked back at Henry, and it was unclear what it wanted and how their meeting would end. It was so huge that Henry seemed like a bug, because the mutant's leg alone was several times taller than a human's height. Taking a closer look, the boy realized with horror that it was incredibly similar to him, as if it were Henry in the guise of a monster. At some point, he realized that this was not a nightmare at all, and that he might have already died, and could now be right in hell. It was hard to understand how this was possible and who this monster was. But instead of killing the guy, he just stood and silently looked at him. Then, looking around, Henry could not remember the place where he was, and, it seemed, found himself in this gloomy desert for the first time. At that moment, a heavy drop of blood fell on his shoulder, and it could only belong to one person. Looking up, Henry only now saw that the mutant was wounded, but in what battle he received this wound and who inflicted it. Suddenly his eyes flashed white and he said something about heroic souls. But Henry still didn't understand why these words were said. Then the monster let out a loud roar with such hatred that the guy was ready to accept his fate and die in an unequal battle right then and there. But suddenly he noticed that the huge spear with which the giant was pierced reminded Henry too much of his own weapon. Could it really be a coincidence? And the monster roared so loudly that the guy's face became covered in sweat from fear, but he already realized that the bright light brought salvation, not death. A second later, he dissolved into thin air, and in the place where Henry stood next to the mutant, only this creature remained. Meanwhile, life at the academy went on as usual. The weather was wonderful, and the kids tried to get some fresh air during breaks. However, for a girl named Julia, the president of the disciplinary committee, the day did not go well from the very beginning. After all, the girl had drunk too much tea in the morning and, it seemed, could no longer hold back, and it was too far to run to the toilet. Taking a quick look around and making sure that no one was around, Julia decided not to wait and do her business right where she was. Of course, she simply had no choice, and anyone in her place could have found themselves in the same awkward situation. Finally, choosing the moment, Julia realized with relief that this little problem, which always arose at the wrong time, was solved for her, and her torment was over. But suddenly, on the right, an interdimensional gate opened, from which poured the very light that Henry saw in front of him at the last second. Coming out of the gate, Henry realized that he was in another dimension, and now all that was left was to find out where he had ended up this time. For the first few seconds, he couldn't understand where he was, because after such a quick move, it took time to come to his senses. And as luck would have it, the guy found himself in that very secluded place where Julia was sitting, and her whole face was burning with shame, because a second ago, there was no one there. Many years ago, when humanity was at the peak of its development, armies of ancient monsters rose from their graves, instilling fear in defenseless inhabitants. But it was the Eastern cultivators and Western magicians who had been hiding from people for thousands of years who were now returning to Earth one after another. All countries then realized the importance of these immortals, capable of fighting mutants, and the authorities began a special policy towards their saviors. As a result, many academies had departments for cultivators, where they were supposed to train warriors to protect humanity from aliens. As a result, these people did not unite against the evil spirits, but only showed their greed, and the number of monsters increased every day. It was Henry who found the priceless treasure that was the Hall of Heroic Souls, and from that day on, the wise Empress became his mentor. Great warriors of the past and present became servants of the Soul Hall, but because of its power, the main forces were always afraid of Henry and eventually ambushed him. To protect his mentor, he had to stand alone against a horde of monsters, because no one except Henry could save her from death. To do this, he called upon all the heroic souls at once, loudly asking them to appear and help him in the fight against evil spirits. Yes, this guy was ready to single-handedly protect not only his young mentor, but also the entire human race, seeing this as the meaning of his life. One of the gods was the first to respond to Henry's call and was ready to join the fight with him, not allowing the boy to bear this burden alone. However, in the end, after a bloody battle, Henry's side was still unable to win, and they were wiped off the face of the earth, losing this terrible duel. The battle was so fierce that energy waves, similar to the impact of a meteorite, spread from the battle site across the entire planet. As a result, there was nothing left of the world, and the guy understood that he really died. But how could he be reborn after his death? Suddenly, he saw the familiar tower of the Cultivation Academy where he studied in his youth, and remembered that in his past life it was destroyed by demons. Looking at his watch and seeing the date, he realized that he had somehow managed to go back in time to the moment when he was 18 years old. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him and turned around sharply, out of habit thinking that it was another monster. But instead of the mutant, he suddenly saw Julia in front of him, who was hastily trying to put on her underwear, not having time to tidy herself up in front of this guy. Surprisingly, this did not embarrass Henry at all, and he greeted his classmate, whom he had not seen for many years, with a smile. But judging by the poor girl's face, she was not at all happy about this meeting and was ready to sink through the ground from shame. At that moment, loud voices of students were heard nearby, who had been looking for Julia throughout the academy for a long time. The boys were sure that they heard her voice, and, deciding that she was in trouble, were ready to save her. And the girl suddenly grabbed Henry and demanded that he immediately shut up until the students went the other way. Of course, the guy didn't resist, although it was strange why this strongest student of the academy was behaving so cowardly. Meanwhile, Julia kept a close eye on the students, wanting only for them to leave this place as soon as possible. When she was sure they were already far away, she turned to Henry and asked what he wanted to tell her. But first, the guy asked her to adjust her underwear, which she had put on so awkwardly in a hurry that it was visible from under her skirt. It is unlikely that the girl will be pleased with such a remark, and Henry is lucky that he remained alive after these offensive words. He had been badly beaten, and now he was nervously smoking one cigarette after another, having received several slaps from an angry classmate. Taking his advice and adjusting her underwear, Julia asked the guy's name, which she didn't know, although Henry thought they had known each other for a long time. In response, he gave his name and said that he had no chance to attend cultivation classes due to his parents' poverty and poor academic performance. The girl was surprised by his answer, because it meant that he was from a different faculty, and perhaps did not even know her real name. But the guy happily replied that he knew her very well, because Julia, as the president of the disciplinary committee, was known to all the students. But Henry misunderstood her, and she, throwing him a look full of hatred, asked again whether he knew her name or had never heard of her at all. Yes, it was impossible not to understand such a hint, and the girl again warned him that he was risking his life if he blabber about what he saw today. But, unfortunately, it will no longer be possible to hide her shame, because two students who were looking for Julia still found her on the outskirts of the university. The worst thing was that they caught her just at the moment when the girl had not yet put on her underwear and was standing like that in front of Henry. The girls could hardly believe their eyes, and one immediately decided that Julia would soon marry this strange guy. Of course, it was her business, and the student immediately assured her that she wouldn't tell anyone, so Julia could rest easy. Looking at Henry, she made it clear that the guy was no slouch, since he was able to melt the heart of the strongest student of the academy. The guy smiled back and gave a thumbs up, deciding that he was lucky to be known as the one who got such an enviable bride. But everyone seemed to have forgotten to ask the opinion of Julia herself, who was not happy with their vile smiles and was ready to show it. Then it was as if an electric shock erupted from her, capable of killing any of these weak students. Even from under her soles, powerful bursts of energy were breaking through, and it became clear that another second, and Julia would give vent to her feelings. And so it happened, because she could not contain her emotions, and from the surge of her magic, bright rays flew in all directions from the place where they were standing. Out of fear, both students jumped up onto a tree, and Julia, looking at them, barely restrained herself from releasing all her strength. The wave of energy even affected Henry, who was standing nearby, and he was glad to survive after being discharged by the best student of the academy. Meanwhile, the big TV at the university was broadcasting news about another invasion of hordes of monsters that had caused a pogrom in the capital. While watching the news, Henry didn't notice that his classmate had been watching him closely the whole time, and only now turned her head towards her. Then he looked back at the TV, pretending not to notice her gaze, although he began to guess the reason for her attention. And then he jumped up abruptly, realizing that there was no longer any point in deceiving himself, because he had long guessed what had really happened to him. Henry really did return to this world as the 18-year-old boy he was many years ago, and now he will definitely save this planet. This outburst of emotion was unexpected, and his teacher Michelle even took a break from the lesson, trying to comprehend what was happening to her student. None of the kids in the class understood what was wrong with Henry today either, because the guy seemed to have been replaced since the morning. And then everyone suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that Henry had noticed the attention and suddenly froze, not knowing what to do in an awkward situation. Charlie didn't miss the chance to make fun of a classmate he considered an idiot who was now muttering under his breath in class. But it was at that moment that Agatha realized that the young man's gaze had changed greatly. He was no longer the intimidated guy she had known since the beginning of her studies. Instead, another young man was looking in their direction, his eyes flashing with rage, ready to tear anyone apart for a careless word. Charlie noticed the change too, but immediately put Henry in his place, telling him to make his face simpler and not act like a superhero. Agatha turned away, believing that this simpleton was pretending to be a tough macho, but in reality, he would not be able to stand up for himself in a serious situation. These students, born with a silver spoon in their mouth, always looked down on Henry because of his poverty. But on the battlefield, when the demons appeared, they showed themselves to be pathetic insects, easily trampled by giant monsters. Suddenly, the young teacher told Henry directly that he could leave if he was not going to listen to the material she had prepared for the class. The guy immediately apologized and promised to sit down and calm down, explaining that he was simply pissed off by this bunch of rich kids. However, he was glad that after his rebirth he would finally stop being afraid of these idiots who had been instilling fear in him for years and preventing him from living. At that moment he turned again to his classmate, who had been worried about him more than anyone else and had not understood what was wrong with him all morning. Only now did Henry realize that he had always been in love with his classmate Sophia. But why hadn't he noticed it before? Finally, Sophia asked why he was sweating so much, as if he had a nightmare, because he had not been himself since the morning. Then she smiled and cheerfully suggested that perhaps she too appeared in his dreams at night, and Henry was simply embarrassed to admit it. But only Henry knew that he saw Sophia's beautiful face always, both in dreams and in reality, after what happened to her in the past. The girl didn't yet know what was waiting for her soon, and happily chatted with Henry, who was having a hard time containing his overwhelming emotions. He remembered very well how in his past life he had failed to save Sophia from the mutants, and she had died from a fatal wound before his eyes. If he had even a chance to become a cultivator and fix everything, he would have saved not only Sophia but also all the victims killed by the monsters. Then he suddenly turned to her and promised that this time he would definitely protect her, even at the cost of his own life. But the girl seemed not to notice his words and reminded him that she was in the ranking of the best students of the Immortal Army, already at the 8th stage of development, and if he seriously wants to become her protector someday, he will have to work hard to reach her level. With the rebirth, Henry lost the knowledge from the future, but he understood that it was only a matter of time before he could regain his skills. At that moment, he suddenly realized that someone was eavesdropping on his conversation with Sophia and closely watching him from the side. Yes, he was not mistaken, because the three guys, always hostile to Henry, had long been devouring him with predatory glances. Then Charlie, loudly slamming his fist on the desk, promised 100,000 to anyone who could embarrass Henry in front of his girlfriend. Hearing this, Agatha immediately stood up and volunteered to do it herself for the offered reward. In fact, she had her own reason for agreeing to this, and the girl promised that she would do everything in the best possible way. She then loudly claimed that Henry had stolen money from her purse, saying that she had seen him go through her things and put something in his pocket. Of course, it was a lie. But 100,000 would allow Agatha to enter the cultivation department and become the best in the academy. The students had no reason not to believe Agatha, and they immediately looked at the boy she accused of stealing. The statement was unexpected, although Henry knew that the students already despised him, and he was prepared for attacks from them. Hearing the loud accusation, Michelle did not believe it and demanded that the guy answer Agatha. To add fuel to the fire, Charlie claimed to have witnessed the theft and saw the girl's money in Henry's bag. Just in case, the guy checked the backpack with his hand, fearing that something had been planted there to confirm the accusations of theft. He understood that if Agatha searched his backpack now, she would certainly find not only money there, but also her things. It seemed that all of their classmates believed them, because they looked at Henry as if they had just now seen his true face. At that moment, the guy wondered why the guys had never given him a break before, and realized that it was all because of Charlie's envy, who also liked Sophia. Most likely, they also didn't like Henry's ease with Sophia, who for some reason chose only him out of all the students at the academy. But in this life, he was not going to tolerate the humiliations of the past, because these stupidities prevented him from fulfilling what he was reborn for. At this time, Agatha stubbornly insisted on her own, demanding that the guy return the money and things allegedly hidden in his backpack. It seems she seriously believed that the deception would not be revealed, because the teacher did not understand why the guy remained silent all this time. Finally, Sophia could not stand this onslaught on Henry, loudly standing up from her seat and deciding to stand up for him as the best student. They clearly went too far, because Sophia grew up next to Henry since childhood and was sure that he was not capable of stealing. Her words hurt Charlie's pride, because he again saw the girl defending a student whom he considered a loser. After this, a guy from the back row named Jimmy suddenly decided to stand up for Henry, saying that you can't believe a single word the student says. But Agatha said with a smile that the teacher trusted her, and not some scum from the back of the class who couldn't be listened to. She then warned Sophia not to let herself be fooled by this thief, who was supposedly much worse than she thought. Charlie also believed that Sophia's parents were wrong to take the boy under their wing, and that they would be disappointed to learn what kind of nasty things he was capable of. But the girl did not understand what they were getting at, and why they suddenly all attacked her old friend. Realizing that this was a great chance, Agatha suddenly said something that shocked everyone, throwing another dirty accusation at Henry. She stated that not only money had disappeared from her purse, but also unwashed underwear, which the guy had also taken. This news excited the class, because now Henry could be known not only as a thief, but also as a dirty pervert who steals underwear from his fellow students. Many students shouted that the boy should be immediately expelled from the academy, not wanting to sit in the same classroom with him. But these accusations did not convince Sophia to change her mind about her friend, and she was sure that nothing like that would be found in Henry's bag. Then Agatha took the next sneaky step and walked straight up to Henry's desk to finally expose him. Leaning towards him, she demanded that he show her the bag where the stolen things were allegedly kept, if, of course, he was not afraid. She again advised Sophia not to get close to him, otherwise the lustful thoughts in his head could lead to trouble. The decision was up to Sophia, but Agatha's look clearly indicated that she did not approve of friendship with the scoundrel and was waiting for Sophia to come to her senses. But for the girl, Henry was a childhood friend, and everything Agatha said seemed like implausible nonsense to her. Realizing that they were going to unleash all the dogs on Henry, Sophia asked him to end it by simply showing her the bag. Sophia, as always, was naive. Because if this gang was so aggressively claiming the theft, then they had probably already planted some incriminating evidence in the backpack. If he let them open the backpack, he would definitely lose. But this time the guy was not going to become a victim of these scumbags. Now was a great chance to teach them a lesson, even though Henry had lost some of his previous skills after his rebirth. However, the Hall of Souls remained in this reality after Henry's reincarnation, and he hoped to use it to give a worthy answer. The Hall of Heroic Souls was created to protect humanity's legacy and, according to legend, the Chosen One could summon heroes of the past, appropriating their skills to battle monsters. By collecting and conducting the energy of heaven and earth, the Chosen One passed the universal power through the soul and opened the Hall of Heroic Souls even in this world. And now, being in two spaces, Henry opened the hall where he intended to meet the entity that concealed the power of thousands of warriors of the past. The hall absorbed the emotions of people's hearts, calling upon the greatest rulers, and this was the kind of power Henry had possessed in his past life. Finding himself in the center of the hall, he again called out to the brave heroes who were ready to come to his aid right now. Then he heard the voice of the entity, blaming Henry for the death of her friend, whom the boy condemned to death in order to save the world. This high pillar of souls always absorbs the obsessive ideas and thoughts of the world, opening up new places for warriors. This is exactly what should have made Henry even more powerful, because in his past life, he used this power to destroy evil aliens from other worlds. The sixth-level soul of God appeared to him only once, when he summoned Buddha, and if Henry was not mistaken, it was precisely this that he saw in front of him. He was not mistaken, and the next second Henry saw in front of him the God of Heaven, the ancestor of the earthly immortals, looking straight at him. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because even in his past life he had never seen a saint-level spirit right in his abode. He was truly lucky, because now he had acquired a power that could not only restore his previous skills, but also raise his abilities to unprecedented heights. The spirit in front of Henry, one of the followers of the ancient religion, possessed the best technique of the magic sleeve and was ready to transfer his energy to him. True, the spirit was displeased that an inexperienced child was somehow able to summon a deity, distracting him from important matters. It seems the guy forgot, because he first had to tell the spirit his story from his past life, so that he wouldn't mistake him for a newbie. Then he made a gesture known only to chosen warriors, but the spirit seemed to find it strange and absurd. At this point, Charlie decided that his classmate was being too bold and prepared to commit a dirty trick by bringing the revelation to the end. He rushed towards Henry, ordering everyone to move aside and hold the boy back if he tried to escape. Rushing to Henry's backpack, he wanted to open it immediately to show everyone the contents and prove that he was an ordinary thief. As expected, he did indeed find Agatha's stolen handbag in Henry's backpack, and her worn lingerie was lying nearby. Now, he was ready to put Henry in his place, because he had been openly flirting with Sophia all the time, knowing that he was not the only one in the group who was not indifferent to her. But at that moment, the spirit was already next to Henry in another reality, and the guy asked him to help with one useful ability. Of course, it was stupid to waste energy on such a thing, but Henry decided to use his magic sleeve to pull the things out of his backpack before the whole class saw them. And although the spirit tried to dissuade the guy until the very end, he was unable to stop him, and Henry still used this magic. And Charlie, unsuspecting, lifted the backpack high above his head, announcing that it contained evidence. Imagine Agatha's surprise when she looked into the backpack and realized that it was completely empty. Sophia was also standing nearby and realized with a smile that all the accusations were false, as she had thought from the very beginning. The teacher looked sternly at Charlie, warned him that there was nothing in the backpack, and asked him to stop this circus. Only now did the guy realize that he was the only one in the whole group who hadn't noticed this, and was holding a completely empty backpack in his hands. Michelle once again demanded that everyone return to their seats and stop this mess. However, there was one person who did not want to let this bastard go so easily, and he grabbed him tightly by the shoulders. Henry was ready to pay him back for everything Charlie had done here, although until the very end he did not believe that this poor orphan would dare to fight with him. Then he suddenly turned to the teacher, accusing her of stupidity, since Michelle believed such scoundrels. The girl heard such words from the student for the first time, and could not understand where he got such courage to be rude to her. And then Henry announced to the whole class that Charlie himself had stolen Agatha's things, and decided to blame him out of revenge. Patting the boy on the shoulder, Henry warned him that he knew about his parents' wealth, but it certainly wouldn't help him today. And the very next second, the whole class saw how the very same handbag stolen from Agatha fell out of Charlie's pocket. Her underwear fell with her, and it became clear to everyone that he was the real thief. Looking at the stolen things on the floor, Charlie couldn't come to his senses for a few seconds, trying to find an explanation for this. It was impossible to wash away such shame, and Henry, looking from afar, understood that his plan had worked. However, by pulling off this trick, he wasted divine power that was intended for completely different purposes. The students couldn't believe their eyes, but it seemed that Charlie really was involved in some dirty dealings. The guy himself could not understand what was happening and how he ended up with this visual evidence of his vile intentions. Of course, Henry's friend didn't miss the chance to tease him, suggesting that Charlie go to a lingerie store together sometime. None of the students thought Charlie was capable of such a thing, although the girls often complained about worn-out clothes disappearing from the locker room. After this, all charges against Henry were to be dropped, and it became clear that a completely different lingerie thief had appeared in the group. One student, who had long suspected Charlie, immediately rushed to him, accusing him of stealing her new clothes from her wardrobe. She was beside herself with rage and ready to tear the guy apart, believing that he had recently snuck into the locker room and cleaned out her bag. But in response, the guy punched her in the face with all his might, because his situation was already terrible, and she was only adding fuel to the fire. It was hard to believe that the guy was capable of such a thing. But Charlie seemed to be no longer in control of his emotions, and could do stupid things. After all, Jana, that was the student's name, flew back to the wall from the blow, and the class saw how this obese girl was bleeding. The teacher immediately stood up for her, sternly reminding the rich man's son that fighting was prohibited by the rules at the academy. But the guy loudly declared that he alone sets the law here, because his powerful father will solve any of his problems. And then he rushed towards Henry, intending to punish the culprit of his shame today as harshly as possible. To do this, he even activated magic, and it was clear from his appearance that he was not in the mood for peaceful conversations. The situation was clearly getting tense, so Henry quickly asked the immortal spirit for some strength. Otherwise, it would be too late. Having flown almost right up to Henry, Charlie didn't even notice how Sophia suddenly stood between them, ready to intervene. She couldn't calmly watch as destructive magic was used against someone close to her, and was ready to respond in kind. Everyone knew that she was the second best student after Julia, a 52nd rank cultivator, and she had enough strength to deal with Charlie. Throwing the training pen like a knife, she threw it so that it immediately pierced the guy's palm, and he looked at his hand, shaking with pain. One can only imagine his pain. But he long ago deserved someone to finally put this golden child in his place. This usually meek girl showed her strong character for the first time, and Henry realized that after his rebirth, life had changed a lot. It was funny to watch her courage, but Henry would have managed on his own if she hadn't intervened. But Henry himself wanted to show his strength, and it seems that now his time has finally come. Without a word, he hit the scoundrel with his hand, answering for all the girls whose underwear he had stolen. The blow was without mana, but the boy felt all of Henry's strength and had no chance to dodge or respond. Suddenly, in front of everyone, the very same underwear of Jean's that had disappeared in the morning, the one she had accused him of stealing, fell out of Charlie's mouth. It was a disgusting sight, but Jean was most interested in why Charlie had stuffed her underwear into his mouth. Standing behind, Sophia couldn't understand if this guy had gone crazy, or if his thirst for revenge was so strong that he was ready to hide underwear even in his mouth. Only the immortal spirit was not laughing, because his young ward was again wasting his divine power on abominations, and not on saving the world. Unable to bear the chaos, the teacher loudly announced that all offenders would be sent to the disciplinary committee for punishment. It was clear that there was no point in arguing with Michelle, because she was rarely angry, and it was difficult to predict the punishment from an enraged woman. Charlie's greatest fear was a committee of seniors who would take out their anger on him at the first opportunity. And now, having calmed down, he raised his hands and began to swear to the teacher that he was innocent and that he had been set up. And then he pointed to the one who had staged this dirty scene to make him look guilty and ruin his reputation, simply because of his wealth. But leaning towards him, Henry replied with a smile that punishment could not be avoided, and that he should simply accept the bad luck of that day. Then he suddenly suggested to Michelle that she should exclude this scoundrel from the group, because such a shameless student should not study at their prestigious academy. Realizing what was going on, Charlie loudly asked his accomplice Agatha to confess that together they had planted the underwear and money on Henry to accuse him of theft. But the girl said that he himself offered her 100,000 for a lie about Henry, and all this time Charlie was simply jealous of him because of Sophia. This revelation shocked all the students and the teacher, who, although she had expected something like this, did not know what to answer. Many students knew that Charlie and his friends hated Henry, and deliberately made him an outcast at the academy, whom everyone made fun of. It seems that this time the guys managed not only to fight off the onslaught, but also to win. And it was Sophia who showed character at an important moment. And then her face suddenly changed, and she seriously told Henry that after this funny joke, they needed to think about more important things. After all, things were just starting to gain momentum, and after what happened, Charlie definitely won't give up trying to set Henry up again. However, he said that he was not afraid of the scoundrel and his stupid friends, and that next time he would show him some tricks to discourage Charlie from getting involved. Sophia had never heard such words from a friend and was surprised that the guy seemed to become a completely different person in one day. Now, the students who had previously been afraid of Charlie could loudly celebrate Henry's victory, having taught this annoying boy a lesson for the first time. In his past life, only Henry was responsible for Sophia's death due to weakness. So now that he has a second chance, he intends to act differently. Then a monster from an ancient tribe invaded the academy without warning, taking the students and teachers by surprise. The monster was weak, but even against it, the students were unable to use their abilities to avoid their sad fate. The teachers shouted loudly for the students to run, but the monster was already preparing to throw a magical projectile with strong, destructive energy at them. And then something terrible happened, and the shot hit the thick of the crowd, from where the mutilated bodies of the unfortunate students flew in all directions. Never in his life will Henry forget that terrible day when he, along with all the other students, tried to escape. But the moment he found himself at the shell crater, he suddenly saw something that changed him forever. Right in the middle of the road, he saw the bloody body of Sophia, who died in the attack of monsters, and he was still unable to do anything. It is difficult to imagine the pain of the young man at the sight of the death of his closest girl, and all he could do was stand and accept his terrible fate. Meanwhile, the academy building was burning, and the monsters continued their attacks, mercilessly destroying everyone without resistance. That terrible scene from the past seemed to still stand before Henry's eyes, but now he felt a different strength and was not ready to accept his fate. In his new life, he wanted to put an end to the monsters once and for all, rewriting his fate and the lives of all the people who died that day. True, all his bright intentions were interrupted by the teacher, who noticed the student's overly bold behavior towards one of the best students. She demanded that he immediately take his hands off Sophia, but the guy replied that they had known each other for a long time and were close enough to hide it. But Michelle looked at them sternly and promised Sophia personal protection if she even hinted at the need for it. However, the girl replied with a smile that she did not need such protection and agreed with every word of her best friend. It was quite brave of her, and the students saw the modest girl like this for the first time, realizing that she had grown up imperceptibly. But for some reason, deep down she knew that her relationship with Henry could only be a cover, because no one knew her true thoughts. Suddenly, one of the students loudly declared that Henry was simply using the poor girl for his own purposes, and he intended to deal with it personally. But from Henry's look, it was clear that the student had better not interfere if he wanted to leave here in one piece. It seemed that luck was on the side of idiot Henry today, but his eternal rival Charlie was sure that it would not last long. Pulling the pen out of his bloody hand, he promised that Henry would have to hide behind his friend's skirt, but they would meet when she was not around. He then vowed not to rest until everyone saw Henry's true colors, and he was expelled from the elite academy. At first, it might have seemed like empty threats, but soon Charlie was quick to take on his offender in earnest. To this end, he set out to find one of the academy's strongest students, who had been held back a year for bad behavior. Having found him and told his story, he heard in response that this plan was a waste of time, although the guy could easily carry out such an assignment. Only Vincent, that was the guy's name, was surprised that fragile Sophia had offended Charlie so much that he was ready to take revenge on her and her friend. But Charlie didn't engage in long conversations, but took out a suitcase with money and was ready to pay for their future deal right then and there. He offered Vincent $500,000 to kill Henry and capture Sophia, with whom the guy also wanted to have a serious talk. In response, Vincent stated that he would have to pay more for this order, since the student had done no harm, and he would have to sacrifice his conscience. For the first time, Charlie heard the big guy talk stupidly about conscience, and sternly asked how much he would charge for completing this order. Without thinking twice, Vincent demanded $800,000, promising that Henry would disappear and Sophia would crawl to Charlie on her knees. However, he then suddenly added that only the first part of the night would go to Charlie, and the second half he would have to give to him. At the same time, during the break, Henry went to the academy garden, thinking about the incident that happened in class today. Lying sprawled on a stone bench, he was once again convinced that this world was ugly and beautiful at the same time, especially in such weather. But the immortal spirit warned him not to act so recklessly, because Charlie had a hot temper and would create a lot of trouble. According to Taoist teachings, quarrels should be avoided, and Henry was not yet strong enough to fight strong opponents. Hearing this, the guy immediately jumped up from his seat and declared that he stood up not only for himself, but also for the other guys. It may have sounded childish, but Henry was confident that after his rebirth, rivals like Charlie would no longer be a threat to him. In response, the spirit remembered how one stupid monkey was always asking for trouble, and he had to teach her a good lesson. The guy immediately joked, imagining how he punished this monkey and, as usual, made a dirty joke. But seriously speaking, after being reborn, Henry really did lose his magic, and his body is now no better than that of a mere mortal. Of course, the immortal spirit had to teach him the basics of cultivation, although after today's incident, he didn't really want to. After all, when the monster appears on Earth again, he will be much stronger than Charlie and any student, so only Henry will be able to stop him. But the guy didn't want to wait that long, and was sure that he would get his skills back much faster than the spirit thought. However, Without the knowledge of the immortal spirit, the guy will not be able to master the most powerful techniques and will not use mana to its full potential. Then Henry suddenly interrupted him and loudly shouted those magic words that were supposed to reveal to him the art of chaos and awaken hidden powers. And the next moment, a whirlwind of wind swirled around him, and it was unclear how he was able to turn on his ability. It was clear that the guy did not know how to absorb the spiritual energy of nature. But for some reason it suddenly responded to his call. He really did make the earth and air obey him, and it seemed as if the elements were waiting for him to call them to service. This effect was only achieved by the ability of the primordial chaos, and this was the first time the immortal spirit had seen something like this. He couldn't understand how such power came to be in the hands of an ordinary young man who had just recently been reborn in a new body. Meanwhile, the guy sat in the same pose, and it seemed that he had merged with the world around him, being in two spaces at once. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and announced that the first stage of creating the foundation was completely completed. But the spirit, looking at him, still did not believe that in just 10 minutes some boy had passed the first stage of development. But even if he managed to perform such a miracle, the immortal spirit warned that with the body of a mortal, he still would not be able to defeat the aliens. In this case, all that was left was to continue what had been started. And Henry, once again calling upon the energy of nature, was ready to further accelerate the restoration of his strength. Immediately after this, all the students on the Academy's sports ground saw a huge whirlwind, as if a funnel was moving towards them. Even the spirit, who was not threatened by the tornado above his head, was frightened when he saw what this strange boy was up to. It turned out that with the help of the immortal spirit and its energy, the guy was awakening his powers so quickly that the spirit demanded that he stop immediately. He then spread his arms out to the sides, ready to further enhance his magic sleeve's ability by calling upon the energy of the mountains and rivers for strength. The wind there seemed to rise so strong that it blew away even the immortal spirit, although it did not have a physical body and was only an image. However, everyone else easily noticed the approaching whirlwind, and Jimmy was seriously scared looking at it. It seemed to him as if God himself had appeared to people and was ready to send heavenly punishment, because it could not be explained otherwise. At some point, Jimmy realized that he had accidentally screamed so loudly that he might have seemed like the most cowardly guy in the academy. And although the whirlwind was very strong, it was worth calming down at least a little. Otherwise, tomorrow everyone would find out what a coward he turned out to be. Looking closely at the silhouette right in the center of the huge tornado, Sophia suddenly realized that it seemed very familiar to her. It was hard to believe, but it seemed that it was the silhouette of her friend that was hanging in the air in the center of the funnel, and it was hard to believe her eyes. Michelle also noticed this silhouette in the sky, and was surprised that a student with such talent had been studying at their academy all this time. She was going to find out which of her students had such power, but first, she just had to survive this horror. The tornado was visible even from the settlement near the Imperial Palace, located tens of kilometers from the academy. Looking at this from the balcony of the palace, the Empress realized that only a true genius of cultivation could control such a destructive force. In a short time, Henry went through 3 difficult stages of development. But first he formed his mana and the most destructive spells. Then he had to cleanse his soul, and at this stage, all the accumulated magical power soon strengthened his body. The third stage was a return to the eternal, thanks to which he quickly remembered the mistakes of the past and in minutes gained the experience of a lifetime. About an hour later, the wind died down, and for a while it became quiet and calm near the academy. Could it really be that it was all over? And Henry himself was in the same position as at the beginning, but now the element of the wind itself held him in the air, obeying his will. It seemed that the boy had managed to advance so far in his comprehension of abilities that all the initial levels of magic were now available to him. Then the spirit watched in surprise as the boy stood up and prepared to put the skills he had acquired into practice. And indeed, he suddenly extended his palm and swung it towards the stone bench, where he had begun to restore his skills an hour ago. Without straining his arms, with one light, sweeping movement, he smashed the stone bench into a pile of small stones that scattered all around. Now he only needed one palm to easily break stones and split hard alloys like a fragile crystal vase. This was a great happiness for the boy, because he again possessed the abilities that he had acquired with difficulty in his first life. Then he suddenly looked closely at the dial of his wristwatch, which looked a little strange for such an object. The guy quickly explained that it was a progress watch that showed his level growth and that Sophia had recently given it to him for his birthday. However, if he now has to face the geniuses of the academy, the strength he has received will not be enough, which means it's time to remember the Hall of Heroic Souls. Since the invasion of the monsters, the hall began to absorb the desires and feelings of people, and Henry wanted to find out everything about this place. But if the hall was just a sacred relic with myths of the past, then the immortal spirit is not real, but an illusion created by this hall, right? He was most likely right, but Henry reminded him that the relic contained the souls of real people from the past, and the spirit appeared when the guy needed his help. Perhaps the immortal spirit after death could not rest because of the unfinished business, and by helping Henry, wanted to complete it. Suddenly, Henry's teacher appeared right there, having come running right after that terrible storm had ended. Julia was with her, and both girls did not understand how the terrible energy fluctuations that had frightened everyone a minute ago had disappeared so quickly. Michelle then commanded everyone to run and find that incredible student who was talented enough to summon these powers. Fortunately, Henry's primordial chaos technique was able to hide the owner's energy, and now he could disguise himself and remain unnoticed. The day was already drawing to a close, and the sudden surge of energy had completely died down, leaving only the memories of those who had seen this miracle with their own eyes. The spirit warned that Henry's teacher, Michelle, who was in the park near the academy today, was giving off a truly sinister aura. One could attribute this to Michelle's strictness as a teacher, but the immortal spirit felt that there was another explanation. The rage of this woman seemed to carry within itself the death of at least 1,000 lives, and it is unlikely that a simple teacher possessed such energy. On the way, Henry changed the subject, telling them that when he was 6 years old, he was often bullied by other orphans, and he still remembers it. And then one day, after escaping and wandering for a long time, he almost died. But at that moment, Sophia came to his aid and took him to her home. Suddenly, looking at the door of Henry's house, which they were approaching, the spirit realized that there were uninvited guests next to it. Indeed, Sophia and Julia were standing near the entrance, but it was unclear why they were together and what they were talking about. Fortunately, by this time, the guy had already managed to restore his acute hearing and tried to understand what they were chatting about. It turned out that Julia was convincing Sophia not to consider Henry better than her, and not to forget their real true love. In response to this, Sophia asked her to calm down and not make loud scenes right next to her house, but she continued to insist that true love was more important than people's prejudices. And she was hurt to hear how Sophia accepted Henry's confession. But the girl had hinted to Julia before that nothing could happen between them, and carefully removed her hand from her embrace, not giving false hope. Besides, Julia was the chair of the disciplinary committee, and if the details of their relationship had come to light, she would definitely have been in trouble. Yes, it seemed that their conversation could not be understood otherwise, and both of them were shocked by what they had accidentally learned about these girls. It seemed that the list of Henry's rivals in the fight for Sophia had been expanded to include a female name, since Julia's words could not have been understood otherwise. Finally, Sophia asked Julia to behave more restrainedly, because recently she had a boyfriend and her life had changed a lot. Of course, these two girls looked very beautiful together, and the immortal spirit hinted to the guy that it would be more fun to live with two friends. But right now, the guy was in no mood for jokes, because since the moment of rebirth, he entered a room for the first time, where he had not been for many years. Everything in Henry's room remained the same as it was stored in his memory, and even the table that he and his father found at the flea market was still in place. And Sophia herself begged her father to buy her the game console on the top shelf, having made it to the list of the best students, and later gave this console to Henry. And then, picking up his childhood toy, Henry remembered that for some reason his mother did not allow him to throw them away, telling him to keep them as a keepsake. At that very moment, the door of his room suddenly opened, and his parents appeared in the doorway. Turning sharply in their direction, he saw their happy faces again, and could not believe that he had finally met them again. But this time, they did not come empty-handed, because his father was holding a bundle in his hands, and in this bundle were all their savings. His parents knew that Henry had always wanted to study at a fee-paying cultivation department like Sophia, but they hadn't had the money to pay for the course before. But they could only take this money from savings that they had been putting aside for a long time for an operation for their father, who had had a bad heart all his life. In his past life, this amount allowed Henry to enter the cultivator faculty, but his father hid the progress of the disease and died a year later. The father suddenly began to speak in the same words as in his past life, convincing his son that he was fine and did not need an operation. But this time, Henry would not agree to take the money under any circumstances, asking his parents to forget this idea and just trust him. Without even listening to their protests, the guy hurried to close the door behind him, knowing that they would begin to persuade him to accept money for tuition. The immortal spirit couldn't understand why he didn't immediately tell his parents that he had already completed the first level and didn't need cultivator training. But Henry didn't want to shock his parents with this news, and right now he was determined to quickly find the necessary amount for his father's treatment. The spirit knew that this man simply had frequent heart attacks, and a little healing elixir would be enough to help him. Although nowadays a talented alchemist was a rarity, because this art was forgotten, and the recipes for potions were kept only by the last remaining masters. Of course, it was possible to obtain knowledge on one's own, but even the weakest spiritual pill that awakened it in a person cost a lot of money. At this moment, looking at the immortal spirit, Henry suddenly realized that he was seeing the creator of alchemy himself in front of him. The boy joyfully exclaimed that with an assistant like him, Henry would quickly find out all the secret information. But instead of helping, the spirit suddenly discovered 2 glossy men's magazines that had been kept under Henry's bed all this time. At the last moment, the guy loudly asked not to open these magazines, because he remembered very well what illustrations were on their pages. But, unfortunately, it was too late, and the spirit opened all these magazines, awakening in Henry those teenage feelings from such pictures. Unfortunately, it was at that moment that Sophia entered the guy's room, not understanding why he was refusing money for his education. But instead of a serious conversation, she suddenly saw Henry, frozen with his pants down, looking at her with horror. The girl then quickly ran out into the corridor and slammed the door loudly, apologizing for this intrusion at an inopportune moment. Of course, he still tried to shout after her that she had misunderstood everything, but it seemed it was too late to explain. After some time, the guy still managed to persuade Sophia to return to his room so that they could talk about everything. The girl saw how ashamed her friend was in front of her, although Sophia herself felt a little awkward about this scene. And at that moment, the immortal spirit was reading to the young people a tale about a man who stole a pair of roots for a woman from a holy temple and was cruelly punished for it. He reread this story with such delight, completely forgetting that the young people were not at all up to his stupid tales right now. Finally, the girl was the first to break their silence and asked the guy to tell her everything he had for her. Realizing that there would be no other chance, Henry honestly admitted that he did not expect from Julia the confession to Sophia that he heard at the door. But, of course, Sophia responded by saying that the guy had simply misunderstood her and that everything was completely different. Seeing that Henry did not believe her, Sophia stated in a serious tone that there was no and could not be a relationship between them, because she had always only liked boys. And then, gently taking Henry's hand, she thanked him for the brave words he had spoken in front of the entire class a few days ago. It seemed that only now Henry realized that Sophia was not against such confessions and was ready to officially become his girlfriend, without being embarrassed in public. Then she changed the subject a little, saying that Charlie had long deserved a good spanking, and she was glad that he had gotten it badly that day. She couldn't understand why such a simple solution to the problems that had long been brewing had never occurred to her before. From now on, she wanted to consider Henry her boyfriend, no longer ask herself unnecessary questions, but simply live and continue her studies at the faculty, continuing to read the collection of ancient tales. The immortal spirit suddenly came across a tale about himself, and realized that people had composed a lot of nonsense. He could not understand who could come up with these stupid tales, which never existed in his lifetime and simply could not exist. The young people, not listening to him, continued to discuss funny incidents from the past when they behaved like children and did not dare to take this step. At some point, the girl even became worried about Henry, because he was so carried away by funny memories that he began to look like a real psycho. And he, without letting up, assured his friend that he has such moments, and Sophia will have to get used to his stupidity if she wants to be his girlfriend. Then he solemnly placed his hand on his chest, ready to take the oath he should have told Sophia in her first life. He promised her that she would never be ashamed of him. Sophia would not have to blush in front of others, but on the contrary, she would be proud of him. Realizing that she had stayed too long in Henry's room, the girl hurried to her own, because the next morning she had to get up early for school. After closing the door, she thought for a while whether she had done the right thing by telling Henry the whole truth and taking his confession to heart. Then she realized with a smile that all this time she had been worrying in vain about unnecessary thoughts, and it became a little offensive that she realized this only now. Then she even lightly patted herself on the cheeks to come to her senses and return to reality from the dream world that she herself had invented. But Henry still couldn't calm down, so instead of lightly slapping himself on the cheeks, he hit himself with his fist, and it was unclear what he could bring himself to. He even fell to the floor from the blow, but with a smile he realized that this was the only way he could finally calm down and come to his senses. Then, turning sharply towards the immortal spirit, the boy shouted loudly that tomorrow he would be obliged to go with him to a certain place. It was unclear what the guy was planning, but for some reason, Henry decided that he wanted to get rich quickly, so that one day he could just enjoy life and do nothing. However, this goal was still far away, and the next day he had one important task to do. It turned out that he wanted to personally come to the elixir pharmacy, which was run by a famous family, because only there could he find the necessary plant for the potion. The guy was happy about the help from the founder of alchemy, but the immortal spirit himself was not happy that he decided to profit from his talent. However, the guard, seeing the guy from afar, warned that this was the place of an influential family and that ordinary people were strictly prohibited from entering here. With the help of the watch, the guy immediately determined the level of the guard, realizing that he could easily deal with him. He suddenly approached Henry and warned that there would be no second chance to leave here. He grabbed the guy by the collar so abruptly that everyone around was prepared to see a fight and wanted to watch this spectacle. Maybe in his past life Henry would have tolerated this kind of treatment, but this time he will prove that he is not a mere mortal. And just a second later, with a deft move, he threw the guard so that he flew into the air and fell down. But even when the guard was in the air, the guy did not stop and rushed towards him to complete the move. He then slammed the security guard into the asphalt of the pharmacy parking lot with such force that the guard's body went through him and small stones flew around. Passers-by who saw it with their own eyes couldn't understand how the guy defeated the 4th level guard without magic. Of course, The girl could not calmly look at the young man who was stronger than everyone she had seen in her life. Looking at the defeated guard, the guy hoped that now this idiot would not stop him and throw him out like a vagabond. Quickly standing up, the guard apologized for his behavior and thanked Henry for not finishing him off and for sparing his life. Soon he found himself inside the very same pharmacy where magical elixirs and plants for their preparation were sold. From all sides, sellers shouted, assuring that their potions were the highest quality and that such low prices could not be found anywhere else. However, from experience, the spirit understood that all these goods were of low quality, and in the past, he would never have bought them for his potions. And Henry had already found the plant that would allow him to prepare the elixir and cure his father as soon as possible, before it was too late. The seller praised the product, saying that the elixir gave almost a 30% guarantee of healing, and the spirit did not understand how he could be proud of that. And the man assured the boy that if he bought the rhizome now and found an alchemist, the finished potion would cost more than the cost of it. It was a shame that these people weren't responsible for the quality of the goods. But right now, Henry had no choice. In the end, the guy agreed to take the goods, and the seller was pleased that he managed to pull off a great deal today. Of course, the seller began to praise the guy for his choice, but Henry said that he had forgotten the money at home and would bring it tomorrow morning. Yes, the man clearly didn't like such jokes, and he warned that non-payment would threaten Henry with serious consequences. Realizing that Henry was not giving up the rhizome and not paying, he shouted so loudly across the room that his scream could be heard at the other end of the huge pharmacy. A man who knew how to quickly solve such problems immediately responded to the call, and now he looked closely at the boy who dared to break the law. This man, Ralph, hated nothing more than puppies who were troublemakers and wanted to steal the goods without paying a penny. The wristwatch immediately informed Henry that he was facing a serious opponent, whose level had long exceeded the strength of any student at the academy. But the seller insisted that the boy took the box with the rhizome and was going to leave the pharmacy without paying for the goods. But Henry didn't run away, but looked Ralph in the eye with a challenge, and declared that a fighter like him would not be a problem for him. The guy didn't want to talk to a pathetic level 18 fighter and ordered the head of the family to be called here for a serious conversation. These words made the potion seller almost climb the wall, because it was the first time he'd heard such bold speeches from the young man. But Ralph had met such upstarts and replied that Henry's status did not allow him to meet the owner, so they would have to continue the conversation. But the guy revealed his cards and declared that he was the second best alchemist in the city, and that there was no one to compete with him except the master of their clan. For a moment there was a pause in the pharmacy, and everyone tried to figure out whether the guy was joking or telling the truth. But a second later, everyone burst into laughter, because this brat imagined himself to be the best alchemist in the city, although he looked like a dropout. Even the seller, who didn't know the intricacies of alchemy, reminded him that to make such statements one had to be a cultivator, and the guy didn't even have money for a potion. After all, only after reaching the level of a master can you fully conjure and create the potions that are sold in this pharmacy. Ralph also saw Henry as a dim-witted student, incapable of knowing alchemy to the point of competing with the head pharmacist of their network of magical pharmacies. But the eyes do not always see the truth, and Ralph should have remembered this before making hurtful remarks. To prove his words in practice, the guy was ready to use this plant, creating a potion and demonstrating the power of a master of alchemy. Now it was time to play big, and with the help of the immortal spirit, the founder of alchemy, Henry, with fury in his eyes, wanted to fulfill his promise. Modern alchemists for some reason used a pottery kiln, an ordinary spiritual fire, trying to create what the spirit could do without these simple tools. After all, the sky itself was the fire that gave energy to the plant, and the earth served as the hearth where the magic potion would be brewed. Then the plant, which had been a rhizome just a second ago, flashed with a bright white light, and it became clear that the guy had not been joking all this time. At one point, Ralph even thought that there was going to be an explosion in the pharmacy. His face was covered in sweat, but there was nowhere to run. And Henry continued to use his energy along with the experience that his faithful assistant gave him. At some point, looking at the guy, the seller realized that a magic core had appeared in his hands, which meant that the guy was a real master. He did it the first time, and no one present could believe their eyes. Ralph was forced to admit that even the most experienced mage in their organization would not have achieved the complete treatment that Henry had just done. Then, grabbing the guy by the hand, he declared that this was a pathetic trick, because what the young underachiever had shown had never been accomplished by any magician in the entire history. In response, Henry handed him a clot of magic in the form of a ball, which was now worth no less than 2 million, and it was already impossible not to believe it. Then Henry said that he knew how quickly the effect of the potions from this pharmacy weakened, and it became clear that he was not an ordinary student and only wanted to appear as such. The guy explained that their cooking method was incorrect, and then briefly explained the most important details of the process. Having heard the advice, the man was happy that the young man had solved his problem, because now he knew how to fix the work so that the elixirs did not lose their properties. Henry hoped that now Ralph would believe him, and that this evidence would be enough to finally hold a meeting with the owner of the pharmacy. Of course, everyone agreed with the guy, and Ralph admitted his mistake, and Henry really was worthy of speaking only with their leader. Ralph's clan had to establish contact with the guy at any cost, so he certainly wouldn't quarrel over some unpaid purchase. Turning sharply to his assistant, he ordered that the man whom this young gentleman was waiting to meet be brought immediately. It turned out that there was no need to run and look for someone, because the right person was already on the premises of the pharmacy. It turned out that it was a young girl who saw everything with her own eyes and already understood who she would have to deal with. Ralph immediately apologized to her for the insults he had made towards Henry a couple of minutes ago, and which he now regretted. But for Catherine, as this young lady was called, what was more important now was a conversation with one of the most powerful magicians in her life. When she approached, the wristwatch immediately reported that the girl's combat power was so high that it was difficult to even determine. Finally, the wily girl who ran the city's black markets, and Henry knew from her past life, appeared. He understood what their meeting would lead to, and was well aware of the offer she had prepared for him. Henry introduced himself as a simple student at the Magic Academy, but added that his alchemy master was so demanding that he was not ready to reveal the name of his mentor. Catherine did not expect to hear such an arrogant statement from the young man, who behaved arrogantly not only with the sellers, but also with her. Henry's behavior showed him in all his glory, but after all the insults he had endured, it was forgivable that he should show a little character. From the outside, it sounded like the words of an arrogant teenager, but the seller immediately noted the confidence the young man showed. The roles seemed to have changed, as Ralph had to restrain his mistress from attacking the student with her fists. No one would believe it if you told Henry that his patron in a past life was an empress, so they will find out later, when the time comes. It didn't matter, because Henry had already proven his skills in action, and Catherine had apologized again for today's incident. However, an apology alone was not enough, because in order to make amends, Catherine needed to do something very important. After this, the guy held out a magic ball made from the rhizome, and asked her to pay for the cost of the plant, instead of him. Even Ralph didn't expect such impudence, and now the other guards had to hold him back because he hated it when people took advantage of the lady's kindness. However, the girl was ready to pay for the plant herself instead of Henry, and the seller of the rhizome was glad that he would not leave empty-handed today. Of course, she was always glad to see outstanding alchemists, since she had recently taken over her father's business and was ready to offer a deal to this young man. She sometimes asked to create elixirs for their pharmacy, and in return promised a bonus twice the market price. The boy easily agreed, although the immortal spirit was not used to spending his alchemical talent on earning this dirty money. Consent was given, and Catherine handed over the golden card to seal their union and connection with this young talent. There were 10 million on the card, and the girl said that it was her little gift to Henry as a sign of acquaintance. And although the spirit immediately began to dissuade him from the dubious deal, Henry had already decided that such offers were not to be refused. But then he reassured his assistant by saying that his plan was more cunning than Catherine thought. Suddenly the girl apologized, saying that a sage like Henry hardly needed pennies, and put the gold card in her pocket. But the next moment, Henry deftly grabbed her gold card and said that he would humbly accept the gift, not wanting to spoil their relationship with a refusal. Yes, it was a clever trick by the young man, and there was no denying that the guy's grip was truly admirable. Since everything had ended well, Ralph happily hurried to try out the new method of preparing the potion that the young student had told him about. Henry only forgot to say that the method is effective, but the person will feel sick for 5 days after preparing the potion. Of course, he didn't just take the card, and, as a sign of gratitude, he snapped his fingers and prepared to show a little trick. The next second, the ingredients for the potions he needed now to prepare the elixirs soared into the air above the pharmacy. Looking at this, Catherine did not understand why the young master needed so many ingredients and what he was going to do with them. Only the spirit guessed that the guy was seriously planning to create those magic pills, the recipe for which they had recently discussed in Henry's room. True, the immortal spirit was in no hurry to fulfill the request of his ward, reminding him that this means could only be used with the permission of the higher gods. But it seems the guy had already made his decision a long time ago, and this time he did not listen to the spirit, but did everything as he had planned from the very beginning. Within a minute, the mixing of these ingredients into a magical elixir was completed, and a bright ball appeared before the eyes of everyone present. These budding magicians had never seen such elixirs before, and realized that Henry was the only one in the city who was capable of such a miracle. Even Catherine's father, famous for his alchemical talents, did not possess the ability that this very young boy had just demonstrated. Many companies would pay millions for such elixirs, but now this student gave Catherine's pharmacy a gift for almost nothing, not counting her gold card. Now he wanted to repay the debt, and as a gift he offered her to take this elixir, contained in a small bright ball. In addition, the guy explained that due to Catherine's lack of skill, the purification of her soul was slow, and this potion would speed up the process. She expected nothing less from such a sage, who only looked young, but had incredible strength. At first she didn't even want to take the gift, believing that she had done nothing to deserve such a generous gift. But Henry, without listening to her to the end, suddenly put a ball in her mouth. Endowed with the power to solve her long-standing problem, Now Catherine could no longer get out of it, and she had to swallow the pill. Although she understood that the elixir was worth more than all the money on her gold card. Gradually, she was supposed to feel an improvement in her triple spiritual principle, and the guy promised her an exit to the stage of soul purification in 3 days. Waving goodbye and heading towards the exit, he shouted that he would create other powerful elixirs for her, but not for free, and was waiting for orders. That same evening, Henry was at home and thinking about the events that happened to him in the pharmacy of magical potions. Now he was closely connected with Catherine by new business relations, realizing that without her influence, he would not do what he was born for a second time. Of course, the immortal spirit did not miss the chance to say that he found the girl fascinating, and advised the guy not to limit himself to just doing things with her. However, Henry's plans were only to seduce her step by step, giving her false hopes, because there was already another girl next to him, whom he could not betray. From his past life, he knew well that all people love with their ears, and a couple of words are enough to win anyone over. To stand up to Charlie and his father, who would definitely get in the way, he needed to get some serious support. By using the primordial chaos art that created the vortex at the academy, he discovered a lot, but he believed that he needed to continue the path of cultivation. Yet the immortal spirit reminded that Henry's speed of ascension through chaos was much faster than others, and certainly faster than any mage in this city. In addition, today in the pharmacy, the pillars from the Hall of Heroic Souls absorbed a lot of people's emotions, especially when the guard was on the verge of death. Very soon this pillar will be filled, and then another soul of God will be called to Earth. With her help, Henry vowed to himself to protect the city from the next mutant attack. He will never forget that terrible day when he ran through a crowd of frightened people, trying to find his loved ones in it. The giant monster incinerated buildings one after another, and all the unfortunate people inside burned alive. At that moment, the girl he met first after his second birth suddenly appeared next to him. It was Julia, and she immediately blocked his path, telling him that he shouldn't fight the mutant alone. And although the girl herself was also scared, she did not show it and tried to appear confident. However, the main loss for Henry had already happened, and in his hands he tightly clutched the head of a girl living out her last minutes. But to his horror, he heard her confess that nothing would have changed if Henry had real magical abilities. Moreover, she stated that he had been too soft all his life, and that was why he had lost this mortal battle. After all, even if he received the throne after their wedding, he would not have been able to fix anything, and the mutant would have killed all these unfortunate people. And now, looking at the mountain of dead bodies, the guy prayed only for a chance to fix everything and turn back time. Suddenly opening his eyes, Henry realized that this was his next nightmare, and for the first few seconds, he couldn't come to his senses. Sitting up abruptly in bed, he realized that the nightmares kept coming back, although the immortal spirit, as usual, was worried about something else. The same dream about his past returned to his memory, and his previous life did not give the guy peace even after his rebirth. All those pictures seemed to be imprinted in his memory, and now became nightmares that tormented him. But suddenly, he realized that with the help of the powerful artifacts that came so easily to him, he could change not only his own destiny, but that of all humanity. Then he suddenly realized that he had been hearing screams from behind the door for several minutes, and only now realized that someone needed his help. Quickly throwing on his shirt, he ran down the stairs towards the approaching screams coming from below. Bursting into the room, he wanted to understand why there was so much noise here, and what new trouble had happened to his family. But right at the door, his mother immediately asked Henry not to interfere and to return to his room. It turned out that several guys from an influential clan had been here for a long time, and they found it funny to look at this strange loser who decided to stop them. And their leader convinced Sophia that her father owed their clan a large sum of money, taken for treatment, and was now obliged to repay the debt with interest. But Dorothy did not understand how 50,000 in debt could suddenly become 200,000, because such interest simply does not exist. However, the leader had already named the exact amount, which he did not intend to discuss, and was only waiting for the debt to be repaid. It seemed that now there was no point in hiding the truth from the children, because Dorothy tried to keep everything a secret from her loved ones until the very end. One of the guys warned that no one would be able to escape the debt, even if the woman's daughter studied at the Faculty of Cultivation. Suddenly overhearing the conversation, Henry realized that their main boss was the guy in the drugstore who had recently begged him for forgiveness in front of Henry. But the leader didn't know about this yet and thought that it would be easier to smash the shop if the owners didn't want to pay well. However, if Sophia agrees to spend just one night with them and serve them well, he seems willing to pay off her father's debt. The other guys immediately agreed, and the leader slowly walked straight towards the frightened, unfortunate girl. It seems that these guys were looking for death, since they dared to come to the house of the best alchemist in the city and cause a pogrom. Realizing that Henry was seriously eager to fight, Sophia immediately stopped him, warning him that some of the guys were strong and it could be dangerous. The gang leader was ready to crush Henry like a bug and warned that nothing would happen to him for the murder. But it was unlikely that this could frighten Henry, because in his past life he had met rivals more serious than this idiot. However, the girl was so worried about him that Henry decided not to rush and not to get into a fight for now. He needed to act with more restraint and find another way to get rid of these hooligans. And then, turning to the chief of them, Henry asked how much his father had managed to owe them. Realizing that the big guy didn't believe him, Henry assured him that he wasn't going to run away and was willing to pay to solve the problem once and for all. But instead of simply paying, he unexpectedly called the person who was used to resolving such issues. Seeing a call from an important guest, Ralph immediately ordered everyone to be quiet and let him talk on the phone in peace. The elixir, the recipe for which Henry had recently given him, worked better than the others, and the man was grateful to him for his help. But now Henry himself needed help, as he was being attacked by a crowd of hooligans who were extorting money from his family. Moreover, the leader stated that now they owed not 200,000, but 400, because the interest was growing with every minute. Hearing this exorbitant sum, Dorothy objected, because they only borrowed 50,000. Where did such interest come from? But the guy insisted that they had to pay exactly what he said, and not 1,000 less. Ralph was listening to this entire conversation on the other end of the line, and he immediately recognized the voice of the gang leader, who could hear well. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he asked the guy not to worry and said that he knew these people very well. And then, immediately ordering his fighters to follow him, he was ready to go straight to where the local hooligans were causing mayhem. Moreover, their victim was a man for whom Ralph was now ready to get up even in the middle of the night and go wherever Henry told him to. But Dorothy couldn't figure out who this friend was that Henry was talking to and why he agreed to lend her so much money. However, this did not bother the leader of the hooligans, who was waiting for retribution and was glad that Henry quickly found a man with money. But the worst thing was that he was going to take Sophia by force later, even if the mother and this smart boy paid off all the debts. At that moment, a black-tinted car with Ralph sitting in it pulled up to their small store. He brought so many guards that their cars barely fit in the parking lot next to him. And it was clear that Ralph had made serious preparations. He walked loudly into the store, and turning around at once, everyone realized that these guys would soon have to receive not money, but something less pleasant, but generous to give away. After all, this was the very man they feared more than anything in the world, and with whom they would never want to get involved. But it was too late, because they dared to disturb the young student to whom Ralph owed a lot, and therefore became his personal enemies. Looking the bastard straight in the eye, Ralph told him to get out of the way and promised to deal with him later. Of course, he heard the name of the scoundrel, but now he was more concerned about the condition of his new young friend. Henry immediately asked not to give him away, and to speak more quietly so that no one would find out who he really was. Luckily, Henry and his family were okay, but those guys still deserved a good beating, which is what he wanted to ask for. Pointing to the main bully and his accomplices, the guy asked that in a few minutes all these freaks' arms be broken. In response, Ralph simply glanced at the main idiot in this gang, and was ready to fulfill the request without delay. Of course, he tried to justify himself, saying that there was a misunderstanding and he could explain everything. But it was too late to explain anything, and Henry only asked not to break anything in his parents' store. Ralph assured that everything would remain intact, except for the faces of those guys, who would be a little battered. And then he hit the leader with such force right in the jaw that he almost lost consciousness and flew far to the side. The two guys who came with him also deserved punishment, and agents from Ralph's personal security rushed to deal with them. Yes, of course, the scene was unpleasant. But Dorothy understood that these people had done a lot of harm, and there was no reason to give them a reason to return. The guy said with a smile that from that day on, everything would be fine, and none of those bastards would dare to bother his good friend's mother anymore. But what now concerned Sophia most was how Henry had managed to get close to such an influential man as Ralph, and secure his patronage. In response, Henry quickly came up with a story that he and Ralph had met by chance, and had become friends almost immediately. Taking the hint, Ralph immediately confirmed his words, and once again assured him that he would not allow a bunch of freaks to get on the nerves of his loved ones. But in any case, beating them half to death was already too much, and the poor woman was seriously worried whether they would remain alive. The man immediately explained that for these people, a broken arm was no worse than a scratch, because they had fought so often that they had long since gotten used to it. However, it was clear from their appearance that it wasn't every day that these guys got such a beating, and it was unlikely that any of them would have gotten any real pleasure from it. After this, Ralph asked how else he could help his young friend, since the issue with the three scoundrels was completely closed. It seemed that now they were not as bold as a couple of minutes ago, and no one demanded 400,000 from Henry's sick father. With difficulty speaking, the beaten leader assured that they would write off all the debts, since he did not know about Henry's friendship with their boss. After listening to him, Henry nevertheless accepted the offer and said that he too did not expect to see Ralph's subordinates among his enemies. However, it was this big guy who had been bullying his family, so Henry wanted to say a few warm words to him as he said goodbye. It was clear from his look that he wasn't going to just leave it like that, and that broken arms alone wouldn't be enough. The matter was more serious than he thought, and the bully tried once again to explain that he was no longer dangerous, and there was no need to beat him even harder. But Henry had no intention of doing this, and merely gave him a good scare by warning him that their next visit to his mother's shop would be their last walk in life. And then he just watched as the three guys ran as fast as they could towards the exit, happy to be alive. At that moment, he remembered that he had prepared a remedy that would very quickly get his father back on his feet. Henry explained that it was Ralph who helped prepare the medicine, which, if taken, would immediately make his father well and forget about his illness. He explained that he had to take out a loan to buy the ingredients, but promised to pay off the entire amount soon. Of course, Dorothy was overjoyed and couldn't hold back her tears, promising to help Henry pay off the loan. And then the guy suddenly realized that Sophia began to look at him in some special way, and could not understand the reason for her intent gaze. And she suddenly admitted that Henry's look seemed different to her, and she realized that the guy had quickly matured and grown up. In response, he made another dirty joke about how the girl didn't even realize how much he had matured in recent times. Soon after, Henry was back in his room, happy that the problem of his father's illness was solved. The medicine was created using the alchemy of the immortal spirit, and the boy understood that he could not rely on it alone forever. He then instantly plunged into the dimension where the Hall of Heroic Souls was, wanting to see how both soul pillars had changed. It turned out that, having absorbed the fear and greed of those three, the pillars shone brighter, which meant that the appearance of the next spirit was just around the corner. But Henry's strength already surpassed that of all the first years combined, and it was unclear why he needed another assistant. However, his real enemies, with whom he would soon have to fight, were much stronger than all these kids. After all, exactly 1 month later, an event would occur that would put an end to his past life and the lives of many of his loved ones. The Black Dragon of the Springs had already appeared on Earth once before, and was one of those nightmares that still haunted him in his dreams. Henry remembered very well how that brutal battle went, and how many lives were taken by the main battle between people and monsters. That day, a giant monster, just like the aliens, unexpectedly appeared on the side of the people and fought bravely to the end. While the dragon held the giant's body like a snake, the other magicians aimed at the main alien's vulnerable spot to strike. The master, who had power over the element of water, created a charge of energy in a lashing wave, hoping to at least temporarily immobilize the monster. A whirlpool swirled around the master, and the entire mass of water rushed towards the giant to knock him off his feet. Seconds later, a funnel of water closed around the giant, and he quickly sank into its center, leaving only a huge paw on the surface. This was their last chance, and the magicians below asked the girl not to delay her blow. Realizing that there would be no other chance, Julia called upon the lightning from the heavens to become a divine sword and strike the monster. The power hit the monster in one destructive stream, and was supposed to not only neutralize it, but also destroy it forever. And then there was a loud roar, and stones rose up from under the ground, as if something had burst from the very core of the planet. Even a joint attack by the best magicians did not help, and none of them managed to break through the alien's defense. But now, it seems, the monster has decided to make a move and, seeing the master, unleashed a wave of destructive force on him. The master could only watch as death rapidly approached, and he understood that today he would meet his end. He no longer had time to use protective magic, and in the last seconds of his life, he realized that he had done everything possible. As soon as the wave touched the man, his body instantly split into pieces, and it became clear that the monster was stronger than they thought. Yes, his magic could destroy the planet, but he still stood there as if he hadn't noticed the attack of experienced masters. All these little people below seemed to the giant like commoners who didn't know what real destructive magic was. And then the guy suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he couldn't immerse himself in visions of the past for so long, because they were increasingly pulling his consciousness in. He couldn't understand whether there would be a chance of winning the fight in a month if he called on another spirit for help. Perhaps the immortal spirit himself knows another way to deal with the giant, and the guy would be glad to learn about it as soon as possible. Out of habit, the spirit launched into a long story about the creation of the planet, but Henry angrily interrupted him, asking him to get to the point. Then the spirit immediately went on to tell the story of how the creature was born, burning everything in its path and reaching Henry in a past life. From the conversation, the guy realized that the monster had previously been different, and expelled from the kingdom of heaven, became a fallen angel thirsting for revenge. The immortal spirit reminded that when the monster was born, it was not an ugly giant, but a holy spirit, like the other celestials. But after the expulsion, all the demons were born from the flesh of this former celestial being, and therefore gained abnormal power and eternal life. In their eyes, the human race was considered only an inferior species until many people developed magical abilities. There were only 3 methods of dealing with these aliens, which Henry had to learn about right now. First, you need to find a sacred artifact that is strong enough to pierce the bodies of these monsters. Secondly, Henry needs to summon as many souls of great celestials as possible, combining their experience with his skills. Finally, Henry's combat power must reach 1,000 ranks, which means he must quickly attain the 9th level of enlightenment. But it is impossible to do all this in a month, especially since the pursuers from the academy simply will not give him time for this. Although the guy understood that it would be easier to deal with Charlie and his people than with the giant, and was ready to take on this sooner. Moreover, his technique of primordial chaos became better every day, and his experience in using it grew with each training session. Besides, the negative emotions of these people served as excellent fuel for the soul pillars, so he was looking forward to meeting Charlie. Once in the room, the boy began to meditate as usual, and the immortal spirit watched, not understanding whose reincarnation this young man was. After all, his strength grew so rapidly, as if he was not an ordinary person, but one of those celestials worshipped by the immortal spirit himself. The next day, there were morning classes at the academy, but Henry's thoughts were far from being about his studies. Thinking about the mutant invasion, he realized that cultivation through meditation alone was too slow, and real battles were needed to grow quickly. While wondering who he could have such a fight with, he saw in front of him someone who would not refuse a duel himself. Just recently, Jimmy learned that Charlie paid a lot of money to a dangerous hooligan to find Henry and kill him. Anyone else would probably not have been pleased by this news, but the guy replied with a smile that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Not sharing his amusement, Jimmy reminded him that this was no joke and the guys had already gathered to distract Sophia and be alone with Henry. Not understanding his friend's strange reaction, Jimmy was still glad that Henry accepted challenges so easily and was not afraid of them. They were chatting so loudly that the teacher couldn't stand it and threw a small piece of chalk towards the boys. The chalk hit Henry right in the face, because there was no other way to distract the student from his uncontrollable chatter. Besides, Michelle had already asked him a question about the topic of the lesson and wanted to get a clear answer to it. Charlie's friends immediately made a couple of sharp jokes, saying that the class's biggest idiot had had bad luck again. But to their surprise, the boy suddenly jumped up from his seat and gave a full answer to the teacher's question. He knew the history of ancient empires very well, not from books, but because he himself lived at that time, before his rebirth. And then, having finished his answer, he suddenly asked the teacher if she herself knew all the facts that he had just given. For the first time in her life, Michelle simply couldn't find an answer, because the student's information was truly unique. However, Henry cared little about the theory, because he was interested in how the Empress was currently living, and whether she needed any help. Yes, this guy easily grasped the essence of the subjects and was even forgiven for this constant stupid behavior. Deciding that this was Henry's last moment of glory, Charlie prepared himself for his boys to disfigure him, because he had already paid a decent amount for it. It's a good thing Henry knew about the attack, because it was precisely this crowd of hooligans that he had been looking for all this time. On the same day, in addition to theory, there were 2 pairs of physical education classes, which usually took place in the fresh air. Julia, who was currently leading the class, asked everyone to move freely and not get injured during the exercises. But the girl did not understand why cultivators needed sports at all and how it could help in the fight against mutants. At this point, Sophia invited her friend to play tennis with them so that he wouldn't sit alone on the sidelines. However, her friend still considered Henry a bad person, and all these rumors about his dirty plans were true. Moreover, he again made a dirty joke about how he liked to watch from the sidelines 2 beautiful girls playing with balls. Realizing that he couldn't be moved, the students began to play a game of tennis, especially since the weather was excellent. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had held rackets, and from the outside it seemed as if they were masters of this sport. Having made another great strike, Sophia watched as her friend again failed to block it. Jimmy was delighted at how easily they made difficult shots, but Henry continued to look at the balls, not at the tennis itself. It was unclear what was amusing him so much and why he kept his eyes on one of the girls even when the ball was at the other end of the court. Of course, the main object of his observation was Sophia. She behaved so casually, as if she had played tennis all her life. However, her friend Chloe also played tennis quite confidently and looked good next to her classmate. Realizing that his friend was not interested in sports at all, Jimmy asked him to at least not look at the girls so intently and not attract unnecessary attention. But then their classes were interrupted by a man who liked other competitions and preferred fights without rules. It was a freshman named John who had come here to look into the face of the man who had dared to raise a hand against Charlie. John grabbed him by the shoulder, but Henry didn't even turn around and demanded that he not interfere with his enjoyment of the game. Jimmy immediately recognized him as one of the 3 leaders of the Academy's strongest club, a formidable opponent for any student. Realizing that he had to speak more harshly with this guy, John smashed the bench where Henry had just been sitting to pieces with one blow. Henry immediately understood on whose behalf John had come and what goal he was pursuing now. But since the guy was looking for trouble, Henry was ready to give him some, especially since he distracted him from an interesting spectacle. The girls noticed from afar that something was wrong in the stands, but they did not understand who started this conflict. Yes, these were the same bandits obsessed with street fights, and Chloe understood how this argument would end. It was unclear why the guys were specifically going after Henry, and Sophia decided to immediately go up to him and find out for herself. But then Vincent jumped onto the court and immediately swung his giant fist at her. Chloe was the last person she expected to see here, was this formidable fighter, and shouted at her friend to stay away from him. But he appeared too suddenly, and only at the last moment did Sophia manage to put up a block, gathering a little protective energy. From such a direct blow, Sophia flew to the side, and blood immediately gushed from the wound on her arm. Sophia's power had already reached rank 8 during her time at the academy, but it was useless to fight such a strong fighter. This second-year student, who looked like a grown man, was 2 places higher than her in the rankings, and his power rank was also higher. The attack was too sudden, and it was good that she managed to avoid hitting the important points, although Sophia's left arm was broken. The worst part was that the fracture was open, and Chloe herself saw how blood continued to gush out of Sophia's wound. Looking at this psychopath, Chloe asked him at the last moment not to do anything stupid and stop. This was no longer just a student disagreement, because the other side had a hand in the attack, and Charlie was involved. Besides, Henry was also in danger, and a crowd of athletes had already gathered around him, ready to fight. But there was no time to worry about others, because that thug had already attacked Sophia again, and clearly had no intention of stopping. Perhaps if the teacher had paid more attention to Henry from the very beginning, she would have explained how to prepare for such meetings. Although, of course, she couldn't take anyone's side and get into an argument, which usually happens between hot young guys. Surprisingly, standing in front of a group of skilled fighters, Henry was only puzzled by why Charlie himself had not come to the meeting. However, looking at these fighters, Jimmy, unlike his friend, realized that this time they had really come to an end. John was sure that this student did not deserve a personal meeting with Charlie, and he would have to deal with him and his friends himself. Then one of the fighters stepped forward to meet Henry, and it became clear that their meeting would not end with just talking. The fighters' faces expressed complete determination, even though they knew that this student was one of the strongest in the entire academy. The funny thing was that Charlie was hiding behind the backs of these guys, and didn't want to get his hands dirty himself, and was even afraid to be here in person today. Jimmy was barely able to stand on his feet from fear, but he was ready to share his friend's fate and not retreat. But the worst thing was that Vincent was left alone with Sophia on the tennis court, and it could have been very dangerous for her. Remembering that terrible day when he failed to save her, he was ready to do anything to avoid repeating his mistake. It was necessary to deal with all these guys as quickly as possible, and not let Vincent enter into an unequal fight with his girlfriend. But leaving just like that won't work, because Charlie's original plan was to separate Henry and Sophia, to send them to different places. However, Henry, without wasting time, intended to quickly scatter these fighters, the first of whom immediately fell into his hands. With a simple baseball bat, he could hit with every blow as if it were a giant boulder. And so, lying on the ground, the fighter began to complain that Henry had attacked from behind, and he had not expected such a treacherous blow. But the fighter didn't even have time to finish speaking before he immediately lost consciousness, unable to withstand the powerful blow from the bat. Henry believed that human life was too short, so he didn't want to take the shortest path and decided to deal with the guys without using magic. It seems that this guy really became the star of the academy, and even his enemies could not help but notice how easily he succeeds in everything. Seeing him swing his heavy bat, none of the fighters dared to come close to him and risk their lives. He didn't care whether Charlie showed up or continued to lie in wait, but he still intended to see it through to the end. Jimmy was shocked by how much mana his friend was emitting, as he had never noticed anything like that from him before. Everyone at the academy had long since gotten used to considering this guy an ordinary loser. But what happened to him in such a short time? Those students who watched what was happening from afar could not even determine what element the abilities that Henry so skillfully controlled belonged to. But John had met strong opponents more than once, and he didn't care where this boy managed to learn such magic. Henry could not tolerate such insults, and threw a baseball bat at him, suggesting that he try to dodge. This guy actually turned out to be a little better than he seemed at first and was able to deftly dodge the throw. However, he did not take into account that with such speed one could only participate in academy competitions. But in a real fight, it would not be useful at all. Yes, the speed at which Henry moved was something only the most experienced fighters could handle, and John already realized that it would not be easy to win. The smug grin that John had been looking at Henry with just a moment earlier instantly disappeared. But their fight was just beginning. After all, the very next moment, with one sharp movement, Henry hit his opponent with such force that even a 10th rank fighter would not have been able to withstand it. After this blow, the guy was thrown to the side and crashed into a stone wall, smashing it to pieces. It was unclear how the freshman had enough strength for such a reception, and even Jimmy could not believe that his old friend was standing in front of him. However, John was not used to giving up even in such a situation, and promised that he would finish off this impudent fellow by any means necessary. One of his advantages was that he came here with a whole group of his fighters, who immediately rushed into the attack. Although Henry still stood there, clutching the baseball bat even tighter in his hands. Of course, there were a lot of them, and Jimmy shouted to his friend to be careful and prepare for a counterattack. The immortal spirit, who had been in a parallel dimension all this time, advised using the abilities from the Hall of Souls, which were becoming stronger every day. And now, combining his power with the spirit's energy, he prepared to activate the ability of soul fusion, meeting these guys with his counterattack. The energy that was spreading around in a bright blue light could have scared anyone, and it was unlikely that the guys would have decided to attack if they had known in advance who they were dealing with. His body seemed to merge with the spirit of the saint, and this allowed him to demonstrate the true power that only the strongest magician is capable of. At the last moment, the guys froze in place, but a second ago they were ready to tear him to pieces. The ability of the magic sleeve showed itself in the best possible way, and one of the guys felt as if an invisible chain was wrapped around him. And then, increasing his energy, Henry scattered all the guys to the sides in a second, not even letting them get close. It seemed as if he was truly using the mana that only the ancient deities possessed in this fight, and these fighters had never seen anything like it. There was little point in resisting Henry, who was at the peak of his powers, and would not allow either of them to land a single blow. It was hard to believe, but he was actually attacked by 7 people at once, and none of them was able to leave a single scratch on the enemy's body. This guy was even stronger than Jimmy imagined, and he realized that all this time his friend had been hiding his abilities from him. Although Henry believed that his opponents were simply too weak and not of sufficient level to break through his mana. And then, coming close to the defeated John, Henry reminded him that a minute ago he had threatened to break his legs and asked where his courage had gone. Looking at Henry, John understood that now he would have to answer for every word he had threatened this student with at the very beginning. Although the best solution now would be to simply run away, because this crazy student would definitely not leave a single living place of him. And so it happened. For John ran away as fast as he could, intending to avoid punishment. But looking back, he realized that Henry would not simply back down, and he would have to accept his fate. He was not mistaken, because energy was oozing from every cell of the enemy's body, and Henry, with the help of his magic sleeve, instantly pulled John towards himself. You shouldn't underestimate this guy, because if at first he behaved modestly, then behind it there was a hellish power. It was with this force that he punched John right in the face, and after such a blow, he risked not getting up. He struck with the fury that people usually use when desperately fighting for their lives. Meanwhile, the duel between Vincent and Sophia was in full swing, and it seemed that she seriously needed to think about her safety. With the force of the blow that this big guy could afford, he was capable of breaking anyone's bones. But fortunately, the girl deftly dodged. Having landed, she was already prepared for the next attack, not waiting for the big guy to use another technique. By transferring wind energy to various objects, she could accelerate them to maximum speed, and even simple leaves could serve as bullets for her. But even after the sharp leaf pierced Vincent's body, it became clear that the years of training and strengthening the body were not in vain. She could throw as many sharp leaves at him as she wanted, but it wouldn't leave a scratch on his body. He then launched a series of powerful punches, but none of them hit their target, and Sophia dodged each one. Although he was not as fast as the girl, Vincent tried to keep up, and at some point he was able to achieve his goal. Sophia remembered her teacher's advice that the technique of the 13 mentors also had flaws. She was not as perfect as Vincent thought, and the girl only needed to find the most vulnerable spot in the enemy's body. But it was easy to say, but finding a weak spot in a body that was as strong as iron was not so easy. Realizing that she had nowhere else to run, Vincent prepared to deliver the final blow, which could be decisive. However, there was one vulnerable spot in his body that was not covered by the mountain of muscle that was his Adam's apple. Fortunately, the pen served Sophia not only for writing, but also as a dangerous weapon, sharp as a razor. And if you hit the target with this feather, then all of Vincent's mana will quickly run out and, most likely, he will die on the spot. But will she have the courage to kill a living person? Because doing this is much more difficult than simply reasoning and making plans. However, the guy continued to press, and with each blow he seemed to bring this timid girl's decision to kill closer. At some point, one of the blows hit the target, and Sophia was thrown far to the other side of the tennis court. If it had been a simple student in her place, she could have died after such a monstrous blow. But fortunately, Sophia had been considered one of the strongest for many years. With a smile on his face, the guy realized that the girl was not so agile, and it was only worth increasing the speed a little, as she gave in. Without wasting any time, he walked quickly towards her in order to finish her off as quickly as possible. Grabbing her hair and seeing her face, he realized that after such a blow, she would no longer be able to use the destructive magic that she had always actually possessed. He was even grateful to Charlie for this order, because he had never had to fight with strong students from the Magic Academy, and now this day had come. But her friend was still there and loudly ordered the guy to let Sophia go. However, Vincent also had a suitable move for her, and with a strong kick he threw the girl aside. More than anything in the world, Sophia did not want her friend to suffer because of her, and begged her to flee. She completely forgot that there was another person next to her who had already managed to solve his little problem with those scoundrels. In the distance, Sophia saw an empty area where Henry had recently been surrounded by a crowd of fighters. Could this fight have ended so quickly? Yes. The fight ended faster than the boys expected, and, unfortunately for them, they were all scattered around like bowling pins. And now all the rage that this student had managed to accumulate fell straight on the head of Vincent, who fully deserved this blow. Even if he had seen his new opponent in advance, he would hardly have been able to dodge a blow delivered at such high speed. Looking at her friend, the girl only now realized that all this time he had been hiding his true talent and was much stronger. Turning to her, Henry immediately asked her not to interfere and to run away from here with the rest of the students. He was ready to deal with everything himself, and Sophia, fortunately, saw that there was not a scratch on him after that skirmish. But she didn't understand where he managed to get so much magical power from, and how he dealt with a whole crowd of experienced fighters. Henry couldn't tell her the whole truth right now, and only replied that there shouldn't be so much trash on the academy's grounds. In fact, Jimmy had already taken care of removing the bodies of those beaten guys who had gotten the beating they deserved. They barely fit on the cart that Henry's friend got hold of, and now it remains to be seen what to do with them. It was all going to be over soon, and Henry reassured Sophia that Vincent would never lay a finger on her again. True. This bastard had already managed to leave bruises on the face of the unfortunate girl with whom Henry had grown up since childhood. It is hard to imagine the pain she had to endure in this unequal fight, but now Vincent will definitely not be able to escape punishment. It turned out that he was not only fighting with Sophia, but Chloe also got into a lot of trouble when she stood up for her friend. In fact, Chloe was so thirsty for justice and reprisals against Vincent that she was ready to become Henry's second girlfriend and share one guy with Sophia. Yes, it was an unexpected admission, but now was not the best time for such proposals. But it was unlikely that the big man, Vincent himself, who was already standing behind Henry and was ready to continue the fight, could agree with this. Sophia immediately asked the guy to run away immediately, out of habit trying to protect him from any troubles. She believed that with a big guy like this student, who could break stones with his fists, her friend would definitely earn himself several serious fractures. Even the immortal spirit suddenly panicked and asked the guy to wait a bit and not use this magic. Unfortunately, with his current level of combat power, Henry could only use the soul fusion ability for 5 minutes a day, and those 5 minutes had long since expired. Yes, it was necessary to warn about this in advance, because the spirit said this exactly when his ward needed this ability more than all the others. But now it was too late, and Henry missed his first blow of the day, although this would not have happened if the spirit had warned him in advance. Out of old habit, the immortal spirit also wanted to have a little fun, and said that he had simply forgotten about it completely. Anyone in his place could have died right on the sports field after such a blow. But fortunately, Henry endured this blow and was ready for a new one. At some point, Jimmy thought his friend had gone crazy because he simply started pointing his finger into the void, making some indistinct sounds. It is possible that the blow damaged his head, although this was to be expected, since Vincent was a very skilled fighter. But the next second the guy jumped up and declared that he had deliberately given in to his opponent. This statement was unlikely to please the big guy, who did not understand why the guy was still alive and standing on his feet. Yes, if bragging were a criminal offense, Henry would definitely have gotten 8 or 10 years for it. Hearing this, the guy realized that none of the girls believed him and prepared to show in practice what he was capable of. And then he shouted loudly to Vincent that the fight was just beginning and all this time he was just warming up. And now he was ready to take another blow and demanded to show some new technique, only this time to hit harder. Of course, after such a fall on a stone platform, anyone could have had their brains knocked out. But the girls did not know that Henry had something else in mind. Vincent didn't know about this either, and he blindly rushed towards his opponent, ready to tear him to pieces. However, just as he approached the boy and delivered his fatal blow, he suddenly froze in midair, and he just looked at him with a smile, surprised at how strong one could be, but at the same time completely empty-headed. It seemed like the big guy didn't realize that his time was up, and now it was Henry's turn to show his abilities. Throwing him onto the platform, he warned that with such strength, Vincent could only handle a small child, but not a skilled warrior like Henry. It was hard to understand how his blows had penetrated such a defense, since it was not for nothing that Vincent had trained his physical strength for so many years. But even after another blow, he suddenly realized that he could not inflict damage on his opponent, and that it was pointless to swing his huge fists. And the guy blocks every blow so deftly, as if he sees the moment of the swing in advance, and knows the position in which Vincent is completely powerless. The next moment he launched his attack and knocked the big guy off his feet with a left hook. Jimmy was overjoyed when he realized that this brute only looked like a formidable warrior on the outside, but his friend thought otherwise. Chloe finally understood why Sophia trusted this guy so much, who had incredible strength comparable to a 15th rank warrior. But instead of accepting defeat, the fighter's rage reached its limit, and he prepared to tear the brat's body into small pieces. At first, Jimmy found it funny to watch the big guy go crazy, but the girls already understood where this was going. After all, his appearance began to slowly change, and what had recently been a human hand began to turn into the paw of a monster. Sophia realized that Vincent could not cope on his own, and was going to use a spell using dark magic. Chloe also knew that such magic increased the strength of the owner, and would allow Vincent to fight at full power, beyond his capabilities. Fights between immortals usually depended on more than just the level of combat power, and even the weakest spell could be decisive. But the spell that Vincent used was quite strong, and after a second he increased not only in size, but also in power. He was no longer the student that Henry had fought with a few minutes ago, but rather looked like a bloodthirsty mutant, destroying everything in his path. And then, without wasting any time, he rushed into the attack, and it became clear that it would be difficult to deal with him with ordinary magic. Watching the speed at which Vincent was approaching his friend, Jimmy realized that things had gotten much worse for Henry. Yes, he reached the peak of his abilities, and Sophia loudly ordered her friend to put his courage away and run away from there. Judging by the fact that Henry didn't even move, it became clear that he was not going to give up, much less run away. Although he clearly saw that the opponent's strength had increased several times, and this fight would be much more difficult than he had expected. And then everyone saw how, in the place where the two opponents collided, there was a surge of energy in the form of a bright, blinding flash. For a moment, it was difficult to see what was in the smoke where Jimmy's friend had just stood and heroically taken the blow. It seemed as if a huge bomb had exploded there, although in fact it was the dark, destructive magic that Vincent had used that was to blame. After some time, the guys managed to make out two dark silhouettes in the haze, and it was unclear who had won. Even after Vincent's lightning-fast attack, the guy managed to hold him back by simply putting his hand forward and freezing in that position. And on his face was that familiar smile with which he met every difficulty, and was once again ready to respond with his own technique. Realizing that the immortal spirit was no longer able to help him, he used a spectacular throw, and the big guy fell with his entire body onto the stone slab. After such a blow, under the weight of his body, the entire area was crushed into small stones, and it was unclear whether Vincent would survive. Yes, this guy could not only use deadly magic, but also deal with opponents with his bare hands, which no other student in the history of the academy had managed to do. Looking down at his mutilated adversary, Henry reminded him that it was he who had wounded both girls, and he must prepare to answer for it. With all his might, the guy stepped on the very hand that this scoundrel allowed him to raise against defenseless girls. But after he did this, the bones in his hand crunched like cookies, and now this hand will definitely not help Vincent in the fight. From such pain, he roared throughout the entire area, and his cry was heard even far beyond the academy. Almost all the students who were outside had already gathered on the site and could not believe what they were seeing. Henry himself leaned towards his opponent and quietly asked if he still wanted to finish him off so badly, or if he had already changed his mind. It seemed like the outcome of the fight was predetermined from the very beginning, but only now did the thick-headed big guy realize who he was dealing with. He immediately admitted that he was wrong, and it was understandable, because with a broken arm you can admit to anything. Now he was ready to do whatever Henry wanted, and if necessary, could even become his personal dog, faithfully serving his master. It was Charlie who sent him here, and now he is personally ready to make this brat disabled if Henry forgives him and does not kill him. He understood that Charlie had lied to him when he said that he was going to fight a simple, weak student, which meant that the brat had set him up too. But the time for apologies had passed, and the hour had come when it was time to pay for one's actions. Everyone should have their own boundaries, but Vincent crossed those boundaries today, and for that, Henry broke his leg as well. It was scary to watch this spectacle, although Jimmy at that moment remembered how difficult it was for the two friends in the first months of training at the academy. After all, that group of fighters who attacked Henry today had mocked them before, and the guys couldn't respond to their attacks. They continued to beat them day after day in the corridors of the building, and all this abuse went unpunished, as if laws did not exist. Now he was jubilant, because he had waited so long for his talented friend's abilities to show themselves, and for him to find the strength to avenge the past. Although Sophia had long since realized that Vincent was no longer a threat, and loudly asked her friend to stop the beating, only now did Henry stop for a second, and looking back, realized that the girls were scared to death. Now he no longer looked like a frightened boy, whom any idiot could bully without receiving any repercussions. This guy, who was right in front of Sophia's eyes, no longer looked like the usual Henry, whom she used to see every day. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would work on the enraged student, Vincent suddenly began to say that Henry would have problems, because influential people were behind him. Yes, it was strange to watch the big guy, who just 10 minutes ago was ready to tear him to pieces, and now suddenly started talking about his patrons. Although, if you think about it, the big guy's patrons might have known that he had accepted this task, which means that someone might have risked starting a brawl right here. At that moment, the head of the disciplinary committee, who couldn't stand fighting on campus, appeared right behind them. Jimmy knew they were the victims of an attack, but right now his friend didn't look like a victim at all, but like an enraged killer. Looking back, Henry also realized that he would have to find an excuse for what had happened, because Julia would probably want to hear all the details of the incident. The girl approached the thug lying on the ground and at first could not understand who could have maimed this strong guy so badly. And then she suddenly laughed loudly, realizing that this skinny freshman was able to cope with such a serious opponent. It was unclear why Julia had come here in person, knowing that a deadly battle was taking place here. Looking at him sternly, the girl stated that she knew Henry's sister very well and wanted to know where she was right now. Realizing that the guy suspected her of having a secret relationship with Sophia, Julia asked him to give way and not get in the way. In fact, it was not worth telling him about it in such a tone. because just recently the guy had gone through an ordeal that could have ended in death for him. It's good that at that moment Sophia arrived, who noticed from afar the brewing conflict between her friends. However, Julia did not calm down and stated that she came here on behalf of the committee in order to administer justice. But the fact that they all remained intact was entirely due to Henry, and this was worth remembering first and foremost. At some point, the guy became rude and Sophia stopped him in time, asking him to calm down. The jokes that her friend usually threw around turned out to be quite funny and Sophia couldn't even hold back her laughter. For example, he joked that Julia's breasts were fake, to which she loudly declared that she had never had plastic surgery, and that everything was natural. In fact, she is used to taking a hit and deflecting any barbs, because since childhood, she has been used to keeping herself in hand and not falling for provocations. And in a situation where a wealthy young woman meets a poor boy, it was absolutely necessary to show restraint and not start shouting. However, right now she still couldn't hold back and, pointing her finger at him, declared that this puppy should know his place. Julia believed that by arguing with her, the guy was playing with fire and risked not only being expelled from the academy, but also running into her personal security. At that moment, instead of fear, the guy, following Sophia, could barely hold back his laughter at how ridiculously the girl was imitating her mentor Michelle. But Jimmy warned in time that everything this student said was true, and that she could really have a big impact on his friend's life. Besides, her family roots go back so far that even the founders of this academy are in her lineage, so you shouldn't joke with her. Despite this, the guy did not give in, and Julia could not believe that Henry could sacrifice even his education at the academy. Although in reality, she believed that all this bragging of the first-year student was only because Sophia was now next to him. And if he decided to enter into a long argument with her, then she was also ready to continue the conflict, because she was never used to giving in to fighters of lower rank. At some point, it seemed to everyone that the dispute would never end, as the young people sent streams of insults at each other. Sophia knew that Henry always behaved like this, although today, he could give in to the girl a little and thereby end their argument. In fact, the situation was completely under Henry's control, and the guy only asked that Sophia not interfere with him. At the very beginning, she saw who was actually the instigator of today's fight, which Henry had not yet managed to finish. Suddenly, the girl laughed loudly after Henry admitted that he was the one who wanted to start a fight with Vincent as soon as possible. But then she stopped, realizing that the guy had much more serious intentions than it might seem from his appearance. The argument finally ended, and Henry headed straight for the bastard, who was still lying on the platform. Turning to Julia, he suddenly asked whether they had ever met in the past, or whether they had never met before. The girl immediately understood what the guy was hinting at, because on the very first day of his rebirth, he found her in the bushes in an unsightly state. She didn't want everyone else to know about it and threw up her hands, saying that she was seeing the guy for the first time. It's good that she understood his hint, because if she continues to behave like this, she risks being ridiculed. In response, Julia simply showed a simple and clear gesture, expressing in it her entire attitude towards this cunning scoundrel. And while Vincent's street gang did deserve serious punishment, they shouldn't have started a fight in a public place. If Henry himself admitted that he was the one who started the fight, then he should have gone with her to the special training unit. Yes, it seems she decided to go all the way, and at the end, Henry only had time to ask what would happen if he refused. But Julia already had a prepared answer, and she said that it was better for him not to take risks. The wristwatch that Sophia gave the guy suddenly informed him that Julia's power level was too high for him. And although she didn't seem like a smart and intelligent girl to him, she still occupied first place in the ranking of the Academy's cultivators. The immortal spirit also warned that this girl's aura was similar to the energy of some celestials, and the guy should not compete with her in the power of magic. However, today this student ran into a person who didn't care about her level, as well as about all her threats. Vincent knew that Charlie had decided to hit on Sophia, but instead of responding, he received such a blow to the face that he was forced to lie in the hospital for a long time. And if Henry's friend had such power, then one could only guess what kind of power this student himself possessed. Only the strongest student in the academy, like Julia, could compete with such an opponent, although it was difficult to say who would win. Of course, Vincent wanted Julia to win, because he wanted to see with his own eyes the death of the puppy who managed to win their battle. At the last moment, Jimmy warned that his friend was taking a big risk by taking this step and meeting Julia face to face. Sophia also tried to dissuade her friend, because there was no point in getting angry at the guy who himself became a victim of today's attack. But she sadly replied that she could no longer take a step back, because then her image in the eyes of all the students would drop to zero. Besides, she didn't want to let the scoundrel who dared to raise his hand against her beloved girl go unpunished and decided to change her plan a little. According to the stories in the book she had read, to make someone obey your opinion, you need to say a few words to them. Turning to Sophia, she suddenly said the words she had learned from an old book, and it sounded a little strange. At first, Sophia was confused, not understanding what Julia wanted to say and what she was trying to achieve with her words. Then Julia suddenly uttered some scary, memorized phrases that turned out to be completely inappropriate and only frightened Sophia. Sophia asked Julia not to do that anymore, because she always looked scary, and there was no point in scaring everyone around her with these creepy spells. It's time to continue the showdown between Kieran and the one who dared to attack him. Yes, it was Vincent who was talking about, who screamed loudly in fear, realizing what this confrontation threatened him with. All his limbs were broken, and he could have brought even greater trouble upon himself if he had begun to object. The big guy realized that his opponent would not stop and decided to humiliate him in front of all the students. Of course, Vincent, who had accepted the order, was the only one to blame for the quarrel. But he was not going to put up with humiliation. He loudly declared that Henry himself was to blame for everything, having dared to go against Charlie, whose father was a famous and influential man. After these words, everyone realized that Vincent, the terror of the freshmen, had finally lost his nerve. Henry, realizing that the goal had been achieved, changed his tone and said that the conflict could be considered resolved. But that wasn't the end of it, because after the first stage they had a second skirmish with the big guy. Since he dared to raise his hand against defenseless girls and beat them, Henry was going to take away his abilities so that he could no longer cultivate and pose a threat. Vincent was ready to do anything, even endure cruel punishment, but began to beg not to deprive him of his abilities. But from the terrible smile that flashed across Henry's face, it was clear that the decision had been made, and it didn't matter whether Vincent would give up his abilities or not. Henry could have killed him right now because Vincent was lying nearby, like a convenient victim for a predator. It was strange that Julia, who was nearby and represented the disciplinary committee, did not stop this. But what was the guy hinting at? Yes, it was a reproach both to Julia and as the head of the disciplinary committee. She could not let the bully get away with something like that. Julia used the force she had recently threatened Henry with but had hesitated to use. Vincent was less fortunate and felt the full power of this student, who was rightfully considered one of the strongest in the academy. With fury in her eyes, she watched the scoundrel who dared to raise his hand against her friend and deserved only death for it. The strong blow threw the guy far to the side, and he broke through the stone slab with his whole body, falling onto it. After Henry's blow, Vincent could still get up and fight, but now he couldn't even move his hand. At first, Henry thought Vincent had died after Julia's first blow, although he was not sure. Jimmy had never seen Julia's full power in action either, but had only heard about it from stories told by students. The girl could really scare anyone and, clutching each other, the friends could not take their eyes off what was happening. Julia then ordered her assistants to give Vincent first aid so that he would live to see a fair trial. She ordered to call for help if the guys couldn't cope on their own, and to drag the body to the infirmary. Julia realized that they couldn't do without her help and went with her assistants, saying goodbye to Henry, and saying that this was not their last meeting. It seems that the girl had completely lost her mind and seriously intended to prove her love to Sophia, for whom she secretly had unchildish feelings. However, there was a man who did not need help to not only drag the huge body of the big guy along the ground, but also to lift it with one hand. Henry had the strength to easily lift Vincent by the collar and demand to know where Charlie was. The big guy didn't try to deny it, and said that Charlie and two guards took Agatha to the bar, but he didn't know what he was planning. Vincent no longer needed this student, and, upon hearing the answer, Henry let him go and he fell down. Of course, Vincent was happy that he got off with another painful fall onto the stone platform, and did not become a target for this strongest student. He then demanded that Julia's assistants immediately take him to the infirmary, because all his bones were broken, and he could not feel his body. Sophia realized that her friend was going to fight the entire clan of Charlie and his father alone, and tried to dissuade him. This guy's bodyguards were the strongest in the city, and each one had a rank of at least 10th. It is unlikely that after what happened, Henry would listen to Sophia, and the girl asked her friend to help her convince the guy. But, to her surprise, Jimmy did not dissuade Henry, but declared that he would go with him. This was certainly commendable, but Henry warned that the journey could be dangerous. But from the first day of training, Jimmy was used to getting bruises along with his friend, and was not going to make an exception. Moreover, after the fight with Vincent, the ancient Taoist technique of primordial chaos that Henry possessed strengthened and became surprisingly powerful. Of course, he should soon receive the main weapon, because the call of a new immortal warrior should take place any day now. Meanwhile, Charlie was walking around the family estate, angry that Vincent was asking 800,000 to kill some weakling. Of course, he was accompanied by his personal bodyguard, Scott, who advised the young man to contact him directly on such matters. He explained that no matter how strong an academy student was, he was no match for an experienced fighter, and that it was not worth giving orders to underachievers. This was the right advice, because any student is inferior to a real fighter who has the 15th rank of strength. Moreover, the leaders of the disciplinary committee were not ordinary students, and only they could compete in strength with Charlie's father. And Edward, the second member of the disciplinary committee, did not belong to the new clans, but had a rich pedigree. Yes, this guy's clan controlled the laws of commercial circles, and also controlled the city's underground world, which certainly connected him to crime. Charlie had heard many times that 18-year-old Edward was one of the strongest warriors, but he doubted that he could compare with the mercenaries of their security service. It seemed that today, he was about to be convinced of this, because suddenly, they heard loud screams from the estate. Then, right in front of them, they saw the last guard lying on the steps, covered in blood after a deadly fight. One of the guards managed to say that the guy Edward couldn't be stopped, and that he had already been on the estate's territory for 10 minutes. This was terrible news for Charlie, because he had always believed that their families got along and respected the friendly family way of life. However, there was no doubt that the attacker was Edward, because he was still in the house. Many of the guards who engaged him in combat were killed, and this man was the last to see with his own eyes everything that happened inside. The boy managed to defeat 10 cultivation stage cultivators, but it was unclear what kind of power was hidden within this psychopath. The worst part was that Charlie's father was still in his office, which meant his meeting with Edward had already taken place. Yes, Richard was not mistaken, and looked straight into the eyes of the impudent man who dared to appear alone on their estate. But explanations alone would not do, since several of the best fighters from the personal guard of the owner of the estate died because of him. In response to this, the boy greeted his uncle with a slight smile and asked for forgiveness for the unexpected visit. He regretted his tactlessness with the estate's security, but he had come here to discuss an important matter concerning trade. However, Richard had never seen Edward in such a mood before, and did not expect that he would kill guards for the sake of a simple conversation. The young man explained this by saying that he had long been tired of formalities, and wanted to have a little fun in a real fight. He then declared that all assets of the two families should henceforth belong only to him, and he wanted to take the post of CEO of the underground business. One could expect anything from this naughty boy, but the chairman of the board were furious when they heard such impudence. Only Richard remained calm and merely clarified where they had crossed the path of the eldest member of Edward's family. But the young man corrected himself, saying that he did not wish any harm to Richard's family, but simply wanted to clarify the situation immediately. He just wanted every member of the family to obey only him, and to be confident that he was worthy of this small concession from them. For a while there was silence in the room, and it was unclear whether this boy was in his right mind, or had simply gone mad. Realizing that this child had completely lost his mind, everyone burst into loud laughter, realizing that he had thought too much of himself. Besides, there was a man present who knew how to easily solve such problems, and was ready to put the boy in his place right now. Looking at him, the chief agent of the personal security stated that the strength and authority of the assessors were much more significant than the stupid character of a worthless boy. Placing a heavy hand on his shoulder, the agent declared that the boy was risking his life if he didn't get out of here immediately. But what the members of the board saw the next moment shocked even the most seasoned. Richard was sure that the big guy could not be moved, but the young man managed to do something more. After his blow, the agent flew far to the side and blood gushed from his mouth as if he was at his last breath, and he slowly put on his glasses, which he had taken off only so as not to ruin them during the short fight. Then, he asked not to show such tricks anymore and to go straight to the essence of his proposal, so as not to waste time. It seemed that after such an argument, it was difficult to refuse a guy who could kill the best agents of the family with one blow. The sounds of the fight could be heard even outside, and Charlie, who was still there, knew that things were getting worse. After all, right now his father's life was under threat, and the guy rushed into the office where this tough interview was taking place. Directly in front of him, he saw that all the agents and members of the delegation were scattered in the corners, and only Richard was still standing on his feet, pressed against the wall. Seeing his son at the other end of the hall, he loudly ordered him to stand still and not come closer. But if Edward had seriously wanted this, he could easily catch up with Charlie, even if he tried to hide. Adjusting his round glasses, he realized that Richard's son had arrived just in time, and that this would be the main argument to persuade his father to make the right decision. Turning to Charlie, he greeted the boy he had always called his little brother. But Charlie couldn't understand what had happened here, and why a member of a friendly family was suddenly acting like a bitter enemy. Suddenly, Edward reminded him that not only his life, but also the fate of the rest of the family members depended on Richard's answer right now. Realizing that he had no choice, Richard suddenly loudly asked his son to carry out all the orders that Edward would give him from now on. Now Charlie had to find this guy some beautiful girls who were ready to serve him and fulfill all his whims. And all the shares, previously divided between several influential families, now belonged to Edward alone, along with the family business. For the first few seconds, Charlie couldn't believe his ears, and didn't understand whether it was true or if he was just dreaming. And he said with a smile that his uncle had made the right decision and turned out to be much smarter than it might seem. Even after making this difficult decision, Richard could not understand why Edward had taken it into his head to commit this crazy act, and who had prompted him to take this step. It turned out that the guy was tired of putting up with weaklings walking over his heads, and wanted to get rid of this obstacle once and for all. From an early age, Edward believed that people only needed strength to cause pain, as the boy was often subjected to brutal beatings by his father. That was why he had no desire to enter the academy and become a cultivator, although his parents insisted. But the day he went out into the street and refused to give money to local hooligans, he changed his mind, and this became the beginning of his long journey in learning magic. Seeing Tony and his accomplices beating up the unfortunate boy, he rushed towards them, demanding that they stop immediately. However, in response, he heard only laughter, because his father had absolutely no power, and Edward could not influence anything. To take this step, Edward had to overcome himself, because the boy was barely holding back his fear and was trembling like a leaf. That day, he also got it, because the guys didn't like arrogant people who thought they were heroes and taught others how to live right. Only now, having received a blow to the face, Edward realized how important it is to be strong and be able to stand up for himself and for others. Moreover, Tony suddenly admitted that in this world, it is force that is the mind, because only force determines who will have the last word. And then, having said this, he kicked the boy again with all his might right in the face and demanded that he give him all the money. Then he got scared and immediately gave the boys his wallet tightly stuffed with bills. And then he started running, and for the first time in his life, he surrendered in the face of real physical force. After this, the bullying did not stop, and it became clear that the more you give in to the bullies, the more brazen they become. And again, the situation repeated itself when the guys continued to bully the same boy who brought them too little money. Edward had to watch the brutal massacre from the sidelines, but he didn't have a single chance to deal with the entire crowd. At that moment, looking sternly at the leader, he promised that tomorrow he would steal more money from the father if they let the boy go. Tony cheerfully said that he was ready to accept his offer, unless Edward wanted to pull the wool over his eyes. And the other one, his friend, slapped Edward's face with his palms and threatened to kill him if the boy decided to do something stupid. When they left, the boy immediately asked for forgiveness for the fact that, due to his fault, Edward had to pay money not only for himself, but also for him. But he did not want to remain as weak as this boy, and told him that from now on, he no longer considered him his friend. He was no longer going to endure humiliation from some underage idiots who knew nothing except how to extort money from the weak. From then on, his long search for unprecedented mastery began, and, to the delight of his parents, he began to diligently study the art of cultivation. His skills grew day by day, and soon he achieved a level of mastery that his peers could only dream of. In order to take revenge on every scoundrel who stood in his way, he went through all the stages of training and was ready to show what he was capable of. Luckily, he came across a crowd of boys who had been bullying him recently, but now they were becoming his victims. Even the boy's look changed greatly, and he needed more victories in battles to increase his level. Now he was ready to personally eradicate the forces lurking in this world, so that people could not use them for violence. And now Edward, as an adult, was one of the strongest cultivators, and had fought many times in his life, winning again and again. Meanwhile, fulfilling his father's orders, Charlie announced the imminent arrival of a very beautiful academy student who would surely please the new owner of their business. This was great news, and after that Edward suggested that he move on without wasting time getting ready. At this point, Henry and his friend were chatting happily about everything that had happened in the last few days, and Jimmy was happy about his friend's rapid level growth. Unexpectedly, Jimmy told him the truth about who really owned the underground black market and pharmacy chain where he first created the elixir in public view. There were only 2 clans in the city, sharing control over the entire underground world, and each clan played its own role in the common cause. Catherine was always not only attractive, but also the smartest lady, who rightfully got a serious role in the family business. For her strict nature, she was nicknamed the femme fatale, although in appearance she could seem sweet and confuse anyone. Meanwhile, they arrived at one of the bars where they often liked to spend their evenings and watch the dance floor with the most attractive beauties of the city. Suddenly, the guy noticed a girl not far from him who had clearly had too much to drink and was barely holding back. At some point, she lost her balance, and Henry realized that in a second she would collapse to the floor. Of course, the guy couldn't allow this and stepped forward to pick up the girl in his arms. But, unfortunately, he put his hands forward and his palms landed right on her chest, which from the outside did not look at all like Henry had intended. The guy immediately apologized and explained that he just wanted to help after seeing her trip. But instead of gratitude, the girl showered him with insults, demanding that he remove his dirty hands and not touch where he was not allowed. Jimmy knew from the start that his friend only wanted to help her, so he stepped forward and started yelling loudly at her in response. Besides, if she is proud of her feminine charms, the guy has made it clear that his chest is bigger, although not as attractive. The argument seemed to have gone off track, and Henry changed the subject by asking where in the establishment Charlie could be found. But such an unexpected address to her from Jimmy greatly amused her, and she did not expect that Henry had such a funny friend. And then she threw herself on his neck and told him that Charlie was now on the 3rd floor, in the most expensive box of the establishment. At some point, Henry realized that the girl was hinting at intimacy and hastened to stop her, because he had a lot of important things to do. And then, as he was about to leave, he told her one last thing, that he and Charlie had never been friends. To her horror, the guy admitted that he was only here to kill the bastard and cleanse this world of at least one degenerate. One can only guess what thoughts were swarming through her head after the confession. But the intoxication obviously disappeared without a trace. After a short time, he found himself where Charlie was supposed to spend his time, realizing that he was close to his goal. But instead of a student, He saw a whole crowd of guys blocking the way, and it was difficult to understand how to squeeze through. According to the girl, the entertainment area for important people was on the 3rd floor, but entry was only by invitation and had to be done in advance. Realizing that there was no other way out, Jimmy walked straight into the crowd and asked everyone to move aside and let them pass. And then, being among the other guests, he cheerfully shouted that he had found Charlie, but this time he was not alone. It turned out that the scoundrel had angrily attacked Agatha, whom he considered the culprit of all his troubles and recent public disgrace. The girl looked so bad that it was disgusting to approach her, so the guy kept his distance. She swore that it was the first time in her life that she had drunk so much and begged Charlie to let her go home to get herself together. And although Henry did not forget the vile act when she set him up in front of the whole class, he felt a little sorry for the student. However, Charlie could not calm down and demanded that the girl drink the remaining whiskey in the glass, as Edward demanded. But after drinking alcohol, she had a severe stomachache, and if she continued drinking, she would die in front of everyone. Only now did Henry realize that the bullying of the student was started by Edward, who was sitting alone in the most expensive room. There was a feeling that the guy was clearly not himself, because no one in their right mind would think of mocking a woman for pleasure. There were a lot of empty bottles on the table, and anyone in Agatha's place would have felt ill if they had drunk the contents alone. This amount of alcohol could be fatal if Agatha doesn't get to the hospital in time. But instead of calling an ambulance, Charlie brutally kicked her, believing that she was pretending to be an innocent lamb. After the blow, the girl screamed only once and froze, and it was unclear whether she was alive. And then she opened her eyes with difficulty and saw the guy who was the only good person in the whole dirty place. She understood that she was guilty before him, because the incident with the theft of underwear could have resulted in big problems for him. Suddenly, Henry calmly asked what made Agatha resist and continue to live, no matter what. It was a strange question because he asked it dryly, as if he treated her not as a person, but as an object of research. But then she admitted that she was an ordinary poor girl with no education as a cultivator, and all she could do was struggle and hope for the best. All her life, Agatha suffered humiliation from other people and became an outcast, so she hated the whole world. Imagine her surprise when Henry admitted that he himself hated all people, and that they were similar in this. After all, most people look down on the weak, and the weak cannot say a word in response. At that time, she did not yet know that it was because of Henry that terrible disasters occurred, which always end in real catastrophes. The immortal spirit realized that this young student fought mutants for real, seeing the meaning of life in this. But his thoughts were interrupted by Charlie, who only now noticed one of the main culprits of all his troubles nearby. Looking sternly into the eyes of the enemy, he asked the guy why he came here and who he was looking for. But instead of answering, the guy stepped towards him, and it became clear that Henry was not in the mood for long conversations. Finally, turning to Agatha, he advised her to watch carefully what would happen in the room. He had only come here to see for himself the scoundrel whose vanity had made so many innocent people suffer. Yes, he had long been fed up with this offspring of a rich father, who without his influence was a complete nonentity. Charlie understood that since the student had dealt with even a crowd of trained fighters, there would be no trace of him left after the fight. He realized that he himself had reached the 5th level of foundation creation and was strong, but he could no longer hide his fear in front of Henry, and he suddenly announced that he had come to collect old debts from Charlie, all repayment periods for which had long expired. Realizing that there was no other way out, Charlie attacked first, hoping to inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. But Henry still blocked his rather quick attack, as if he was playing with a weakling or training with a newbie. It was hard to believe, but having put all his energy into the blow, Charlie, instead of the result, felt a new ominous power emanating from Henry. But he didn't miss the chance to counterattack, and a magical whirlwind immediately rose around Charlie's hand, instantly tearing his clothes to shreds. Then Charlie's hand twisted like a wrung-out rag, and the sight would have frightened anyone who had seen it for the first time. Henry, raising his fist, warned that Charlie would have to pay back the entire debt if he did not want to say goodbye to life. To make his point, he delivered a powerful blow straight to Charlie's jaw and prepared to continue this serious conversation. Grabbing the guy by the hair, Henry was ready to show all the strength that he had not been able to use at full power before. Finally, Henry reminded them that they shouldn't forget about the interest that Charlie was obliged to repay, along with the principal debt. Before the decisive blow, Henry again reminded that stealing was not his habit, but Charlie was more successful in this matter than others. Then he hit the guy with such force that he flew to the side and almost broke through a stone wall. There seemed to be quite a few in the crowd who supported Henry, and were glad that Charlie had finally received the punishment he deserved. Then he told Agatha with a smile that after today she would forever remain vile in the eyes of others, and would not restore her reputation. The girl had known before that she was considered dirty, but hearing it from him directly, she couldn't hold back her tears. Suddenly, where Charlie had been lying after the terrible blow, he suddenly rose to his feet, having gotten the strength to do so from nowhere. And then 2 strong guards appeared in front of Henry, deciding to fight for Charlie against such a strong cultivator. Henry immediately warned that standing in his way meant risking their lives, and that they had better leave before it was too late. But they could not disobey Richard, who ordered the destruction of anyone who dared to touch his son. At that moment, the watch informed Henry that the guards' fighting power was unusually high, and that a skirmish with them would be dangerous. The spirit also noticed the high level of power of one of them, warning that the fight would be more difficult than the duel with Vincent. At that moment, people who were able to solve the problem entered the bar, and the girl immediately complained to them about the mess that had been made. Catherine couldn't stand the fact that someone was causing trouble in her night spots, but when she heard that Henry was the one who started the chaos, she found it hard to believe that the guy was really guilty. This time, she had not only Ralph with her, but also the formidable Aurora, who was capable of providing both protection and an excellent attack. Catherine immediately realized that Charlie was the cause of all the troubles, but Aurora immediately warned about his excellent bodyguards. But Catherine knew perfectly well that Henry was not a simple schoolboy, but an alchemist capable of dealing with any guards. However, the immortal spirit, who was with the guy at that moment, was not as confident in the outcome of the fight as Catherine. The spirit warned that fighting against two such powerful enemies was dangerous, but Henry was sure that he could not give up what he had started. And Charlie, barely containing his anger, ordered the bodyguards to immediately kill this puppy, who dared to raise his hand against him. Not daring to disobey, one of the bodyguards rushed forward so quickly that the stone floor beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Then all the clothes on the guard's body suddenly burst, and he was ready to show Henry all his strength in battle. It became clear that the gold bracelets he always wore were not just decoration, but a formidable weapon. It turned out that he possessed the element of gold, and with the help of this magic he intended to destroy any enemy, especially this youth. The spirit immediately warned that the guard had a powerful spiritual weapon in his hands, increasing his strength at least twofold. But it didn't matter now, because Henry needed to think about how to respond to this big guy's attack in his direction. What's worse, the second bodyguard was no ordinary one either, and in his hands was an ancient spear controlled by powerful magic. The spearhead was a rank 8 sacred artifact, and was so powerful that it could smash any obstacle into pieces. Even Agatha, to whom Henry had managed to be rude, suddenly became afraid for the boy, and shouted to him that an enemy was approaching from behind. The bodyguard's spear was so close that for a moment it seemed as if Henry would not have time to dodge this lunge. Ralph was ready to intervene, because few people could handle two cultivators at once, even if they were excellent alchemists. But Catherine told him to stay put, and pay closer attention to how Henry's aura was changing. It seemed that the energy Henry drew from the Hall of Souls was now under his control, but remained unnoticed by those around him. He then loudly commanded the Hall of Souls to open to his consciousness, and time for Henry at that moment slowed down to infinity. At the main pillar of the hall, he cried out that he would sacrifice the greed and emotions of this world and future victories for the glory of the souls of heroes. Grabbing the pole with both hands, he felt a surge of strength sufficient to destroy a dozen of such bodyguards. The deceased heroes seemed to communicate with him through the energy that suddenly appeared around the guy. Then he realized with surprise that now he could not only draw on the power of the pillar, but also look into the past to the very origins. Henry was once a simple alchemist before meeting the man who changed his life so much. He saw before him the girl who did not recognize his powers and loved a simple, weak mortal. In his life, he had become accustomed to watching people grow old, love, hate each other, and then simply die. But one day he was able to renounce his attachment to people and comprehend the secrets of higher principles, gaining immortality. If future generations were to master his knowledge and techniques, they would not only be able to change their lives, but also turn back the rivers. Now, the magic ball seemed to store the memories of the past and the knowledge of the founder of the school, who had spent his entire life trying to comprehend the truth of the universe. The spirit warned that although the founder's ghost had not appeared, these teachings of the past that Henry held in his hands were priceless. After all, by absorbing the enlightenment of a celestial being, Henry will be able to use energy much more effectively, without wasting it in vain. Having received the priceless gift of the fallen hero, he now possessed the highest mastery of his spells, and could win this battle even without the help of a new spirit. The very next moment he found himself again in that space, seeing his enemies on both sides of him. Everyone watching the fight could barely restrain themselves from rushing to Henry's aid, and only Catherine stubbornly stopped them. Even Agatha forgot about past grievances for a moment, worrying with all her heart for this student and wishing him to win. Charlie suddenly realized that the guy was not going to run away, but on the contrary, was gaining full strength, ready to fight with both of them. And indeed, this student behaved so calmly, as if light and darkness had merged within him, and he had attained knowledge that was inaccessible to anyone else. When the first bodyguard's hand was about to touch his head, he dodged it with a slight movement, not at all afraid of the fatal blow. The tip of the spear also passed his face, and it became clear that the guy was fighting this duel with his eyes closed. And then he prepared to strike, turning the energy of his opponents against them. At some point, one of the bodyguards lost control of himself and put all his accumulated power into one single magical blow. But Henry again, without even opening his eyes, only leaned back a little, and the blow landed on the illusory image he had created in front of him. However, the most interesting thing was yet to come. because none of the bodyguards had yet felt the power of his counterattacks. And the first to experience this was the bodyguard with the rare sacred spear, which this time did not help him in any way. Henry knew perfectly well that the second enemy was already behind him, but he remained as calm as he had been at the beginning of the fight. He moved so easily as if he were not walking on the ground, but floating in the air, as if floating through space. And then, turning sharply towards his opponent, he prepared for a lunge that would surely put an end to the big guy's fate. And so it happened, because after the terrible blow to the chest, the big guy felt like the energy had pierced his body through and through, and it was unlikely that he would survive after that. The blow was so strong that the big man's body broke through the stone ceiling of the establishment, and he remained hanging above. And Henry only noted with a smile that the bodyguards turned out to be simple weaklings, and all the rumors about their strength were just another fabrication. Agatha couldn't believe that this student had won with just one slap, a punch, and a couple of clever magic tricks. But only Catherine, who was watching the duel closely, saw in his technique an ancient school that he had somehow managed to master. At such a young age, no one had ever managed to master such a complex fighting style, and she wanted to quickly find out what its secret was. Even the immortal spirit noticed these curious combinations of shadow and light in the technique of his protégé, realizing that there were geniuses among the descendants of their teaching. Although what attracted him most was the sinister aura that was becoming increasingly apparent in Henry, and it was obvious that he had chosen a different path of development. But this was not just a magical surge, but a suppression of the entire space around, subject to only a few in the entire world. Catherine knew from experience that such energy only came from monsters, but she couldn't believe that this guy was anything but who he claimed to be. And only Edward was not at all surprised by Henry's victory, and only quietly applauded him as he left his office. He was willing to admit that Henry had become much stronger over the years, and that the scum he had met as a child had turned into a real warrior. Turning to face him, Henry immediately remembered the boy in the round glasses who had once paid the bullies to stop beating him up. Charlie realized with horror that these two had once been friends, and that since childhood, they had been connected not only by friendship, but also by common misfortunes they had experienced. Catherine also did not believe that they knew each other, because their backgrounds were so different that they simply could not become friends as children. True, Ralph immediately noted that if the young alchemist joined Edward, their clan would be at a loss and would not be able to resist this duo. Seeing Edward in the distance, Jimmy immediately rushed towards him through the crowd, realizing that he would not have another chance like this. To Henry's surprise, his friend was also well acquainted with Edward, and even became his student, trying to learn a couple of effective techniques. The guy cheerfully explained to his friend that every student at the academy knew Edward, so he immediately asked to become his student at the first opportunity. But he assured that this would not affect their friendship, and Jimmy still considered Henry the most outstanding alchemist alive. He immediately began to praise Edward's talents, but the guy abruptly cut him off, asking him not to overdo it with the compliments. It seems that fate did Henry a great honor by allowing him to meet Edward as children, when he had no idea who the guy would become. But at the most important moment, Jimmy suddenly asked Edward for an autograph, saying that he had always been his big fan. For some reason, the guy thought that everyone was jealous of him, and that was why Henry reacted so sharply to his request. However, Henry still did not understand what Edward was doing in this establishment, and why he had come to the very lair of Richard's family. And then, seeing the two of them together, he guessed that Charlie was somehow connected with Edward, and most likely they were on the same team. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared from behind the crowd and everyone heard a loud female scream. But who was it? All this time, listening to their conversations, Catherine became more and more convinced that this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and not a single word he said could be trusted. Ralph whispered to Aurora why his young mistress disliked Edward so much, and she replied that they had long been sworn enemies. The most interesting thing is that this guy tried to win her heart many times, but always received a sharp refusal, which made their relationship even worse. Rumor has it that the rejected Edward went completely mad, and once pushed his beloved 6-year-old brother off the roof in order to break her heart with this loss. But Edward was willing to reveal the truth that all of Charlie's family businesses now belong to his clan, which is why they have such a close relationship. Never before could he have imagined that the former loser Henry would suddenly gain immortality, and even become the best among the newcomers of the academy. But the guy, smiling, asked him to keep the compliments to himself, reminding him that his skill level was still too low. Of course, Edward immediately offered the boy to join his clan, guaranteeing that none of his former enemies would dare to lay a finger on him. But, as often happens, Henry asked a counter-question about what would happen if he refused, and then Edward suddenly, without changing his smile, replied that if he refused, he would die that same day. To the surprise of everyone in the room, the guy admitted that he had long dreamed of doing this, and an ominous aura began to slowly envelop his body. And then the guy seemed to have changed, and he suddenly called Jimmy a disgusting fat pig who had been getting on his nerves for a long time. Henry had always thought highly of his childhood friend before, but he never thought that after a couple of years he would change so much. In the end, Edward lost because of his own convictions. which he so reverently kept even in the most difficult times of his life. But accusing him of regression, Edward replied that Henry should be the last one to dare condemn him for it. At all times, heroes were respected only for their strength, and now he owned more mana than anyone else. Yeah, it looks like this guy enjoyed being the bad guy and tormenting others just like he was once tormented as a child. This remark was very offensive, and Edward warned that one more word, and he would not be able to control his emotions. Henry continued to behave so boldly that even the immortal spirit warned him of the danger and the possible bad outcome. He knew that such an enemy must have a weapon more powerful than any Henry had ever fought in real combat. Looking at this scene, Agatha did not believe that the student had enough courage to challenge the strongest warrior she knew. Unexpectedly, Henry decided to involve the rest of the magicians in what was happening, who until now for some reason preferred not to interfere. Addressing the girl as the head of the committee, he declared that the rude man was creating chaos on her territory, and that she was obliged to intervene personally. And if she refused, Henry risked dying in this duel. And this news no longer seemed funny to him or to others. Of course, he could have asked the owner of the establishment for help, but everyone understood that by doing so, he was putting Catherine at great risk. The girl forgot that this young master was a cheeky and shameless person, but she had to answer, because she had no choice. Stepping towards him, she prepared to say what she had to say so as not to lose face in front of everyone present. With a smile, the girl declared that no one in her establishment would lay a finger on the young alchemist who had done so much for their pharmacy. Jimmy had never seen the black market owner up close before, and didn't expect her to pay so much attention to his friend. But if she continued to act so defiantly, she would have to fight Edward, which was something no mage would want. Although, of course, she could show a couple of new techniques if Edward did not back down and insisted on his own. Their families were like two sides of the same coin, because they were responsible for the city's underground world and all trade on its territory. However, it was definitely not worth declaring war on Catherine, because it was Edward who had caused the mess, and any member of the family would have admitted his guilt. The immortal spirit and his ward mentally shuddered, realizing how terrible this fragile-looking girl could be when angry. Even Edward finally realized that he couldn't fight her now, because he wouldn't get any benefit from it. Charlie already understood what this would mean for him, and reminded Edward how many years his family had been working for their common good. But for the sake of such a non-entity as Charlie, the guy would hardly risk his reputation, much less conflict with one of the most influential women in the city. Of course, he was not used to doing this, but since childhood the boy had learned to calculate steps ahead and avoid stupid mistakes. Then, adjusting his glasses, he declared that he would yield to Catherine in this dispute, since the hostess herself had asked him to do so. However, he believed that Henry would greatly regret not listening to his advice and beating up the elite guards, but by then it would be too late. The student realized with a smile that Edward was making his threats again, but now was not the time to take them seriously. He even demonstratively rolled up his sleeves, showing his readiness to fight right now if the enemy wanted it. In fact, such bold attacks were unnecessary, and Ralph understood that Edward had overcome his pride to retreat in this argument. But from Edward's expression, it was clear that he was barely holding back his anger, and such bold statements from Henry could instantly change his mind. However, he did not calm down, and hiding behind the back of the owner of the establishment, began to show Edward obscene gestures. At some point, Edward even felt a little sorry for stupid Henry, who never learned to appreciate the chances to save his life. Then he suddenly disappeared from the place where he had been standing a second ago, and Charlie realized with horror that he was left alone in the hall with his enemies. At the beginning of his journey, Edward fought against those who oppress others, but in the end he himself became the kind of person he once hated. No one knew how hard it was for Julia to argue with this magician, and the girl sighed with relief, realizing that it was all over. Of course, she didn't show it, and with a wide smile on her face she declared that now her friendship with Henry had become even stronger. Looking at what had happened, Agatha still couldn't understand how the biggest loser of their group had become so powerful. Looking at Charlie, the guy said that if he owed someone else, let him pay back the debt. But if he owed him, he would pay back 1,000 times more. It seems that today is the time for the first payment, since he recently ordered Vincent to kill Henry, and I wonder how he will get out of it now. It just so happened that there was another member of his influential family there, whose power was not inferior to that of Charlie's father. Of course, after these words, the guy fell to his knees and would never agree to fight this student alone. He began to loudly beg for mercy, promising to give the guy everything he asked for, just to stay alive. Henry was not used to simply killing lawbreakers, preferring a fair trial so that the culprit would be punished before death. And he, with tears in his eyes, continued to promise that he would now stay away from Henry, and that their paths would never cross again. The guy didn't mind, but the debt would still have to be repaid, since Charlie valued his own life so much. The boy realized that Henry was forcing him to make a deal, but he was in no position to refuse and get into trouble. Luckily, Charlie's family's spiritual weapons were pretty good, and some of the artifacts would be useful to Henry in battles with monsters. This request seemed the simplest to Charlie, and he immediately declared that he was ready to give Henry any of his artifacts. However, Henry did not need the usual weapons of his family's bodyguards. and he was talking about the main sacred artifact, which he wanted to obtain. He had recently heard that many in Richard's family were artisans who possessed great spiritual weapons, and the best of them was Richard himself. Of course, if his father found out that Charlie dared to give away the great weapon, he would kill him. So he began to beg him to choose another one. The guy clearly didn't like these excuses, and he said that otherwise he would take Charlie's life instead of the weapon. But Charlie immediately came to his senses, and with a smile, declared that he would get any weapon for Henry, unable to refuse his small request. Then, in Charlie's hand, a miniature relic of the formidable sword appeared, which fit in the palm of his hand, and in this form, it was convenient to carry around. In order for the sword to take shape, Charlie poured spiritual power into it, and his family's energy gradually filled every particle of the relic. A few seconds later, the sword rose into the air and grew larger, and now the relic belonged to the one who could dispose of it better. Even Catherine's family didn't have a weapon that changed size depending on who was wielding it. The immortal spirit knew that the item made of thousand-year-old mysterious gold could break through any defense, and now it was in the hands of his ward. After this, Charlie asked again to let him go, hoping that this would be enough and the student would finally forgive him all his debts. Taking the relic, Henry said with a smile that the first payment had been successful, and now it was time for Charlie to prepare his fat wallet. The boy, trembling, asked how much money Henry wanted in addition to the blade, so that he would finally spare him and let him go home. Having calculated all the losses over the last few days, the guy announced the amount, saying that it would take no less than 10,000 to pay off all the debts. But he said from the start that the debts would be repaid 1,000-fold, so Charlie's total debt is now 10 million in cash. Only now did Catherine realize that this student was a very calculating person, with whom it was dangerous to deal, and even more so to get into debt. Almost immediately, the entire amount arrived in Henry's account, and it became clear that Charlie had finally paid off the debt, and they were even. Jimmy was delighted at how smart his friend was to form an alliance with a family that had always been at odds with Richard's family. He was once again convinced that it was not in vain that he had become friends with Henry in the first days of his studies at the academy, and endured beatings next to his friend. The only thing that was unclear was why his friend's new spiritual weapon was floating in the air above his head by itself. Was it really a new magic? But just at that moment, the spirit carefully examined the weapon, noticing that the material from which it was made was very rare. Even dark power was not enough to create such a sword, and one could only guess how exactly it was created. But Henry remembered from his past life that it was difficult to find powerful weapons in their city, so they could go to another country to create them. Then the immortal spirit decided to put runes on the sword, so that Henry could better control its power and use it to its full potential in battle with monsters. Fortunately, he succeeded, and now everything that the blade of the sacred blade touches will be destroyed. These seals on the blade looked menacing, and with enough mana, it would be possible to cut down an entire clan in one fell swoop. Although the immortal spirit did not like boasting, in this art he had no equal except for Buddha, and only he knew all the secrets of alchemy. He also wondered why the guy was so keen on wealth, since he had recently taken 10 million from Charlie. It's just that Henry hadn't realized before how society was fixated on money, because even herbs for treatment had to be bought, and often they were prohibitively expensive. Looking at the guy carefully, the spirit asked what specific elixirs he wanted to spend his savings on. The guy suddenly said that he hadn't thought about elixirs, but only wanted to buy a luxurious villa and a car, like the richest resident of the city. But when the immortal spirit was about to pounce on him with eternal criticism, the boy explained that he had only reached the 9th level, although he had expected more. But mansions are often built on the outskirts, and those places were an excellent source of spiritual energy. The spirit had to admit that he had been unfair to the guy, because he thought not so much about wealth as about the strong aura around such mansions. Henry, although he planned to use it to fight mutants, still wouldn't mind living in luxury for at least a couple of days. The mere thought of him and Sophia driving around the city's spacious streets in a luxurious car delighted the guy. At some point, Henry noticed that his talkative assistant suddenly became quiet after hearing these stories, as if he was offended by him. But right now his hands were shaking so much that talking about stupid grievances would simply be out of place. Indeed, looking at his hand, Henry saw that it was shaking like a leaf and did not understand what was happening to his body. He had never seen such a reaction to an artifact, and Jimmy also became worried about his friend, not knowing why his body was shaking and what to do. Only Henry knew that this tremor foreshadowed a battle where the clan of demons would cross the border of the Empire and plunge the world into a dark apocalypse. And at that very moment, on the border of the Empire, several hunters were making a routine flyby and were flying past the mountains where they had recently seen mutants. One hunter shouted cheerfully that their patrol could not consist of 3 apparently. The authorities sent them alone as the strongest in the entire service. But in the middle of the conversation, one of the 3 suddenly saw a silhouette in the distance and hurried to shout to his friends so that they could turn on the protection. However, he did not have time to warn them, as the next moment the body of one hunter was scattered into pieces of meat. Only now did they see right in front of them the first giant mutant that had crossed the border and become the harbinger of the horror that Henry had tried to prevent. The elder loudly ordered his protege to take up a position, because the style of magical fencing was now very much needed. However, this poor fellow also immediately fell at the hands of the second monster, who had quietly crept up on him from behind. And now the two giants stood next to the last hunter, still alive after this quick and terrible fight. Looking up at them, he understood that they would never defeat these mutants, and an extra person would not help here. Now all he had to do was run without looking back in order to have time to warn the other hunters about the invasion. Without wasting any time, he took off, hoping to get ahead of the mutants and reach the other squad before the monsters had gone another couple of kilometers. But at some point, he lost control of his emotions, stumbled while running, losing his balance and control over his body. But when he fell into the snow, he saw something that shocked him, because the young hunter realized that he had arrived here too late. The entire patrol squad fell at the hands of a crowd of giant mutants, and he could only watch as all his comrades became corpses. There were so many monsters that it no longer looked like a simple violation of the border by a few creatures, but resembled a war that he did not know about. The guy counted 12 huge mutants, and each of them was strong enough to defeat a whole squad of experienced hunters. It turned out that these monsters possessed dark magic, which they were going to use to increase their army at the expense of the unfortunate people they killed. They called for help from the gods of the underworld to create an army of zombies and attack the sleeping city with all this mass. At that moment, one of the hunters, the first to die, suddenly began to move, although it was clear that he had been dead for a long time. The skin on his hand quickly turned black, and after contact with dark magic, strange symbols appeared on it. Then he slowly came to, but it became clear that he was no longer the hunter who would protect people and fulfill his duty. Yes, now he has become one of the zombies, called not to protect people, but to fight for mutants, becoming a puppet in their hands. A red fire flashed in his eyes, and the guy was no longer the same person he was before the fight with the monsters, and it was impossible to instill in him anything other than a thirst for murder. All these brave warriors who had recently begun serving on the border of the Empire were now going deep into the city to create chaos there. It's hard to believe, but this young hunter was the only one who survived that massacre, and only he could inform the Emperor about the mortal threat. It was incredible how much effort it took for the young man to overcome his fear, but he had to go forward and reach the city before the monsters. The enemy was already invading in full force, and, having crossed the icy wastelands, they would soon reach the city center. One of the towns on the border became the first victim of the mutant invasion, and was not at all prepared to meet them. Once in the city, the main mutant ordered his subordinates to kill all the inhabitants and turn them into unclean ones. The residents tried to escape, but it was clear that the monsters would get to everyone and would spare neither women nor children. At the last second, the unfortunate woman with a child in her arms realized that she would not escape fate, and that she and her child would end up in the clutches of a mutant. And so it happened, because the monster brought down its giant body on the victims, and the mother and son died under its paw in the last second of their lives. The rest of the townspeople also fled to the other border, but it was clear that almost everyone would meet the same fate. After all, the monsters did not act alone, and the hunters they killed on the border became their obedient puppets. They attacked people and bit them like vampires, after which the civilians also took on a dark appearance. Military planes immediately flew to the scene, but the pilots had difficulty aiming, because the monsters and puppets were mixed with civilians. It was easiest to hit the giant aliens, and the first one was hit right in the head by a rocket, but the monster remained on its feet. Turning around, the lead alien saw dozens of fighters and realized that it would be difficult to fight targets so high. The squadron commander ordered the pilots to prepare for an attack and be on guard, as the monsters could wield destructive magic. But now he didn't care, and he wanted to take revenge on the aliens for the death of every inhabitant of this city. But then something terrible happened, because the giants possessed not only enormous size, but also the dark magic of the god of the underworld. Therefore, even on the ground, they remained formidable opponents, which meant that the planes were powerless against these cutthroats. The mutant looked up at the fighters, and a magical flame burst from his mouth, capable of disabling any aircraft. Then a black silhouette appeared high in the sky, and it became clear that one of the most famous warriors of the Empire had been sent against the invasion. The general himself arrived at the scene of the battle and warned the fighters that the mutants were casting spells, blocking the engines and lowering the ships to the ground. Yes, he was right, because stones suddenly began to pour out of the monster's mouth, and the attack was directed straight at the general's main aircraft. Of course, the general's ship was covered by dozens of fighters, but what could they do against magic coming from the ground? Finally, the monster's magic reached its target, and it was difficult to understand how the aircraft could dodge a direct blow. After the magic and the hail of stones, the ship was attacked from several sides, and the hull could barely withstand this powerful onslaught. The general did not believe that he had missed the invasion, and that the Empire's best intelligence had weakened at the decisive moment. As a result, civilians, even children, found themselves in the clutches of the monsters, and were soon to join their dark army. None of the hunters could cope with the onslaught, and the boys were left to accept a terrible fate at the clutches of the aliens. One of the guys with a stick in his hands tried to fight back until the very end, but he understood that now he would be fighting with his own mutant colleagues. The border was completely broken through, and the general realized that this day could be the beginning of the end of the Empire, the beginning of its complete destruction. At that moment, his hand was shaking just like Henry's had recently, because this powerful magician could also sense the presence of monsters. Looking up from below, the giant told the general in a terrible voice that they would grind people into dust, and even the most powerful magician would not stop them. After what he saw, it was hard not to believe the monster, but the general had one way to stop them. To do this, he used the forbidden technique of the 5 great elements of magic, which was forbidden in peacetime, but now was a different case. Opposite him, he saw the main alien and was ready to throw into him all the energy accumulated over the years just for such a day. Finally, he shouted that the monster underestimated the strength of people and would pay for it with his life today. But the mutant was unlikely to agree, because threats could frighten anyone, but not the alien, who represented death itself. As the general released a powerful wave of destructive force, an explosion occurred, the shockwaves from which spread throughout the city. At some point, it became difficult to distinguish silhouettes and understand what happened and who won this fight. But unfortunately, the general was already in the clutches of the giant, who allowed him to say his last words before dying. Realizing that his days were numbered, the general vowed to take revenge on the aliens and their entire race, even if after death he had to return to Earth as an immortal spirit. But without listening to the end, the mutant squeezed the general tightly in his fist, and all that was left of the old man was a wet spot. Immediately after this, the mutant felt a surge of enormous power received from the murder of the Empire's chief magician, and was ready to go straight to the capital. Moreover, the army of mutants grew with every minute, and by the end of the day all the inhabitants of the province were turned into dark warriors. And a second later, the giant suddenly turned into a simple man, outwardly indistinguishable from any other inhabitant of this province. He ordered his subordinates to give the prisoners to the soldiers as a reward. These pathetic little people would still be needed to increase the army. He considered humans to be a pitiful race that sought immortality at any cost, and should under no circumstances be allowed to cultivate it. Then right in front of him he saw an unfortunate girl, for some reason left alive, and it was clear that this captive would clearly not like what happened next. The news of the mutant invasion had already spread throughout the capital of the Empire, and the guard was preparing to send all its regiments against them. All the residents knew that last night hordes of mutants invaded the borders and killed everyone in the border province. For this purpose, a council of elders was urgently created, headed by the Empress, who had to make a difficult decision. The Empress understood that this happened because of the failure of her intelligence. But it was too late to think about it, because the aliens would be here any day now. One of the spiritual assistants informed her that the great general had fallen at the hands of the main giant, and even his vast experience had not helped him survive the battle. But now the Empress has only one survivor left from that province, because for some reason the mutants let her go and allowed her to get to the palace. This girl was the student council president of the Cultivator Academy, and the only survivor of this massacre. The spiritual assistant calmed the girl down and asked her to tell everything about that terrible day, because further actions to stop the monsters depended on it. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl screamed that all the inhabitants had been killed and no one had been able to survive or escape from the province. She claimed that this tribe of fiends could not be defeated so easily, and that there was not just a war, but a real massacre. Even experienced spiritual elders were horrified at the thought that the bloodthirsty killers did not spare even small children. But she reported that the mutants had captured the young girls, because the purebred monsters needed helpless human sows to reproduce. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the Empress asked the elders to look into the girls' thoughts and see everything with their own eyes. With the help of magic, they entered the student's mind and saw crowds of people who had become monsters and were ready to kill their own kind. It was a terrible sight, and it is difficult to understand how this fragile girl could have gone through such a nightmare and survived. This question tormented the Empress's advisor, and he asked the girl how exactly she managed to save her life. Then she told that the main mutant in human form forced women to entertain him in turns, promising to release the one who would give him the greatest pleasure. After such a story, there was no doubt that this girl had pleased the monster, and one could only guess how she had done it. But she said with a smile that it was the only way to survive, and besides, she had one more important news. After all, in her womb was a mutant child. Such children were called half-demons, and soon she was supposed to become his mother. Of course, everyone immediately pounced on her with reproaches, accusing her of debauchery and betrayal of her native empire. But at that moment, the unfortunate girl had already made her decision, and with a gloomy smile was ready to carry out her plan. And the next second, she rushed straight towards the Imperial Guard to use his weapon. Having snatched his sword from its sheath, she was ready to do something in front of everyone that none of these people would ever forget. Realizing that there was no other way out, the girl plunged the sword straight into her chest, performing an ancient warrior ritual from the times of the samurai. Just a moment ago, The Empress had condemned her for her debauchery, but now she realized that she had been very wrong about this student. In the end, she asked the Empress to just take all her memories and find a worthy use for them. The Empress said that if the memory were extracted through the art of the soul, the girl's shell would disappear, but there was no other way out. Even there, in that terrible place, the monster said that he himself was from a family of cultivators who could not be distinguished from people. Yes, they really could mix with people, and now almost everywhere there was a mutant that could not be detected even by strong magic. Even among the servants of the Empress there could be monsters, and many of them probably served as scouts for the aliens. In addition, the student knew that one werewolf had already gained the Empress's trust and wanted to find a certain sacred artifact with her help. Surely they were talking about that very sword, having received which the monster would achieve the highest power and become invincible in battle. The Empress suddenly remembered that she had recently seen a huge whirlwind near the academy, and had already suspected a talented magician there. Right now, the capitals of the 7 great empires were safe, but this was humanity's last attempt to save itself from destruction. The advisors understood that if the sacred relic fell into the hands of the Dark Clan, chaos would begin, and in alliance with the monsters, they would become invincible. Death did not frighten the advisors, but judging by the girl's story, if many half-demons bred in the Empire, no one would have a chance to survive. One could only admire the courage of the hunters on the border, because none of them chickened out or ran away from their fear. Among the hunters were young cultivators from the academy who had never truly fought against monsters, and this student was also one of those students who had to accept death in order to avoid chaos and destruction. For a moment, all the voices in the Imperial Hall fell silent, and the Empress barely held back her tears, realizing the scale of the disaster for the Empire. It seems that the student's story could be believed, because despite her wounds, she held out until the end, and even brought benefit to the Empire. Suddenly, the Empress had an idea and said that they would have to turn to the only person who could help. At the same time, Henry, as usual, was in his room and doing his usual thing. Meditation became a part of his life, and he improved his skills every day, preparing for the upcoming fight. Even the immortal spirit, who also often meditated during his life, became worried about the guy who was too carried away by it. Then a vortex of energy instantly formed around the guy, and he announced that he now possessed the secret technique of the invisible eye. Even the immortal spirit was frightened by such a loud cry, and dropped his favorite toy, asking his young ward not to scare him like that. However, it was difficult to calm the guy down, because having received such strong skills so quickly, anyone in his place would have behaved the same way. He even covered his face with a pillow to contain the internal impulses bursting out of his body, but he realized that it was useless. Looking at his palm, he realized that the power that was now within him and obeyed him needed training and application in life. Without wasting any time, he directed a small portion of the destructive force into the open window to test the effect. It turned out that the speed of his mana flows was very high, and the tree trunk where the charge hit instantly broke in half. The immortal spirit was delighted with how skillfully his ward applied the new magic, and it became clear that other techniques could be tried. But looking at the magic watch, Henry realized that without the necessary artifacts, his mana would leave his body too easily. Although the spirit was already preparing to celebrate and promised Henry that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry about the little things. Moreover, now he had that most powerful artifact that he got from the scoundrel Charlie in payment of a debt. This artifact was conveniently small in size, but Henry wanted to test something and activated the enlargement of his new blade. Within seconds, the sword began to grow, turning from a small souvenir into a formidable magical weapon. And then the guy suddenly stood on it with his feet and was able to fly through the air, standing on it like a surfer on the waves. He flew so fast that even the incorporeal immortal spirit could not keep up with his charge and fell far behind. Yes, it was a very convenient way to get to the academy quickly, and it became clear that Henry would never be late for classes now. He landed deftly below, choosing the best place to quickly get inside the academy building. No student before him could so quickly tame the sacred artifact that holds the power of hundreds of generations of magicians. Once on the roof of the academy, the guy again reduced the relic to a size convenient for carrying in a pocket. On the way, he read the news that the Dark Clan had attacked the provincial border the previous night, killing hundreds of millions of residents. Henry knew that in a month the demons would attack, and from his past life, he remembered what this invasion would ultimately lead to. As he was approaching the classroom, he suddenly heard the familiar voice of his friend, cheerfully telling about some recent battle. Entering the office, he realized that Jimmy was again praising his friend's talent, saying that no Dark Clan mage could compare in strength to Henry. His classmate immediately supported Jimmy, as he had long believed in the strength of this talented student, and was glad that he would soon teach the members of the Dark Clan a lesson. Chloe also joined this conversation, believing that they needed to attack back right now, while the strength of the main team members was at its peak. True, one student, an old friend of Charlie, disagreed with her, thinking that only a complete idiot could believe in this nonsense. But Chloe believed that this loser was simply jealous of Henry, because she herself saw what the talented young man was capable of. In response, the guy reminded him that he already had the third level of combat power, and with such strength, he had no reason to envy various scum. He became so excited that he jumped up from his seat and declared that everyone who knew him respected the guy for his strength. And those poor kids who don't even have money to learn cultivation won't be able to defeat geniuses like him. All this time, Henry listened silently to this vain student, realizing that although he was stupid, he said a couple of true things. After all, the path to immortality did not divide anyone into classes, but people themselves divided into those worthy and those not worthy, and this was the main problem of humanity. Realizing it was time for him to have his say, Henry quietly asked what the argument was that was going on between the students in the office. He understood that they were talking about him, and he wanted to hear right now, face to face, everything that this arrogant youth thought about him. But he said with a smile that he was just waiting for Henry, and thought that his friends were extolling his talent too much. And then, standing right in front of him, he said that if Henry was really that strong, let him first dare to fight him one-on-one. The guy was prepared for this turn of events, but warned that those pathetic losers on the sports ground thought the same thing. However, this was exactly until the moment when their real fight began, after which many of them ended up in the hospital. Seeing how Henry's appearance had changed so abruptly, the student's legs even began to tremble with fear, because he understood that the guy was not joking. Henry didn't even have to show his true strength, and just some light magic was enough to suppress the fighting power of this arrogant boy. Even those guys who supported Charlie and his men were horrified by Henry's aura and how scary he looked. Only Chloe was not at all afraid of Sophia's friend, realizing that she herself was gradually falling in love with this student. Of course, Jimmy didn't miss the opportunity to jokingly tell Henry that he could intimidate anyone, but not a strong warrior like him. And then he warned his friend Charlie that he was lucky not to find out his own strength in reality, because all this time he was holding back so as not to give the student bruises. Of course, it was easy to behave this way with the support of a strong friend, and Henry asked him not to go too far. Otherwise, he would have to prove his words in deeds. At that moment, a student ran down the corridor, having read in the news that Henry had surpassed even Vincent in the immortal rankings, taking 50th place. The guys actually saw that the ranking had been updated in the morning, and a first year with a 15th rank combat power had taken a pretty high place. True, for the student himself this was bad news, because now the clans looking for new recruits would definitely start watching him. But Henry suddenly gave his friend a cheerful nudge and asked him to take him straight to Michelle's office. Jimmy didn't understand why his friend needed to meet the teacher, and what the next thought was that came to his head. It turned out that the guy suddenly decided to apply to the Faculty of Immortals, although he had been putting it off all the time. But what changed today? Meanwhile, in Michelle's office, the girl was reading the morning newspaper, where the main news was the terrible destruction after the mutant invasion. Even the brave general had to sacrifice himself that day. Otherwise, the mutant army would have reached the capital, and he was able to hold them off for a short time. It was just unclear why the Empress was so afraid of these vile creatures, because everyone praised her fortitude and the strongest advisors in the Empire. Suddenly, the girl heard a noise outside and realized that someone was walking quickly straight towards her door. She was not mistaken, because Henry was not only on the threshold, but kicked down her door, entering as if he was at home. Jimmy, standing behind, already understood the dangers of such a bold act, but Henry cheerfully declared that he wanted to transfer to the Faculty of Immortals. To calm down a little, Michelle even reached for a cigarette, seeing in front of her that same first year that everyone was talking about. At that moment, for some reason, she didn't feel any mana fluctuations from him, and wanted to know how a student who was only level 9 ended up so high in the rankings. Lighting a cigarette, she warned that the registration fee had been raised to 100,000 this year, and exams for this faculty were taken once every 6 months. But the guy already had an answer ready, and he loudly placed a huge bundle filled with banknotes on Michelle's table. It was strange to see such a huge sum of money on a poor student, and Michelle didn't understand where he got this money. Then she realized with a smile that the guy had been preparing for this day for a long time, and the announcement of a large registration fee was not a surprise for Henry. However, he stated that now on Michelle's table there was not 100, but 200,000, because he wanted to take his faithful friend with him. Jimmy always looks at the students of that faculty with envy, so Henry decided to give his friend a little surprise. It was too late to refuse, even if Jimmy's conscience tormented him, realizing that his friend was ready to part with such a huge amount of money for him. He even burst into tears of happiness, realizing that no one had ever sacrificed so much money for him, just so that he could go to study. Jimmy was even willing to pay his friend with his own body if he wanted, although it was clear from Henry's expression that he was not thrilled with the idea. In the end, I had to give my enraged friend a good hit, as he couldn't cope with the emotions of the happiness that had fallen on him. It was good that Henry came into her office because his name was already on the list, and he needed to know something important. In 3 days, he had to be at a meeting about which he knew nothing yet, but he could not miss it. Michelle said that the third year is organizing an event that will be held in the format of a fair fight, Many were waiting for Henry to appear at such an event, because everyone was interested in whether he was as good as they said. Thanks to this meeting, Michelle met a real genius who had already become famous at the academy and could help in the upcoming fight against mutants. She warned that she had no time for such trifles, but that students who performed well would be able to take something from the treasury. Michelle understood that this calculating student would not miss such an opportunity and was ready for his consent. But at that moment, another person wanted to get into her office, and he came not alone, but with a very important person. Edward, as promised, came in person to see his childhood friend who had applied for a transfer, and he and Julia could not miss such an event. Julia again addressed Michelle as her aunt, even though Michelle had asked her to address her formally many times in the presence of other people. The student council and disciplinary committee representatives came together to discuss the upcoming meeting. But Michelle didn't believe it was a coincidence. She was right, because Edward wanted to ask Henry directly if he was afraid to fight against Edward's council members, who would also be participating in the duel. Julia couldn't stand Edward's latest stupidity and reminded him that it was time for such a grown-up guy to stop talking nonsense. Julia was looking forward to the event more than anyone else and hoped that one of the students would teach this annoying freshman a lesson. The immortal spirit, realizing that Henry was ready to agree, immediately began to dissuade him, realizing that he would have to waste his energy on useless nonsense. There were many students who also wanted to achieve a high rank, but they found it hard to believe that a first-year student would enter the ring against a second-year student. Jimmy hated it most when people discussed his friends, so he asked the guys to shut up and close the door on that side behind him. He reassured his friend that only an idiot would challenge the members of the disciplinary committee, whose fighters occupied the top lines in the academy's rankings. Michelle reminded that all students come to the meeting voluntarily, and if Henry does not want to, no one will insist. But unexpectedly for everyone, the guy, who was already about to leave, answered with a smile that he had not yet announced his decision. Turning to them, he said that he could not disappoint Julia and Edward because they were looking forward to this spectacle, so he agreed. Seniors should not let their subordinates down, so Henry asked them to try not to lose to him at least in the first minutes of the competition. Finally, he loudly promised to try his best and expressed the hope that none of the committee members would lose face in front of their subordinates. The guy decided that before the demons attacked the academy, he would fight with masters of different ranks in order to quickly increase his level. Julia, although she wanted to see this student lose, declared that he was too arrogant and was playing with fire, pointing to one of the strongest members of the disciplinary committee. She declared that it was the big guy Bruce who would ensure the committee's victory and not be disgraced in front of the public. There was another man in the audience who was ready to fight Henry, and Edward only asked not to kill him, so as not to incur Michelle's wrath. The guy promised that, as deputy chairman, he would do everything in the best possible way and deal with him in an instant. That same day, his friends began to vie with each other to convince the guy that the final of the competition would not end well for him and that he should refuse before it was too late. Chloe heatedly explained to Henry who exactly would fight him and how their meeting might end. Jimmy agreed with her and reminded his friend that the guy standing behind Edward was very strong and probably had a high rank. Turning sharply to face her friend, the girl looked at him with eyes full of worry. Henry hoped that Sophia would believe in him and allow him to show everything he was capable of at the event. After a short pause, Sophia agreed with Henry and a slight smile appeared on the face of this sweet girl. While straightening his shirt, she said that since the gauntlet had been thrown down, it was necessary to give the opponents a worthy rebuff. At first, Henry thought that the girl would scold him, but she had no choice, because she could not change his decision. All she had to do was support Henry, telling him that he shouldn't give in, and that he had to show the true strength of a king that he had always possessed. The scene was like something out of an old movie, and Jimmy had popcorn ready to watch it until the end, waiting for the kiss. In the evening, the guy went to a familiar place on the riverbank, where he usually collected his thoughts before important events. Of course, he had the immortal spirit with him, who reminded him that the guy had been here too long and it was time to go home. But Henry wanted to find out that night how to regain the former power that he had in his past life before being reborn. After all, only with the help of new energy will he be able to release mana for a powerful attack, and without this, he can't even dream of victories. There was little time for study, and even simple spells would take a week to successfully cast. But the immortal spirit did not take into account that the guy had recently experienced reincarnation, and his abilities developed differently. A person who has already mastered the highest level of skill should be able to quickly comprehend the basics of magic after reincarnation. Henry's past life memories contained the experience of learning many spells, and with the guidance of the spirit, they could be restored. But the spirit reminded once again that time is short, so we need to start right now. After listening to him, Henry put his palm forward, and with an effort of will, gathered in his hand the destructive energy capable of ensuring his victory. It took him a while to start activating the energy, and for a moment it seemed like he wouldn't have enough strength. But the very next second, a fire flared up in his hand, and even Henry himself was surprised at his dexterity. The immortal spirit was delighted to see that his disciple had activated his mana, and it was flowing freely out of his body. but the guy decided that training was enough for today, and with a slight movement of his hand, he extinguished the flame. The immortal spirit, who had just gotten ready to train seriously, was a little disappointed that Henry had finished so quickly. The guy explained that fire is not really his element, so he shouldn't use it for too long. But the wind is that very element, the rapid flow of which the guy could easily summon and use for his own purposes. And indeed, having activated this ability, the spirit saw that the guy began to rise above the ground, and it became clear that this ability was easier for him than for the others. Then the spirit saw the guy instantly take off and act as if he had watched too many Hollywood movies. He enjoyed controlling the wind, but it was important to remember why he had called upon this power, and not to get carried away. But this certainly did not threaten him, because after being in the air for only a few seconds, he fell to the ground. Swiftly flying towards him, the immortal spirit asked how long it took the boy in his past life to master this technique. It turned out to be no less than 5 months. And upon hearing this, the spirit realized that even after Henry's rebirth, he was still far from perfect. They have spent enough time and energy training today, so it would be better to go home and get some sleep. But suddenly the guy jumped up again and began to tame the element of fire, which was the most difficult for him. This time the flame lasted in his hand for a few seconds longer, although he still couldn't hold it for as long as he wanted. I wonder how much enthusiasm this young man has, because after so many failures he still continued to train. Even those disciples who had learned the craft from the immortal spirit during their lifetime could not compare to this guy in tenacity, and this was worthy of respect. But still, smiling, the immortal spirit reminded that at this rate he would waste all his strength and would have no mana left for future training. The first rays of the sun appeared in the sky, and it became clear that the guy had been training all night, and he still had a lot to do today. But his long training did not end there, and the guy spent 3 whole days in that place, mastering skills that usually took 6 months. At the end of the training, he fell exhausted onto the sandy shore, and the immortal spirit was seriously worried about his health. But still, Henry was glad that he had learned a lot in these 3 days, although an important meeting was coming soon and he had to go. Of course, the spirit knew that he had a capable student, but he did not expect such persistence from Henry, and Henry promised himself that if he was lucky enough to win the duel, he would invite Sophia to meet the dawn with him on this beach. Never in his life had he wanted to capture good moments so much. But today was the day when he didn't mind spending time on something important. He even imagined how, in good weather, he and Sophia would walk along the shore and admire the sunrise. But he realized in time that these were just dreams. After all, now he needs to show and practice everything he has learned, and this fight was an excellent opportunity. Moreover, with the immortal spirit, he was ready to defeat any opponent and had no doubt that he would perform well. After a short while, he found himself at the gathering place for the exchange of experiences among cultivators, where many spectators had already gathered. Not only was Michelle at this event, as she promised, but the master of the academy was also there. Edward decided to stand and watch the upcoming fight of his childhood friend, because for him, it was not just a spectacle, but part of the main mission. It was clear from Julia's look that she wanted to take revenge on the narcissistic student, who also ruined her relationship with Sophia. And Henry's first opponent today was a second-year guy who, although not particularly well-known, had a high level of strength. Now he was fighting with a guy from that clan who had recently surrounded Henry with his guys on the sports field on Charlie's orders. The second-year student easily defeated him, and it became clear that only a fighter with a lot of experience could fight him. With annoyance, John realized that he had lost this fight just as he had on the sports field, and had fallen for the same trick again. Immediately after this, Michelle loudly announced that the first-class trials were over, and it was time for the second- and third-class fighters. But in response, the guy showed a gesture that immediately, without words, explained his attitude to Michelle's words. He then turned to all the newcomers who wanted to fight him and told them to remember this lesson forever. Yes, this guy was not only confident in himself, but was also ready to conflict with any first-year student, although it was unlikely that any of them would dare to seriously enter into a fight with him. Jimmy was beside himself with rage, realizing that if his friend had been there, he would have taught this upstart a lesson and shown him his place. Watching the fight, Agatha was sure that even with his abilities, Henry would hardly be able to cope with even one fighter. Suddenly, Sophia realized that Agatha called Henry by his first name for the first time, although before she had always called him just an idiot. It seems that Agatha's attitude towards this guy changed a lot after she saw what he was capable of. At this time, Edward was already seriously worried that Henry would do the same as he did in childhood and run away without ever trying his hand. Julia also despaired, deciding that all this time Henry was just pretending to be a hero. But when it came to the real fight, he still did not appear. But one of the spectators suddenly shouted loudly that a strange silhouette was visible in the sky, and everyone looked up at once. Incredibly, high in the sky was the silhouette of that very newcomer that the students had been talking about lately. It was indeed Henry, who had long since mastered his new sacred artifact, and standing on his sword, was ready to descend to the audience. Never before had the friends seen Henry in such a light, and now there was no doubt that the boy had not spent these 3 days training in vain. Having made a dramatic landing in the center of the ring, Henry immediately heard enthusiastic shouts from the stands, who began calling him the king of the rookies. Julia didn't seem impressed by this appearance, although perhaps she was simply hiding her emotions to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Michelle, seeing the guy's ability to fly with the wind, was convinced that her suspicions about him were correct. Edward, like everyone else, was surprised by the speed with which the first year had reached such a level of combat power, since his rank was now no lower than 15th. The fighter standing opposite him was also strong and did not believe that some freshman could defeat him. Henry, looking his opponent straight in the eye, declared that he was the only freshman ready to challenge the arrogant seniors. It was clear from the fighter's look that a simple trick with flying on a sword was not enough to win a real fight, and he was going to prove it. Henry declared that he would win this fight with just 3 blows, after which his opponent would not be able to get up. It was unlikely that the senior student expected such a bold statement from the newcomer, and all his plans for Henry were visible in his gaze. He was ready to tear Henry apart, and although there was a big difference in strength between the seniors and juniors, today he was ready to make an exception. Julia, watching from the stands, realized that the senior student was seriously angry and began the fight with one of his strongest attacks. He used his signature turbulent water spell, and a huge wave, capable of knocking you off your feet, rushed straight at Henry. Any other freshman would probably have given up before the fight even started, knowing that he couldn't handle such pressure, but Henry wasn't one of them. He had proven magic against such attacks, and, putting out his hand, he immediately blocked the water flow. Feeling the energy of the water, he spread his arms, and the flow, as if on command, split in 2. Henry found himself right in the center of the stream, but it was clear that the water did not even wet his clothes. It looks like the fighter will now have to admit that the freshman was able to break his attack with his bare hands, which means that all the rumors about him are true. Michelle noticed that Henry was using an ancient technique that a simple student couldn't know, but how did he know about it? Julia was angry that Henry was initially recorded as an ordinary student, although he was a real genius in terms of abilities. Sophia suddenly saw that the water stream strike was not the only ability of her friend's opponent, and loudly warned Henry to be careful. Henry had been prepared for this for a long time, and when the next volley was fired at him, he had already prepared a counterattack. He had long since mastered the element of wind and could move through the air as quickly as if he had been studying it all his life. The water jet that was supposed to end the fight turned into ice due to Henry's speed and froze in the air. Henry found himself right behind his opponent, and the spectators already knew how it would all end. The fighter seemed ready to parry any blow, but he certainly didn't expect such speed of movement from the first-year student. Henry, as promised, was going to finish the fight with 3 punches, and it looked like it was time for the last one. He launched such a powerful attack that his opponent flew into the air, and it was unclear how far he would fly, and whether he would remain in the stadium. Luckily, he fell into the stands, but the impact from such a height sent several people flying. He himself had difficulty coming to his senses and was definitely no longer capable of continuing the fight. It was hard to believe, but a newbie had surpassed a second-year student, although the difference in strength between first and second years is usually very large. Henry stood there and accepted the loud applause from the stands, chanting his name. Sophia sighed with relief because her friend was no longer in danger, and he won this unequal battle. Jimmy was once again convinced that his friend was capable of defeating even the strongest second-year student, and wanted to learn the same techniques over time. Henry actually carried out the attack with only 3 moves, and Agatha had never seen anything like it in her life. Edward was still standing and watching the fight, and at first he couldn't figure out what this guy's secret was. But there was clearly something wrong with him, because his power was comparable to students of at least the 30th rank, which meant he could defeat even an academy graduate. Without turning to Michelle, Julia quietly said that she had seen everything herself and asked her to comment on what was happening. Michelle admitted that this guy's mana was stronger than even her own, and any techniques he performed would be more powerful than usual. This news upset Julia, because she believed that there should be no mana purer than hers in the world, and the guy managed to surpass everyone again. The spirit was pleased with his ward's victory, but reminded him that the power cultivated by chaos is a disorderly flow of energy that has yet to be tamed. Michelle announced that the next fight would be with a third-year student, since no other second-year students dared to challenge the winner. Julia, realizing that this was her chance, ordered Bruce to teach the guy a lesson and show everything he was capable of. Henry could have refused, because no one forced a first-year student to fight a third-year student if he didn't want to. But after everything that happened, the guy could hardly refuse the fight, especially since his opponent was already rushing towards him. Bruce, like Henry, could move through the air and instantly found himself near the ring. Plus, he had magic at his disposal that Henry had probably never encountered before. And that was a serious test. This formidable warrior was a member of the disciplinary committee and ranked 20th in the cultivator rankings. But Henry's grin showed that even if he had been in first place, it would not have changed the outcome of the fight. He stated that Bruce should call him Dad, because compared to him, his abilities are child's play. The joke drew laughter from the stands, which helped ease the tense situation a little. But this only made Bruce more excited, and he prepared to show the upstart the true power of his mana. But first, Henry needed to formally answer whether he accepted the challenge. Agatha immediately asked Sophia to persuade the guy to refuse, because a fight with a third-year student could be fatal for him. Sophia obeyed and loudly asked Henry not to do this, because the victory over the second-year student was already quite enough. The guy looked at the stands and saw that all his friends were happy about his victory in the first competition. But no one wanted to continue the fight. And although they were all right and he would not have lost face by refusing the duel, he had completely different plans from the very beginning. And looking straight at his opponent, around whom a powerful energy had already gathered, he suddenly loudly accepted the challenge. In fact, Henry wasn't here for the experience, because in the upcoming battle with the monsters, the enemies would be much stronger than this third-year student. Many spectators in the stands, realizing that the guy was really going to fight, covered their faces with their hands so as not to see what this strong man would do to him. Sophia had hoped until the very end that Henry would listen and refuse, and now she didn't even know what to think about her friend. Agatha again began to insist that the idiot remained an idiot, although just recently she thought that the guy had matured and become smarter. It seems that Edward's problem has solved itself, and now he doesn't even need to ask Ronald to engage in a fight with this freshman. Ronald, knowing Bruce's character, believed that the boy would either die or remain disabled for the rest of his life. However, Michelle knew that the outcome of the battle was not so obvious if Henry was the mysterious genius from the sports field. The girl, without wasting time, announced the start of the fight. And from the amount of energy around Bruce, it became clear who would strike first. Although he admitted that the first year was more skilled in combat than he thought, and in another situation they might even have become friends. However, Henry was not as friendly as Bruce, believing that he could be simpler and not speak so arrogantly. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, it was Henry who rushed into the attack first, instantly breaking away from the spot. A second later, he was already next to his opponent and, swinging, prepared to deliver the first blow. But judging by Bruce's smile, he was ready for this, and considered the move too naive for his victory. Suddenly, Henry felt as if some invisible chain was wrapped around his arm, because a whirlpool of Bruce's energy was already swirling around his body. He was unable to strike, as if an invisible force was directing his fist in a completely different direction, and not at his opponent. The guy ended up hitting next to the strong man, who just looked down as the stones flew apart after the hit. Henry realized that he had underestimated his opponent, jumped aside and prepared for a more serious fight. The guy again noted that Henry demonstrated excellent strength and speed, but against his level, it was pointless. But if it was not possible to win with brute force, then magic was sure to help in this battle. And then he created a wind blade using the wind element, which flew at great speed straight towards Bruce and was sure to break through his defense. But, to the surprise of the audience, the third-year student remained in place and did not even try to dodge. No one saw how the magic had already worked around him, creating an invisible barrier that could not be broken through with simple techniques. Yes, it seems that this made Henry think seriously about his plan, because this way he would use up all his strength and not have time to land a single blow. And the wind blade, as expected, hit Bruce's energy barrier with all its force, without reaching his body. And then the wind couldn't even break through from below the barrier, because from the ground itself, the magical barrier that kept the guy away continued to work. Standing like that, the third-year student at some point even wondered why he had come to this event, which from the very beginning seemed boring to him. And then everyone heard a bang, as if a rocket had hit the ground, and nothing could be seen in the entire stadium because of the dust that had risen. Bruce's punch was so powerful that a deep crack ran from the center of the arena to the stands, as if the stadium had been cut with a giant knife. The spectators were shocked to see such power with their own eyes, and Henry's friends regretted that they could not dissuade him from the fight. There was only one person at the event who secretly rejoiced at his friend's success, and anticipated Bruce's victory over this unfortunate student. For the first time in a long time, Henry realized that the strange power that so easily changed the trajectory of his wind blade could not belong to an ordinary person. The student began to applaud mockingly, saying that he admired his 15th level of strength, but his wind blade would not break through the barrier of the 30th level. Henry realized that his opponent was using a technique that made the wind mana move around his body in a special trajectory, and the blow was redirected in the other direction. Yes, it was the first-year student's correct guess, and no matter how many attempts Henry made, not a single one of his spells would reach the enemy's body. So this guy could repel any attacks with his eyes closed, and that's why the committee treated him with such respect. But at that moment, Julia thought about the fact that 2 attacks had already failed, but the freshman was still not going to give up. Michelle also noticed the boy playing with fire, but asked Julia to stop Bruce from inflicting fatal blows. Of course, the girl didn't plan to weaken her attack, because that would mean an unfair fight, and she couldn't stand it when newcomers were put in a more advantageous position. Suddenly, Bruce admitted that he agreed to the fight at Julia's request, and if Henry apologized to the girl, he himself would refuse the fight. But all the stands unanimously cheered for the newcomer Henry, wished him luck, and continued to loudly chant his name. After defeating one of the strongest members of the disciplinary committee, all the students will respect him so much that past grievances will leave his life forever. To tell the truth, Sophia couldn't help but be happy about her friend's steadfastness. But if her parents found out about it, they definitely wouldn't be happy. Bruce seemed to be hinting that Henry could also become a member of the disciplinary committee if he agreed to his terms and apologized to the president. But the boy was not interested in student fun. So crossing his arms, Henry was forced to refuse. Yes, no one had ever dared to refuse Bruce so brazenly, and he especially could not stand those who did not respect his committee. And so it could be considered that childishness was over, and the time had come not just to defend oneself, but also to attack oneself. And then Henry realized that by using the raging flames, Bruce was trying to combine fire and air and attack him with both elements at once. It was amazing, but a third-year student could use 2 spells at the same time, something only the highest master of the academy could do. Julia guessed that the guy had had this legendary skill of controlling 2 elements for a long time, and his next attack would be brutal. In fact, Michelle herself made an exception, and gave him a protective pearl that made him invulnerable for a time. If Henry is stubborn and continues to fight, then it seems he wants to commit suicide. Otherwise, this bravery cannot be explained. Edward was also well versed in this magic, because when wind and flame are released simultaneously, their power increases many times over. Bruce advised the guy to come to his senses one last time, loudly declaring that he definitely wouldn't get a third chance. And in his hands, he already held 2 elements, ready at any moment to merge into one, and deliver a crushing blow with a magical projectile. Both girls shouted with all their might towards the arena, trying to reason with their friend and dissuade him from fighting before it was too late. They begged him to surrender before Bruce turned into a killing machine, seeing how quickly his magic was developing. For a moment it even seemed that the third-year student had drowned in his own magic, because his elements filled the entire space of the arena. Only now did Sophia suddenly realize that she no longer felt her friend's energy, and even burst into tears from fear, realizing that he might not have been able to withstand such an onslaught of the elements. It was hard to believe, but he could have actually died after Bruce activated his ultimate ability at full power. Although Edward thought that someone who once dared to challenge him could hardly die so soon. Julia at one point pounced screaming at her aunt, who had the opportunity to stop it but did nothing. And then she loudly shouted to her subordinate that she only asked him to teach the student a lesson and not to kill him. But Michelle calmly replied that this guy was still alive, and she could still feel his powerful mana somewhere nearby. It was a bold statement, and Julia had no reason not to believe her aunt, who was superior to many in her abilities and knew what she was talking about. And then something happened that shocked even Michelle, who knew about Henry's abilities, but had no idea that they were so enormous. From the raging flames, in the very center of it, a black silhouette suddenly appeared, and it became clear that it was Henry, who had withstood the influence of 2 combined elements. Even Bruce had never seen anything like it, and was sure that no human could survive something like that. Only the immortal spirit began to guess that the Empress had combined the magical power of demons and the body of a human, creating a creature very similar to his ward. He knew that man, the product of heaven and earth, carried within himself such power that it was impossible to destroy both elements. The real secret of chaos was in the true law of the human race, and this force, which carried all the laws of the world, was carried within this guy. When the energy begins to perfectly harmonize with the power of chaos raging inside Henry, he will become truly invulnerable. And right now, someone appeared out of the fire in the arena, someone whom no one could consider a simple student. Bruce saw with his own eyes how the harmonious elements of fire and wind were dispersed by an unknown force that the freshman possessed. The big guy seemed to be proud of his ability to master 2 elements at once, but today he had to learn something new. After all, Henry had in his hands all 9 elements known to the universe, and he could control them as required by a particular duel. Julia knew that besides the Emperor's cousin, there was only one person in the world who could control any kind of mana. But could it really be Henry? Her guess was confirmed, and Michelle said that now they see before them the true body of chaos, which the Emperor has not even had time to master yet. However, she knew that such a technique had always belonged only to the ruling family, and Henry simply had nowhere to learn it. And those 2 elements with which Bruce had attacked Henry a couple of minutes ago, the guy now held in his hands, like loyal subjects. Even his appearance changed greatly after this phenomenal trick, and now no one had any doubts about who would win the fight. Now any of his spells were much stronger than usual, and the third-year student was definitely not an opponent who could resist. And then Bruce saw in horror how 2 fiery whirlwinds, mixed with the wind, were heading towards him to burn him to the ground. The pearl given to Michelle could hardly protect the guy from such pressure that even the Emperor himself could not resist. And just moments later, several fiery whirlwinds formed in the arena, surrounding the student from all sides. The protective pearl still had some energy left to protect Bruce from direct contact with the fire, but it gradually began to crack. It was at that moment that he saw above his head the same first-year student to whom he had recently bragged about his strength and promised mercy if he fulfilled his conditions. But it seemed that now it was time for the other man to make his demands, although Henry was in no mood for talk and launched his one and only devastating attack. After that, he smashed the protective pearl in one fell swoop, and it shattered into small pieces before everyone's eyes. Finding himself behind his opponent, he placed his blade right at his back, making it clear who was the leader in this duel. Slowly turning around, Bruce saw before him a completely different man, one with whom he would hardly have dared to engage in battle 10 minutes ago. Looking at him sternly, Henry warned that if he did not surrender right now, he would die in the arena, and nothing would stop him from doing so. The guy was covered in cold sweat. But soon, with difficulty pronouncing words, he admitted his defeat. Now Michelle had no doubt that the unknown genius on the site next to the academy was indeed Henry. They remained in this position for some time, until Michelle admitted that Henry was the sole winner of today's event. The stands exploded with deafening screams, celebrating the victory of the new idol, who suddenly took on a different appearance in front of the fans. At the start of the fight, it was hard to believe that a first-year student would defeat a disciplinary committee member. But that's exactly what happened. But Sophia couldn't understand when her friend had managed to become so strong. Could it be that he had been hiding something from her all this time? For the first time in the Academy's existence, a first-year student made it into the top 20, and could soon even take first place in the rankings. Noticing Julia's silhouette in the stands, Bruce asked her for forgiveness for not living up to her expectations. But the girl immediately replied that she had underestimated the guy's abilities, so he shouldn't blame himself, but accept defeat. However, Edward had one more trump card, and now the time had come for someone who could compete with Henry on equal terms to enter the duel. However, Henry himself suddenly felt weak, realizing that the attack had taken a lot of his strength. His knees were shaking from exhaustion, and at some point he realized that he would not be able to stay on his feet for a second. And then, the guy fell onto the sand of the arena, realizing that controlling all the elements at once took more strength than expected. The spirit immediately calmed him down, saying that this was only due to being unaccustomed to it, and that he would soon reach the combat power of the 20th rank and cope with the load. At that moment, Michelle herself came out to the winner of the fight in the arena and said that the guy no longer had the strength to continue the competition. She believed that it was better to put an end to this and save her strength for the next event, rather than to act heroically and continue to fight with all her might. But even while sweating from fatigue, the guy didn't want to be deprived of the opportunity to continue, because he would never agree to give up. Michelle honestly said that the last challenger has a 50th rank of combat power, and even if Henry gives it his all, he won't win. He's already done a great job today, so there's no shame in refusing the next fight. But 3 days ago he promised that he would no longer run and hide from those who stood in his way, be it Buddha or the Creator himself. He was ready to trample anyone, because this was his only path, for which he was reborn. It was the first time Michelle saw such desperate courage on Henry's face, and of course, any girl always likes it. But she warned with a grin that there is always a price to pay for youth and frivolity. But then, she loudly announced to the audience that Henry had decided to continue, and now he was facing his final fight with the main contender for victory. At this time, his opponent was already ready to accept the challenge, and was thinking about which element to start the confrontation with. The crowd was thrilled to see the Rookie King continue to fight, and believed it was time to play big. But this time, Agatha definitely took the guy for a lunatic who didn't understand what he was doing by agreeing to fight. Sophia knew the main contender for victory, and rumors that every blow from that guy brought instant death and destruction. Her friend also heard that that guy lived in seclusion outside the Magic Mountain, and went through one of the strongest schools in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. In fact, Edward didn't expect his childhood friend to be so reckless as to agree to a fight after 2 tough competitions. But it is unlikely that this was what the one who had already prepared his sacred sword for the final duel thought about. And then the contestant, Ronald, threw his sword, just like Henry, to instantly reach down to the arena. And now the spectators watched in delight as Henry's rival rushed towards him just as the boy himself had recently found himself here. Of course, Henry knew how to control this sacred relic, but it was a little strange for him to see from the side of that magician who repeated his own abilities. Approaching, Ronald asked with a smile not to hold a grudge against him if he turned out to be too cruel to his younger colleague in battle. And although Henry understood that he was strong, it was possible to say this without unnecessary pathos, without making such a serious appearance. And then Ronald warned that the first-year student was only familiar with the students of the academy, but he did not know the true power that could not be obtained within its walls. And then he sent his magic sword, charged with powerful energy, at the guy, and it became clear that the fight would not be easy. Immediately after that, he gripped the handle of the magic blade even tighter, and hurried to repel the sudden attack. Fortunately, he succeeded, and the sacred relic launched by Ronald was almost neutralized. True, she flew at such a speed that even after hitting her, the guy was thrown 10 meters toward the stands. Fortunately, the quality of the blade was excellent. Otherwise, it is difficult to say how the clash would have ended if he had not had such a formidable weapon. Looking at this, Bruce was more impressed by the freshman's barrier than Ronald's blow, because he saw how skillfully the boy could wield the relic. With this weapon, Henry pierced the defense of his pearl, and the strength of the blade alone was comparable to that of high school students. This also came as a surprise to Ronald, because he barely saw the moment of the swing, and yet the guy managed not only to react, but also to repel the attack. However, Henry immediately interrupted him and wanted to ask just one question before continuing. It was a strange start to the next stage of the fight, and Ronald asked what exactly he was interested in. Even at the very beginning, Henry felt the thirst for blood that his blade exuded, and now he wanted to know if his opponent was serious about killing him. However, Henry himself was not so much worried about himself as he wanted to know if he could give it his all in this fight without hesitation. After all, if so, then he is ready to finish off Ronald first, without even giving him time to make even one serious attack. But the very next second, where Ronald stood, a trace suddenly appeared in the sand after he instantly flew into the air. Not wanting to listen to this nonsense, he shouted that the games were over and now it was time for a serious duel. It's no secret that this guy has control over many elements, and he wanted to start the first attack with the help of one of them. And then suddenly magical swords appeared around him, surrounding him from all sides, and not a single student of the academy could have repelled such an attack. Julia knew that such an attack was capable of killing everyone within 1,000 miles, because the energy of these blades was not inferior even to Henry's current strength. For Edward, the ending was obvious, and the guy just had to wait for his friend to show everything he was capable of. Henry's limit, as his opponent thought, was just one sword. But if he saw 3 in front of him at once, he would hardly be able to block the attack. And then he actually threw 3 energy swords at once towards him, which rushed towards the target at great speed. But at that moment, unnoticed by anyone, the immortal spirit touched his ward, warning him that he needed to prepare and give it his all. They instantly reunited, merging their energies together, and now Henry fought not alone, but with the help of the immortal spirit. This reunion of souls did not go unnoticed, and all spectators saw how monstrous energy splashed out of the student's body. Ronald watched with delight as his opponent finally showed all the trump cards he had up his sleeve, because he himself wanted to fight the strongest student. However, without giving him time to collect himself, he sent all the magical swords towards Henry, each of which contained destructive power. But unexpectedly, this only caused a slight smile from the guy, who believed that the powers of the ancestor of an earthly immortal could not be considered a simple trump card. After all, what Ronald learned in the mountains, the immortal spirit, who was now helping the young student, had already been able to do many centuries ago. And now, with the help of the Star Atlas, Henry had control over all the ancient Taoist knowledge to which the immortal spirit had dedicated his earthly life. Based on the heavenly principles of the supreme power, he was able to transform all this knowledge into a unique magic circle that was stronger than any barrier. And all the energy swords that Ronald launched from above seemed to freeze at the point where Henry's protective dome began. There was a feeling that this guy had seen everything in life, and was able to withstand even such powerful attacks for a long time. And then, seizing the moment, with one sweeping movement of the sacred blade, he cut these energy threads, now useless. All the power that Ronald had been accumulating was torn to shreds, and even the barrier was no longer needed by Henry, because nothing threatened him anymore. It was one of Ronald's most deadly weapons, wielded only by him and some of the Emperor's bodyguards. The aura of the magic circle that swirled around Henry was difficult to understand, and even Michelle was unable to explain its origin. Finally, Ronald realized that his martial art technique, which was several times more powerful than his opponent's strength, had shattered against this barrier like a crystal vase. But, looking up at him, the guy warned that from now on all his spells would be destroyed and he was just wasting his energy on cheap tricks. It was unlikely that he was ready to give him the opportunity to attack again, because now it was high time for Henry himself to show his abilities. Realizing that his opponent had started to play against the rules, Ronald was seething with rage and was not ready to simply give him the victory. And then all the mana that this guy had under his control suddenly swirled around his body and could wipe anyone off the face of the earth. And then he sent all the remaining energy blades at Henry, who was still standing in the magic circle, wanting to finish off the first year. The guy had already managed to parry this blow once, and there was no reason not to do it again. The young man's entire face was covered in cold sweat, because he understood that no one had been able to dodge such a technique before. Even the sacred altar could not withstand his onslaught and fall under the influence of magic, but Henry continued to behave as if it was child's play for him. Everyone saw how this magician, who had once inspired fear, lost his face and begged Henry not to come close to him. It was hard to believe, but the first-year student dealt with not only the best students of the academy, but also with someone who was studying secret combat techniques somewhere in the mountains. Looking from the stands into the center of the arena where his friend was, Jimmy was ready to celebrate the victory with his friend. At some point, he couldn't stand it any longer and jumped up from his seat, loudly shouting the name of the winner, which was already looming on the horizon. And along with him, this cry was taken up by all the other spectators, who would not accept anyone's victory, except Henry's. Even being far from the stands, the guy heard a loud cry of support, and this gave him even more strength. Looking straight at Ronald, he advised him to squeeze the last rays of mana from his body, and empty, appear before him. And then energy wings spread out behind his shoulders and he rushed into the air, seeing his main goal in front of him. Realizing where this was going, Edward commanded his subordinate to use the sword's energy and finish off the guy while he was still in the air. Yes, it was easy for him to give advice while on the podium, but much more difficult to apply that energy against such a strong fighter. However, today, Henry had seriously damaged his reputation, and Ronald was ready to do anything to snatch victory from his hands. He ordered all the energy swords to ascend into the sky and unleash their full power, destroying the brat. At some point, Henry thought he had studied his opponent, but he understood that the guy still had a lot of magic in reserve. After all, so much destructive energy was rushing straight at him from the sky that a loud bang was heard, and the sky was covered with thick smoke, covering both opponents. At that moment, the spectators froze in anticipation of how the skirmish would end, because instead of two magicians, they saw only black ash flying from the sky. But in the center of the smoke, Henry knew what to do and, putting his hand forward, managed to block the blow. If the audience had been closer, they would have seen how the guy created a huge energy shield in front of himself, and all the elements were used to reflect the blow. And then suddenly, with one movement, he penetrated the shield, coming out almost face to face with today's opponent. And now Ronald simply wouldn't have enough time to prepare the next attack, even if he tried to send hundreds of blades at him again. Besides, the ancient power that his mentors had given him was little left and would not be enough for victory. The immortal spirit was also determined to win, and saw that with Ronald's basic cultivation level, he would not be able to avoid defeat. Of course, at the last moment he tried to throw the remaining magic blades at Henry, but he knew that this was the last thing he would do. It was only a short time before the two would be face to face, and Ronald was one step away from defeat. But when Henry got there, he had already thrust forward the sacred blade to end the competition forever. And the very next second, he plunged the sword straight into his opponent's chest, leaving him no chance to survive. In fact, this guy should have realized in advance what a fight with the best alchemist in the city would entail. But now it was too late to think about it. After the guy pulled the blade back out of Ronald's body with a sharp movement, he lost consciousness and flew down to the ground. And Henry only watched from above as his defeated opponent threw his hands up and no longer resisted his imminent death. He fell from such a height into the center of the arena that any spectator would never have believed that it was possible to survive and continue the fight. There was a deep wound on the boy's body from the blow with a blade, and Ronald was no longer able to show any sign of life. Spectators were horrified that the event was initially an annual competition, and did not believe that it would result in the death of a participant. One of the women, who wanted Ronald to win, realized with horror that a second ago she had seen the moment of his death, and it was no longer possible to turn back time. Even Sophia, who knew the boy's abilities, was surprised at how brutal Henry could be in battle. Right in front of everyone, he pierced his opponent through and through with his blade, and Agatha also felt uneasy seeing such a sight. Only Jimmy could hardly contain his emotions, because he knew that his friend simply had no other choice. For the first time since his rebirth, the boy failed to suppress his desire to kill, and used the duel as an opportunity to vent his emotions. What was also strange was that he did it without hesitation or guilt, but his soul was calmer than ever. He understood that for such an act, Michelle would most likely disqualify him from the participants, although everyone saw with what fury Ronald attacked. Edward was furious that this pathetic student dared to kill one of his strongest subordinates, acting against the rules. But it was unlikely that this was important to Henry himself now, because he had already completed the mission for which he had been training for 3 days on the sandy shore. And then, spotting Edward in the crowd of spectators and looking straight at him, he said gloomily that it was now his turn to fight. A look like that would make anyone break out in a cold sweat, and Edward was no exception. However, standing on the top floor of the stands, he ordered the student union to kill the student who was responsible for the death of his best mage. But it seemed he forgot where he was, and with his screams, the boy almost revealed his true intentions to kill Henry. Moreover, none of his subordinates shared his opinion, because they all joined the committee for the sake of prosperity, and not for the sake of killing freshmen. Realizing that this pile of trash was not worth dealing with, the guy quickly walked away from there. He knew that if he didn't finish the guy off today, the student union would lose its greatness, and then his influence in the city would come to an end. Having reached Michelle, he began to accuse her from afar of watching the student kill his rival. But suddenly she said that people were dying all the time, and she couldn't do anything about it even if she wanted to. Besides, Ronald himself wanted to kill the freshman, and, according to heavenly laws, Henry had every right to self-defense. There remained the master, to whom Edward turned, hoping that at least he thought differently. But in this matter, the final word belonged to the director of the student union, and if Michelle thought that the guy was not guilty, so be it. Finally, he asked the boy not to be bloodthirsty, because as the heir of an influential family, he should be an example for the students. However, the guy could not accept the fact that they would turn a blind eye to this, thereby setting a bad example for other participants in the competition. And yet, the master could no longer be persuaded, because from the very beginning he had closely monitored Henry's actions and did not see anything illegal. He heard that Edward had recently lured the late Ronald into the team, and, with his help, had threatened to take over Richard's business, taking it for himself. but he replied with a smile that these were the rules of business, and no one could stop him from conquering other peoples, because Charlie's family had done exactly the same thing. Although it had long been known to everyone how cruel Edward had been in previous negotiations, Richard had no choice that day. Finally, the guy asked if they would do the right thing if they left everything as it was, and did not even have a short conversation with the winner. He remembered how the students at this academy always bullied the weak, and today's murder could only further inflame their anger. After these words, the master looked sternly into his eyes and asked what he was hinting at. But Edward remembered the days of brutal abuse, and that time was hell that he would never want to go through again. He didn't care about the situation of individual family members, and his main goal was to trample everyone in his path, making people tremble with fear. Realizing that it was useless to talk to the psychopath, the master took a sip of tea and said that he would no longer give him advice. Suddenly, pointing her finger at him, Julia declared that she could kill him right now if that was Michelle's order. Hearing this, the master spat the tea right into Edward's face, and it was clear from the guy's look that he was barely holding back his anger. In order not to do anything stupid, he turned around abruptly and asked in the end not to teach him how to live in the future. Michelle knew that this was their last friendly conversation, and she was sad to lose such a strong ally. But there was no turning back. And then, turning to the students, she loudly asked if there were any more people willing to fight Henry. It was hardly possible to expect any other reaction, because at that moment, the huge stadium hall fell silent, and it was clear what their answer would be. Realizing who could be recognized as the sole winner of the competition, she loudly called out the name of the champion, Freshman Henry. According to the rules of the duel, he now has the honor of being 10th on the list of immortals, and no one will be able to displace him from this position for a long time. The master noted with a smile that this young man was the only one in the history of the academy who would enter the top 10 as a first-year student. Then he spread his arms wide and asked the stands to stand to capture the historic moment. Yes, this guy was not called the King of Newbies for nothing, because he turned history upside down, forcing many to look at the possibilities in a new way. Needless to say, all the girls were in love with Henry, and each one would agree to a lot to become his other half. Today the guy experienced a moment of glory, and it was interesting for him to observe what feelings every person in his place experiences. It was the moment he had dreamed of in his past life, but he had no idea that the glory would be so sweet. Even the spirit, who was not usually used to saying flattering words to the disciple, noted that he had made a real breakthrough in the battle. Moreover, the magic wristwatch immediately showed that his combat power had reached rank 30, jumping over many steps at once. In addition, one of the 9 pillars of the Hall of Souls had absorbed the obsession of the spectators in the stands and was almost filled with their energy. But after looking closely at the pillar, the immortal spirit declared that such an aura could not have been possessed by an ancient deity, and that a more terrible creature would soon appear in the world. After all, only a demonic spirit could possess such sinister energy, and it was unclear why Henry had attracted such an assistant to himself. Now Michelle had no doubt that it was Henry who she first noticed near the academy, and perhaps he would inherit the right to become its director. So, the time had come to announce the reward for the champion of the competition, and the master decided not to put the matter off for long. One of the main prizes was a magical artifact from the academy's treasury, and Henry could choose any of them as a reward. In addition, Henry will receive a letter of recommendation from Michelle, and will be able to choose the wish that he likes the most. The third reward was connected to the academy's main secret, but Henry was to learn about this later. Jimmy couldn't hide his joy for his friend, realizing what wealth would come from getting into the academy's treasury, since the worst weapon from there cost 10 million. True, Sophia was not interested in money, and she was happy that her young man remained alive at all. She cheerfully stated that his parents would be proud of him when they found out that he was ranked 10th in the best students. However, they almost kissed when Michelle appeared next to them, asking them to leave their youthful amusements for a while and follow them to the treasury. Watching this from afar, Julia could hardly contain her anger, because Sophia devoted her attention to the guy, completely forgetting about her. But after what she saw in the arena, she admitted that this guy was special and worthy of becoming her first worthy rival in love. And then she confessed to Sophia that she was lucky with the guy, and she was glad that Henry would become a reliable support for her. In response to this, the guy nodded approvingly to Julia and said that her behavior was now worthy of being considered a senior member of the committee. After a short time, they arrived at the very treasury that contained the wealth accumulated by the academy over many years. When the doors opened in front of Henry, the golden gleam that flashed from inside, right into his eyes, made the guy stop. After all, this treasury contained so much wealth that it would have been enough for him for the rest of his life if he had been able to take it all for himself. In addition, there was a huge amount of magical weapons here, and many of the artifacts could serve him in a duel with monsters. Everything was shining and strewn with gold, so it seemed as if a little more, and the guy would go blind from this light. He found it hard to believe that he could choose anything he wanted. But first, Michelle wanted to ask him something. Turning to her, he cheerfully replied that he was ready to tell her anything, just so that he could start choosing the winning prize as soon as possible. At that moment, she said with a smile that she had long been tormented by the question of who was that unknown genius last week who caused the funnel. But suddenly the guy decided not to confess to her and said that he was hearing about this incident for the first time. Then the girl said with disappointment that if it were him, she would have allowed him to take a couple more treasures from here instead of one. Yes, it made him think. Because 2 gold treasures at once could bring him so much money that he wouldn't have to work. However, this student was always calculating and asked the girl to raise the reward to 3. After which he would be ready to confess to everything. Of course, this in itself meant his confession, although Henry asked her to keep it a secret and not to reveal his abilities. At some point, it seemed to her that this guy simply could not inherit the position of master of the pavilion because the student did not have a penny to his name. The girl had no idea that Henry's main task was to increase combat power and that the position would allow her to do this faster. While he was in the storage, the immortal spirit reminded him that there might be an ingredient here that would speed up his cultivation by 30 years. And with the help of the spirit's vast experience in alchemy, he could easily create a magical elixir from the ingredient. Surely everything could be found in this treasury of the century-old academy, and even ancient arterial grass could have ended up in one of the chests. Having quickly found the necessary ingredients, the guy realized that he could now get everything else to prepare the most complex potions. However, it remained to decide what to choose as the final prize for winning this brutal competition. And at that moment, he saw in the far corner of the storage something that could be more useful to him than even the rarest rhizomes. Right in front of him, he saw a stone statue and realized that this artifact could be an ancient spirit stone that contained his remains. In addition, on the stone slab he saw a small vessel, inside of which were indeed the remains of that saint and could contain his immortal soul. Without a second's hesitation, he chose them as a gift and told Michelle that he was taking the remains for himself. Of course, the girl was not against giving the guy the well-deserved prize, but she warned that the relic contained very powerful mana. Henry understood everything perfectly well, even without explanations, because he knew all the properties of these remains and could not allow them to lie here without use. By the way, Michelle herself found these remains in the ruins, and they had to be brought to the treasury for safekeeping so that no one else could get to them. Here Henry suddenly interrupted her, reminding her that, according to the terms of the contract, he was entitled to a 3rd reward. But unfortunately, the secret that Michelle had to reveal to the winner was connected with another secret of the academy, and she promised to tell about it a little later. In fact, it was offensive, and, looking her straight in the eye, Henry said that it was not nice to go back on your words. But realizing that such jokes were bad with this formidable girl, he quickly ran out of the treasury, realizing that such reproaches could make her lose her temper. Remembering the past, he suddenly realized that the last time he got the ashes of this saint in a completely different place, and it was unclear why the events of his life had changed so much. But for some reason, the immortal spirit believed that this relic was just a decoration and was completely useless for his ward. Then the guy turned sharply to him and declared that the spirit did not even know who these ashes belonged to. And then he said that these ashes belonged to a supreme Buddhist being, equal in power to the immortal spirit. The spirit was even confused by this confession, realizing that this student had started something strange and had been hiding his plan from him for a long time. He couldn't understand why Henry needed these ashes. Was he really going to summon the spirit of the deceased with the help of a ritual? In his past life, it took him 10 years to find this sacred relic and summon the strongest heroic soul. But this time, the relic itself fell into his hands. Although it was too early to predict, since the probability of failure was still very high. The next day, Edward rushed to the student union office, ready to meet in person with whoever could fix the situation. Before him stood the student who had recently been disgraced by Henry, and who was probably still thirsting for revenge. Of course, it was Charlie, who, although he dreamed of taking revenge on his enemy, did not understand how exactly he could do it. After all, if Edward was hinting that he should ask his father to kill Henry, then the director would definitely not leave it unpunished. But that was not the point, and Edward suggested using the academy students for this purpose. And although the boy did not yet understand which of the students was capable of fighting him, Edward advised him to do what he said. He reminded that there is one person who occupies 3rd place on the list of immortals, and it is with his help that their plan can be realized. Meanwhile, Henry met his girlfriend after a short separation, and Sophia asked what reward he had chosen. But before she could finish speaking, the roar of a motor was heard nearby, and it became clear that someone wanted to talk to Henry. A second later, a red sports car pulled up next to them, but it was unclear who was inside. The man behind the wheel controlled the car with the ease that only a true master of driving could do. However, to his surprise, Catherine stepped out of the car, seeking to meet him to ask for a favor. Of course, this made Henry laugh, because after everything that happened, it was he who should be asking her for something, and not the other way around. But the girl gently touched his face with her hand, saying that this was not quite what he thought. After all, last time he helped the development of her pharmacy business so much with his elixir that even her father wanted to meet Henry at a big festive banquet. Besides, exactly a week later, it was Catherine's birthday, and she hoped that the guy wouldn't refuse to come. Of course, he could not refuse the girl this request, and promised that he would definitely come to her estate. Immediately after this, the girl got into the car and, wishing the young people a good day, left on business. True, Sophia did not share the guy's joy about the invitation, not understanding where he managed to meet this girl. And then she looked him straight in the eye, saying that meeting the daughter of an influential family did not seem like a simple coincidence to her. Of course, she didn't jump to any conclusions, so she decided to leave this conversation for now and just go home, where her parents were waiting for them. It was a great suggestion, especially since Henry was hungry and was curious about what his mother had prepared. He suddenly ran to the house and called her with him, although it seemed to Sophia that the guy was moving away from her every day. But she forgot to tell him that she had moved to the 9th level of development, but she promised herself to tell him about it next time. As she stood alone in the middle of the street, she was watched by the immortal spirit, who knew that only 2 months had passed since Henry's reincarnation. And after the start of their close communication, the girl's level grew so rapidly that she, too, could be called a genius that no one knew about yet. These two, along with his ward Henry, increasingly became a mystery to the immortal spirit that he could not solve. It was so fresh on campus this morning that it seemed like the weather itself was calling the students to take a walk and forget about their studies, at least for a little while. But recently, Henry could hardly walk down the street calmly, because all the girls' eyes were riveted on him. None of the students let him pass by without a reason, because everyone wanted to date this new star of the academy. At some point, he realized that a crowd of girls was ready to rush at him and strangle him in their embrace. Of course, he couldn't refuse them rudely, but now his friends were standing in the distance with Sophia, and he felt a little awkward in front of them. Turning to Sophia, Jimmy suddenly told her that Henry had spent a lot of effort choosing a gift from the treasury, and the girl should congratulate her boyfriend in person. However, in response, she moved away, not understanding since when all these girls started hanging around Henry. Meanwhile, the guy was running away from a crowd of female students in love, and shouted loudly to his friends not to leave him alone. On the way, he explained to the immortal spirit that this was always the case in his past life, so he should get used to it. It would be nice to feel like a hero sometimes, but there is no time to relax now because the mutants will attack in 20 days. Even the slightest mistake in the battle with the immortal witches could cost one's life, so it was worth thinking about this especially carefully now. The next person Henry wanted to find was Logan, the best fighter of the ancient martial arts club and the third on the list of immortals. But now it was more important to finish work on the magic pills that would increase combat power and help summon a second heroic soul. It will take a long time to complete the work, namely 2 days of continuous work. At that moment, the very guy Henry was thinking about entered Michelle's office at her invitation. Michelle realized that Logan had come for a new assignment, and she had just the thing for him. This young man's working conditions have always been the same, and he is willing to work if the pay is high enough. He didn't have to worry about payment, but now he had to save a hostage and get 5 million in cash for it. But Michelle warned him that the task was very dangerous, even for a master like him. Yes, Michelle was very kind today, but Logan didn't need her care and simply took his next task. She asked why he had already taken on the 4th mission of such a high level in the last year. Did he really like taking such risks? Michelle had a suspicion that he was acquainted with the winner of the recent competition, who had defeated all the leaders of his club, and probably wanted to meet Henry in person. Logan knew very well how Henry fought, because he secretly watched every one of his fights from the stands of the training arena. Then Michelle asked him for a favor to calm his ardor and not touch Henry, for which she would be very grateful to him. To her surprise, Logan replied that she had nothing to worry about, because his clan members had disgraced themselves, and he had no intention of taking revenge on them. Without wasting time on conversation, he went to the abandoned factory where the prisoner was being held. The captive turned out to be a small boy who was already being abused by the gang leader, who was holding a bloody knife in his hands. Hiding, Logan immediately assessed the level of combat power of each of the 4 fighters surrounding the boy. Logan knew that his opponents were strong, as 2 of them were equal to him in strength, while the other 2 were slightly weaker. But once he had taken on the task, it was too late to retreat, and soon the bandits heard a loud noise from above. Then they realized that they were facing a powerful magician, because huge roots began to grow right from under the stone floor. These roots could tear anyone to pieces if they did not manage to dodge them in time. After examining the roots, one of the bandits realized that they had been using a woodcutting technique that only one person owned, and this man most likely worked for a criminal bureau, where only the strongest fighters from the list of immortals served. He was not mistaken, because Logan had dealt with the same villains more than once during his long service. Logan could not only attack with the ancient roots, but also become nearly invisible to any of them. Finally, one of the bandits pulled himself together and said that panicking was the worst thing to do now. But he didn't have time to finish, because the next moment his head was pierced by Logan's magic arrow. Only after his comrade's death did his accomplice realize where the arrow had come from. He didn't see Logan, but he still tried to swing his axe into the void, but only managed to chop off a few roots. The bandit was sure that someone had been standing there a second ago, but probably moved abruptly after the start of his attack. While they were trying to find Logan, the roots managed to grab the 3rd member of the gang and, most likely, it was no longer possible to tear him out of these bonds. The worst thing was that their little hostage was the main target of the unknown, and they couldn't just hand over their prey to him. At the last moment, noticing that his comrade was heading towards the roots, the bandit ordered him to immediately return to the shelter and not stick his head out. But it was too late to talk about it because the second bandit suffered the same fate and was instantly pierced by a magic arrow. Logan acted as usual and destroyed the bandits one by one, identifying the next target. The target was one of the bandits who had been following every trace of the invisible warrior for a long time and was already ready to use the ability of the water wall. Noticing the activation of this magic from afar, Logan prepared his next arrow to hit the water ball before it could grow. The arrow he fired hit a few roots, but for Logan, it was minor damage. He was willing to sacrifice them. And the main thing is that immediately after this, the arrow hit right in the center of the water ball, where the big guy was. It became clear that the bandit now had no way to use his ability and would soon find himself outside his barrier. And so it happened. The water balloon burst, and the big guy fell onto the stone floor of the abandoned factory. However, this arrow hit not only the shell of the ball, but also the bandit himself, putting a fat cross on his life. The last surviving member of the gang realized that he could not win unless he escaped. He was ready to do anything to get out of here and not become the next victim of the invisible fighter from the criminal bureau. But Logan noticed his attempt to escape and put his hand on the roots, activating the next ability. The gang leader, with a fighting strength of 90 units, tried to escape and remain unpunished. But Logan could not allow that. He went to where the boy was, and Logan realized with horror that the bandit was planning something terrible. Logan was right, because realizing that he could no longer survive, the bandit swung his axe towards the boy, wanting to take one more life with him before he died. The boy closed his eyes in fear, preparing for death, because he understood that kind words would not work on these cruel people. But at some point he realized that the axe had not fallen on his head and, sobbing, he opened one eye. To his surprise, right in front of him stood a strange guy who took the blow of the axe on himself. But for some reason, he did not even die after such a monstrous blow. The blow hit Logan right in the chest, and overcoming the unbearable pain, he opened his eyes and saw drops of blood falling from him onto the floor. Only a madman who was ready to risk his life for the sake of people he didn't know could do something like this. From the guy's look, one could only guess how hard it was for him to endure hellish pain. But he simply had no other choice. But now, he was ready to take full revenge and created a sharp magical spear in his hand to finish off the last of this gang of thugs. The blow landed right in the chest, and like everything else in life, he survived thanks to his willpower. This is exactly what the gang leader always lacked, for which he paid with his life when a blade pierced his chest. Before his death, the bandit realized that he was not dealing with an ordinary person, and loudly shouted that Logan was a real monster. Having done the main thing and saved the boy's life, Logan staggered, barely keeping himself from losing consciousness. Collapsing to the floor, he replied that he had never been immortal, but had always been an ordinary student at a magic academy. However, it is unlikely that the student was capable of such a thing, and no one except the monster would have survived a direct hit to the chest with an axe. The boy immediately thanked his savior and said that he would ask his father to pay him as much money as Logan wanted. But it was at this moment that a man who had set all this up suddenly emerged from the depths of the abandoned factory. He loudly applauded Logan for completing the mission, and said that even the strongest master of the academy could not compare to him. Logan knew this young guy very well, who had given him tasks many times before, and had probably come to ask for the next mission. He was not mistaken. But this time Charlie ordered the murder of one stupid student, promising 10 million in cash for it. To Charlie's surprise, Logan refused the assignment for the first time, realizing that it was about a student who had recently won a competition. Charlie did not give up, and said that he was ready to accept any conditions, even if it meant selling the entire business. Besides, he had something that could interest Logan even more than money, and he could add this artifact to those 10 million. It turned out that Charlie knew that Logan's martial arts club had been desperately raising money for a life-extending elixir in recent years. And even though the dying gang member realized that Charlie had set him up, Logan didn't care about that right now. After some thought, Logan replied that only 5 people could obtain this sacred artifact, and it was unclear why Charlie wanted it. The guy didn't want to reveal all the secrets, and only replied that he had information received from his father. But who, if not Logan, knew that after Henry's murder, all suspicion would fall on him, and this crime would be considered the most serious. Charlie was prepared for this too and stated that in the eyes of people this guy would be a sinner who deserved death. It turned out that he had planned to first discredit Henry's name, drag it through the mud, and then finish him off. Of course, Henry himself knew nothing about this yet, and he celebrated his recent victory with his family. His adoptive father did not expect that his son would be so lucky and take 10th place in the ranking of students at the academy. As a rule, he did not allow himself to drink much, but for such an event it was worth having a little more than usual. But all this time, Linda could not understand how her boyfriend managed to become a powerful fighter so quickly. In response, he said that he accidentally received a couple of useful tips from a martial arts expert, and after that, everything went like clockwork. But when he said that his teacher was an alchemist, it caused a strong reaction, and his parents could not believe it. After all, they knew that an alchemist was the most honorable and rare profession among the immortals in the entire country. Only now, Sophia learned something that her boyfriend had kept silent about for a long time and for some reason decided to say about it in front of his parents. It was clear to the immortal spirit, who had already studied his ward, that the guy had simply led everyone away from the truth with the phrase about the alchemist. With a smile, the father asked Henry not to forget about little Sophia when he became the most famous alchemist in the city. Moreover, he suddenly handed the young men a martial arts book that he had been saving for this day for a long time, believing that they were now worthy of studying it. Watching how the young people supported each other in everything, Dorothea became more and more happy and had no doubt that everything would be fine for them. By the way, the book really had a lot of useful information, and it was worth reading it to understand the ancient techniques of martial arts. However, the manuscripts given by her father belonged to a friend of the immortal spirit, and this girl was the very first immortal in the world. But then the immortal spirit said darkly that that girl had been killed by a witch clan many years ago, and he still remembered it. Only now did Henry realize that on the first day when the immortal spirit appeared before him in the Hall of Heroic Souls, it was precisely about her. But after a pause, the spirit, without even turning to Henry, asked him for one important favor. And then he announced that they must defeat the clan led by Charlie's family, because protecting humanity was the goal of the murdered friend. Meanwhile, evening fell over the city, and the lights in the windows of the house began to gradually go out one after another. After turning off the light and trying to fall asleep, Henry tossed and turned for a long time, because he was again tormented by nightmares. His face was covered in sweat, and in his sleep he muttered strange words about a red cloud, clearly seeing something terrible. He dreamed of the front entrance to an ancient temple, and he seemed to feel magical threads that stretched across the entire space. Heading in the direction the magic thread led, he entered the temple and saw the immortal spirit bending over the body of a dying girl. It was the same spirit's friend who failed to defeat the 12 ancient witches, because they attacked her simultaneously from behind the garden. Before she died, she said that one Hall of Souls would not be enough to protect people, so she asked for one favor. Then a sacred blade appeared in her hand, and before her soul left the world of the living, she asked to seal it in this artifact and take it with her. But the worst thing was that for this, he would have to kill his best friend, because otherwise it would be impossible to transfer her soul into this sacred artifact. It was very difficult, but all his life, he had been like a brother to the girl, and she could only entrust such a task to him. Tears were streaming from his eyes, but after a short pause, he said that he promised her he would do it for her sake. After her death, she promised to reincarnate into people from generation to generation and follow the master of the Hall of Souls. The sword was needed to protect humanity, because in a fight with monsters, magic alone was not enough, and a more formidable weapon was needed. At that moment, while Henry was tossing and turning in bed, the spirit was nearby, realizing that only through dreams could the guy regain his memories. Then, waking up, he screamed so loudly that the lights in the house immediately came on, and it became clear that he had woken up all the neighbors. Even the evil immortal spirit was frightened by the loud scream of his ward, but it was then that the boy felt that he should be in Sophia's room now. It's unclear how he knew this, but within seconds he was running towards her room to be near her. Already on the way to her bedroom, he heard a woman scream from afar and, opening the door, asked what had happened to her. It turned out that the girl had used some new magic and, leaning her hand on the wall, fell to the floor. Unable to stay on her feet, she explained with difficulty that a new creature had entered into symbiosis with her, and that with every cell of her body she felt unity with it. Moreover, she did not have time to come to her senses before she reached a new level of spiritual development, and this was impossible without the help of the spirit. Surprisingly, approximately the same thing had recently happened to Henry himself, and the immortal spirit understood her words better than anyone else. Unable to hold back his tears, he realized that he saw in front of him not only Sophia, but also his sister, who had taken up residence in the body of this girl. The next morning, there was supposed to be a meeting at the academy between Agatha and Charlie, who had long wanted to talk to her. The girl was clearly not happy to see him, but she could not refuse the young gentleman, who had too much influence in the city. From afar, Charlie warned her that this time Agatha's help would be needed to deal with Henry. He then whispered in her ear what exactly she had to do, and it would be the main part of their big plan. He was ready to pay her 200,000 so that the girl could seduce this student, believing that Agatha did not need to be taught all the intricacies of this business. Besides, the guy knew that she was always in need of money, so by selling her body, she would be able to forget about this problem for a while. He was right that Agatha was from a poor family, but this time she decided to refuse, and not to blacken her name even more with such dirty deeds. But it seems she didn't understand what he meant, because it wasn't a request at all, but a demand. To be more convincing, he hit the girl in the face, hoping that this would make her more accommodating. But she continued to say that she would not agree to carry out this order, even if the guy had to beat her half to death. Then, grabbing her by the hair, Charlie reminded her of Agatha's words about how she was still innocent and therefore could be excellent bait for this freshman. But suddenly, after this, he began to slowly unbutton his pants, hoping that no one would come to the aid of this girl and prevent him from doing this dirty deed. However, he was mistaken, because the next second the door suddenly opened, and the silhouette of teacher Michelle appeared in the doorway. Realizing he had been caught red-handed, Charlie quickly buttoned his pants and said the girl had simply fallen and he wanted to help her. Of course, she didn't believe a single word this scoundrel said. And if Agatha had said that she was being mocked, she was ready to support her. She understood that this brat's family was influential and had great importance in the city. But Michelle herself was not a weak girl either. But after a short pause, Agatha suddenly said that she was okay and that she had indeed fallen by accident. Realizing that the problem was over, Charlie hurried out of the room into the hallway, wishing everyone a good day and waving to the teacher. However, Michelle did not agree that the conversation was over and asked the guy to wait another minute. And the next moment, she hit him in the face with her hand so hard that the guy flew back several meters, not expecting such a reaction. She broke his nose with a blow and Charlie was ready to lash out at her with the dirtiest words. But, having looked closely at the ominous aura that this teacher was emitting, I realized that it was better to remain silent. Realizing that Logan had become this bastard's henchman, Michelle called after him that she was disappointed in him. The guy admitted that he had his reasons, and although he was annoyed to hear this from Michelle, when both had left and the girls were alone, Agatha quietly thanked the teacher for her help. In response, she slowly lit a cigarette, saying that it was not difficult for her to do so, and told the student to go to class. She understood that an event was coming that was more terrible than any skirmishes with rich kids, because the monsters from the Witch Clan could interrupt the life of everyone in this city. Soon, Charlie and his accomplices were discussing their next move, because this scoundrel did not agree to participate in their conspiracy against Henry. But his friend had many other attractive students in mind, who would certainly agree to fulfill Charlie's request for 200,000. He then showed a photo of the girl on his phone screen, saying that it would be easy to get her involved. Looking at the photo, even Charlie realized that this girl was too innocent, and it was unclear how his friend was able to find her. But the guy did not agree that she could be called innocent, believing that this girl would stand in any pose for 200,000. Meanwhile, Henry walked down the academy corridor and wondered how Sophia had managed to move to a new level overnight. But the main question that tormented the immortal spirit was where the sacred artifact was now, inside which the soul of his girlfriend was imprisoned. At that moment, Henry's thoughts were interrupted by one of the students, who had long been his devoted fan and was happy to see the king of the first years in person. The other students also ran up and surrounded the guy, showering him with a mountain of compliments. Looking from afar, Charlie understood that Henry would not be destined to enjoy his moment of glory for long, because another fate awaited him soon. But while every student wanted to talk to the star of the academy, the girl suddenly suggested that he look at the list that had been updated on the website that morning. At that moment, Jimmy gave his friend a friendly hug, realizing that at this rate he would soon take the top spot in the rankings. But then he turned his attention to the front door, where a young student stood for several minutes, having come to meet Henry. She immediately attracted the attention of all the guys in the class, because anyone would want to start a close relationship with her if they were in Henry's place. The girl modestly asked if the student who had recently won the annual competition had studied in this class. Not understanding why she was looking for him, Henry raised his hand and said that it was him if she had business with him. Then, without saying a word, she handed him the notebook for him to sign, confessing that she had liked Henry for a long time. She also added that she would be happy if he agreed to date her and made her the happiest girl. Of course, the guy could have left an autograph, but regarding the second request, she was clearly overdoing it. Immediately after this, the girl hurried to the exit and said that she would wait for his answer after class if he came to the appointed place. Unfortunately, this whole scene was seen by Sophia, who was clearly not pleased with how different girls were hanging around her boyfriend. Ignoring Sophia, Jimmy for some reason decided that his friend would drop his studies and run to where she invited him. But Henry himself at that moment was thinking about how to refuse her without hurting the feelings of the girl, who was probably confessing her love for the first time. However, Jimmy did not calm down and said that such a unique opportunity happens once in a lifetime and he is obliged to fulfill the student's request. Although his friends could always help him, and if he wanted, Jimmy could fulfill this request for him. But, looking back at the desk where Sophia was sitting, Henry realized that it was time to stop joking, because everything was clear from the girl's look. And then she turned away, and it became clear that she would hold a grudge against him for a long time for not turning down the student right away. Meanwhile, only one person knew why this student suddenly ran into the classroom and what was really behind her crush. Right after class, Henry went for a walk with the immortal spirit to the mountain behind the academy, where he spent a lot of time to be alone. Recalling today's incident, the spirit said that in his life he had never truly fallen in love, although he had once decided to follow a goddess and failed. Remembering this with humor, he still saw before his eyes that scene when he shamefully justified himself to the girl and convinced her that he had meant something else. Yes, these conversations brought back various thoughts from the past. although it was strange that this old man had never truly loved. At that moment, loud screams were heard somewhere from the depths of the forest, and the guy realized that someone needed help. The immortal spirit advised using mana to understand what kind of opponent they would face. Using magic, the spirit immediately determined that there were 4 strong fighters nearby, each of whom had reached the 7th rank in combat power. But without listening to him to the end, the guy instantly soared into the air and wanted to quickly get to that place. Soon he saw the girl he had seen in class today, but now she had been brutally beaten by a gang of guys he already knew. It was unclear what these guys wanted from the unfortunate girl, but from their appearance it was clear that no one was afraid of the court. It was in vain, for punishment came the next second, when Henry's foot struck the bastard right in the head. After such a blow, the guy flew far to the side and pierced the tree trunk with his body. Realizing that this student was no joke, his accomplice realized that he needed to finish the guy off as quickly as possible before he revealed his full power. Gathering all his magic into a fist, he was ready to smash Henry's face so that he wouldn't interfere with them doing what they wanted. However, even after being hit with both hands, the guy put his palms forward and blocked the blow as if it was training. And then he threw it down with such force that even the earth shattered into pieces and flew in all directions. The next blow from the winner of the competition put an end to it and forever discouraged the hooligans from fighting Henry. But suddenly the guy realized that the rest of his accomplices were on the sides and had bound his hands with a magic chain. The power was draining from him, meaning these chains were capable of draining his mana, just like Logan's magical rhizomes. If we continue, soon all of Henry's mana will be exhausted and then he will become easy prey for these bastards. But it was hardly possible to use such a cheap trick against the winner of a competition, in which Henry defeated one of the strongest fighters. And the very next second he activated the magic of the new sacred blade, capable of breaking any chains. The blade headed towards those golden magical shackles that had been restricting every movement of its owner all this time. The boys could only watch as the chains broke on the wrists of the student, who was no longer such an easy target. If he was able to break through even the strongest magical chains, it was scary to imagine what he could do to them if they were to engage in battle with him. But having broken the chains on his wrists, Henry grabbed the remaining ends and both guys on either side of him felt that they could not move. At that moment, Henry realized that he didn't need to look at his opponents, because with his inner vision he felt the energy of the space around him. Then he moved his arms lightly, but the boys were thrown into the air as if they had jumped on a huge trampoline. At first the guys weren't ready for this, but no one knew that the fight wasn't over, and they would have to endure a finishing blow. The next second, a loud noise from Henry's powerful energy was heard in the mountains, which could be heard from afar, and a whirlwind of dust rose in the forest. On either side of the boy, 2 deep craters remained, and looking down, the spirit understood that Henry had reached the peak of his abilities. Learning spells was slow due to the boy's low abilities, but all the magic of the Hall of Souls could be used by him to the fullest. Then, taking off his t-shirt, the guy wanted to hide the traces of the abuse that these scoundrels had committed against the poor student. He put his t-shirt on her so that she would not be ashamed to go with him to the settlement and apologized for being late for the meeting. In response, the girl rushed to hug her savior with tears in her eyes, saying that he had appeared just in time. But immediately after that, she raised her sinister gaze and said that he had fallen for her tricks like a child. A voice came from nearby, a man whom Henry knew very well, and Charlie declared that he saw before him an animal in human form. This guy didn't come alone, but brought Logan, the master, and teacher Michelle with him to prove to them the bitter truth about Henry. Of course, the master did not expect this from one of his best students, but it was hard for him not to believe his eyes. It turned out that even Henry was capable of harassment, and it was he who became the person who defamed the unfortunate freshman. And she, continuing to play her role, threw herself into Charlie's arms, warmly thanking him for his help. The guys who got it badly confirmed every word of their young leader, saying that they bravely tried to take the girl away from the maniac. However, Logan wanted to know all the details, and he ordered the boys to tell everything they saw. Then they told a prepared story about how they were walking through the forest, and noticing a terrible scene, entered into a fight with a powerful maniac. In fact, Henry didn't care about their cheap tricks, and wanted to know what Charlie was up to. But instead of him, the cunning girl answered, quietly admitting that she didn't like him one bit, and that she confessed her love to him only for Charlie's money. Then, approaching him, Charlie admitted that he had prepared himself, and Henry would not get off his hook. This bastard had always wanted Henry dead, and this time he was determined to see it through to the end. Yesterday, the master was praising Henry in front of the entire school, calling him the greatest talent of the century, and today, everything was turned upside down. He couldn't imagine that the guy would sink to the very bottom so quickly, revealing his true face, which he had previously hidden under the mask of a simpleton. A special unit of the Criminal Bureau was expected to arrive soon to interrogate not only Henry, but also Charlie, who became the first witness. Charlie, sitting opposite Henry, advised him to admit his guilt and not make the situation worse. To everyone's surprise, Henry not only refused to admit guilt, but also arrogantly lit a cigarette, blowing smoke out of his mouth. It became obvious that he would never listen to Charlie or the other members of the board. It was a strange reaction, considering that Henry was in dire straits and could be expelled from the academy. The master, although he himself saw the incident in the forest, still asked Henry to tell everything in detail if he had any excuses. Having put out his cigarette right on the table in the office, Henry began his story by saying that everything happened by accident. And then, with a wide smile, he declared that he had long wanted to rape Rebecca, and fortunately she herself invited him to talk in the dark forest. Everyone understood that Henry was putting on a comedy act, because that was exactly what the master and the disciplinary committee accused him of. It also seemed like an incredible coincidence that they appeared just at the moment he took off his t-shirt, as if they had been waiting for it. He told the horrific truth with humor, and many began to suspect that the whole rape scene was staged. Looking at Charlie, the master began to guess that he was somehow involved in this story, but did not want to admit it. Turning to Henry, Charlie asked if he thought the master and Michelle were liars, insisting on his version, which made everyone look bad. But instead of answering, Henry ripped his t-shirt off the very girl he had recently tried to help, but had now greatly changed his opinion of this scoundrel. The master continued to insist that it was difficult to believe Henry, because his version would mean that everyone around him was complete idiots. Putting his shirt back on, Henry asked everyone to think about his words again, so as not to look stupid in their own eyes. Charlie understood what Henry was getting at, but he didn't want to give in and said that he would get the punishment he deserved. These disputes began to irritate Logan, and he began to doubt his decision to participate in this adventure. Unexpectedly, Charlie offered Henry one last chance if he agreed to cooperate with the disciplinary committee. He promised that if Henry repented on his knees before the master and Michelle, he would get off with 2 years of imprisonment instead of 20 years. At that moment, a group of hunters burst into the office with an urgent report, and the commander said that they had come to arrest one cultivator, for whom a warrant had already been received. The master did not expect to see this guy here, who once, many years ago, was the same student at the academy. Henry knew this man from his past life, who was the head of the Immortal Criminal Bureau. Without taking his eyes off Henry, Charlie warned again that this was his last chance to kneel and repent. He was already imagining how the video camera on the ceiling was recording this moment, and how he would later get this recording for his personal archive. But Henry was in no hurry to fulfill the request, and in response suggested that Charlie kneel down himself. Moreover, he demanded that the master also kneel down next to Charlie and ask him for forgiveness for the humiliation. It was hard to believe that even under the threat of death or long imprisonment, Henry did not repent, but continued his stupid antics. Suddenly Michelle, looking down, said that Henry's grades were indeed terrible, as was his behavior at the academy. Charlie, as the head boy, confirmed the teacher's words and declared that Henry deserved the death penalty. However, Michelle then stood up and stated that she could not fully trust her students, especially after the latest incident involving Charlie and Agatha. Henry was surprised that there was still a person in this room who listened to his words and seemed to have gone over to his side. The master didn't understand why Michelle had changed her mind so abruptly, but he had no reason not to trust her. And then Michelle said that Henry was lied to, and that it was done by one of the academy students simply out of revenge. Charlie immediately declared that all this chatter was only distracting from the essence of the matter, and ordered the hunters to take away the dangerous criminal. It was difficult to go against Michelle's words, but the hunter apologized to her, explaining that they were on duty and had to carry out orders. Michelle looked at him sternly and reminded him that she had once been their class teacher, and that they were obliged to respect her authority. The boys had not yet forgotten how strict this woman was, because she could make them hold full buckets of water over their heads for several hours in a row as a punishment. But the chief hunter reminded her that the criminal bureau had the right to execute guilty cultivators without her permission. It seemed as if someone in this room dared to teach her, although it was she who taught them everything they know and apply in their work. Charlie knew that arguing with the chief immortal cultivator would not bode well for Michelle, and was glad that everything was going according to his plan. Finally, Michelle warned the cultivator that if he didn't step aside, then there was no point in complaining later that he hadn't been warned. Suddenly, the entire academy building shook. Small stones fell from the ceiling and it became clear who had caused this magic. Looking at the aura that had thickened around the lead hunter, Henry realized that he had suppressed the entire room with a single burst of energy. It's no wonder that this guy once led all the immortals in the city and united them to destroy the witch clan. It was obvious that he would not give in to Michelle, but the master asked him to calm down and not do anything stupid. In the end, both of them could die in this fight, because Michelle also had tremendous strength and fighting skills. However, it seemed that Michelle was not averse to testing her strength in an open duel with this restless hunter. Two powerful, opposing forces flared up in the hall, knocking down several participants in the meeting, and if this had continued, it would soon have smashed all the furniture to pieces. The hunter seethed with rage, realizing that he had lost control of his body and could not even move. His subordinates felt the same. None of them could move a finger, let alone use their destructive energy. It turned out that the fire dragon's magic covered everyone present, and even Henry could not resist this powerful woman. It remained a mystery why Michelle, with such abilities, still worked as a simple teacher at the academy. when she could have headed the entire criminal bureau. Stretching her hand forward and pointing her finger downwards, she used magic to try to force the recalcitrant hunter to bow before her. At that very moment, the chief hunter fell to one knee, although he had not intended to do so. But for some reason, his body refused to obey him. He knew about Michelle's talents, but he didn't expect her power to be so great. It turned out that this attractive girl with glasses was an experienced magician, capable of dealing not only with hunters, but also with the most powerful monsters. And if she really decided to defend a murderer and rapist, then the criminal bureau would have to retreat, unable to fight her. True, her actions could have jeopardized the reputation of the entire pavilion, and then Michelle would have regretted her decision. But this girl always went against the rules, and if it was the price to pay, she was willing to accept it. Perhaps even the master didn't know that Michelle had played a key role in the creation of the criminal bureau, and it seemed like it was time for the chief hunter to find out. However, she stated that she was ready to allow them to arrest the guy, but within 7 days she would find evidence of his innocence. It was a good offer, and the hunter replied that if there was no evidence after that period, the guy would go to prison according to the law. But if Henry lied, she was ready to kill him with her own hands, so she hoped that her efforts would not be in vain. Soon, the boy was placed in solitary confinement, where he had to sit for a long time alone and in almost complete darkness. The immortal spirit supported his ward, because anger in such a situation, when you were set up, is a completely normal reaction. The boy decided to trust his teacher Michelle and wait for the day when she would collect evidence of his innocence. In addition, the room was completely isolated, so 7 days should be enough to perfect the new elixir. But then the door opened slightly, and someone wanted to talk to the guy personally about one important matter. Logan appeared at the threshold of the detention center, wanting to offer the guy a trial of life and death on behalf of the club president. He offered the boy to sign an agreement for a duel, which was to take place in 3 days on the academy's training field. Henry knew that the court of life and death was the highest contract between immortal cultivators, which was not subject to even the law. The guy refused with a smile, realizing that Logan was afraid of his justification and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Today's villains preferred to act stupidly and arrogantly, so the guy gave his final answer to this challenge. To enter into such a contract, mutual consent was required, and Henry did not agree and wanted to wait until the end of the week. He was absolutely right, because Logan did not have the same power as Michelle or the Academy Master, and the guy acted logically. But suddenly a photo of Sophia appeared in Logan's hand, and he suggested that Henry think again, whether he was ready to go all the way, or would change his mind. Jumping up from his seat, Henry asked not to touch at least this girl, but he understood that Charlie would do any dirty deeds. Left alone in the cell, Logan honestly admitted that this girl would die if Henry did not agree to a duel. He asked not to be forced to kill an innocent girl, and gave Henry one last chance to think about his choice. Instead of the bright future they could have built together, Logan somehow decided to obey that bastard Charlie, making a big mistake. The guy laughed loudly at these words, considering the bright future to be an invention of naive people. He used to love playing the hero too, but what it led to made him stop believing in fairy tales and the bright future that this student talked about. Then, lifting his shirt, he showed a red mark on his chest, left 2 years ago by his master. Henry knew that the red palm print was made by magic, but he didn't understand how Logan survived. Edward was considered the strongest in the academy for many years, and it was Logan who felt the full power of his magic. Then Edward pierced his body with his hand, because Logan had greatly offended his master, and deserved to bear this mark for the rest of his life. To survive, Logan took a special magic pill every month, which cost a lot of money, and for this he carried out one mission after another. Only the most powerful alchemists could create such tablets, and there were no more than 10 of them in their city. And if he wanted to live, he had to earn money by catching criminals for whom the criminal bureau gave a good reward. But then he should have hated Edward, not praised his talents and called him the strongest warrior. Suddenly Logan told him that one day Charlie found him and offered him a priceless magic pill that supported his life and health much better. Henry reminded him that because of these pills, Logan's skills in spiritual practices were sharply reduced, but he knew perfectly well how to help him. But he didn't seem to want to listen, and turning sharply towards the door, was about to leave, leaving the guy alone. Finally, the guy loudly declared that he accepted the offer, but warned that it would be a fight to the death. Misunderstanding this phrase, Logan gave the guy 3 days to prepare his farewell speech. Then he closed the door behind him, and Henry was left in the darkness of the cell again, thinking about his words. All this time, the atmosphere in the isolation ward was so tense that the spirit decided not to ask questions for now and wait for Logan to leave. As the founder of alchemy, the immortal spirit knew that Logan was taking the worst pill and wondered why Charlie gave him that one. True, now Henry was thinking about preparing for the duel, and the idea of brewing a new elixir came to him. The spirit could help him with this matter, deciding to support his ward in this race against time. Without wasting any precious minutes, they combined their forces and, using this ability, set to work. The plants and rare magic mushrooms that Henry had at his disposal served as excellent ingredients for creating a new elixir. Meanwhile, Logan went to the hospital where his old friend, who had served under him for many years, had been treated for a long time. Entering the room, he saw the commander surrounded by young subordinates, and it became clear that he had been through a lot. The commander immediately apologized for distracting his boss, but asked him to pay for his treatment, which he did not have enough money for. Logan, of course, wanted to help his subordinate, although he knew perfectly well how much money he himself needed to buy elixirs. And then he suddenly admitted that it was he who was dragging the entire team down, and this statement made everyone in the room fall silent. It was strange to hear this from Logan, and the subordinate replied that the boss should not exaggerate, and that it was better for everyone to calm down now. Besides, there was no turning back, and no matter what terrible things they did, no one left them any choice. Now they all had to stick together, and the young subordinate said that he was ready to go with Logan to the end. He was joined by the rest of the fighters, ready to do anything to cure Logan of his fatal illness. The entire club agreed with this young man, and many were ready to sacrifice everything so that their boss could find an antidote to magic. Anyone who heard something like that addressed to them would have difficulty holding back their tears, and Logan heard such a touching confession for the first time in his life. Of course, after that he cast aside all doubts about the duel with Henry and finally declared that he would soon solve this little problem. Now he was sure that everything would end and become as before, and for this he needed to deal with Henry as soon as possible. A few days later, the campus sports ground was set for a competition between two strong opponents whose names every student knew. Stephen wished victory to Henry's opponent, thinking that this guy was good only at first glance. These students used to think they had to look up to Henry, but they recently learned what a jerk he really was. It seemed that Charlie's plan had succeeded, and now everyone was to see the true face of the freshman who had recently been considered an idol. But Henry's friends knew that this was a vile slander, and that he was in fact who the students knew him to be after winning the annual competition. Charlie was prepared for his friends to defend Henry, and reminded him that he was not the only one who thought he was a freak. And then, pointing to Rebecca, he declared that this girl had become the victim of a scoundrel, and that she certainly could not lie. Continuing to play the role of the victim, Rebecca burst into tears, saying that she did not expect such an act from Henry, who almost dishonored her in that forest. Then a crowd of students began screaming at Henry's friends, accusing them of supporting the rapist and bringing dishonor on the academy. The evidence of the students' guilt was very convincing, and Charlie once again suggested that he look the truth in the eye, which spoke for itself. Suddenly, Julia's figure appeared above the stadium, declaring that Rebecca had been pretending to be a victim all this time. Not understanding what Julia was talking about, the girl asked what she meant and what she was trying to accuse her of. Julia guessed that these guys had deliberately proposed a trial of life and death for Henry, in order to prevent him from living to see the disciplinary committee. One of Logan's subordinates suddenly shouted loudly that even the president of the disciplinary committee was covering for the rapist, which meant that she was in cahoots with him. It became clear that the entire academy was against Henry, and even Julia's authority could not change the students' opinions. However, the girl did not think so, and was ready to prove to anyone that everything was set up from the very beginning. In addition, she was ready to deal with anyone who dared to accuse her of collaborating with the rapist and drag her into this dirty story. And then the energy of anger emanating from Julia nearly knocked the students down at the bottom of the stadium off their feet, and it became clear that she was not joking. It seems that the time has come for the main culprit of all the troubles to come out, because it was he who originally came up with this insidious plan. Edward was determined to stop this absurdity and would not allow students to be harmed by the hand of a man covering for a criminal. It seemed that the two had become irreconcilable enemies from that moment on, and the crowd was now chanting Edward's name throughout the stadium. The guy was looking forward to the opportunity to fight this powerful girl who had been putting spokes in his wheels for all these years. Looking at Julia with a smile, he understood that she would not allow his plan to be carried out, and with each day approaching the trial, she would try to prove Henry's innocence. However, one should not forget that she had bodyguards with strong magical abilities under her command, and fighting her meant going against them. Seeing the bodyguards in front of him, Edward abruptly changed his mind about fighting Julia now, and decided to leave it until better times. It was good that the master intervened in the conflict, noticing from afar the mana thickening over the stadium, and realizing that a battle was brewing. He arrived with Michelle, and both demanded that the students go back to their places and not escalate the already tense situation. And although Edward activated the destructive energy, he was sure that even without his help, Henry would end today. After all, he already knew that the guy had accepted the offer of a fair fight with Logan, which meant that the sentence had already been passed on him, and he would not live to see the trial. And then Edward slowly approached Julia to quietly tell her about the suspicions that had been visiting him lately. And suddenly the girl heard unpleasant suspicions that she herself had fallen in love with Henry, and that was why she was defending him so passionately. But she immediately began to loudly protest against this invention, because she could not fall in love with such an idiot as Henry, and was simply used to acting fairly. And then, looking at Sophia, Julia realized that she had heard Edward's offensive remark and had probably taken it to heart. Agatha, meanwhile, understood that the guy would have a hard time in the upcoming fight, and that this fight might turn out to be the most difficult in his life. After a short time, the immortal spirit, after a long search, declared that he was finally able to do what Henry asked him to do. He managed to create the magic pill that would help his protege win an unequal battle and do what he had come a long way for. This drained the spirit's strength, and in order to recover, he needed to return to the Hall of Souls as soon as possible. Without wasting any time, Henry swallowed the pill and hoped that its magic would work and give him hope for victory. And just a second later, he felt a surge of energy, comparable to an instant increase in rank, and he realized that the magic had worked. In the dark isolation room where Henry had been sitting all this time, a bright yellow light suddenly appeared, emitting an incredible amount of mana. It was on this day that he was to fight Logan on the Academy's training ground, where crowds of spectators had already gathered. The stands were full, and Logan hoped that today everyone would see this student finally show weakness. Edward was hoping that he would finally be able to get rid of his thorn, and Rebecca did not miss the opportunity to stand next to such a famous guy. The escorts had already brought the student, who everyone around had recently considered a genius, into the arena of the training ground. And now only Henry's closest friends loudly supported him, because the rest of the audience was rooting for his opponent. But it is precisely at such moments that true devotion is revealed, and Sophia was ready to put her life on the line just to stay with her beloved. Suddenly, Julia, seeing the mana the defendant was emitting, screamed loudly, not believing her eyes. Michelle also thought it was impossible, but this guy showed even more than in his last victorious fight against Ronald. In just a few days, Henry was able to increase the rank of his magical abilities faster than any other student in the history of the Academy had ever managed. But Henry himself was not happy that he had to do this, because with the help of this power, he intended to kill Logan. The angry shouts directed at Henry were a great way to fuel the pillar in the Hall of Heroic Souls, and were only to the benefit of the guy who was suffering humiliation. Yes, the public is fickle, because a couple of days ago everyone in this place admired the hero, but now they have turned away from him. But from the guy's smile, it was clear that he didn't care about the crowd's recognition, because the main goal of his reincarnation was to save the world, and not just the students. Such words were unlikely to come from the complete scumbag that everyone now considered Henry to be. But Logan had no intention of turning away from the path. And then, smiling at his opponent, Henry warned that he was not as kind as people thought. And after today's battle, there will be only one dead man. And it is unlikely that Henry intended to remain that dead man. The amount of destructive energy coming from the boy's body made Logan reel back as if he was being blown away by the wind. This guy's fighting power had already shocked Julia once, but today she saw that this was not the limit. It was hard to believe, but Edward's magical wristwatch showed a level of strength in the student that the boy had never seen. The combat power had reached rank 60, and Henry had only reached rank 15 recently. But how did he manage to do that? Looking his opponent in the eye, Henry said that he had a lot to do, so he suggested that they start the fight quickly. At the very beginning, Logan was not against starting the fight as soon as possible. But from the look on the guy's face, it was clear that he regretted his decision. It was hard to understand why his rank 90 combat power was inferior to the guy's rank 60. Even though everyone could see how Logan was afraid to attack first. No ordinary person could strike an opponent who was 3 levels stronger, so the boy resembled a monster. But if Logan didn't want to attack first, Henry was ready to take on that role and start the fight with his own blow. He wanted to use the ability of chaos to finish off Logan sooner, because he himself chose this slippery path for himself. Julia knew that the only way Logan could win this competition was to combine magic and martial arts. Compared to last time, Logan's skills had improved significantly, and Edward hoped that this would help him win. And indeed, those rhizomes with which the guy skillfully dealt with the criminals filled the entire space of the stadium. Henry knew that these roots were capable of absorbing the mana of any person, and it became clear that this was the way the opponent intended to win. And Logan was already at the top of the overgrown trees and used the ability of invisibility, which gave him an advantage. Henry immediately felt his strength gradually draining away, and if this continued, he risked losing. However, right now, he had at his disposal that sacred relic that would allow him to finish the fight before the rhizome sucked out his strength. Logan was well prepared as he continued to use his stealth technique to hide deep in the trees. He understood that in a close-range fight, even with his level of strength, he simply would not have a chance of winning. But relying only on the art of concealment was also impossible, because at some point, Henry would be able to discover it, and the outcome would be predetermined. Watching from the top of the stands, Edward decided that his subordinate intended to hide in the shadows, absorbing the opponent's energy and exhausting him. In that case, Henry was ready to use fire and wind, infusing the power of these elements into his magical blade. But at the moment when he was filling the sword with mana, an opponent appeared behind him, preparing to shoot a magic arrow at the guy. At the last second, Henry heard the sound of a bowstring being pulled, realizing that Logan was more cunning than he thought. Turning around sharply, he realized that he had miraculously avoided a direct hit from the arrow in his back, and it had only grazed his arm. But this was enough for the stands to explode with enthusiastic cries, wishing a speedy victory to their new idol. The audience wanted Logan to fire another arrow at Henry, but this time they wanted the gun to hit him directly in the head. The arrows were very powerful, and if he didn't dodge, it's hard to imagine how serious the wound would be for the guy. True, Logan himself, continuing to pursue his tactics, did not understand how best to proceed and whether it was necessary to continue to avoid a collision. And then, deciding that he had no choice, he used all the energy he had managed to accumulate over the past few days and fired many arrows at once. Still holding his wounded arm, Henry suddenly heard the whistle of dozens of magical arrows heading his way. Time slowed down for him, and trying to feel the trajectory of each arrow, he dodged the onslaught with all his might. From the outside, it looked so dangerous that Julia shouted her next piece of advice to the guy with all her might, although she understood that it was useless. After all, Henry himself knew perfectly well how to act, and deftly managed to dodge even a double shot, and the arrow flew close to his head. The guy couldn't understand how he managed to do this, because it was as if he saw death before his eyes, moving towards him at an unimaginable speed. Logan knew that at this rate he would waste his energy, so he prepared 3 magic arrows at once. The audience was on the edge of their seats, hoping to see the triple salvo finally hit its target and destroy Logan's opponent. It is hard to imagine what was going on in Sophia's soul, before whose eyes they wanted to turn her beloved boyfriend into a sieve, and he heroically evaded it. Jimmy concentrated with all his might on the progress of the fight, although even if he had noticed something important in Logan's behavior, he would not have had time to tell his friend about it. Michelle understood that there could only be one outcome of the fight, and Henry would either win or die today. If this had happened in Henry's past life, the Empress's power would have surely helped him use the Star Atlas and find Logan. But one cannot rely on the strength of a heroic soul all his life, and now the time has come to show what he himself is capable of. Meanwhile, Logan continued to send a hail of arrows at him, which touched the leaves and whistled towards his opponent. At some point, Julia realized that he intended to cut off Henry's escape route, and was deliberately aiming arrows in different directions. However, the guy was ready to move on to the next step and do what he had been preparing for throughout the entire fight. But unexpectedly jumping out to meet the arrow, the spectators suddenly saw how it pierced his body, and it became clear who emerged victorious. Only Edward immediately realized that the guy had lunged on purpose, and knew from the very beginning that the arrow would reach his body. Julia, although shocked by this scene, knew Henry very well and his desperate moves in difficult situations. And indeed, the guy continued to move towards Logan, as if he did not feel the magic arrow that still remained in his chest. Overcoming the pain, he shouted loudly that Logan could not escape now. He was tired of fighting at a distance, and it was time to meet face to face. Yes, this guy really showed not only magical abilities, but also the willpower that ancient deities showed. Henry continued to fly towards the fighter who was recently considered invincible, but now it was unclear who should actually be recognized as the top warrior. Finding himself in the center of the forest thicket, where there had recently been an empty stadium space, the guy tried to feel the presence of his opponent. Even looking from the height of the upper stands, Julia also lost sight of Logan and tried to figure out where he had gone. Meanwhile, he was already pulling the bowstring and was ready to shoot another magic arrow, aiming at the guy nearby. The bowstring was released and the arrow instantly whistled through the leaves of the trees and was just centimeters from Henry's head. But suddenly the guy smiled, realizing that he had finally discovered the opponent who had been using the ability of invisibility all this time. And the very next moment, instead of celebrating his victory, Logan was pierced through the back by Henry's sacred sword. The spectators could not believe that their idol of the fight today was killed so easily, although a second ago he had completely seized the initiative in the fight. And although Agatha secretly rooted for Henry, she could not understand what had happened and what she should expect in the next second. It was unclear how the guy was able to teleport, because being under the influence of the rhizomes, all his strength should have long since flowed into the trunks. But not wanting to listen to any more of the scoundrel's words, Henry abruptly pulled the blade out of his body to end the conversation and life of his rival forever. Henry had spent the last few days perfecting the elixir, and what energy remained after the alchemy process was directed towards training. And now his friends watched as the boy's efforts were not in vain, because with the help of such preparation, he was able to win the mortal battle. But for some reason, a slight smile suddenly appeared on Logan's face, and he said that he knew about Henry's ability and was prepared for him to show it. However, Henry had no idea that Logan had already acquired the ability to clone, which meant that he had been fighting his copy all this time. And indeed, at the other end of the forest, a bow with a charged magic arrow appeared, aimed towards Henry and the cloned copy of Logan. In fact, the guy was tired of these endless races with Logan, and he understood that he needed to increase the speed to the limit to put an end to them. But the bowstring was already drawn, and Logan was ready to release 3 arrows at once, and it was unclear whether this was a clone or a real person. After all, the spectators saw how 3 forms of the guy appeared at once in the stadium, and each had 3 magic arrows loaded in their hands. Even the Academy Master would not have been able to dodge such a shot, and the girls watched in horror as their friend was able to block the shot. In fact, even at the beginning of the fight, Henry knew who he was dealing with, but he did not expect that Logan would be able to increase the power of his abilities so quickly. Although now he would have been better off thinking about how to reflect the magic arrows launched at one single target, which was this guy. At the last moment, the girl managed to shout to Henry that the arrows were thrown at him from behind, although it was unlikely that this would have helped him dodge. The arrows from one of Logan's clones hit their target and pierced Henry's body through and through, finally putting an end to the duel. When the boy collapsed onto the sand of the arena, he was still conscious, but his hand let go of the sacred blade, because he had no strength left to resist. The spectators fell silent, no longer as bloodthirsty as before, because the fight ended not in defeat, but in the death of one of the participants. As Logan walked down to Henry, he realized that he had fought well, but even his talent would not be enough against a true professional. It is unclear whether the spectators wanted to see a real death, but the upper stands were jubilant, because Charlie's accomplices were sitting there, who wanted exactly this kind of end for Henry. For the first few seconds, Julia did not believe that what was happening was real, and fell to her knees, trying to comprehend what she saw. Michelle bitterly regretted that she had allowed Henry to accept the challenge to a fight to the death, because a little more, and she would have had time to prove his innocence. Only Sophia didn't care whether her boyfriend was guilty or not, because she had lost the man she loved, whom she would have accepted no matter what. Edward finally breathed a sigh of relief, because the main goal of the last days had been achieved, and he had achieved his goal. He experienced a series of failures, as the student showed more and more abilities, but the fight with Logan put an end to their confrontation. For some time, the opponents remained in place, but one of them would not rise again, because this fight was not an ordinary competition. Agatha knew that Henry could refuse the duel, had the right to do so, and it was unclear what he wanted to prove with his consent. She couldn't bear the sight any longer and decided to run away from the stadium to be alone with herself. The girl did just that, rushing down the stairs, unable to hear the cries of the jubilant crowd who enjoyed seeing death. However, Henry was still alive. His eyes were open, although everything around was gradually becoming covered in fog. Before he finally closed his eyes, the guy felt himself moving into another space, which was the Hall of Heroic Souls. And so it happened. After a few moments, he saw two pillars, one of which was almost ready for the appearance of a new soul. Henry watched the mana spilling into the sacred artifacts for some time, and the new spirit was already showing its essence. Soon he saw the face of a soul that was supposed to appear in the hall and perhaps agree to help Henry. The boy looked straight ahead, but the spirit immediately pulled him into his visions so that Henry could live the last minutes of his life with him. The spirit turned out to be a girl whom everyone considered the Queen of Demons, and the crowd demanded her immediate execution. The village elder was ready for a public execution for the sake of peace of the people, not wanting a new coup in the country. But the girl only smiled, looking at the angry crowd, realizing that it was impossible to kill her with a simple axe. As the sun set behind the destroyed mountains and rivers, she suddenly realized that her life would soon end. This girl was the ancestor of the prehistoric Fox clan, and witnessed the beginning of the Great War in which 3 saints led 10,000 immortals. The girl was among them and, unable to bear the suffering of the people, turned into a queen in order to drive crazy the man on whom the decision depended. She killed officials one after another, but she did not regret it, because her heart ached just from the thought. She was ready to do anything to save the people who now wished her death, and would have dispersed just after seeing her severed head. The decision was made, and the executioner's weapon was raised above her head to end her life with one movement. Henry, at the center of the vision, inside her memories, rushed forward to stop the executioner. But his hand passed through the executioner's face, and the boy saw how blood gushed from the scaffold in all directions. Instead of salvation, he heard the cries of a jubilant crowd, and saw the head of a girl who, during her life, sacrificed herself for the sake of people. It was hard to imagine Henry's feelings, but the next moment he realized that things were not so simple. After all, she was alive, and with her big red eyes she looked at the elders who had made the decision to execute her. The young man did not understand how this was possible, because he saw how the axe fell over her head, and the executioner did his job perfectly. But the elder explained that the power of 9 magical moons flows through the girl's veins, and she is able to turn reality into illusion. The rumors that she was able to come back to life 9 times turned out to be true, and she lived again, as if she'd been born again. The executioner immediately lowered the blade over her head, and Henry again saw how the unfortunate girl experienced her death. But her head showed signs of life, and she managed to tell the guy not to worry and to tell him something important. Not understanding how this was possible, Henry watched without opening his eyes as the talking head continued to tell him something. It turned out that she had been beheaded 9 times, but she remained alive because she had not fulfilled her purpose in this world. People called her the Queen of Demons, but she dreamed that at least someone would understand how much she gave for them and change their attitude towards her. She never received any kind words from the crowd, which is what led her to the scaffold. After listening to the end, Henry said that their fates were similar, because now the crowd at the stadium was rejoicing at his death, although he was reborn to save them. He told her why fate had brought them together. and what could become their common goal if she agreed to help. He called her to come down to Earth and appear in the world to join forces with Henry and give him a chance to win the duel. The guy offered to sacrifice the cries of the crowd that wanted him dead to the Temple of Heroic Souls, which would become fuel for the Pillar of Souls. He called upon the nine-tailed heavenly fox to allow him to inherit her dreams and make them come true through an alliance with Henry. Hearing these words, the sky fox opened her red eyes, realizing that she had been waiting for this call for an eternity. The audience saw that something was happening to the guy, and the recently dead body began to show signs of life. Michelle noticed an inexplicable ominous aura around the guy. Although she was used to his surprises, the spectators realized that the energy spreading throughout the stadium reached all the way to the stands. Soon the guy prepared to slowly get up to continue the fight and finish what he had been preparing for the last 3 days. Having risen to his feet, the guy realized that he had jumped to conclusions because his opponent had not only survived, but had also gained new strength. Now he was going to respond in kind, but this time he could use his new spirit, which was the Sky Fox. After a fierce battle, his combat power increased by 2 levels and reached 80 units. Jimmy finally saw his friend, who was capable of miracles and was deservedly considered one of the strongest cultivators in the academy. Just recently, Edward had been jubilant, but now through his round glasses, he saw that the situation was changing dramatically. Michelle understood that an ordinary person could not possess such an aura, and his chilling energy most likely came from the depths of the underworld. It was hard to imagine how the guy managed to get up, and Logan was once again convinced that he was looking at a real monster. However, the time for talking was over, and looking at him, Henry said that it didn't matter to Logan anymore. After all, now, instead of chasing cloned copies, he is ready to use the opportunities that the Sky Fox gave him. The mood of the audience instantly changed, and now they were outraged at how Logan could have made such a mistake and allowed the guy to get up. But it was at this moment that Agatha suddenly appeared on the very top platform, and taking the microphone, prepared to reveal the truth. She loudly declared that Charlie had been deceiving them all this time, and had framed this student out of personal revenge. While he was persuading her to seduce Henry for 200,000, the girl was secretly holding the phone with the voice recorder turned on, and now the recording was heard throughout the stadium. Finally, it dawned on them that the guy was truly innocent, and that Michelle had stood up for him before the disciplinary committee for good reason. Jimmy raised his hands high and shouted that these fools always believe in nonsense until the last moment, until you slap the evidence in their faces. This was great news, and Sophia was glad that the once cunning student had decided to take such a bold, heroic action. However, the outcome of the fight was not yet clear, and now it was necessary to understand how this fight would end for both guys. Michelle knew she could interrupt the competition and demand that both competitors stop, but she was in no hurry to do so. Standing in the stands, Edward understood that this scoundrel wanted to ruin their plan, and even Charlie made a mistake this time, getting caught on tape. The guy understood that after the failure of this venture, Edward would probably want revenge, so he shouted loudly that this was all another trick of the scoundrel Henry. And then Agatha quietly said into the microphone that she had gone against herself to give Henry a chance to win this fight. Henry listened carefully to her words, and, seeing her silhouette on the upper stands, he understood that he had to repay her for her kindness. He must win this battle and take revenge on these scoundrels not only for himself, but also for all the evil they have done to people. In fact, with the help of the Sky Fox, it was much easier than a few minutes ago, and the guy was ready to fulfill her request. At this point, Logan declared that according to the rules, he had already won, since Henry had been lying motionless for several minutes, and he could have finished him off. However, if the guy wants, he can continue the fight and finish him off again, doing it with particular sophistication. As per their usual tactics, several clones appeared on different sides of Henry and prepared to attack him with magic arrows. But now he could distinguish the clones from the real Logan much better, because it was the inner vision of his new spirit that suggested the right direction. And if the guy was counting on repeating his trick, then it was worth forgetting about it before it was too late. Suddenly, in Henry's mind, the stadium turned into one solid dark spot, and instead of 4 projections of the cloned Logan, he saw one real enemy in front of him. Michelle could feel the energy he used in battle, and was amazed that he was capable of such a technique. And then, suddenly opening his eyes, he saw before him the only goal towards which he should direct all his efforts. At this point, Logan, still invisible, could not understand how this student had distinguished him not only among the clones, but had even discovered him in the space of his magical rhizomes. Although it was too late to think about it, because the guy intended to finish this fight as quickly as possible and finally begin what he was reborn for. Of course, he could continue creating his clones until the end of the day, but this time, Henry would have enough strength to quickly deal with this problem. It seemed that now Logan had no choice but to flee the scene of the fight, because he could not hide behind his clones and ability to disappear forever. At some point, the guy found himself right in the middle of several projections of his opponent, and he had to choose where to strike next. Looking straight at him, Henry said that he was well aware of the 4 projection limit he could afford. No longer able to restrain himself, he responded by pulling the string of his bow and preparing to kill the guy with one magic arrow. Sophia watched her boyfriend's every move with bated breath, realizing that this fight was one of the hardest in his life. The chance of winning was about 1 in 4. And yet, if you made the right move, you could win. Jimmy had to restrain himself from jumping up from the stands and running to the center of the arena, even though he knew his presence wouldn't make a difference. The only thing he could do was to shout out some parting words to his friend, which he would surely hear, and which would give him strength. Unexpectedly for him, several students next to him also began chanting Henry's name, although just recently they had wished him to lose. And now Logan had to hear those cheers from the crowd again, calling Henry the rookie king and rooting for him. It was at this moment, when his opponent had let his guard down, that Henry realized that it was his turn to show his small but interesting surprise, and the next second he instantly appeared next to his opponent and pierced him with his sacred blade. It seemed that this once powerful warrior was now being defeated by a student he considered weaker than himself, but he realized this too late. And Henry reminded him once again that his challenge was a big mistake, even though he knew that the guy was acting on someone else's orders. Sharply pulling out the sacred blade, the guy ended the long duel, and this choice of path turned out to be decisive for him. It was obvious that, falling from a great height right into the thick of his magical trees, Logan would not be able to repeat the student's trick and be reborn after death. After his fall, a whirlwind of dust rose up in the stadium arena, and the spectators froze for a moment. The boy had studied ancient magical sciences for so many years, only to end up on the sand, pierced by a first-year student's blade. It was impossible not to admit that this was not an ordinary academy student, but a true genius, born once in 100 years. Coming down to him, Henry stated that he knew perfectly well the reason why Logan wanted him dead, although they were not initially enemies. He then showed the magic pill that could grant Logan life and for which he violated his conscience. The guy couldn't understand where the student got this expensive elixir, for which he carried out missions for the criminal bureau without days off. In response, Henry said that it could be considered an accident, but it was unlikely that Logan would believe such an explanation. After all, Henry was the only second-class alchemist among the students of the academy, and he was able to create many sacred medicines. Hearing this, the stands burst into loud shouts, calling Henry the king of alchemists and awarding him a new title. It was hard to believe that this guy, whom Julia first saw after his reincarnation, was not only a skilled magician, but also a brilliant alchemist. Edward finally understood why Michelle had been protecting Henry all this time. Because friendship with such a brilliant student was desirable, he himself would like to have such a friend. The master was forced to admit his mistake in calling Henry a criminal, and now there was no doubt about who this guy really was. However, it is unlikely that the guy would have simply given the magic pill to someone who, just a few minutes ago, was ready to kill him in the arena. Of course, he knew that Logan needed the elixir like air, because with its help he maintained his life force, but his plans were different. The next second, he clenched his fist tightly, and the small balloon burst in his hand right before Logan's eyes. The boy could hardly believe that the rare medicine he had come a long way for had been crushed right before his eyes and was now irretrievably lost. The audience was also well aware of the high price of this potion, especially if sold on the black market. But Henry did it without the slightest regret, because that was his original plan. However, his friend Jimmy would rather sell the medicine, and Henry would rather just give it to his friend. Looking at the stage, Julia understood that the student decided to show off to the crowd and attract Sophia's attention even more. Even the master doubted for a moment the correctness of the boy's actions. Although if he really was an outstanding alchemist, he could make such a potion again. At this point, a tired smile appeared on Logan's face, because he had been through so much during the day, and the culmination of the battle turned out to be even more unpredictable than one could have imagined. This guy gave up everything to earn money for the cure and get rid of the curse that Edward gave him, and now he collapsed to the ground, ready to admit his guilt and begging Henry to teach him his alchemical abilities. It seemed that this guy finally realized that he had been very wrong about Henry and was ready to repent of what he had done. By chance, Henry just happened to have another elixir in stock, which he suddenly pulled out of his pocket. It was hard to believe, but this potion was 10 times stronger than the one the guy had crushed a minute ago. And now this rare potion could go to Logan, but it was unclear why Henry would just give it away. Many of the students in the stands dreamed of studying at the Faculty of Cultivators, and knew very well the potion that the guy showed everyone. And now it was in the hands of a man who had recently challenged Henry to a duel to the death, and looked as pathetic as it was possible for a fighter in his position to do. And the guy just waved goodbye, saying that he wouldn't even ask him for money for the medicine. Michelle couldn't understand how someone could be so reckless and give away an expensive potion for free instead of getting a good profit for it. But Henry was only after one effect, and finally heard the words that Logan should have spoken long ago. The boy loudly shouted that he admitted defeat, and collapsed onto the sandy arena of the stadium, begging for forgiveness. Seeing this, Charlie realized that his entire plan had failed, and even Logan had given in at the last moment. Realizing that it was her time to act, Michelle loudly declared that the third place on the immortal list, which Logan had previously held, would now go to his current opponent. Even the fighters from this guy's clan didn't expect such words from the boss, although it was unlikely that any of them would dare to go against him. Finally, Jimmy was able to celebrate his friend's victory, realizing that this fight could not have turned out differently. The loud ovation that sounded from the stands for Henry was well-deserved, and now he was basking in glory. The Sky Fox reminded that not long ago these people wanted to see him lifeless, lying on the sand of the stadium. But now they had abruptly changed their minds, as had happened in her life. Henry knew very well how quickly the crowd's opinion changed, but he did not want to change his goal, and still dreamed of saving all the people on the planet. These words made the girl even hug him, pressing her whole body against the guy, who behaved like a brave knight even in such a situation. But Henry was quick to stop her, because his girlfriend was in one of the stands, and it was unlikely that she would be delighted with such a close relationship. At that moment, Sophia ran into the arena and hugged her boyfriend tightly, who miraculously remained alive after the deadly duel. She quietly asked for forgiveness for not being able to do anything, and for having to just watch the unequal fight. But now she was shedding tears of happiness, realizing that Henry was much stronger than she imagined. Looking at this from afar, Agatha was glad that her efforts were not in vain, and she also contributed to this victory. She had secretly loved Henry for a long time, but she understood that his relationship with Sophia was serious, and there was no place for her in his life. Julia had noticed her on the stadium balcony a long time ago and, coming up, praised her for her excellent performance. She then announced that, on behalf of the disciplinary committee, she was allowing Agatha to enroll in the cultivator faculty for free and take her long-awaited place in the group. But Agatha doubted whether a person without special talents would be able to learn cultivation, and whether it would ruin the academy's reputation. For this educational institution, not only talent was important, but also the values that Agatha had, because such people were valued at all times. The girl did not know how to thank Julia, because she acted from the bottom of her heart, without expecting a reward. However, Julia suddenly turned her attention to the young couple in the center of the training arena, who didn't notice her at all. Seeing Henry below, Julia said he was doing a great job, but Sophia was still superior in skill. In response, the guy, as usual, promised her that he would take first place in the ranking, and then she would change her mind. It seemed that the Sky Fox, who immediately liked this guy, had too many rivals, but she was ready to fight for the right to be next to him. She then turned to the immortal spirit, with whom they would now have to spend a lot of time together, since they were united by the common hall of heroic souls. With a sly smile, she recalled that in a past life, the spirit ran like a little dog after a goddess, when they were still ordinary people. In response, the old man asked not to mention her name, and not to interfere in something that was not his business. Otherwise, he would not be responsible for himself. It is not surprising that such a talkative girl lost the patronage of an influential person during her lifetime, who eventually made her an outcast. But the Heavenly Fox also had an answer, because she recalled how, during his life, the spirit confessed his love once, and even then managed to get rejected. It seemed that this girl knew more than she should have, and this was beginning to seriously irritate the spirit. A little more, and he would have finally snapped at her, although the girl continued to remind him of various facts from his past life. Finally, the spirit asked to stop this madness, and stop remembering moments from life that he wanted to forget. But he said this too late, because the girl was already taking on her true demonic form and bringing to the surface the dirtiest facts from the life of the immortal spirit. At the other end of the stadium, Julia was about to punish the main culprit of what happened and ordered her subordinates to grab Charlie. After all, it was precisely because of this scoundrel that that vile scene of harassment in the forest was played out by Henry, who in fact had nothing to do with it. But Michelle was no longer in the mood for long conversations and gave this scoundrel a resounding slap in the face with all her might. Her friend Charlie also got hit by a hot hand, although the blow to his face was not from a palm, but from a strong fist. In the end, they both began to loudly justify themselves, although it was unlikely that this would have helped them stay within the walls of the academy. Then, noticing Edward behind her, Michelle asked if he was involved in this dirty business. Edward had long been prepared for this outcome, and said with a smile that he and Henry had been childhood friends. Besides, if Charlie had tried to suggest such a disgusting plan to him, he would have lost his head immediately, even without a disciplinary trial. And now, looking down at the winner of the duel, Edward understood that their meeting with this guy in childhood was not accidental. At that moment, Henry acted differently, and often ran away from fights instead of accepting the challenge. But now Edward was sure that it was a man like Henry who could become his only best friend. Immediately after this, Henry and Sophia went home, and on the way they discussed the recent duel for a long time. On the way, the guy reminded them that Julia still hadn't calmed down and would probably try to confess her love to Sophia again. Because of such direct words, the girl had to hit her boyfriend, because he forgot about decency and started saying all sorts of nasty things. After night fell on the city, it was Henry's usual time to meditate and work on improving his abilities. For a long time now, he could easily leave the familiar space and find himself in the center of the Hall of Heroic Souls, which is what he was going to do now. To overcome the mutant invasion that was getting closer every day, the help of two spirits who had been nearby for a long time was not enough for him. After all the energy that spilled out during the fight with Logan was absorbed into the pillars of the Hall of Souls, and he intended to pull it over to his side. At this time, the immortal spirit, as usual, was playing his ward's console, and the Heavenly Fox suddenly thought about why the world was arranged this way. She muttered something unintelligible, and the spirit did not understand what came over her in the evening. The girl continued to look at the sky, as if she had realized something important and wanted to get to the bottom of it. In today's fight, it was she who came to Henry's aid and was the only being capable of saving his life. But in addition, in her vision, there appeared the images of demonic creatures surrounding the planet and thirsting for the extermination of all humanity. At some point, she realized that the same creatures were there at the time of her life, but for some reason she had not noticed them before. Her whole face was covered in cold sweat, as if she had learned the truth to which fate had led her and eventually brought her here to serve this strange student. Then, turning to the immortal spirit, she asked if he himself didn't notice anything. At this point, they were distracted by Henry, who jumped to his feet and declared that his combat power had reached level 90. He was glad that all his efforts were not in vain, and that soon he would be able to test his new abilities in action. But at that moment, the girl looked at him differently, and Henry did not understand what was wrong with his face. However, Sky Fox, without changing her tone, said that she had long noticed strange behavior in Henry, and now wanted to know who the hell he was. It was strange to hear such a question from a spirit, and the guy asked again what happened to her during his absence. But without answering, she simply turned to the window, looked out of it, and tried to understand what was beyond this starry horizon. The next day, a terrible event occurred that marked the beginning of a new chapter in the life of the young alchemist. His classmate Agatha ran with all her might through the narrow alleys of the city, feeling that her pursuer was very close. Her fears were confirmed. A strange man in a hooded cloak appeared right above her, and the girl realized that her life was hanging by a thread. Putting his hand forward and uttering a spell, the stranger announced to Agatha that it was time for her to say goodbye to life. At the same time, Henry continued to meditate, almost reaching the highest level of knowledge. The Sky Fox watched her new charge closely, trying to unravel his secret. Using her magic, she tried to penetrate his mind to see what he was hiding inside. But the immortal spirit, using the magic of his magic sleeve, prevented her, surrounding the guy with a protective field. The girl was surprised. Wasn't the spirit himself interested in learning more about the past of his ward, who was clearly hiding something? However, the spirit replied that, having agreed to serve the young man, they were obliged to carry out all his orders and not to pry into his soul. Moreover, if Henry became the Heavenly Fox's puppet, she would be able to control not only him, but also the immortal spirit itself. Looking at her, the spirit understood that he least of all wanted such an outcome, because it was unknown what was hidden in her own soul. At that moment, the guy suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that the usual course of meditation was suddenly interrupted, but he did not understand why. It turned out that all the mana was depleted at the most inopportune moment, although he had been practicing increasing it all night long. Looking closely at the spirits, Henry asked if they were using any new magic that he didn't know about. Realizing that they had been leading him on all this time, he demanded that they both immediately return to the shower room, at which point the door to his room suddenly opened. The girl who came in asked him to look out the window so that he could see for himself how many people were eager to meet him. Sophia understood that now many companies would want to get such a valuable employee as her boyfriend, but she doubted that Henry himself wanted this. Realizing that they wouldn't leave him alone, the guy decided to personally go down and find out why they had come. It seemed that the Sky Fox's guesses were gradually being confirmed, because no student of his age could use so many talents and become a leader among the magicians so quickly. The spirit once again advised her to keep her thoughts to herself and to serve the young master as the heavenly law commanded. Meanwhile, Henry went outside and immediately saw in front of him a representative of a large company who first offered him a deal. He wasn't the only one the management sent to offer the guy a salary that no one else could offer. But Henry replied with a smile that he was not looking for a job now and thanked everyone for their attention. The parents also came out to the porch, hearing the noise outside and not understanding why so many people wanted to work with Henry. Sophia explained that after his last victory, Henry became a celebrity, and many companies would like to get their hands on such an alchemist. Meanwhile, Henry thanked everyone for the honor, but repeated once again that, in addition to work, he now has many other important things to do. He added that if he was allowed to work on a flexible schedule and offered a high salary, he would be ready to consider the offer later. Finally, after asking everyone to leave, Henry returned to his room in a completely different mood. Leaning against the wall, he realized that he had been dreaming about this moment his entire life, and now, finally, it had arrived. Now, without any influential support, he was ready to surpass everyone on his own, and for this, he did not need a rich father like Charlie. From behind the door, he heard the voices of his parents, who also considered him the most talented, and it was surprising that they realized this only now. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, and it was unclear who else so persistently wanted to talk to him. Picking up the phone, he heard Agatha's familiar voice and was glad that after everything she had, still found the strength to contact him. However, the girl screamed into the phone that she had been attacked and begged the guy to urgently help her while she was still alive. An hour earlier, Edward had visited Charlie's father's estate, where the owner had been expecting him for a long time. This time, Edward was in a completely different mood and stated that the Immortal Control Bureau had already intervened in the investigation. Richard was no stranger to solving such problems, and he believed that the easiest way to do it was with a large bribe. However, the guy thought differently, because while the main witness in the case was alive, there was always the risk of setting himself up and getting into trouble. Understanding his hint, Richard immediately gave the order to kill Agatha, and his subordinates immediately set off to carry out the task. Finally, when the man was about to leave, the subordinate asked him what to do with that guy. In response, Richard warned that none of his family members should ever encounter Henry again, as this guy could surpass even the greatest magicians in the future. But it was clear from Edward's face that he categorically disagreed with this, considering himself to be the best magician. As he was leaving, he dropped a mysterious phrase about how geniuses can only be killed by geniuses like themselves, and this fight was soon to take place. It was at that very moment that Agatha was running with a phone in her hands through deserted alleys and loudly asking Henry to hurry to her aid before it was too late. But immediately after that, the same unknown person in the hood who had carried out the attack appeared to her right. It is difficult to imagine what the girl felt when she was suddenly attacked by the High Monk, who had not been noticed in such matters before. But in response, he stated that in his eyes, all other people were just worthless people who were easier to get rid of. After these words, she dropped the phone and Henry heard with his own ears the confession of the Supreme Monk, which exposed the entire Dark Clan. Immediately after that, he loudly called out to the Sky Fox to help him get to the scene as quickly as possible. Only she could understand where Agatha was now, because the connection with her had not yet been broken, and her location could be calculated. As always, the immortal spirit said that the guy was wasting magic on trifles again. But Henry didn't think that saving a person's life was a futile exercise. Besides, he wanted to use the powers of both his spirits at once to get there faster and save the girl. It actually helped, because he soon found himself near the place where Agatha had recently been attacked. Once there, for some time he did not understand where to run and where to look for Agatha. But then he saw someone's body in the distance and immediately understood who he had noticed near this abandoned construction site. But, approaching Agatha, he saw something that made his heart stop, because the girl called him too late. And although her eyes were still open, the guy could not understand whether she was alive or not. Running up to her, Henry tried to shout to the girl, unable to believe that she was already dead. First, he tried to use his healing magic, although of course he should have done it if he had arrived at least 5 minutes earlier. At some point, the immortal spirit put his hand on his shoulder and said that the guy would have to come to terms with his loss. But Henry thought that, as the best alchemist of all time, the spirit should know a way to heal her with his ingenious potion. But every power has its limits, and no matter how much he wanted it, the spirit could not help her in any way. Then he immediately asked to use the 9 moons technique. But the Heavenly Fox replied that she could only turn a real attack into an illusion, and could not resurrect the dead. Loudly slamming his fist on the ground, the boy realized that his enemies were gradually putting their most terrible plans into action. It was hard for him to accept that no matter how hard he tried, fate was still stronger, and he could not do what he was reborn for a second time. After all, in exactly the same way, in his past life, he stood over Sophia's body and saw her die, but he could do nothing. At that moment, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out, and it became clear that Agatha's killer was somewhere nearby. The same High Monk who killed the girl looked straight at them with an evil smile. "You had to be very brave to come here, because another second and Henry would have torn this scoundrel to pieces." Without a second's hesitation, the boy rushed at him, not thinking that the monk might be even stronger than Henry. Indeed, by raising his hand up, the monk created such a powerful flow of protective energy that Henry, at his level, could do nothing to counter it. The guy was thrown far to the side by this wave, realizing that his previous techniques would not work here. And then the monk directed his energy at Henry. But now he used destruction magic to deal with him forever. But at the last moment, someone was able to stop him, firing a magic projectile and hitting him in the hand. It's strange who else could have been here, because Agatha only called this guy before she died. But it was hard not to believe your eyes, because the monk stood with a bloody hand, and right in the center of his palm, there was a gaping hole from the wound. It turned out that it was Julia, who also knew how to quickly determine a person's location, and was here on time. Realizing that he had a rival, the monk declared that the girl was playing with fire if she wanted to resist his power. But with a warrior like Henry, she was no longer afraid of anything, especially since her strength was also enough for such a fight. The monk himself understood this, and the next second he threw himself down from the roof of the building, deciding that escape was the best way out. And the young people could only watch as this creature fell, but to their surprise, it seemed to dissolve into thin air. It was impossible to let him get away, because his next target could be one of them, and he had to be punished. Suddenly, Michelle appeared behind them, sensing the danger and being one of the first to fight anyone. Seeing her in the distance, Julia explained that she had come here herself a minute ago and, fortunately, had managed to save the life of a well-known freshman. Henry, after thinking for a moment, realized that Richard's family was most likely behind the attack on Agatha, since only such scoundrels could cover their tracks so cruelly. If the guy had evidence, it would have been better to tell Michelle about it right away, so that she could present it in court. But such people used dirty methods from the very beginning, and certainly left no evidence. Turning in the other direction, the girl said that she would immediately go to the academy and personally interrogate the nasty puppy Charlie. If necessary, she was even ready to torture this bastard, because of whom there had been so many problems lately. Of course, Julia wanted to go with her, but she warned that the girl was still too young for such scenes. And then, handing over a note with Agatha's address, Michelle asked the boy to do what he had to do in response to the kindness of the murdered student. The guy understood that he would have to tell her mother everything and see tears in her eyes. Although Julia did not like Agatha during her life, now her attitude towards the girl has changed dramatically. She agreed to go to her parents' house with Henry to at least help the guy a little through this difficult scene. When the police arrived, Michelle immediately showed them her ID so that the inspector would not have any unnecessary questions. After this, the young men went to the girl's parents' house, placing her body on the back seat. Julia understood that the guy had not yet had time to recover from the fight before he had to endure another blow. Surely, if they had managed to bring the matter to an end, they would not have left the guy alone, and he would have found himself in the place of the unfortunate woman. The girl only hoped that after this terrible crime, everyone who participated in it would answer for their actions. Henry doubted until the last moment, thinking that if he did not take up the matter himself, the guilty parties would not end up in prison. Finally, they arrived at the house of a woman who was about to receive terrible news. The woman, whose name was Sarah, was not expecting guests and did not understand why these students had come to see her. Then, realizing that the guy was studying at the same academy as her daughter, Sarah was delighted, thinking that he brought good news. She said that she had always considered Agatha a capable student and hoped to soon receive gratitude and praise from the academy's leadership. However, the guy did not know what to answer this kind woman and became even more gloomy. Sarah suddenly started talking about how Agatha had recently wanted to enroll in a faculty that trained cultivators, dreaming of becoming the best alchemist in the city. But then the guy started speaking suspiciously quietly, and the woman realized that the news was bad. And then Henry said the terrible words that her daughter had died about an hour ago. For the first few seconds, Sarah couldn't believe that what was happening was real, as if it was a bad dream, and she couldn't answer the guy a word. But then she covered her face with her hand, and bitter tears flowed from the eyes of a mother who had lost her daughter. She fell to her knees and cried for a long time, and Henry just stood there, unable to add anything more to this. After this terrible scene, Julia and Henry drove back, and there was silence in the car for a long time. Finally, the girl was the first to break the silence, saying that she knew about the revenge that the guy had already planned. But then she suddenly realized that Henry had started talking about things she had never even thought of. He knew that if all the charges were brought against Charlie, he would be immediately expelled from the academy and would no longer be under such close surveillance as before. This meant that Michelle went straight to the academy, but it was unclear what exactly she wanted to do when she met this guy there. At this point, their conversation was interrupted by a phone call that Julia received at a very inopportune time. When she picked up the phone, she said that she was very busy right now and would call back a little later. And then, so that these stupid calls would not bother her anymore, she clenched her fist and crushed the phone in one motion right in her hand. Returning to the conversation, Julia suggested that Charlie should have already been handed over to the criminal bureau, and that was why Michelle arrived there too late. It was a perfectly logical assumption, although Henry didn't believe that everything would end so simply. Now, all that was left was to hope that the Immortal Control Bureau would find evidence and prove the guilt of everyone involved. But Henry knew that Richard's family had enough money to bribe even the Chief Justice. In any case, there were many people working in the Immortal Management Bureau who could not be bought, and they would undoubtedly still have their say. By the way, Henry recently saw the head of the pavilion on TV and noted that he and Julia were very similar. It was a rather unexpected comparison, and the girl said that they had never even met. In a past life, Henry met this man, although he looked completely different then. By order of the Emperor, he had to teach the boy the technique of thunder strike, although it was Henry who experienced the full force of this strike on himself. Now, it became clear to him why the ruler had chosen this particular man as his disciple, although he considered himself still too weak. By the way, the leader had a daughter who really wanted to become a cultivator, but she had no ability at all. The daughter bore her mother's surname, and was also very similar in character to her late mother. In order to surpass her brothers and sisters, the girl even left home and went to train on her own in the world of ordinary people. Here he fell silent, because his story had reached the most difficult moment for him, which he would never forget. It turned out that this girl died during the disaster in the city, which took the lives of everyone except Henry. When a clan of witches attacked the town, it was she who saved Henry, dying for a man she didn't even know. In response to this, the the guy swore that this sacrifice would not be in vain and was ready to do everything to keep his oath. The head was once again convinced that he had a wonderful student, and if his daughter had lived, they would have become good friends. And now he saw before him the daughter of the chieftain, who in a past life had saved his life by standing between him and the huge monster. But she would hardly believe him, so Henry asked her to forget about this conversation and get down to business. Henry had been nothing but a burden his entire life, so sometimes he doubted whether he could change history. The next morning, the guy, as usual, was going to do some meditation and try to develop some of his new abilities. But at that moment the phone rang and it became clear that yesterday's conversation was not over yet. It turned out that Julia had called him again, and the news she told him took the guy by surprise. All charges against Charlie were dropped that night, so Henry's suspicions were most likely true. Without wasting any time, the guy quickly put the phone in his pocket and got ready to go to the academy to find out all the details. But at that moment Sophia entered the room, and she did not expect that the guy would suddenly start to hurry and get ready to go somewhere. She suspected that her boyfriend wanted to get rid of Charlie himself, without waiting for the court's decision. But she warned that there were a lot of police officers in the bureau right now, so it was not worth going there today. It was unlikely that a crowd of police officers could have scared Henry, and besides, he was not a criminal and had no reason to hide. So he waved his hand and wished Sophia a good day, but still intended to fulfill his duty. Meanwhile, near the crime bureau of the Immortals, it was very noisy, and the crowd gathered in the square was chanting loud slogans. Those gathered demanded justice for the students of their academy, and, together with the mother of the deceased student, were ready to wait until the night for the court to change its decision. Upon learning of this, the man who was most interested in the case quickly rushed over in his car. Turning to him, Sarah immediately recognized the scoundrel who was to blame for her daughter's death. Of course, the woman had no evidence, but her maternal instinct told her that he was the one to blame for everything. But without even approaching her, he headed straight for the commander, and Richard's bodyguard pushed the unfortunate woman aside. Seeing the commander and his usual group in front of him, he cheerfully greeted his old acquaintance, hoping that this conversation would take place. However, in response to the greeting, the commander avoided shaking his hands, fully understanding who was really hiding behind this mask. If only he could, he would put this scoundrel behind bars right now, and only the law prevented him from doing so. But suddenly he announced that he had come here on a completely different matter, which would shed some light on the commander himself. Richard believed that his son was innocent, and that the real killers would probably want to get rid of him as soon as possible. According to him, this will happen at the very moment when all the accusations will be directed towards Charlie, and then the real killer will carry out his plan. And then he handed him a map with a mark on it, indicating the supposed location where the crime would most likely take place. He addressed him as a simple, honest citizen would address a commander and ask for help from the criminal bureau in preventing a crime. But these words sounded unconvincing coming from a bastard whose hands were covered in blood up to the elbows, and the commander knew it very well. However, being in service, he could not refuse Richard, because by doing so he would violate the charter, and this would become an extra reason for the scoundrel. So the commander ordered his boys to follow him, and from that moment on, their main task became the protection of Charlie. With a smile on his face, Richard stated that the commander had always amazed him with his brilliant mind, and he was convinced that he was a unique person. But judging by the cries of the crowd, it is unlikely that anyone seriously believed him, because people still considered him guilty. Looking into the crowd, Charlie first asked them to provide them with evidence, and only then condemn innocent people. Then Richard quietly asked his assistant to write down the name of every student in the crowd who dared to insult his family. At this moment, Henry was already approaching the place from where all these screams were coming, and where an important event was to take place. Turning to him, the students realized that they had recently accused this guy of harassment, and now he was the only one who could protect them. Seeing him from afar, Richard could not believe that this boy would dare to come here, and was not prepared for their meeting. The commander also did not expect the guy to arrive here alone, although he knew perfectly well that he could be attacked by people who wanted to get rid of him. But of course, he had prepared for this meeting in advance, and on the roof of the building, Julia and the hunters were already ready to come to the rescue. Recently, the girl has greatly changed her opinion of this student, who began to seem to her one of the most powerful magicians of our time. There was no shadow of doubt on the guy's face, and this time he was determined to sort this all out on his own. It was hard to tell what this guy was planning, as he walked confidently towards them, as if he wasn't afraid of a counterattack. But it was now that Charlie realized that this was his next chance to blacken Henry's name, and he didn't want to miss it. He loudly declared that he still considered him guilty of harassing a girl who only managed to escape from the maniac by deception. And if he seriously decides to start a duel with him, he may end up in the place of that murdered girl, who will never open her eyes again. It's good that his father was next to this scoundrel, and hid his son with all his might so that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary. For the first time in his life, his father raised his hand to him, and Charlie could not understand what he had done to deserve such treatment. After this, Richard stepped forward to meet Henry and asked him to calm down a little, to curb his ardor. He said with a smile on his face that he was capable of killing him in 1 second if such were Richard's intentions, but he did not intend to do so. And if the guy seriously counts on the support of the influential families around him, then he should find out the truth before it's too late. After all these families needed him only as a talented alchemist, and none of them would want to be at odds with his own family. At first, the guy pretended to agree with Richard's words, but at that moment he was already planning to give him a little surprise. He immediately believed that the guy had suddenly come to his senses and declared that he really was as smart as everyone around him said. He was even ready to accept him into the ranks of his family, if, of course, Henry himself would not be against this proposal. To prove his words, he suddenly grabbed Charlie by the head and ordered him to immediately apologize to the guy. Not daring to disobey his father's order, Charlie immediately said that he was to blame and had been deliberately putting spokes in the students' wheels all this time. After listening to him to the end, Henry replied that he was not offended by him and understood how difficult it was to always be second, knowing that there was a leader like him in their ranks. Sophia wasn't against her boyfriend making peace with the warring clans, but she wasn't prepared for him to go along with them so easily. Sarah was the most indignant of all, because these people were guilty of killing her daughter, and Henry was behaving with them as if they were old friends. However, no one could have imagined what Henry was really planning, because right now he was ready to present his promised surprise. And then, suddenly snatching his sacred blade from his sleeve, he cut through Charlie's neck with it, on whose head his father's huge palm was still. These were the last seconds of the life of that scoundrel, through whose fault so many people had already died. Richard watched what was happening in silence for the first few seconds, unable to comprehend what he saw. Having realized what had happened, and having come to his senses a little, he suddenly realized that his only son had just died before his eyes. Still holding Charlie, who was bleeding, Richard screamed loudly that the killer would regret what he had done. However, it was clear from Henry's look that he had been hatching this plan for a long time and wanted to clear the city of another scoundrel as soon as possible. At that moment, agents from the Criminal Bureau of Hunters rushed to meet the enraged crowd, thirsting for the death of this entire family and ready to break into the building. And Sarah, tightly hugging the body of her dead daughter, quietly whispered that Henry had finally avenged her and hoped that her daughter would hear her words in the next world. Henry remained where he was, knowing that after killing his son, Richard would want revenge. Bursting into tears, Richard warned Henry not to dare hope to escape alive, for he had taken from him the most precious thing. But no matter how strong Richard was, Henry wanted to stay, and if necessary, fight him one-on-one. But at that moment, a fireball suddenly appeared, flying straight towards the building, and it was clear who it was aimed at. The flames then slammed into Richard's body, throwing the man several meters away from the student. A woman's leg appeared from the fire, and it became clear that Michelle had foreseen this outcome of events in advance. She would never allow her students to be harmed, even if such an influential magician came against her. The flames were so hot that the commander and Julia had to shift from foot to foot to avoid burning themselves on the hot stone slab at the entrance. The girl understood that Michelle was ready to release all her rage and was unlikely to stay away from this unequal fight. It was hard to believe that the guy would decide to do something like this, but Charlie really deserved death a long time ago, and now it had caught up with him. The commander, while on duty, was obliged to seize Henry and detain him until the investigation into the murder was completed. But now there was a girl standing in his way, who wouldn't let him arrest the guy in front of her while she was around. And if the commander wanted to stay alive, he should have listened to her and not irritated this formidable young woman. But the hunters were sure that no matter what power Michelle had, she would not dare to interfere with the law and stand in the way of people in official service. At that moment, the commander remembered a recent meeting with this teacher in the academy office, when, because of her magic, all the agents lost the ability to move, and he did not want to repeat. He then ordered the boys to stop if they valued their lives and did not want to die right now. He knew the strength of this girl, but if she decided to become an enemy of the Criminal Bureau, he could not stand aside. However, this was never her desire, and on the contrary, she tried to help the investigation in every possible way. But today she was not alone, and all the students of the academy, led by the master, spoke out against the Bureau and its stupid laws. For the first time in his life, even the master himself risked his reputation and stood up for Henry at the most opportune moment. Of course, the guy was grateful to him, but the master declared that taking the side of his students was his main rule. Moreover, he remembered that last meeting with Michelle in his office, when he learned the terrible truth about her. After all, slowly taking off her clothes, she decided to reveal to him the truth that she had hidden from people until now. And then he saw with horror that her body had long since rotted, and instead of a beautiful feminine appearance, he discovered bones under rotten meat. It turned out that 50 years ago she had fought an army of demons, and what he saw now was the result of being infected with cadaveric poison. Apart from Michelle, no one survived that terrible battle, and after death, each of the soldiers turned into a walking dead and began to serve the dark force. She had to devote more than 90% of her strength to suppressing the infection, which allowed her to not become one of them and maintain consciousness. Since then, the poison made her suffer day and night, but all the time she remembered that the demons would return. And if we give Henry a little time now, he will certainly achieve great strength and become an important ally in the fight against evil spirits. Only now did the master understand why this girl defended the first-year student so fiercely, and this evidence was more eloquent than any words. And now, being opposite the fighters from the criminal bureau, the master suddenly began to stretch his old bones, wanting to personally try his strength. Once in his youth, he was an excellent fighter, although he understood that 4 famous great masters stood against him. But judging by his appearance, he was ready to meet all 4 of them in a real fight, because in his life, he had to fight even the strongest monsters. It seems that this old man has completely lost his mind, because it was not worth losing his reputation, let alone saying goodbye to his life, for the sake of one student. But the commander of the hunters simply did not know about what the master had recently learned. Otherwise, he would have quickly taken his side. However, if these guys did not want to resolve the issue in a good way, he was ready for a different development of events, and, if necessary, to give his life for it. Henry realized that some people had finally believed him and realized that the main battle was still ahead. But the commander still believed that the law was above all else, and if Henry killed a man, he should answer for it in court. At that moment the phone rang, and picking up the phone, the commander realized that this call could not be missed. After all, the head of the pavilion called him, which meant he had information that could resolve many issues in this matter. Picking up the phone, he addressed the great master and apologized for keeping him waiting, having heard the call only a second ago. He then quickly replied that he understood the great master perfectly and did not dare argue with him, apologizing once again for the delay. And immediately after the conversation, he commanded his soldiers to stop, realizing that he could not go against his superiors. Michelle realized that she was not the only one who believed the student's words, and now, in addition to the master, she had another strong ally. Julia understood that Michelle had turned to her father for help. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the sudden change in the commander's behavior. To Julia's surprise, Michelle called the guy her future son-in-law, and this news left her stunned for a while. There was only one unresolved question left, and Henry slowly approached Richard and looked down at him expectantly. The man continued to cry because he no longer cared about anything in this life except the death of his only child. He was ready to tear this guy apart and do everything possible to make Henry go after the dead Charlie. But this was not at all part of Henry's plans, and besides, Richard himself was guilty of many dirty deeds. He had no intention of sparing the head of the family, under whose influence all this chaos had taken place, and whose name was forever stained with the blood of the innocent. And then, activating his magical power, he vowed to fight to the last and challenge Richard's entire family to a duel, which was to take place in 3 days. Of course, Sophia understood that this was extremely dangerous, because only on the outside this man looked like a businessman, but in fact, he was a powerful magician. However, Richard stated that he did not intend to wait 3 days and expressed a desire to fight Henry in a duel to the death right now. And after just a few seconds, a fiery whirlwind appeared in the sky and, for the sake of revenge, Richard was ready to call upon the darkest forces of this world. A magical ring marked with the seal of death appeared around the 2 opponents, meaning that only one of them would survive this fight. Richard was confident in his abilities, although he knew that this student was significantly stronger than his classmates and capable of fighting at a level close to his own. Sophia could not believe that Henry had taken such a desperate step, but she hoped until the very end that this fight could be postponed at least for a short time. Suddenly, Richard ordered his men to follow him, promising that their meeting would soon take place without witnesses. Richard's heart was filled with rage after the loss of his son, and it became clear that he would devote the rest of his life to revenge. But Richard could do whatever he wanted, because this was not just murder, but a deserved punishment, in which Henry acted only as an executor of the law. Julia immediately ran up to Henry and said that he had no idea what kind of story he had gotten himself into, and how it might end for him. Of course, the trial of life and death was an ancient contract, so after what happened, Henry simply could not break this contract and refuse the duel. Michelle had put in so much effort to get the guy out of the clutches of the crime bureau commander, and he was once again drawn into another mess. However, it was too late to think about what had happened, and it was necessary to help the guy survive after the fight with Richard. Michelle was sure that in 3 days the main test of Henry's abilities would take place before the mutant invasion, where the enemy forces would be much more serious. However, the guy knew that Richard was not just a magician, but a hidden dark warrior, without dealing with whom, it was impossible to win the battle with the monsters. He was so successful and rich only because the dark energy had given him strength all his life. And when it came to Earth, it would certainly want to collect its debt. But at the moment when Richard was about to get into the car, Julia noticed from afar on his arm the wound that she had recently inflicted on the High Monk. Only now did she realize that Agatha's killer was none other than Richard, who had hidden his face by putting on a hooded cloak. It was a very difficult day, after which Henry finally found himself home, and together with Sophia they discussed for a long time the events of the meeting with Richard. The girl warned that this man would probably gather all the influential people around him, and the guy would have to fight with their powerful magic. But, gently flicking the girl on the nose, the guy assured her that she shouldn't worry so much, and that he had already thought everything through carefully. However, Sophia did not calm down and announced that exactly 3 days later she would arrive at the appointed place together with Henry and would fight on equal terms with him. Although it is unlikely that the guy would agree to this, because the last thing in the world he wanted was to risk the life of the person dearest to him. Suddenly, looking out the window, the young people saw that someone had been watching them closely from below all this time. It turned out that after Julia's father called, the commander ordered 2 of his men to secretly guard Henry's entire family. This was very convenient, because even the couple of guys below, who were not very strong in magic, the girl was no match and would have lost even in this fight. So Sophia should have gone quietly to her room and left Henry alone so that he could properly prepare for the fight. And then, closing the door behind him, Henry called his assistants to carefully think over the upcoming battle plan. Oddly enough, even the Sky Fox, who usually didn't mind fighting, warned him that this would be the hardest fight of his life. The immortal spirit also agreed with her, and if Henry did not attract enough allies to his side, in 3 days he would be destroyed like a bug. Therefore, the main task now was to find allies, and the Sky Fox advised the guy to concentrate all his efforts on this. But even with Henry's authority as the best alchemist in the city, most families are unlikely to fight on his side against Richard. At that moment, there was an unexpected knock on the door, and the guy decided that Sophia had not heeded his request. Swinging the door open, he prepared to sternly ask her once again not to enter his room and not to disturb his meditation. But, to his surprise, together with Sophia, he saw Catherine, who had already managed to find out everything about the upcoming battle. Soon they were riding in a sports car, and Catherine wanted to find out as many details as possible about that scene near the bureau. Her family was the first to know all the information, so it was no surprise that the girl was already aware of all the events. And then she suddenly declared that Henry and she were very similar, and everything the guy was talking about was something her own father had once told her. Meeting her father was exactly what she was planning now, and Catherine wanted him to personally talk to this talented alchemist. Yes, it was unexpected, because the girl acted as if she wanted to introduce the guy to her parents as quickly as possible. But it seemed that it was not in his interests to give it up now, and Henry only hoped that Sophia would not find out about it. Soon Henry found himself at the huge estate of Julia's father, where he often spent time in the twilight of his life. It turned out that the man had been moving around in a wheelchair for many years, and Henry saw him like that in the gazebo near the house. Oddly enough, no one told him about the fate of Catherine's father, although his friends should have known much more than he did. The man, Frank, greeted the guest, realizing that he hardly expected to see the former strong fighter like this. Of course, Henry pretended not to be surprised, although anyone in his place would not have been able to hide their emotions from an experienced eye. But then he decided that this meeting was not accidental, and since he was here, he could help the former general. Looking closely at his legs, which Frank had not felt for many years, Henry realized that in a past life, he had already dealt with similar problems. Frank saw such a confident look in this alchemist for the first time, although many strong magicians came, but no one could heal him. It was not for nothing that Henry was called the best alchemist of our time, and he was first in the Academy's ranking. Leaning over Frank's wheelchair and touching his leg, Henry realized that the energy he felt was painfully familiar. Lifting his clothes, he saw terrible marks from a rotting leg, exactly the same as on Michelle's body after the mutant attack. Frank smiled and asked Henry not to worry and not to try to fix his situation, since he was too young for such a complex healing. But Henry did not calm down, and his look clearly said that he would not leave the estate without finishing what he started. It is unlikely that Frank was against healing, although he had long since lost hope and only pretended to have come to terms with the loss of his legs. From the outside, it looked like Henry was exploring a new problem that he hadn't solved before, but really wanted to try. Then, the entire estate was filled with the kind of light energy that Catherine had never seen before, and that no other magician in the city possessed. Henry used the spells that the immortal spirit had recently taught him, and he had recently used this same magic to try to save the dying Agatha. But now he was much better prepared, because after the failure with the girl, he had spent many nights practicing the technique. And after a couple of minutes, Frank suddenly realized that he was gradually feeling something under the stroller, and this new sensation was his legs. When Henry finished the magical ritual, the rotting wounds on Frank's legs disappeared without a trace. Henry watched with a smile as the man regained his ability to walk after many years, crossing his arms, and waited for his reaction. Incredibly, he actually began to move his foot, and there was no doubt that he would soon be back on his feet like before. This is what happened, and it is difficult to imagine what a person who despaired of remaining disabled, but instantly became healthy felt. His daughter could not hold back tears of joy, seeing how her beloved father had regained his former strength. But after his first step, Frank fell to his knees in front of Henry, unable to find words to express his gratitude. It no longer mattered how the student had managed to perform such powerful magic, because the deed was done, and Frank did not want to pry details from the young man. Yes, Frank had made the right decision, and Henry, in turn, asked him to tell the details of how he became disabled. The immortal spirit also noticed that the injury did not look like the usual damage from fighting a human, and there was clearly something else here. There was no doubt that the same monsters that Michelle had encountered had attacked Frank, since only their magic could have left such black marks on his legs. It turned out that 5 years ago, Richard had killed his son in a fair fight, and, not reconciled to this, Frank went straight to Richard's estate. He remembered that day forever, because when he returned home and looked at his leg, he realized that soon he would never be able to walk again. He almost died from an unknown poison that acted instantly, and even 2 masters nearby did not have time to help him. Suddenly, Henry realized that this was not a simple coincidence, and suspected Richard of conspiring with a dark force that would soon appear in the capital. This means that Richard's clan was simply playing with them all this time, distracting them from the essence, although he himself possessed the power of the Dark Master. The next day, many guests gathered in the banquet hall, among whom were both famous teachers and ordinary students. But the main guest was that same young alchemist, who for some reason kept to himself and stood in the corner, avoiding the guests. Now he looked differently at all these people who were probably connected to Richard's family and could obey the monsters, hiding their true essence. Even though Henry had a lot to do, he still promised Catherine to come to her birthday, although many whispered that the poor man was friends with her only for the sake of money and patronage. The spirit heard the whispers of guests saying nasty things about his ward, and knew that Henry also heard even the quietest voice. But he didn't care about the opinion of these scum, who didn't understand how much he had given to try to keep these idiots alive. He had known before that Richard's sphere of influence was enormous, and that his friends included rich people and influential politicians. But Sky Fox suggested that Henry focus on what he could change, and not think about luring away Richard's friends. Of course, everyone knew that he was an outstanding alchemist, but it was unlikely that these people would exchange power for an acquaintance with a talented student. It was a good idea, and Henry also believed that it was necessary to follow the plan and not change it on the fly. She liked guys who were capable of such wise decisions, and she promised to prepare a surprise for Henry if he survived. At that moment, among the guests, Henry noticed the man who changed his mind every minute and whom he could no longer trust, as in childhood. The others, seeing him, immediately greeted Edward, although he hardly wanted to talk to people whom he always despised. Noticing Edward from afar, Ralph and Aurora stepped forward, standing between him and Henry, not understanding what this cultivator was doing there. In response, Edward said with a smile that he came to congratulate Catherine on her birthday, like everyone else. And what was wrong with that? But the bastard never did anything for no reason, and Ralph knew that he wouldn't do something stupid like celebrate a girl's birthday. But Edward assured that there was no need to suspect him. Ralph should relax, because it was impossible to spoil the holiday with gloomy thoughts and prejudices. And the next moment, the guests suddenly heard that Frank had recently been supporting the young alchemist, and were surprised at how quickly he was moving up the career ladder. Looking at Edward, Henry tried to understand why he had started a conversation, and attracted the attention of the crowd by talking out loud about meeting Frank. He realized more and more clearly that the boy he had met many years ago had become a real monster in human form. However, he asked Ralph not to get excited, and not to give Edward any extra reason to fight. Approaching him, he said that after defeating Ronald, Henry promised that Edward would be his next opponent, and he remembered this promise. The crowd of guests immediately perked up when they saw before them 2 irreconcilable rivals who had been best friends in childhood. Edward seemed to have realized that Henry wanted to ruin his relationship with Richard's family, but he warned him that he would not succeed. Henry should have thought about the consequences, because Richard had been Edward's father's main companion for many years, and the student was unlikely to destroy their connection. Besides, Edward was ready to show his strength in battle if the guy himself was asking for a fight. But before Edward could use magic, the doors of the hall opened and the former invalid entered, now having come himself to his daughter's birthday. From afar, Frank saw this young man starting a fight with the alchemist, who was the only one who helped him with his illness and got him back on his feet. Ralph immediately greeted the gentleman and rejoiced at his health, not remembering the last time he had seen him so strong. It was unclear from Edward's expression whether he was surprised by Frank's walk or horrified by the sight of the powerful former warrior recovering. But Frank didn't seem to be in the mood for chatter, and immediately warned Edward that he knew about all his recent antics. Henry was the one he owed his life to, so Frank was ready to personally protect him and fight any mage in the Empire. Then, in front of the guests, he again fell to his knees before Henry, not ashamed of his position and wishing everyone the same respect for the guy. Catherine quietly said that Frank had done it on purpose, so that Richard's allies would not think of siding with him in the duel in 3 days. And Frank continued to thank the guy for healing his legs, and promised that his family would never forget this act. Following him, the rest of the guests fell to their knees before the alchemist, showing the deep respect that the boy now deserved. If necessary, Frank is ready to give his life to protect Henry from members of the Dark Clan who have long had a grudge against the student. If other families were to speak out against the student, he vowed to punish anyone who dared to go against his will. From this day on, the members of the family must obey the young master just as Frank himself did, despite his age and position. The news shocked the guests, because many of them secretly served Richard, and did not expect that a young student would appear among his enemies. This also concerned Edward. He should have listened and abandoned his attempts to attack Henry, against whom he had long been plotting. Edward saw Frank's powerful aura, but he didn't believe that he was ready to start a clan war just because the alchemist restored his health. However, Edward had given his word and was not going to change it. So everything depended on Richard's family, with whom he had long been close friends. Edward's face broke out in a cold sweat, but he reminded Frank that Henry had to keep his promise and fight in 3 days. After all, at the end of the week, Richard and Henry will meet in a duel, where Richard will try to avenge the murder of his son. Richard will have the best cultivators of the Empire fighting on his side, and their numbers will be enough to defeat the students' team. But such threats are unlikely to frighten a man who has been through more battles than this arrogant youth could ever dream of. But Henry suddenly declared that he didn't need help. He could handle it himself, and wouldn't put innocent people at risk. The guy only asked Frank to help him find rare ingredients for a potion to quickly restore his strength for the fight. The sheet contained a list of rare ingredients, and Catherine realized that they were third-class ingredients, available only to the most influential people in the city. Yes, this guy was braver than he seemed, because before the fight, he didn't even ask Frank for a few fighters, relying only on his talent. Then Frank, his daughter, and all the guests heard the boy's shocking confession about his true level of alchemy. It turned out that he was hiding his 4th stage of alchemy, claiming that he was only at the 2nd stage of development. It's hard to imagine what Edward thought when he had the misfortune of choosing a 4th-rank alchemist as his opponent. There was no reason not to believe Henry and Edward did not understand how the student had developed his skills so quickly in a short time. If this is true, no mage in the city will want to be at odds with him, and Richard's secret allies have already changed their minds about helping him in battle. 3 days later, tension reigned in Richard's house, as former allies had been calling him all morning with their stupid apologies. They collaborated for many years, but almost all the families refused to help Richard against the 4th stage alchemist due to the risk of death. At some point, Richard lost his patience and, without listening to the end of yet another refusal, threw the phone on the floor with all his might. And those allies who didn't call Richard simply disappeared from the radar, as if they had left the city for a while. Now Richard realized that he would not only have to take back his words, but also apologize to the student, asking him to cancel this fight. It was hard to believe that a young man could frighten an influential person surrounded by dozens of the strongest cultivators. However, Richard should not despair, because revenge for his son was his personal matter and did not concern others. But suddenly Edward stood up and declared that he would stay with Richard until the end. And besides, he had information about Henry. Edward learned that Henry had a sacred sword, but he was not yet aware of the unusual properties of this relic. Then, with a wicked smile, Edward said that this could be used against Henry, and he had just the plan. Taking up the sword, Richard did not understand what his young ally was hinting at, or what plan he was proposing for the battle. In response, Edward pulled out a vial of blood from a high ancient family, which, after drinking, Richard would gain incredible power. After this, Richard may even gain immortality, as his body will change forever, becoming less vulnerable. Edward wondered what Richard would say and whether he would take risks to avenge Charlie's death. At this time, Henry was in the room, and after meditation, he realized that his speed of development was increasing every day. Jumping to his feet, he happily realized that he had already reached the peak of the 9th level, and would soon be able to begin soul purification. It's time to end the long-standing conflict with Richard's family and remove the obstacle that is preventing him from preparing for the mutant invasion. Having met Jimmy on the street, he admitted that he would go and sort things out alone, and the guy did not believe that his friend had decided to do this alone. His friends unanimously assured him that there was a crowd of cultivators there now, and he alone would definitely not be able to cope with such a crowd. But the guy had already decided everything and did not want to involve others, so he asked everyone not to worry about him and just wait until everything was over. The guys knew that once this guy had decided on something, he could not be persuaded otherwise, and they only loudly wished him good luck in the upcoming battle. At the same time, Julia begged her aunt to let her go to Henry so that she could help the boy in this unequal battle. But Michelle didn't remember Julia asking for something like this before, because the girl had long been a rival of the student. She knew Richard's true strength, so she had no doubt that this fight would be the most difficult in Henry's life. But what could an ordinary student do, just the head of a committee whose strength was far less than the strength of any fighter in Richard's family? Putting her hands on her shoulders, Michelle said that the girl needed to know something first. A few days ago, the Emperor summoned her to discuss the sacred sword, and in that conversation, she learned some very important information. And then Julia learned with horror that the sacred blade, which had disappeared many years ago, with all its power, could be in Richard's possession. And there was a high probability that in this battle he would use his sword, and anyone who came across him would die. Of course, it was hard to accept, but by going there, Julia risked her life and had little chance of returning from this deadly fight. Only this sword could break the magic circle that protected people from monsters, and it could also kill the witch at the head of the invasion, and the outcome of the battle depended on whose hands the blade would end up, and all that remained was to hope that it would somehow end up in Henry's hands. After these words, Julia could not object, although thoughts of going against her aunt were swarming in her head. Then Michelle suddenly said that the guy was unlikely to come alone, and his friends would probably be ready to die for him. She was not mistaken, because soon the guy saw right in front of him those who decided to take this step. Having lost to this student, Logan and his clan wanted to repay the guy for sparing his life. The entire Fight Club was willing to take the risk, although it took a long meeting for the guys to make this difficult decision. Smiling, the guy said that he wouldn't dare ask, but since they decided so, he wouldn't mind taking them on the team. Suddenly he saw Ralph and Aurora nearby, who had also come to the square for some reason that morning, probably on Frank's orders. It was hard to tell if they were serious about fighting Richard's clan, but Ralph's look made it clear that he would fight to the end. But along the way, Ralph clarified that he was not there on Frank's behalf, but came of his own free will to help his friend. It seemed that the number of Henry's allies was growing, because another fighter, who had also lost to this alchemist, had joined them. Like Logan, Bruce and his entire team also showed up to the meeting, intending to fight not against Henry, but shoulder to shoulder with him against Richard. And soon, instead of going into battle alone, he led a huge team of elite fighters, each of whom could defeat several monsters. Although at first the guy warned that the fight would be fatal, and asked everyone to stay at home. But even Sophia and Jimmy did not listen to the guy, and also showed up for the battle, wanting to somehow help him win. Then it became clear that an entire army of magicians was ready to enter the battle, filling the entire road, and its participants were visible even on the horizon. Silently, the guy clenched his fists even tighter, and walked towards the one who would feel the full force of his new team today. There was no doubt in his eyes, and soon he saw his rivals ahead. As expected, among them were the strongest magicians of the Empire, although they were clearly inferior in numbers to Henry's team. The old man who led that group of fighters loudly called on everyone to calm down, and not to panic in the face of the huge crowd of enemies. He knew that even he was a little scared, but only he could unite his people and prevent them from escaping. From the outside, it seemed that Henry's team was many times superior in numbers to their opponents, but he knew that numbers were not the main thing in this fight. He was ready to rush into the attack first, in order to take on as many fighters in the main blow of the crowd as possible. But to his surprise, all the guys behind him rushed forward, wanting this fight even more than he did. From that side, the fighters of the Richard family immediately rushed at them, because they were also well prepared, and an experienced old man led a crowd of young cultivators. However, none of them knew what kind of warrior they would have to fight today, but since they were here, it was too late to retreat. And in a moment the teams clashed, immediately unleashing all the most powerful magic that the fighters possessed. It was clear that the battle would not be without casualties, and with his first shot of fireballs, Logan killed 2 enemies in front. Turning around, Ralph saw the ambush boy preparing to strike him from behind with destructive energy. Luckily, Bruce arrived at that moment, saw the attack from afar, and managed to knock the attacker aside. Now they stood back to back, and the former enemies united for one common victory. In fact, this was Bruce's first truly serious fight, because even the brutal annual fight in the arena seemed like child's play compared to this mortal battle. Everyone on Henry's team was an excellent magician, and the guys learned a lot from the young leader, quickly raising their level. At some point, he realized that Sophia was even stronger than he thought, and she dealt with enemies as if she had been waiting for a real fight for a long time. She had long dreamed of testing her new ability, and today was an excellent chance to do so. Suddenly, the chief magician of Richard's family appeared next to them, bringing with him a small surprise. It turned out that this magician defeated the strongest fighter from Logan's squad, and declared that the enemies would win only over his corpse. The fighter the mage held was not only Logan's talented warrior, but also his loyal friend, who had walked hand in hand with him for many years. In the last moments of his life, the boy said that he did everything he could, but the old man turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Even Henry's magic watch showed that this damn old man's skills were above level 90, and he realized with horror that he was only so fragile in appearance. Aurora confirmed that the old man had dealt with 3 strong level 90 cultivators at once by himself, and it was hard to imagine his full power. Realizing that he had to avenge his friend, Logan unleashed all the mana available to him and charged. He wanted to deal with the nasty old man himself, using the same force he had recently used against Henry. But without even giving him time to come to his senses, Henry was the first to rush at the old man, not wanting to expose his new friend to the blow of a strong enemy. It seemed that the old man was the only one who looked at Henry running towards him with a defiant expression, knowing the true power of this alchemist. Coming closer, Henry said with a smile that the old man's level would not help him, because the guy had prepared a new surprise for him. Meanwhile, the rest of the agents of Richard's family saw with their own eyes the main ability that Logan mastered to perfection. He used his ability again, tearing so many trees out of the ground that the flat road turned into a dense forest around them. Realizing that the enemies were running, the guy shouted that they couldn't let the bastards get away and that they had to finish off everyone who raised a hand against them. Looking back, Henry at some point realized that all of his recent rivals had run away and they were left here completely alone. This was strange, since they were unlikely to disobey Richard, and, most likely, this was the original plan. It seemed like a trap, and Aurora warned that they had to stand still and not move until everything became clear. There was not a soul in the area, and all that was left was to wait for the next move from the scoundrel Richard. It was simply dangerous to go forward, and the boys understood that due to the strength of their opponents, it could end badly for them. It's a pity that no one had mastered the purification of the soul, because with it one could go deep without worrying about anything. In response, Henry stated that although there was no such magician among them, there was one immortal ruler among his allies. He then summoned a new spirit, Sky Fox, to reunite with her powers and put her abilities to use. The Sky Fox immediately responded to the call, and after a few moments their mana was reunited into one. Using the fox's inner vision, which she had possessed in life, the boy could now scan the area and see all the details. It was hard to imagine how the guy had received the support of such an influential spirit, but it was clear that he was not an easy person. And he replied with a smile that the Heavenly Fox herself agreed to help, knowing that he did everything for the sake of saving humanity. Now he should take a deep breath and focus on the surroundings to awaken spiritual energy and begin the cleansing. But as soon as the guy began the ritual, suddenly someone else attacked from afar, holding a sharp blade in his hands. Sophia was the first to notice the ambush and shouted loudly to her boyfriend to use protective magic. Hearing her words, Henry immediately pulled his blade out of its sheath and cut the blade of his opponent's dagger with one swing. From the outside, it looked strange, because the guy didn't open his eyes, and only with his inner vision determined where the attacker was. However, he not only destroyed the enemy's weapon, but also hit the fighter right in the throat with his blade. After this, the fighter flew far to the side, and it became clear that even the most powerful magician would not survive such a blow. Realizing that time was running out, Henry decided to personally go to Richard, who was probably waiting for him in this mansion. It was difficult to understand the plans of Richard's accomplices, but there was simply no time to wait for their next move. However, already on the approach to the building, he saw enemies right in front of him, activating the power of two elements. Still without opening his eyes, the boy quietly ordered the Sky Fox to be ready and give him a portion of her mana to repel the attack. Swinging his sacred blade, he struck straight at the two clots of energy that were almost close to him. After the strike, everyone saw in the distance the bloody bodies of two fighters, from which blood gushed in different directions. But this was only the beginning of Richard's plan, because the next fighter was already preparing to strike from behind. Aurora shouted at the guy not to lose his vigilance, although with his new skill he had long since understood where to expect an attack from. When the enemy's blade was already descending on Henry's head and almost pierced him, he still stood in place without even moving. But at the last second he only dodged, and his opponent pierced only the illusory image that stood in Henry's place. The boy realized with horror that the rumors about the alchemist's genius were not fiction at all, and that Henry could do much more than any other warrior. However, it was too late to think, because Henry had prepared his counterattack to finish off the enemy. After a monstrous direct blow with a blade, the fighter fell to the ground and froze forever in this pose, showing no signs of life. His whole body was covered in blood. Blood was oozing from his wounds, and from their depth it was clear that it was impossible to survive. And the guy calmly walked on, realizing that Richard's surprises were not over, even though the mercenaries had been destroyed. It is difficult to say whether a person is capable of what Aurora saw, but she knew for sure that she would never forget this sight. On the way, he told the Heavenly Fox that when he used spiritual energy, it felt like the speed of everyone around him slowed down tenfold. But she warned that it was unlikely to work against Richard, who might also have a similar ability. His estate was so close that one could simply walk in and meet the owner. But everything around seemed suspiciously quiet. Although the guy behind Henry suggested surrounding the building and storming in as a crowd, Sky Fox understood the naivety of that decision. In addition, the entrance was guarded by two artifacts on either side of the door, and at some point Henry realized that he had been ambushed. For right around them, a magic circle had appeared, similar to the seal that Richard had used to declare blood feud. Not wanting to be a victim of the dark magician, Aurora suddenly activated a hidden power, ready to take the situation into her own hands. In her hands was an artifact that allowed her to absorb someone else's energy and use it in battle for some time. Raising the artifact above her head, the girl declared that she was ready to do everything alone if they transferred their mana to her. It was difficult to understand the intentions of this brave warrior, but soon everyone saw an energy vortex in the square in front of the estate. Luckily, the girl had a magic shield, without which the group could have had serious problems. However, her spell was too strong, and at this rate the shield would not last long. It seemed the time had come for Henry's trump card, although the immortal spirit was against it. Turning to the immortal spirit, the boy did not understand why he was afraid to use the powers of the Heavenly Fox, because he had already won with it. The thing is, the power of his spirits was limited, and the next use could be the guy's last. At this time, Sophia prepared to use the rest of her magic, realizing that this attack was planned by Richard. But Aurora shouted loudly that they could handle it, and that they needed to finish this quickly, so that they could only move forward. There was no time to hesitate, and she continued to spend mana, holding a clot of light energy above her head. However, everyone forgot that Henry was the most famous alchemist in the city, and his skills could also be useful here. He then threw everyone small bottles of a potion that could restore mana, which could be drunk at any time. Henry himself, for example, already preferred to drink one pill, without waiting until his mana was completely depleted. This sight even made Aurora's eye twitch, because she knew that one such jar cost no less than 50 million. But the time for jokes was over, and Henry intended to personally see the man who had probably made a contract with the Dark Force. Taking a step into the unknown, he realized that only he had the strength to fight Richard, and expected several surprises from this magician. Right in front of him, he noticed an empty space that could create illusions and transport him to other worlds. The Sky Fox immediately reminded that it was harder to fight here, because the illusions would show Henry the most terrible memories of his life. And indeed, all this time, Richard, as if from behind the scenes, controlled the magic that filled every corner of this room. And then the guy saw dark energy coming towards him right in front of him, realizing that one of the main surprises was already here. Suddenly, the boy realized that someone had grabbed his leg, although a moment ago, no one was visible there. And then, swinging his blade, he suddenly saw beneath him the one he had tried to save only a few days ago. It was Agatha, who said with tears in her eyes that a vile alchemist was to blame for her death. The guy didn't believe that the girl was alive, because he himself remembered her mother over the cold body of her daughter, whom she soon buried. But then Agatha plunged the blade into Henry's chest, and the boy realized that this vile blow was not accidental. The girl's sinister smile was different from the one she had in life, as if this devil had risen from the dead to take revenge for her death. The immortal spirit shouted to his ward that he must not give in to deception and stand still like a statue. But the guy couldn't take his eyes off this girl and began to blame himself for her death, as if something had clouded his mind. He even remembered the expression on her face the moment she became the only one who loudly supported him at the stadium, risking her own life. And now she suddenly suggested that he die with her, so that the guy would no longer suffer from guilt and would go to the world of eternal peace. From the very beginning, the immortal spirit warned that the Room of Illusions was capable of subjugating Henry's mind and was in a hurry to bring the guy to his senses. Even the Sky Fox noticed how vulnerable this guy was, although to her those past visions seemed like just a childish trick. But she wasn't going to let Henry die from deception easily, since she had taken it upon herself to teach this boy. However, Richard had already invested enough of his dark mana to permanently cloud the mind of this student and not let him out of his tenacious clutches. The image of Agatha still stood before the guy's eyes, and, shedding tears, the girl insisted that now he too had to die. But suddenly something changed, and instead of apologizing, the guy sharply waved his hand and threw it aside. The blow caused the girl's body to break through the stone fence, although everyone understood that there were only magical illusions around. Richard had never seen anyone deal with this dark magic before, and he didn't understand who had been helping the guy all this time. But this did not mean that this was the only method against Henry, and Richard decided to use another technique. And then suddenly images of people, well known to the guy but now hostile to him, began to emerge from the walls. And a moment later he saw Julia, Edward, and Catherine opposite him, silently looking at him from some ominous dark haze. Sky Fox knew how much power was needed for such illusions, and she was surprised that Richard still had enough magic. The girl immediately suggested using the power of unity to quickly defeat the copies. But the guy decided to wait and not reveal his trump cards. He felt the movement of the primordial chaos within himself, and his spiritual perception noticeably increased his abilities. Suddenly, a copy in Edward's form attacked him, and it looked exactly like the real Edward. But Henry easily dodged it, realizing that even if he killed the copy of his childhood friend now, his real friend would not be harmed. Therefore, now it was worth temporarily forgetting about friendship, and remembering that in front of him were not his friends, but only created images. He began to chop with the magic blade in all directions, although Julia and Catherine looked strikingly similar to the real ones. But Richard was just waiting for the guy to retreat, seeing the faces of his loved ones in front of him and become easy prey. However, he miscalculated, because a few days before the meeting, the immortal spirit warned him about something like this, and the guy trained his will in advance. He easily destroyed all the copies in the room and loudly ordered Richard to come out of the shadows himself to fight him. But in response, he saw how the fence around him cracked, and the walls crumbled into small pieces, like broken glass. And then someone's hand appeared behind Henry, as if trying to pull him with it into the cold darkness. The hand almost touched him, but at that very moment the guy felt someone's presence and prepared to turn around sharply. It turned out that Sophia had been standing behind him all this time, and he saw in front of him not a dark room, but a familiar square near the estate. Indeed, it even seemed to him that he had not entered this building, but had remained outside with his friends the whole time. It was hard to believe, but Sophia kept telling him that they had missed a vantage point when he left them and entered the house. And then she added that now it was really all over for them, and there was no longer any chance of defeating Richard. But a moment later, a knife appeared in her hands, and with a terrible scream, she rushed at her boyfriend. It was good that Henry had already overcome his illusions, and was now ready to strike with a blade the girl who only looked like Sophia. It was difficult to understand how he managed to react to this attack, but from her look it was clear that she was not at all as kind as the real one. Now nothing could stop him or make him believe the lies born of the Room of Illusions. Besides, his real girlfriend always preferred to wear white shorts, and at the moment of the fall, the guy, by pure chance, managed to notice different underwear on her. Richard could not come to terms with the reason for his failure, because his illusion technique usually never failed and worked perfectly. But instead of the corpse of this alchemist, in the center of the room stood a guy whose energy exceeded the strength of even the 10 strongest warriors. After being stabbed in the chest, Henry somehow felt intense pain, even though there was not a scratch on his body. Turning to his spirit helpers, he asked what this illusion room really was and what harm it could do to his mana. But the immortal spirit was more concerned with the question of how the guy knew what kind of underwear Sophia was wearing. However, the main question now was what kind of ability he should use in an open fight with the one who had challenged him to this mortal combat. Turning around, he saw that Richard was already in the room and seemed to have given up hope of fighting, hiding in the shadows. And now it was time to use all the energy of the sacred blade to pierce Richard's heart with this weapon. Taking a fighting stance, he shouted that Richard's family had never fought with illusions, and asked where Richard had gotten that power. But it is unlikely that he would have revealed to the guy his secret connection with Edward, who gave him blood to drink, forever linking him to the dark side. It seemed that only one fighter would survive this fight, and now everything was decided only by the strength that each of them hid within themselves. As soon as they crossed swords, the entire mansion burst into bright light, as if thousands of armies were clashing against each other. It turned out that the blade that Edward gave Richard before the battle was not just a weapon, but was as if specially forged against Henry's relic. If he hadn't been training all this time, he could have easily missed this strong blow and died on the spot. But this didn't happen. Even Richard, who knew the true power of this alchemist, expected that his artifact would help him deal with him. But the guy seemed ready to fight without magic. The threefold spiritual principle and the 7 unclean spirits were about to appear here, because this guy was already ready to begin the purification of the soul. He was not mistaken, because Henry gradually began to change his appearance, increasingly resembling a monster in a human body. Without wasting any time, Richard rushed straight towards him to prevent the transformation and save his chance of winning. But Henry was ready to fight to the last, and was just waiting for the right moment to use all his energy. The power seemed to be bursting out of the guy's body, and from the outside it seemed as if he was completely engulfed in the flames of hell. But all these movements were too slow for the magician who linked his life with the Dark Clan, and could foresee any move of the opponent. Although it was clear from the guy's appearance that it took him a lot of effort to develop such incredible speed, all that was left was to hope that the accumulated energy would last until the end of the battle, and that Henry's abilities would not leave him ahead of time. After all, the longer he fought, the stronger he became, and it felt as if the guy was being helped by many heroic souls of the past. If Henry's soul purification had already been completed, Richard would have lost long ago, so it was impossible to allow him to reach the peak of his abilities. Looking back, Henry realized that his friends could be in danger, so he needed to end this fight as quickly as possible. Now there were only the 2 of them left, and nothing could stop one of them from winning and ending this long conflict forever. He loudly ordered the Heavenly Fox to prepare for the merger, because with her help, he could not only see the hidden, but also awaken his secret power. Richard had no choice, and he took out of his pocket the small container of mutant blood that Edward had given him before the fight. He said that this was the blood of a monster from a high ancient family, and it would help Richard create a body equal in strength to Henry. He was not going to wait any longer, and throwing his head back, drank to the bottom this small bottle with the blood of a terrible monster. But the power that already emanated from the young alchemist was astounding, because only God could control so many elements at once. However, the magic of the blood he had drunk began to work, and after a couple of seconds, Richard felt his whole body changing from the inside. At first, he was seized by hellish pain, and he himself wanted to cancel the effect of the magic, but it was too late to change anything. And then he felt a surge of rage, and before his eyes appeared the image of his dead son, for whom, out of revenge, he was ready to drench the whole world in blood. It was hard to imagine that Richard would decide to do something like this, because there was no way back and he had forever doomed himself to the appearance of a mutant. Soon the clothes on his body were scattered in different directions in small rags due to the monstrous transformation. But at the last moment, the guy warned that Richard, like any person, would not be able to control this power and made a mistake by taking such a step. But now, instead of Richard, another creature was speaking, completely taking over not only his body, but also his consciousness. Now he looked at the world through a red veil, and for the death of his son, he was ready to tear Henry to pieces right now. Even if he ended up becoming a mindless zombie, he was still willing to do what his fatherly duty told him to do. That blade was a serious threat to Henry because even his artifact couldn't completely resist it, and now this monster had it. Surely Edward had planned this abomination in advance, and he did not feel sorry for Richard, who believed him and accepted the relics of the dark forces as a gift. And now, instead of the usual appearance of a businessman, the guy saw in front of him an enraged mutant who was not even aware of himself. However, the monster himself liked such power, and for the first time he felt the power capable of crushing any enemy in his path. The curse of the witch's blood increased his physical strength and, in addition, increased Richard's speed many times over. At the last moment, Henry asked the Sky Fox to increase his perception to the maximum, just like he had done in the fight against Ronald. A moment later, Henry's appearance also changed, and the guy was ready to use all the elements under his control in this battle. Without hesitation, he rushed at Richard, who had ceased to be human, and all that was left was to kill the mutant that he himself wanted to become. But the monster rushed back at the guy, and it became clear that dark magic was strong and killing the monster would be more difficult than Henry thought. His blows were so fast that the guy barely had time to react and dodge the enemy's sharp attacks. With each new attack, he seemed to increase his speed, and it was unclear whether there was even a limit to his speed. Of course, Henry was also prepared for this, and seizing the moment, with one wide movement, he delivered an accurate blow straight into Richard's chest. Although it seemed that the blow did not harm him, but only further inflamed his desire to fight to the last drop of his blood. Only a skilled mage like Henry stood a chance against Richard's current form. But the coming battle with the mutant horde would be even more serious, and this fight was a great opportunity to use all his skills and prepare for what he was reborn for the second time. But to his surprise, the blade of Henry's sword was cut off after the first serious attack from his opponent, leaving only a fragment in his hand. It was hard to believe that Richard had enough strength to cut through the sacred blade, but there was no time to think. After all, the monster was already close, and without the help of the artifact, this duel could have turned into a real tragedy for the young alchemist. And then the mutant hit the guy on the floor with such force that he almost broke through him, and a loud bang was heard throughout the area. For the first time in a long time, Henry felt such a powerful magical blow, and did not remember when he fought with such an opponent. In fact, the fight cannot be considered equal, because Henry had two spirits on his side, and Richard was assisted by an entire army of dark warriors. From the very beginning, Richard advised him to surrender, but now it was too late, and the boy could only accept death as befits a warrior. Although this monster didn't seem to be happy about the victory, and Henry understood that he was actually suffering, having become an evil mutant. The guy was right, but Richard had no choice, because his son was dead and the family was destroyed by circumstances. Besides, now he himself has become a walking corpse, and all because of a girl who has nothing to do with him at all. Then he suddenly said loudly that deep down he regretted everything he had done, but now nothing could be turned back. But instead of support, the guy said that pity is only for the weak, and he was disgusted to see Richard's behavior in the face of death. Hearing this, he suddenly thrust his sword forward and demanded that the guy repeat these words again. Suddenly he gathered his last strength and, standing on his feet, declared that he never regretted anything in his life. Of course, now the guy had a pitiful fragment in his hands, but even with its help, he was ready to fight until the very end of this battle. And then he declared that for the suffering of innocent people, the guy sentenced Richard to death and was ready to carry out the sentence immediately. Even with the strength that Richard had, he would not have been able to rise after such a blow, and realized that the guy was even stronger than they said about him. However, he was ready to go to the end, because this man, who had become a zombie, now had nothing to lose in this life. Finally, both spiritual mentors shouted to the boy that the Heavenly Fox was already ready to use the false moon for his quick escape from the battlefield. But he didn't seem to be planning to leave or end the fight by running away, and even fought with the broken piece of his sword, as if he had the former sacred artifact in his hands. This guy actually managed to repel Richard's powerful attack, and he looked with fury in his eyes at the one who surpassed even him in strength. Besides, the guy behaved so calmly, as if he felt the entire space around him with every cell of his body, and he didn't need to look to see. It was hard to say how much power the student had, but it grew with his body every second, and could soon reach the size of his opponent. Indeed, Henry's appearance was changing before the eyes of the Sky Fox, but she understood that this was not happening under the influence of her magic. At this moment, the immortal spirit remembered that the true chaos technique only developed the human race to completely recreate the power of the first human. And now the unity characteristics of his ward have grown by 10% at once. Although at the peak this figure did not exceed 5%. This could only mean one thing. This young man's true chaos body was evolving again, and he could reach an even higher level than in his first life. He then quietly told Richard that he owned the Soul Hall. But that wasn't the only reason he couldn't lose this fight. After all, his entire past life he fought against the same monsters that he now sees before him, and past actions could endow his new body with their energy. Even the immortal spirit, who had lived many more lives than the young man, was surprised at how much knowledge was actually stored in this student's head. But the monster still didn't understand what Hall of Souls the guy was talking about and where he read all this nonsense. However, it was worth believing him, because an ordinary person is not able to control all the elements at once and grow in level right before your eyes. The spirits of ancient heroes always had a difficult character or a difficult fate, but all of them, without exception, followed the path that they considered right. And although everyone considered Henry a brilliant alchemist who had gained influence over many famous people, there was something hidden in his heart that he did not speak out loud. After all this time he dreamed of simple joys and wanted only to calmly spend the rest of his days with his beloved Sophia. However, every time he closed his eyes, the stories of the heroes, their path, and the guy still missed them very much. Yes, there was a feeling as if the student had matured in one day and spoke not like a teenager, but like the wisest god of the universe. And even if his body is shackled, the feeling of love has to be suppressed, and the whole world turns against him. He will never stop. Hearing this, the spirit finally realized that he was not dealing with a first-year student, but with a magician who had lived thousands of lives and was perhaps older than himself. And right at that moment, Henry finally managed to overcome the period of soul purification, and this stage was completely completed. For the monster, this meant only one thing, but he was not going to give up after listening to one tearful story from the boy. After Henry's first attack, the monster realized that if he fought this guy alone, he would most likely only die. It was difficult to understand the nature of this power, but Richard had no doubt that Henry was not an ordinary man. None of the students at the academy could even think of learning to control all the elements at once. Suddenly, the guy had another vision, inside which he found answers to many of his questions. In his mind, he clearly saw the day when one of the settlement's chief alchemists was honored to meet the ruler himself. Looking around, he at first did not understand why the ruler had come to him, since other masters could easily be found in the empire. However, this man was the best alchemist in the Celestial Empire, so the ruler wanted to ask him to forge the most powerful sword in history. And seeing a crowd of soldiers surrounding his family from all sides, the alchemist realized that he had no choice. However, he warned that such a goal would require much more time than the emperor thought. At parting, the ruler asked that the work be completed in exactly 3 months and said that he would eagerly await him at the palace. But to forge such a weapon, it would take at least 3 years to temper it, and he wouldn't have even prepared the materials in 3 months. His wife knew the ruler's character, but the blood of the supreme rulers since the beginning of the empire flowed in his veins, so the best choice would be to cast a magic sword. It was not for nothing that this man bore the name of the first alchemist, and if he promised, he intended to see it through to the end. After that, they set out on a journey, at the end of which they cast 2 magic swords at once. But this took more than 3 years. When everything was ready, the man said that he was already waiting for death, because after appearing at the palace, he would be killed immediately. With tears in her eyes, the wife was ready to do whatever her husband asked, especially since they were seeing each other for the last time. Once at the reception, the emperor reminded that instead of 3 months, 3 years had passed, and that violation of the order was punishable by death. Even though the alchemist had come with the blade, he still had to speak his last words before he died. Holding a bundle with his almost finished work, the alchemist asked as his last wish to borrow the imperial forge for a short time. This was not difficult to accomplish, and soon they found themselves in the forge where the best craftsmen of the empire worked. Looking down into that hellish flame, he already understood his next step and why he had actually asked the emperor about this. Without saying a word, he suddenly pushed off and jumped straight down, where he was immediately engulfed and drawn inside by liquid hot flames. At the end, he managed to shout for his wife not to worry, and to live a decent, happy life with their little son. It was hard to believe, but he really did jump down, and for the first time in his life the emperor saw such a desperate act. In fact, he tempered the magic sword with his own energy, and to do this, he had to burn his body in a boiling cauldron. This was the act of a great alchemist, and it is difficult to imagine what torments the brave blacksmith had to endure for this. The emperor bitterly regretted that, because of him, the best alchemist of the empire burned alive, although before his death he managed to leave his main legacy. That same day, upon learning of this, his wife directly asked her son if he wanted to avenge his father's death. Shedding tears, the boy was ready to do this, although he knew how difficult it would be to pierce the ruler's body, protected by magic. The woman then took the bundle containing the second forged magic sword, which was now supposed to belong to this young man. Looking at the cauldron where her husband forged iron, she briefly told her son the story of his father's legacy, which the boy was obliged to know. The blood and flesh of thousands of people is more valuable than their 2 lives, but if they sacrifice to the sword, killing the emperor will be much easier. And then the boy saw his mother jump up and rush towards the cauldron, in which the fire had been burning for a long time. This woman did the same as her husband in the morning, imbuing the sword with her energy and sacrificing herself. And now her son was obliged to fulfill the destiny for which his parents had sacrificed their own lives. Looking at the magic blade, he understood that it contained his mother's soul, and with this power, he definitely had no right to fail in his attack on the emperor. He wanted to avenge the death of his parents at all costs, and was ready to die in this bloody duel if necessary. After this, the 16-year-old youth, taking the blade, entered the palace alone, and no one was able to repel a single attack from him. Having finally reached the main culprit of his troubles, he plunged the blade straight into his chest, knowing that he would definitely not have time to dodge. When the battle was over, the swords disappeared, as if they had never been there, and the guy holding the 2 magic balls was now their sole owner. This means that now he has access to sacred relics with the souls of ancient heroes, and with their strength and help, he is unlikely to lose this battle. Taking one last look at his opponent before attacking, he saw in a new light the monster that had seemed invincible just recently. Mentally addressing his ancestors, he asked them to allow him to take their greatest dreams and desires and fulfill them right now. He then swore that as long as he lived, no dark magician would win and no monsters would be able to enslave humanity. It seemed that Richard already deeply regretted listening to Edward and drinking the monster's blood, dooming himself to death in this duel. He was not mistaken, because having gained such strength, Henry began to move 10 times faster than before, although he was very fast before. Now, he had 2 magical artifacts in his hands at once, and the light energy and the dark energy merged into one single blow. It was unlikely that the dark energy barrier that Richard was used to using could help him, and he would soon suffer the same fate as the ancient emperor. The guy seemed to feel like he was in the place of that boy, for whose victory his parents sacrificed themselves and gave him the most precious thing. After the first blow, Richard flew far to the side and understood how this battle would end for him. But he himself challenged this guy to a mortal fight. But he wouldn't have done it if he had known who he really was. It seemed impossible. But Henry now controlled not only the elements from the balls, but also the main relics that all the clans were hunting for. It's unlikely that the mutant expected this before the fight, because it was as if it wasn't a student rushing towards him, but a real storm, ready to demolish everything around. Instead of a shield, the monster held out the blade given to him by Edward before the fight, hoping to defend himself with it. But as soon as the tip of Henry's sword touched this blade, a crack immediately appeared on its edge. It became clear that the sacred relic in the guy's hands was much stronger than any, even the most durable steel. Then the guy delivered a second blow with all his might and cut through the enemy's weapon, leaving a deep crack on it. Henry knew that the dark force that fed the monster with energy would resist to the last, but he was ready for anything. It was incredible. But the boy that the immortal spirit met in the Hall of Souls had now become a true warrior without equal. With a whole series of powerful blows, Henry tried to destroy the main magical weapon with which the monster fought. Richard understood what this puppy was up to, and without a blade, he definitely wouldn't win this fight. Finally, noticing the deepest crack on the blade of the sword, the boy aimed exactly there to deliver his final blow. At the last second, Richard asked him not to do this, because by destroying the blade, he would kill him too, and he would not be reborn. But it was too late, because the guy's speed had reached its limit, and it was unlikely that it would be possible to stop him at the moment to which he had been moving for so long. And finally, the blade was cut off from the mutant's magical weapon, and it became clear that the end of the battle was closer than one might think. At the same time, near the estate, everyone was waiting for the end of the duel and hoping that Henry would be able to defeat his main enemy. Aurora, still holding the artifact, suddenly noticed that the circle surrounding them had disappeared, meaning that Richard's magic had somehow weakened. She realized that the battle had come to an end, but it was still unclear who had won it. At that very moment, the fight between Logan and the old man who led the fighters on Richard's side ended. The old man was finally defeated, and lying on the stone square, no longer showed any signs of life. Luckily, Logan's magic turned out to be very successful for combat tactics, and it's good that the guy used it correctly. Now everything depended only on Henry, because if he lost the fight, all their efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, the old man looked at the young warrior and said that Richard was not so easy to defeat. It was unlikely that he would lose to a student, but he should have thought carefully before saying such a thing, because the stupid old man simply didn't know who Henry really was all this time. Soon, he was to see with his own eyes the figure of the one who had won this mortal duel on the porch of the estate. And although Richard was the first to leave the estate, his entire body was so lacerated by the blade that it was unlikely that anyone would have survived such wounds. The girls immediately realized from his gait that he was not a winner at all, but was barely moving, still hoping to leave here in one piece. But running was useless and unable to stay on his feet. This warrior, who for some reason had made a pact with the darkness, began to slowly sink. Now there was no doubt who had won the mortal combat, and the old man had to change his mind about Henry. Then everyone saw how the mutant collapsed on the square, and next to him lay his sword cut in half. Immediately after this, Henry appeared on the threshold of the house and announced that this duel could be considered over. A second later, he began to change appearance again, and everyone saw the familiar face of the alchemist, who would forever go down in the history of the academy. There were 2 marks on his hands, and it became clear to everyone that the ancient deities, who were once people, entrusted him with the salvation of all mankind. Until recently, many considered Henry a simple loser, but now they realized how wrong they were all this time. And just a second later, all of the guy's friends screamed loudly with joy, celebrating his victory and being proud of their new leader. One of the first to run out to meet him was Sophia, who hugged her boyfriend tightly and was happy to see him alive. Henry told her in a quiet voice that he had promised to return victorious from this meat grinder, and was glad that he had been able to keep his word. At that moment, Sophia saw another girl in the crowd, looking at Henry with the look that lovers usually look at. It seems that after this victory, the guy will become even more famous and popular among girls, and Sophia will worry more often when he is not at home. Today was clearly his day, and all his friends were loudly rejoicing, because it was no coincidence that each of them considered this guy an example for themselves. Those fighters who initially fought for Richard's family had a hard time believing that this guy was the genius everyone was talking about. Logan walked up to him, punched him in the chest in a friendly manner, and said that he never doubted his talent for a second. Of all the older members of the family, the only one left was the bald old man who was still writhing in the square after the battle with Logan. And no matter how Henry treated him, the old man alone was able to take responsibility for the lives of the others, which is what the boy asked him to do. But the head was dead, and that meant the old man could do what he thought was necessary, especially since this genius himself gave him the right to manage affairs. Shedding tears, he suddenly loudly declared that from that day on, his family's relations with all other clans would change forever. He swore that no one would ever be Henry's enemy again, and that all that stupidity like blood feud was a thing of the past. Of course, the guy was immediately thrown into the air, and Henry only hoped that he would not be accidentally dropped on the way back to the ground. One could say that this was his finest hour, because everyone in one voice loudly shouted his name, calling him the most outstanding warrior of the Empire. But at that moment he suddenly had a vision from the past, and Henry understood that the main hour of the test was still ahead. After all, on that day, nothing foreshadowed the invasion of mutants and the hellish fire that they caused in the capital. And those guys who were celebrating their common victory with him right now were brutally killed, and he personally saw their cold corpses. All the people he loved and spent so much time with were killed, and then their bodies burned in hellfire. Back in reality, he looked around at the moment when Ralph advised Henry to gather the students of the academy and give them at least a lesson in magic. But right now he had to finish the job, because Richard was still writhing in pain, living out his last minutes of life. As he approached him, he realized that this man had simply chosen the wrong path. Otherwise, his life could have turned out completely differently. Next to him was the cursed blood of the monster that he had drunk to gain his power. What happened in the past life should not happen again, and Henry was ready to do anything to avoid seeing that tragedy at the academy a second time. And this victory was only the first step towards Henry's goal, and the guy was glad that he was able to defeat such a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, back in the building, Julia couldn't contain her joy as she received a message about Henry's victory. Who would have thought that this boy would cope with Charlie's family alone? But Michelle understood that someone helped him. Turning around suddenly, she felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching from the very direction where Richard's estate was. Without further ado, she suddenly jumped out of the window, smashing the glass into small pieces with her body, and intended to get there as quickly as possible. She had a great ability to sense things, because the dark aura of the creature she had noticed suddenly appeared behind Henry. Both of the guy's spiritual assistants also saw this creature, but they understood that they had never met such a powerful dark magician before. Henry immediately felt the familiar disgusting smell, as if it had eaten into the bone marrow, which he remembered from his first life. It felt like this creature smelled like death itself, as the smell of decomposing corpses could be felt even 10 miles away. It was the ancestor who attacked the capital in a past life, and the creature appeared here immediately after Richard's death in a duel. However, for some reason the guy did not move from his place, and his assistants shielded Henry, ordering him to run immediately. But none of them were able to resist the dark energy that descended from above, and which this dark creature possessed. The guy didn't even need to turn around to recognize that familiar aura that he would never forget, and that always brought only death. On that last day when he saw his loved ones alive, he, forgetting about everything, ran through the crowd, trying to find them. But when he saw Sophia, she was already dead, and that is how he remembered their last tragic meeting. And above all this towered a monster whose level of strength surpassed any of Henry's opponents and was impossible to defeat. This monster managed to grab Julia, who sacrificed herself that day to save the inhabitants of the capital. But as punishment for this insolence, the monster squeezed his fist in one movement and blood sprayed in all directions. This terrible sight had always appeared to the guy in terrible nightmares, but now he had to see everything with his own eyes. It was hard to hold back the fear at the sight of this creature, but it was even harder to hold back the tears because all his loved ones were killed in a matter of minutes. And this giant continued to stand in place and tracked down his next victim in the crowd of fleeing people. And right now, the monster that sent that giant to the ground was very close to Henry. He jumped towards him with such speed that even the space around him was distorted, and it became clear that he was now at the peak of his abilities. But even with such force, the mutant easily stopped the guy and grabbing him by the throat looked straight into his eyes. Instead of a face and under the hood, this monster had only a black abyss visible, and the mutant considered people to be of a lower class, subject to destruction. The worst part was that Henry had lost a lot of strength in the fight with Richard, and couldn't fully use his mana right now. Perhaps the creature had chosen the time to attack specifically, and the duel with Richard was just part of its deliberate plan. However, Henry had one powerful ability left in reserve, but the energy would only be enough for one single blow. Suddenly turning to the side, the guy realized that all this time they were not alone here, and another person was ready to fight side by side with him. It was hard to believe, But among the teachers of the academy, there was one powerful warrior who didn't look like that at all on the outside. It was Michelle who was the first to sense the monster's ominous aura, and immediately went here to meet him face to face. She knew perfectly well what this mutant was, and asked the guy to calm down, because now she was taking over the case. Seeing Richard's corpse, Michelle realized that this guy had single-handedly defeated a formidable enemy, and they finally had a chance to stop the invasion. Although the boy remained in the creature's strong grip. With Michelle's help, the forces in this fight were equalized. This girl had a fire dragon as her spiritual mentor, comparable in strength to 100 giant mutants. Seeing her from afar, the immortal spirit couldn't believe his eyes, because this simple teacher had been hiding her true face the entire time. Yes, Skyfox had to admit that this woman was the strongest fire master she had ever met. Even Julia saw her aunt in all her glory for the first time, and could not believe that she had been hiding the truth from her all this time. This flame, emitting a fiery dragon, was capable of burning everything around, and even the dark creature recognized Michelle as a serious rival. But a spark that can only flare up once is useless, even if it shines brighter than anything else in the world. However, one time was enough to destroy the vile creature, and the girl directed all her energy towards it. Walking up to Richard, he calmly placed his hand on his back, ready to easily block Michelle's blow. And the next second, a fiery whirlwind began to swirl in that place, and gradually the creature, along with Richard's corpse, began to dissolve into the air. And Michelle, who was attacking, suddenly realized that she had missed a blow, because this monster was much stronger than she could have imagined. No one saw where exactly he managed to attack from, but now it didn't matter, because Michelle was flying from a height down to the ground. At the last moment, Julia saw her aunt, who was about to fall to the ground in a second, but still made a last attempt to save her. Luckily, she made it, and instead of crashing into the stone square, Michelle fell straight into Julia's arms. It turned out that the girl was currently under a spell that left terrible black marks all over her body, and it seemed that the creature was able to activate this magic at will. Looking at her from afar, Henry realized that she had experienced an adverse reaction after consuming the cursed blood, and there was no doubt where she had contracted the disease. It turned out that she also decided to drink the same blood as Richard, but did not understand who advised the girl to do this. However, now it didn't matter anymore, because she felt so bad, as if she was living out her last minutes and she urgently needed to come up with something. Without saying a word, Henry suddenly walked up to Julia and picked up Michelle, although Julia didn't understand what he was planning. But as he left, he asked her to just do whatever he said and not ask unnecessary questions if she still wanted to see her aunt alive. Soon, he laid her down on a large, soft bed and realized that he was ready to fulfill his next destiny. Finally, he closed the door tightly and asked the immortal spirit not to enter the room until Henry gave him permission. Then he suddenly asked Julia to take off all of her aunt's outerwear, adding that she would have to take off her underwear too. Of course, she had a lot of questions, but there was no time for explanations, and it was worth just listening to this guy. It seemed she could have expected anything but this, although Michelle was already dying, and there was no point in paying attention to details. Soon, Julia had stripped Michelle naked, and all over her body were visible those very spots of infection that could have brought her to the grave. If it had been anyone else in her place, he would have become a corpse long ago, because the poison had spread throughout the body and should have killed the carrier. But the boy was determined to prevent this, and activating the energy of restoration, directed all his power at his teacher. Michelle immediately felt a surge of vitality that the student was giving her, but the unbearable pain immediately made her scream loudly. But then, to Julia's horror, Henry began to direct magic to parts of her body that were not intended for the eyes of strangers. Now, the immortal spirit understood why Henry asked him to leave, and why Julia was so loudly asking him not to touch her aunt everywhere. Unable to bear this sight, the girl ran out of the room with a loud scream, unable to bear this abomination any longer. As a result, the immortal spirit felt the power of this girl, because when she opened the door with all her might, she did not know that he was standing right behind this door. Soon, everything was finally over, and silence reigned in the estate where Henry was performing the ritual. Michelle had to endure such wild pain that after it, she sat silently in place for a long time, without saying a word. Then she finally asked how the guy managed to suppress the poison, and he replied that he had to completely absorb it from her body. It was the most serious infection Henry had ever seen in his life, and it was hard to imagine how it would have ended if he hadn't been there. But it's possible that some of the poison still remains in Michelle's blood, and they will have to repeat the procedure later. But Julia couldn't understand how her aunt's body ended up with poison that could only belong to the Dark Clan. To kill the demon, Michelle had to take the cursed blood, but it consumed her body more and more every day. Suddenly, Michelle noticed with a smile that when the guy undressed her for the ceremony, for some reason she did not see any embarrassment on his face. And then she seriously asked the guy what to expect from the poison, and how long she had left to live in this world. He honestly admitted that if she used force even once, the poison would spread faster. If the poison fills half of her body, the process will become irreversible, and the monster inside her will take over her mind forever. although in 3 years Henry's powers could grow significantly, and then she would have a small chance of survival. Julia fell to her knees in tears, realizing that these might be her last years of communication with Michelle. But Michelle immediately rushed to calm her down, because Henry's level was growing very quickly, and they still had hope for salvation. Looking at the girls, Henry understood that now he had to not only stop the mutants, but also save the life of his teacher. In the past life, all the cultivators united, but they had almost no chance of winning on that terrible day. Most likely, it was Michelle who was the brave woman who killed the demon, but died from the cursed blood. To prevent this from happening again, Henry needs to quickly develop his abilities to the limit in order to save humanity and Michelle's life. Julia was ready to do anything to find an antidote for her aunt, and was even willing to sacrifice her life for this. But at that moment, the guy put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to forget about the war with mutants, at least for a little while. After all, at this rate, Michelle might not get married, and this remark caused such a storm of emotions in her that the guy regretted his words. In the end, Julia had to defend her aunt, because she could not allow the young man to judge a woman who had already seen a lot in life. Although, instead of stupid conversations, the girls should have first told him what other secrets he didn't know about them. For example, why does a simple teacher and head of the committee know more about the cursed blood than he does? Although Michelle also had questions for the guy who recently showed a technique that no ordinary person could master. They ended up standing opposite each other, looking into each other's eyes with suspicion, as if each was hiding too much from the other. Only Henry could completely heal Michelle, but in return he asked her for one favor. Now was not the time to hide the truth, and the guy asked her to be honest and tell everything as it was. The guy had long guessed their identities, and understood that the purpose of their arrival in the capital was not at all to work at the academy. Realizing the futility of her secrecy in front of her friends, Michelle declared that she was the first advisor to the Pavilion Elder, and had come here to look for the sacred blade. The encounter with the demon strengthened her confidence that the blade was hidden somewhere here, and it was no coincidence that the monster appeared so often in these places. Then Julia realized that there was no point in her hiding her identity either, especially since Michelle had already done it before her. In fact, she was the head of the pavilion, the daughter of an elder, who had been living all this time under the guise of an ordinary student. After that, the guy thought hard, because if this was true, all the pieces of the puzzle fit together. The demon attack in his past life was not an accident, and now Julia has become the one who once saved his life by standing between him and the demon's messenger. The giant monster probably attacked the academy because the sacred blade was somewhere within its walls, but he never found the relic. Suddenly, Julia declared that she had always liked the guy's rebellious outlook on the world, and asked him not to change his attitude towards her. However, he did not listen to her and stated that the demon had found nothing, and that he now had much more information than one could even imagine. Now, to prevent tragedy, we need to find the sword faster than the demon, and it would be best to unite the efforts of all clans for this. And then, taking out the magic elixir, he said that it was no accident that he had so quickly learned alchemy and the art of healing. In his hands was the source of all existence, and if the girls thought about it, they would understand that he was telling the truth. But Julia's expression showed that she had never heard such nonsense and did not understand what Henry meant. However, there was meaning in the guy's words, and the immortal spirit believed that after everything that had happened, it was worth listening more carefully to Henry. In ancient times, the Empress could not bear the mass extinction of people, and, taking the blank of a sword, went alone to the palace of God. It was then that she caught the eye of the immortal spirit, holding her sword in her hands and trying to tell him her story. Yes, this heroic woman protected the entire human race from generation to generation, endlessly being reborn in different guises. And then, during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, one of the warriors led an army of demons, wielding that same sacred blade. People did not know the warrior's real name, so they began to call him by the name of the blade itself, and that is what the guy is called to this day. It is difficult to imagine the strength of this man, but it was the sacred relic that helped him remain unnoticed, and no one could recognize him as a monster. It was just strange that this woman, who had been reborn in different guises, had not yet appeared and made herself known. It seemed that the immortal spirit had started to talk a bit and began to discuss various girls who could probably hold the essence of this woman. Meanwhile, in the dark palace where the creature from another world lived, events unfolded that Edward could not even imagine. After all, the last battle, before which he persuaded Richard to drink the cursed blood, turned into a catastrophe for him that could no longer be avoided. Now the guy himself looked like a monster, which a member of his family had recently become, and he himself had become a guinea pig in the hands of a dark creature. Of course, he knew perfectly well what his transformation would lead to, but more than anything in the world, he did not want to be this walking dead man. His father saw with his own eyes what Edward was turning into and could not understand why the creature chose him. However, in response, he heard that Edward was strong enough for this, and that his whole life, since childhood, he had been prepared for one and only role. It was he who was supposed to become the person who would transform into a mutant and lead the invasion of the Empire's capital. But no matter how much Edward wanted revenge on Henry, he would never agree to become a puppet of a dark creature and live his life so worthlessly. Suddenly, his father declared that Edward should not forget how his mother died and what he owed to her and his entire family. At these words, the boy suddenly stopped, not understanding what exactly his father was saying and what mission he had in mind. At that moment, he suddenly remembered a scene from his childhood when he and Henry met after Henry was beaten up by street kids. At some point, Edward completely lost pity for his former friend because he could not stand the manifestation of weakness in difficult moments of life. However, he was not going to allow those bastards who deserved to die to bully other people. That same day, finding his father in the garden, he declared that he had understood a lot recently and now knew exactly what he wanted. To protect his friends, he needed the strength to defeat multiple opponents at once, even if they were older. It was clear from the father's smile that the man had been waiting for such a conversation with his son for a long time, and he ordered Edward to go with him. But the place where he led him was so gloomy that on the way the boy even changed his mind for a second, although there was no turning back. As a result, he found himself chained to the altar of a dark magician, and they wanted to do something terrible to this child. Along with his father, a dark being towered over the boy, wanting to make a monster out of him by infusing his body with mutant blood. When Edward's mother found out about this, the woman could not allow her husband to do this, and was ready to strangle him with her own hands. Rushing to her son, she tried to pull out the vessels through which the monster's blood flowed into the boy's body. But as soon as she tried to do this, her husband appeared behind her, and in a second he deprived her of both hope and life. He killed her for the betrayal of the demon god that she dared to commit and believed that for such an offense, she deserved to die. The unfortunate woman collapsed right on top of her son's body, realizing that she had done everything in her power for the boy. Edward burst into tears, realizing that his father himself had turned out to be the evil monster he had dreamed of fighting. And now he found himself again in exactly the same position, knowing full well how this terrible experiment would end. But this time he suddenly shouted loudly that he did not want to end his life like his stupid mother and was not a traitor worthy of death. The guy shouted at the top of his lungs that all these past years he had been trying for the common cause of the Dark Clan and wanted to become a leader, dedicating his life to their cause. Realizing that this was his last chance, the father loudly demanded that his son not stop and say everything, hoping to save his life. At that moment, the guy admitted that that brilliant young alchemist was much stronger than they thought, and without his help, they would not defeat Henry. He was ready to admit all his mistakes if he was given one last chance to fix everything, because his faith in the demon god never faded for a second. But the demon declared that his stupidity had already led to terrible consequences that could not be corrected. The father said that the boy had already tried his best for the sake of the clan, and did not understand why the demon did not leave the boy a single chance. In response, he explained that Henry had already managed to remove part of the curse from the fire mistress, who had beheaded his brother 100 years ago. Since things had gone this far, Edward offered to speed up the search for the sword, and was ready to personally take control of the matter. Besides, he had influential friends in his circle who could help him if the demon did believe him. For some time, the creature silently listened to the guy, who all this time was trying to prove his right to life. His father also fell silent, awaiting the decision of the being on whom his son's life depended. Finally, putting forward his black hand, the demon decided to give the guy one more chance and trust Edward one last time. Then the boy felt life returning to his body, and was ready to endure this pain in order to carry out the leader's order. After it was all over, the guy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this time he wouldn't lose face. Finally, the demon warned that the guy had little time, so he should plan each day and do only this thing. In response, he stated that he would do it right now and did not intend to waste a minute. Moving away from the dark altar, Edward spent some time trying to come to his senses and understand what had happened. He then pulled out his mother's bracelet from his pocket, which was the only memory of his lost loved one. Now his main task was to find the sacred blade that Henry had kept for a long time, because with its help he would be able to carry out his plan. Clutching the broken half of the bracelet tightly in his fist, he vowed that soon he would have the strength to fight his father and defeat the entire clan. Then, smiling broadly, he realized that in the whole world he alone was worthy of being the savior of humanity, for this role was destined for him. Meanwhile, Henry remained in the place where the most fierce battle of his life had recently taken place. He held in his hands the very same award that Michelle had recently allowed him to take from the treasury as a sign of victory in the tournament. Henry suddenly declared that he knew where to look for the relic, and that it was probably at the bottom of a river in one of the provinces of the Empire. By the way, he had already tried to get to the bottom once in the past, but that day he wanted to commit suicide. This happened right after he lost Sophia, who had always been the closest person in the world to him. In addition, he was the only survivor of that massacre, and after the invasion, many believed that he escaped and therefore remained alive. And at the moment when he was seeing Sophia off on her final journey, standing over her coffin, the guy continued to listen to insults from all sides. The father tried his best to protect Henry's name, realizing that the boy had also suffered, and only miraculously survived. The man felt ill from everything he had experienced, and it all eventually led to a heart attack. Clutching his heart, he stood like that for a while, and his wife, who had long noticed her husband's health problems, thought the worst. He soon collapsed to the floor, and only the quick arrival of an ambulance allowed him to stay alive for a while. That same evening, he was already lying in a hospital bed, and it became clear that the man needed urgent, expensive surgery. But the father decided to give the money that he had saved for the operation to his son, so that he could enter the faculty of cultivators. It was unclear why he had done this stupid thing, since his health was more important, and his studies could not force Henry to take this money. At some point, the guy realized that everything happened precisely because he failed to prevent the invasion of monsters, although at the beginning, he had a chance. The next day, he was already looking down from the ledge of a steep cliff, and below was the abyss of the river, in which he wanted to find himself. It is difficult to imagine what he was thinking before his death, because the guy was sure that jumping off the cliff would be the end of his story. Then, plucking up his courage, he stepped forward and flew straight to where his life was supposed to end. He hit the water hard and a wave rose from the place where he fell, because the jump took place from such a height that there was almost no chance of survival. For a while, the guy lost consciousness, and his body slowly sank to the bottom of the reservoir. There was no doubt what his step had led to. But suddenly, in this cold darkness, someone asked Henry to open his eyes. It was as if an inner voice spoke to him about the impending threat, and that only he was capable of stopping it and saving humanity. Suddenly, he actually opened his eyes right under the water, realizing that the voice calling him was all too familiar. Finding himself at the very bottom, he saw below him the settlement he had once visited before. The door of the house suddenly opened by itself, and a bright yellow light poured out, calling the guy inside. At that moment, Henry did not yet understand where this story would lead, but he was sure that he had to enter the house and understand what God wanted from him. Just a minute ago, he stood on the edge of the ledge and resigned himself to the fact that he was unworthy of living and walking on this earth. But the voice spoke louder and louder, and stretching out his hand forward, the guy tried to find himself on the threshold of this house. Soon the light became brighter, and Henry realized that he would find himself in the place where he was destined to learn the whole truth of the universe. Without understanding how, the guy found himself in the center of the Hall of Heroic Souls, inside of which stood 7 tall pillars. And above him towered the Yellow Emperor, the ruler of all people, who, having heard the boy's thoughts, decided to respond to his call. He wanted to honor Henry with the title of Emperor, so that the boy could join forces with the ruler and stop the mutant invasion. This is what Henry wanted more than anything in the world, because now he had a second chance to change everything. Then, filled with guilt and hatred, he lived and trained at the temple, improving his magical abilities every day. In order to defeat the Dark Clan, Henry decided to close himself off from the world and ended up becoming a real murder weapon. And one day, a girl entered the temple, who became his main mentor, but whose life he was never able to save. The Empress reported that hundreds of demons had attacked the western part of the empire, and that the entire numerous army had been destroyed. This task was easy for the guy who had learned a lot during his training, so he promised to quickly cope with the problem. But the Empress knew that he was only busy with meditation and magic, so she decided to ask him one question at the end. She wanted to know the truth, whether the guy was interested in state affairs and the position of the emperor, or whether she had disturbed him in vain. Unexpectedly, in response, the guy asked a counter-question about how much time would be needed to destroy the race if the head of the Dark Clan attacked. Then, turning sharply to her, he declared that it would take at least 3 years, but he did not have that much time for earthly affairs. After all, he had already lost a loved one once, and only now had he found the opportunity to atone for his own weakness. The guy was the same person as everyone else, and the only thing left was to make every effort to defeat the damn monsters. And just like many years ago, now Michelle stood before him, to whom he told the story of his past. As soon as he sank to the bottom of the river, he saw the abode of the Celestials, and discovered a fragment of records on the comprehension of the abilities of chaos. Listening to this, the Sky Fox could not understand whether Henry was serious or wanted to fool Michelle once again. Now it all fits together, because the guy had also been in those ruins where Michelle had happened to be one terrible day. If so, she could have found more there than Henry, and the guy asked her what she had managed to see with her own eyes. The girl told how, while climbing the porch to the temple, she immediately felt a mysterious power enveloping this place. But as soon as she touched the door, the temple disappeared, and she realized that it was just an illusion. There was only emptiness around her, and the girl only had time to grab that useless relic at the entrance that Henry had spoken of. The girl believed that the monastery was built by a certain generation of emperors, and only people selected by chaos itself could enter it. As usual, the guy thought that he was chosen because he had always been a handsome guy, and the gods simply could not ignore him. But now was not the time for jokes, and Michelle reminded them that they both now knew the gist of the matter. Then Henry reminded that the cursed blood came to Richard from Edward, who had probably already linked his fate with the Dark Clan. Unexpectedly, without even listening to the end, Julia turned towards the exit, and had no intention of wasting any more time. After all, it will soon get dark, and the main members of the Dark Clan are still alive, which means they have a lot of work to do. Realizing that the young girl also wanted to participate in the fight, Henry realized that he would not allow this for anything in the world. He remembered how in her past life she had sacrificed herself for him, and now he wanted to repay her in kind. But she turned to him, and so much powerful energy condensed around her that anyone would have immediately lost the desire to joke with this girl. At that moment, Henry once again remembered that in a past life, Julia was the daughter of a warrior from whom he first learned magic. She sacrificed her life to protect Henry and was crushed by a giant monster that burned the city with hellfire. Therefore, she should not under any circumstances enter this fight a second time, and she should not even have the thought of it. But Julia didn't like to repeat requests twice, and this time the guy had to see her real face. If he had been underestimating her strength all this time, now was the time to change his mind and face the truth. The immortal spirit realized that the jokes were over, and Julia was ready to use destructive magic against those who were trying to stop her. Henry's entire body from head to toe was pierced by her lightning. Although everyone understood that the girl was not trying to kill him at all, this attack was a great proof that Julia's powers had become greater than in her past life, and it was unlikely that she would suffer the same fate now. With great difficulty, the guy managed to interrupt the flow of her energy, and at that moment the girl noticed traces of cursed blood on his hands. She couldn't believe her eyes and didn't understand why she saw these black marks on Henry's body. This only meant that the guy had an excellent technique for containing the side effect, and even Michelle couldn't show such talent. Realizing the futility of stealth, Henry stated that he had been training for a long time using chaos techniques to control the dark curse. If Julia insists, she can go to battle, but the monsters will be much stronger than any of her previous opponents. Michelle understood that the guy was telling the truth, and the power of mutants with the support of the Dark Clan would be truly destructive. It remained to be hoped that the ancient deities would help him defeat the monsters without serious losses among the civilian population. This time, the guy decided not to put off the main thing, and first of all began to increase the strength of his abilities. The Sky Fox was glad that the boy had finally mastered one of the techniques that she herself had used most often during her life. True, control over dark energy took a lot of strength, and no one knew what the guy had to go through every day during meditation. The demon's blood oozed out from everywhere, and every day the boy had to feel its disgusting taste. Every time he preferred to do it alone, and only today did the immortal spirit and the heavenly fox see how it happens. He asked them not to worry, because he had experienced something similar many times, and could survive as long as necessary. In fact, he had long been able to sense the presence of dark energy, and even noticed a similar aura in some of his friends, but he did not tell them. It was impossible to hide from Henry that a common man had entered into a relationship with a dark clan. Even if he only did the dirty work once, he had more control over the dark energy than he had many years ago in his first life. However, now it will definitely not be possible to hide from everyone the curse, which was visible not only from the marks, but also from the change in Henry's appearance. It was strange that he had hidden the truth from the immortal spirit who had been walking this path with him from the very beginning. If this continues, he will simply turn into a demon corpse, just like what happened to Richard recently. However, this was the only way to save Michelle, because absorbing the cursed blood was the only way to become stronger. This did not go unnoticed, and the guy had to experience the same wild feeling of turning into a monster that Richard had before the fight. When his fusion with the demonic entity reached its limit, Henry was forced to relive that terrible moment from the past. He was back on that ledge, with a monster that looked remarkably like him towering over him. The spear was still stuck in his back and out of his chest, and the monster continued to stand in place and not move. At that moment, an unknown entity approached him, and gently touching his face, told him not to worry and to continue living. Looking at him, the Earth's progenitor declared that he needed to accept the blood of a demon, because time was short and the Earth was threatened with disaster. It is hard to believe that Mother Earth herself persuaded him to drink the cursed blood, which means that in the past, he did not make this decision himself. These memories visited him again and again, and the boy realized that many years ago he absorbed the blood of a demon and died immediately after that. It was unlikely that she wanted him dead, but the upcoming duel promised to be brutal, and he would not be able to cope without the cursed blood. The catastrophe that Mother Earth spoke of eventually happened anyway, and Henry couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps his rebirth was only needed to prevent this tragedy and change the course of history. But the most terrible thing was that there were two memories of a past life in the guy's head, as if two entities had been coexisting inside him all this time. Although, perhaps he forgot something important and managed to live not one, but two lives in a row. From the very beginning, the Sky Fox suspected that there was an unknown essence hidden inside the guy, and now her suspicions were confirmed. Henry couldn't believe that he was also among those who couldn't resist the dark energy and experience the same nightmare. To be consumed by dark energy meant losing freedom, and that was what Henry valued more than anything else in the world. Even the strength that the boy now possessed was of no use to him, since he was not even able to control it. His wristwatch informed him that his combat power points had reached their limit, and all indicators were above the permissible norm. Instead of rank 90, he rose by tens of steps and his combat power points reached almost the very limit. The demon's blood was a terrible weapon, but after absorbing it, the boy would never be able to become the same person again. However, with his current power, there was no doubt that he would give battle to the giant who, in his past life, dealt with the strongest magicians like bugs. It was no longer a problem for him to summon the dark force when needed, which meant that this was exactly what fate was leading him to. The immortal spirit noticed that Henry had almost suppressed the side effect of the blood, meaning his level of control was growing with each passing minute. I wonder if three forces could fit in one body, and if light and dark entities coexisted in Henry at the same time. The Sky Fox understood that Henry's guess was correct, because she herself was called the Queen of Demons in life, and both sides of the force were hidden within her. Only now did the immortal spirit and Henry understand where this girl got so much strength from, which she showed immediately after her appearance. Of course, it's good to have such abilities. But what if the cursed blood does not overcome the mana limit and exceeds the amount of human blood? In that case, Henry asked to kill him without talking or regretting, otherwise he would do the same to them. It was a little scary to hear such dark words, but both understood that the guy knew what he was talking about. After all, it is better to die than to turn into a senseless monster, destroying everything around and not realizing himself. However, is it worth taking this step for the sake of the Dark Clan, or can you choose another path? In his past life, Henry had already made this mistake and was afraid to take a serious step, which he ultimately regretted greatly. He didn't want to lose his loved ones a second time, and the girls who had given their lives in the past were now worthy of receiving the same from him in return. Walking to the window and opening the curtains, he suddenly realized that most people in this world are doing everything they can to simply survive. In his past life, he didn't have time to understand much, but now he clearly knew what he was ready to do to save this world. Only now could he admit that man could resist the superior race only if he took possession of its own power. At the same time, a gloomy atmosphere reigned in Agatha's house. Her mother was still seeing her daughter off on her final journey. Agatha lay in a coffin, and Sarah had not stopped crying since the day her daughter died a horrible death after the attack. Sarah was ready to do anything, if there was even one chance to bring her back to life, to resurrect her beloved daughter, who was the meaning of her life. And at that moment, the girl's eyes suddenly opened, but instead of the usual look, a green, ominous light flashed in them. Then she suddenly jumped up, as if she had just laid down to rest, and the poor woman could not understand what was happening. Henry was already rushing towards her house at that moment, having sensed from afar the ominous aura emanating from that place. He knew very well what he would have to do when he saw the rebellious girl and hoped that her spirit could find peace in heaven. As he smoothly descended, he could already hear the loud screams of Sarah, who saw her daughter, who had died several days ago. Running out to meet him, the woman said that the coffin lid was open and the guy should look at it for himself. She also told him about the spells her daughter had cast, and Henry realized with horror that he was a little late. Right in front of him, he saw an ominous aura emanating from the body of the dead girl, which was painfully familiar to him. He suddenly realized that this was the work of the Heavenly Fox, who confirmed his guess with a smile. She had warned him that if he defeated Richard, a surprise would await him at the end, which she was now ready to present to him. Henry remembered using the 9 false moons when he first saw Agatha's bloody body and tried to resurrect her. Now the Sky Fox had only set them in motion, so it was easy for her to pull off this trick. However, Henry did not understand whether Agatha had become the same person or had also joined the ranks of the Walking Dead. The most interesting thing was that the Sky Fox noticed from the very beginning a striking resemblance between herself and this student. Especially at that moment when they stood opposite each other, they were so similar that they could be mistaken for sisters. It seemed that this guess occurred not only to her, but to everyone else, because it was difficult not to notice what was striking. Without hiding the truth, the Sky Fox said that she was sure that this girl was her reincarnation. Indeed, her appearance so closely resembled the facial features of the Heavenly Fox that no one had any doubts about the veracity of this version. Looking at the girl, both understood that she had guessed about Agatha's origins, but decided to tell the truth only at the last moment. Henry couldn't believe that the student who had recently been dying in his arms was able to come back to life and gain flesh with the help of the Sky Fox. If the heroic soul of the Sky Fox merges with Agatha's body, it will be able to use the 9 false moons and become almost invulnerable. If this illusion were to be dispelled, the girl would finally leave the world, so the Sky Fox never wanted to part with her again. The immortal spirit knew that soul transfer had been practiced for a long time, but it was a rare occurrence, and he didn't know if the Heavenly Fox would be able to do it. In essence, she was created by the Hall of Souls, and only with Henry's help was she able to be reborn into this world. It sounded convincing, but the guy thought her reincarnation was something else. As if someone from above was trying to materialize the heroes from the Hall of Souls into people. After all, as a result of the merger of Agatha and the Heavenly Fox, a new creature will be created, having both the characteristics of a human and the abilities of a god. The attachment to the Hall of Souls would still not go away even if he shared his life and cultivation with this girl, but the choice depended only on Henry himself, if, of course, he trusted Agatha when she was still alive. Suddenly the guy said that sometimes he doesn't trust himself, let alone another person for whom he will have to take responsibility. It sounded a little strange, and at first Sky Fox couldn't understand what Henry was hinting at. But suddenly the guy took this step and, using his magic, began the ritual, commanding the heroic spirit to act. It seemed that the guy was braver than the Sky Fox had imagined, and she looked at the young alchemist in surprise. But after the ritual, Henry declared that it was now her turn to act, although at first he said that he could not completely trust her. However, now everything had changed, and it was clear from his look that it was time to act and bring this adventurous idea to life. Immediately after this, the Sky Fox approached Agatha to perform the soul transfer ritual and bring what had been started to the end. And then, with the ability of the 9 false moons, she commanded the laws of nature to break their usual course and submit to another body. It was hard to imagine what both girls were feeling, but it was clear that this was one of the most powerful abilities now available thanks to Henry. A few seconds later, a green glow of soul transfer magic appeared, and the main event of the ritual was about to take place. Once in Agatha's body, the Sky Fox suddenly felt like she could breathe air like everyone else. And then, opening her eyes, she realized that she looked at the world differently and had completely lost the habit of human sensations. Although she remembered everything clearly, and there was not even a side effect of memory loss, which is possible after such rituals. Seeing this, Sarah could not hold back her tears, because she had already gotten used to the idea that she had lost her daughter forever. And then she hugged the new Agatha tightly, and she suddenly felt for this woman what a child usually feels for his parents. Even though she was a spirit floating in the air a second ago, looking at Sarah, she knew that she loved her just as much as Agatha did. And then, she rushed to Henry, realizing that he had become the main person in her life who had given her back the opportunity to live on Earth. This girl had completely forgotten her former image of a rebel, and now behaved like a sweet, innocent child. He thought Agatha was acting strange, but Sky Fox said that she simply had always truly loved Henry. Then the guy warned her that Sophia would hardly approve of long hugs and asked her to behave more restrained. Just in case, the guy warned that only they knew about the Sky Fox and asked not to tell anyone about it. But to his surprise, now the life force of the Heavenly Fox and the student was coming from one point in the Hall of Souls, which was only under Henry's control. After a short time, they came out into the courtyard of the house, rejoicing that the process of moving souls had ended so successfully. One could rejoice at Henry's wonderful ability, although the immortal spirit believed that the time for rejoicing had not yet come. If the Sky Fox had any thoughts of betraying his ward, she would have to deal with him personally. He was ready to kill her and would not even blink an eye. Quickly and without hesitation, he would make such a decision. In fact, the girl was indeed hiding something, but she did not expect such direct accusations against her. However, nothing could escape the gaze of the immortal spirit, and it seemed that she had forgotten what kind of deity she was dealing with. However, she had already proven her role in Henry's life, and intended to personally participate in repelling the invasion of monsters threatening the planet. At that moment, Henry thought about something, and the immortal spirit began to guess what thoughts were swarming in the student's head. Surely, if he had the opportunity to incarnate as a human, he would have done so, but he was less fortunate than the Heavenly Fox. At the same time, all the fighters from the clan that Edward had led for many years gathered at the base. Looking down on these fine warriors, Edward loudly declared that in their hands lay the last hope of humanity. He suggested that they cast aside their fear and give free rein to their abilities to prevent monsters from turning the world into ruins. However, if they start to act, there will be a noise and some bureau will take an interest in them and will start to persecute their families. Edward didn't care anymore, because this whole gang from the criminal bureau simply didn't understand what they were about to face. Now was not the time for questions, and it was worth simply joining Henry's team to defeat the mutants once and for all in alliance with him. Losing in this fight was forbidden, and now Edward valued the life of every fighter, bringing the victory of humanity closer. After this, everyone simultaneously knelt before the leader, showing their readiness to carry out the order and engage in battle with the monsters. Edward had changed a lot and was now grateful to his childhood friend for helping him make the right decision. Soon after her second birth, the Sky Fox and Agatha's body went to the mall, and the girl seemed to learn to walk again. She never ceased to be amazed that she managed to stay alive, although she already had one foot in the next world. All this time, the Heavenly Fox, getting used to the body, carefully watched her every movement in this world. Henry really did manage to change the lives of many, and Agatha, who got a second chance, was one of those lucky ones. They had worked so hard to get their new lives together that now they could just go shopping and have a good day. But instead of happy faces, an angry man appeared in front of them, demanding that they remove the car from the parking space. Another guy said that the old man did not dare argue with him, because he did not suspect who his father was. Realizing that she couldn't do without her help, Agatha prepared to activate magic that could easily solve such problems. The next second, the guy realized that his attitude towards the man had changed dramatically, and he had been wrong to be rude. Instead of continuing the argument, he extended his hand to the man, and shaking it, apologized for his behavior and words. This was one of the Sky Fox's favorite pastimes, and she was ready to watch for hours how people made peace. They still had a lot to go through today, and Agatha was ready to see this new world differently. As they passed by more shop windows, they noticed a man nearby who was looking for a long time at a couple passing by. But in response to the smile, the woman sternly demanded that he stop staring. Otherwise, her husband would quickly explain to him that he couldn't do that. After asking Agatha to exchange, the Sky Fox regained full control of her body, and Agatha's spirit became a hovering observer. Now Agatha's spirit could look down on the earth and understand that from here, the world felt different than in human flesh. She seemed to begin to see people's true thoughts behind their masks, easily recognizing the true intentions of those around her. It seems that behind the guy's apparent calm, there may be a person who is incapable of anything, who cannot even pass a level in a children's game. If before she trusted everything people said, now she clearly saw the true intentions that they were trying to hide. Agatha believed that seeing through people was the ability of the Sky Fox, but she assured that it was not magic, but simply life experience. When you raise your soul level to the limit, you become much more sensitive to the emotions and obsessions of others. There is little good in this, because most of the thoughts were terrible, and people struggle with their inner demons all day long. However, Agatha herself did not understand what her life was really like, and whether it was as wonderful as it seemed before. But the girl determines her own life, and it depends only on her what it will be like in the real world. Now, seeing through people, Agatha realized that the man standing with the young girl was secretly harassing her, and she was only enduring humiliation. But now she had control over the ability of the Sky Fox, and with one effort of will, Agatha commanded to activate this power. Immediately after this, the bone on the scoundrel's wrist broke in half, and the man received the punishment he deserved. He cried out loudly in pain, holding his broken arm and not understanding how this could have happened. And then Agatha wished that he would repent of his actions and confess the true intentions that he had been hiding. Under this hypnosis, the man turned to the girl and declared that he had behaved like a brute all his life and bitterly regretted it. Both girls were delighted with the scene, realizing that changing the world is much easier than is commonly believed. At some point, the Sky Fox in Agatha's body noticed an expensive boutique and decided to remember her past life. All this luxury before her eyes was once available, but after death it lost its meaning for her. At that moment, Agatha realized that the Sky Fox had decided to buy herself something from the boutique, although each item cost a fortune. But the Sky Fox, paying no attention, flew into the store and loudly greeted the seller. In response, the woman smiled warmly, saying that the guest could choose any handbag she liked. The Sky Fox immediately took a liking to the handbag in the very center of the boutique, although there was no more expensive item in the entire store. At the last moment, Agatha tried to dissuade her because they didn't have money for this handbag, and without money, you can't buy anything in the world. Looking at the saleswoman, Agatha realized that she was hiding her intentions, considering her another rich girl, whom she always despised. But instead of keeping silent, the Sky Fox directly asked the saleswoman why she didn't like her so much. Of course, she replied with a wide smile that this was not the case at all and that the girl had simply misunderstood her. But the Sky Fox didn't want to listen and demanded that she immediately ask for forgiveness, because now she was a customer of the store. Meanwhile, Henry was going up the escalator and telling the immortal spirit what he thought about Agatha's rebirth. But in the middle of the conversation, he suddenly noticed familiar female silhouettes nearby and realized that he couldn't leave these girls alone. It was unclear where the Sky Fox had learned to control people, but Henry had seen how well her magic worked. The salesmen gathered around her, each vying with each other to serve this girl, happy that she allowed them to do so. For some reason, she wanted to remember her past life, when everyone was currying favor with her, and artisans were delighting her with fashionable clothes. Suddenly, she noticed how one of the women accidentally fell over the railing of the second floor and flew down. Time slowed down for the Sky Fox, and she did not worry about the saleswoman whose life she intended to save. Using her tailwind ability, she sent a swarm of yellow flowers to where the saleswoman was supposed to fall in seconds. Indeed, instead of crashing onto the hard floor, the woman fell onto something soft, capable of supporting her obese body. Then, using the same ability, Sky Fox wanted to continue and do another little trick. Immediately after this, the woman was caught up in a new wave of energy, which carried her back to the second floor. In parting, the Sky Fox waved her hand, and flower petals fluttered in the wind all around her, surrounding her with a magical aura. In gratitude for the rescue, the woman fell to her knees, because the Sky Fox was the only one who prevented this death in time. It seemed that the Sky Fox had forgotten that she was in human form, and was raising suspicions by displaying magical abilities. But she didn't care about the attitude of those around her, and she was glad that she had seen a lot during the day. Seeing Henry in the distance, she waved happily at him, and was surprised to find that she saw his spiritual mentor. The Sky Fox's consciousness quietly warned her that she was showing too much affection for Henry, and needed to cool her ardor a little. Although there is nothing wrong with this, especially since Henry was not officially married to Sophia. So a little flirting will only add a little interest to life. Besides, she could help her new charge a little if she stayed at the mall and allowed herself one little joy. And then she saw 3 salespeople from expensive boutiques in front of her, and each presented her with a bill of no less than $1 million for the outfit. Suddenly, the Sky Fox asked Henry to pay for the purchases, and the boy did not understand why he should do this. But Henry was her master, and therefore it was his duty, which he could not go against. The saleswoman looked at the customer with a smile, hoping that these young people would not run away without paying for the clothes. However, Henry was not happy with this state of affairs, and would have preferred to be consulted before choosing things in boutiques. In the end, the guy refused and did not intend to return to this topic, hoping that they understood each other. But suddenly the guy changed his mind, and with a welcoming look, swiped his card across the terminal, paying for the girl's purchases. The next second, he caught himself thinking that this cunning girl had cast magic on him too, and he had acted like a puppet in her hands. Immediately after this, Henry received a notification from the bank, and a large sum was written off from his account for the girl's expensive things. She smiled sweetly in response, saying that it was just a prank and that she could be forgiven for being an ordinary person for a short time. But here, the immortal spirit intervened, because the girl had behaved defiantly before, and now she had crossed the line. Realizing he had no choice, Henry activated the soul splitting, otherwise things would go too far. Immediately after this, Agatha felt that she had returned to her body, and the Sky Fox had once again become a disembodied spirit. Not understanding why Henry had interrupted the fusion, the Sky Fox attacked him with angry cries, but the boy considered it fair. However, she had been trapped in the Hall of Souls without a body for so many years that he could have been more lenient and allowed a little joy. But if this continued, Henry could break the contract, and then she would go to a place where there were definitely no boutiques. This news could horrify any girl, even one who had died many years ago and had become a floating entity in the air. At that moment, Agatha felt powerless, and realized that if she didn't learn control, she would remain an empty shell. Suddenly, the Sky Fox got the crazy idea to get pleasure through violence, and Henry realized that he should have thought carefully before reviving her. According to legend, the Heavenly Fox suffered from a mental illness as a child, and the immortal spirit realized that it was time to bring her down to earth and teach her a lesson. And she continued to look into the alchemist's eyes with hope, hoping that he would return her to Agatha's body for a walk through the boutiques. Suddenly, the Sky Fox realized that control over Agatha's body had returned, and she could feel her hands again. In fact, she wanted to please the world with beauty, and enjoy the emotions of the people she was accustomed to in her past life. But she could easily use her abilities to take things from the boutique without paying for them. Although Henry was always against it and never used magic to deceive ordinary people in stores, that same evening, an event occurred for which Henry had been preparing every day since the beginning of his rebirth. A young girl was walking home from work when she realized that someone was watching her from a dark corner. She called her mother in horror and reported that she was being followed, and was worried about whether she would be able to get home safely. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a noise behind her and turned sharply, looking into the corner of a dark alley. She realized that there was no one behind her, but it was hard to believe that she had misheard, and that the rustling was a hallucination. And the next second, a dark entity appeared behind her, grabbing her so quickly that the girl didn't even have time to scream. After a while, opening her eyes with difficulty, she saw a strange room where she found herself for the first time in her life. It turned out that the unfortunate woman was confused with Henry's friend, and only now it became clear that she was only slightly similar in appearance. But there was no turning back, because she had already been infected with the monster's blood, and her body began to be covered with skin, like that of mutants. The girl felt with horror the approach of her death, and the most terrible thing was that she would have to die in the guise of a monster. And then all the mutant energy manifested itself in her body, and she easily broke the chains that held her on the couch. That same evening, Henry and the immortal spirit were walking through the very courtyard where the girl had recently been kidnapped. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he and Sophia had agreed to go to the evening market, but he was completely immersed in all these urgent matters because of the arrival of the mutants. Luckily, he had that very expensive bag from the boutique, and the immortal spirit advised him to give it to Sophia as an apology. It was a great idea, and Henry was once again convinced that the immortal spirit was an excellent advisor when it came to dealing with women. Agatha was also glad to meet the Sky Fox, who always knew an easy way to get her way with the help of men. She was pleased that the caring guy bought her so many fashionable things that would be enough for the whole year ahead. Suddenly, Agatha realized that the magic of soul transfer was working differently, and she was losing control of her body again. It is difficult to understand whether this is an illusion or reality, but Agatha seemed to begin to see objects in the universe that were previously hidden from view. Just recently, her cold body lay on the ground, but after the monster's attack, she felt her soul leaving it. The Sky Fox in her past life also felt something similar on the day of her fight with Ronald, seeing demons as soon as she started using magic. It seemed that the reincarnation effect worked unexpectedly, because both girls could not only feel, but also see the same thing. They were surprisingly similar, and if you forget about the fusion of spirit and body, you could think that they were twins. Falling to her knees, Agatha loudly asked the Sky Fox what was happening to her and why she was seeing hallucinations. She replied that these were illusions, and now Agatha had to learn not to succumb to them, no matter how real they seemed. If she believes in visions even for a moment, she will become mired in them and will not be able to return to the real world. A drop of dew can be a part of the stream of consciousness, as important to the world as the plant on which it hangs. If you immerse yourself in the world of illusions, your consciousness will wander forever in their darkness, going into a non-existent space. It's hard to say why such life forms arose here, but the Sky Fox asked Agatha to just take her word for it. But didn't the Sky Fox herself say that Henry controls Agatha's soul, and she cannot disobey his orders? Henry has more important things to do. So first we need to find out the reason for the illusions, and then return to the issue of soul control. But their conversation was interrupted by two unknown people who had been tracking Agatha for a long time, and noticed that the target was approaching them. It turned out that they were subordinates of the Dark Clan, and they were tasked with finding an 18-year-old female student of the Cultivator Academy with a strong aura. Having obtained the sacred relic, one of them decided to try out a new method of creating monsters on Agatha and see the result. But then Agatha realized that she had seen these two before, because they had recently been on the news. It's strange why influential people needed an inconspicuous girl like Agatha. Perhaps they are simple performers. The guy's power level is higher than many magicians, and asked Agatha to temporarily return control of her body to her. Unexpectedly, Agatha refused for the first time. Although she had not been against letting the Sky Fox spend the whole day in a human body, Agatha wanted to solve the problem herself. Although Henry did not tolerate those who mocked the weak, but was not ready now for a duel with a strong opponent. Seeing the expression on Agatha's face, the attacking girl realized that she had a worthy opponent in front of her, and that only she could enter into battle with her. Now, Agatha seemed to feel the power of the Sky Fox and was ready to try out the new abilities herself. She stated that the guys mentioned a sacred relic that the guy she liked was looking for. But without listening to the end, the guy swung his sword and tried to attack Agatha before she could use her abilities. But before he could take a step, Agatha put out her hand and immediately ordered him to kneel. To his surprise, the boy realized that her magic was capable of forcing him to act against his will. Instead of kneeling, he lay down on the ground and his body obeyed Agatha's every word, as if she were his mistress. Without stopping there, Agatha commanded the magic to lift the boy up, because it was high time to teach him a lesson. Without understanding what was happening, he felt weightlessness and began to slowly rise into the air, which was what she had in mind. It was hard to understand how a young student could have such strong magic, but nothing could be done against her. Immediately after this, Agatha snapped her finger, and the guy rose into the air and fell face down on the stone platform. Agatha, in her new appearance, did not look like an inexperienced girl whose life could be controlled by idiots. Agatha liked this show so much that she wanted to repeat the trick and flip the guy over again. But his partner had serious strength and had no intention of watching her friend being bullied. The next moment, an invisible ribbon tied Agatha's hands, and this prevented her from activating the protective energy. Immediately after that, several magical ropes appeared, enveloping her body and turning it into a small cocoon. Yes, Agatha considered herself entitled to attack the strong, but the guy's partner warned that she was not the only strong magician here. And although this was the first time she had seen such a strong academy student, now it was all over, and Agatha should have understood what she was getting into. Agatha just smiled in response, because she liked the trick with the ropes, but now she wanted to see how they tied up the attacker herself. The words sounded very convincing, and she had no doubt that magic really began to change all around them. A few seconds later they switched places, and now the attacker herself was bound on all sides by her own magic. The two did not understand when the young lady had mastered such power, because no student her age had access to such abilities. Looking at them, the Sky Fox couldn't understand how these losers couldn't recognize a simple technique that she would have learned long ago. These two recently said that they know Agatha very well and can easily cope with her magical power. But now they are unlikely to say a word, because after Agatha's last blow, none of them will be able to get back on their feet. The Sky Fox realized that this was a strong blow, and that her ward had decided to do such an act for the first time, showing the full power of her magic. That same evening, the news reported that several girls had been attacked in the city at once, and the Criminal Bureau had already taken up the case. Henry didn't understand why Sophia suddenly decided to drag him out into the street at night, although the girl was simply worried about him and didn't want something to happen to him alone. Moreover, he had been behaving strangely in recent days, and was constantly talking on the phone with some girl unknown to her. But Henry knew that the demon invasion was near, and now was not the time to be distracted by the nonsense that Sophia was talking about. And she suddenly blushed with shame and said that she had recently become Henry's girlfriend, so she could invite the guy out. It was the first time Henry had heard such direct words from her, and for a moment he was even taken aback, not knowing what to answer her. But the situation with the monster attack was more serious than she thought, so the guy assured her that Sophia also knew that girl very well. It was difficult to explain to her how Agatha was able to rise from the dead and return to Earth in a new form. Suddenly, Sophia asked to take a closer look at her because the guy must have noticed some changes. Henry happily realized that she had reached level 9 and apologized for noticing it only now. Her friend's new abilities impressed Henry more than her fashionable clothes, and he knew that the Empress would also be delighted with such power. All this was only thanks to the exercises with magic that Henry recommended to her, and without his help, the girl would hardly have reached such heights. Although, of course, she still had some work to do, and the guy understood that this was far from the limit of her capabilities. He believed that Sophia had a natural predisposition to the techniques shown in the last fight, and he saw this miracle with his own eyes. Realizing that the immortal spirit did not believe his words, Henry wanted to explain something that could escape even the gaze of the hovering soul. The sword that the Dark Clan was looking for was remade into a weapon against demons, so the relic looked different, but kept the same power inside. However, the spirit objected that it was not the sword that killed the demons, but the essence in the relic that destroyed the monsters, and these two things should not be confused. As usual, the spirit remained a bore, because the guy said exactly the same thing, only in different words. It seems that their argument would have lasted forever if Henry, after death, also became a spirit and was able to communicate with his mentor in the afterlife. At some point, their argument went too far, and the spirit asked the guy to cool down and not escalate the situation. And then he suddenly noticed that Sophia had gone the other way, and realized that he had been spending little time with his girlfriend in recent days. Of course, he would like to walk carefree with her by the sea, but now the main task was to stop the mutant invasion, and not waste time on pleasant things. Just recently, in visions, he saw memories of a past life, and thanks to them, he learned the history of the blade that the Emperor asked the best blacksmith to forge. Gradually, this secret was revealed to Henry, and he increasingly understood that the Hall of Souls was now only in his hands. However, the question remained as to where the purple blood sword was now, if it was not in that old house. And suddenly, looking at Sophia, a guess came to his mind. But it was hard to believe that it was true. Perhaps it was this girl who kept that very divine connection with the relic and knew much more than one could imagine. For a while, both froze in place, until a strange rustling sound was heard in the distance, as if someone was nearby. Sophia also heard this strange sound and turned around to find out whether she was imagining it, or whether there really was someone nearby. It turned out that they had been secretly followed all this time, and the stranger behind the tree realized that he had been noticed. But now, it seemed, there was no point in hiding, and the leader ordered his guys to also come out of hiding. All this time, they were closely watched by two mercenaries sent by the Dark Clan to get rid of the young people. Sophia remembered from the news that girls had disappeared in the evenings and realized that these two probably thought that she was here alone. Of course, it became clear that Sophia was with a young man, but it seemed that Henry was not a big problem for these mercenaries. However, they were very wrong, because the energy of these two young people could destroy not only mercenaries, but also any monster. The mercenary did not expect to see such a worthy enemy in the person of a young student, and doubted whether he would have enough strength to deal with the guy. But his friend, it seemed, was not going to waste time on nonsense and suggested simply attacking the students without delay. Sure, each of these guys was several times stronger than the average fighter, but Henry had already been through a lot, and wasn't going to give in to some idiots. And the very next second, Sophia saw a whirlwind of dust, and realized that her young man was even stronger than she imagined. Gradually, the dust cleared and a dark silhouette appeared in the center, but it was unclear how this instant attack ended. Fortunately, Henry was already towering over his fallen opponent, although he understood that one attack was not enough for these mercenaries. But at that moment, turning around, he realized that he had left the girl alone and had lost sight of the second guy who would try to do his dirty work. To his surprise, after the mercenaries' attack, Sophia dodged the attack so sharply, as if she had foreseen the moment of the blow in advance. Even the mercenary didn't expect that this fragile girl would be so agile that she would recognize his next move in seconds. But she had no intention of stopping, and using the technique of numbness and encircling cloud, forced the guy to freeze in place. And indeed, the mercenary could not move a finger, realizing that they had agreed to carry out this task in vain. At the end, the girl just stuck out her tongue, because even Henry didn't know that she had recently acquired such an ability. Approaching the guy, Sophia asked what they should do with these two mercenaries now, and how to punish these guys. But Henry understood that he first needed to find out who ordered the attack, because the mercenaries were probably connected to the Dark Clan. Without wasting any time, he asked the guys directly why they were stealing girls at night, and what the real purpose of this series of attacks was. Looking at his opponent, the guy realized that the student was stronger than he thought, and he would have to do what he had been putting off until the last moment. For the sake of the common great cause, he was even ready to bite into an ampule of monster blood in order to increase his strength level to the limit. Yes, now Henry saw the same thing he saw in the estate with Richard, and understood that he would have to fight another monster for the second time in a week. He was not mistaken, and a moment later the mercenary lying on the ground turned into a bloodthirsty zombie. Although a minute ago he was a weak magician, now the dark essence was pouring energy into him, making him a dangerous opponent. It was strange that this mercenary would take such a step, but the spirit immediately noticed that he was 5 times stronger than Richard in that duel. In addition, he had an artifact with dark magic in his hands, and holding it, the monster made his first attack. Henry immediately ordered the immortal spirit to prepare for reunification and imbue his blade with all its power. And then, firmly gripping the hilt, he was ready. a second before the collision, to plunge this sword straight into the monster's chest. Luckily, that's what happened, because when the monster approached Henry, the guy plunged the blade of the sword into its chest with one movement. Incredibly, the guy managed to be faster than the monster, whose strength reached its limit with the help of dark energy. The collision occurred at the height of the building's roof, and now the mutant was flying down, realizing that these were the last seconds of his life. He fell with his whole body onto the stone square, the impact causing pieces of the pavement to fall, and the monster roared in pain across the entire square. Having landed on top of him, the guy realized that he knew only one person who was capable of giving such power, by giving him an ampule of mutant blood to drink. And then he asked the monster directly if Edward had really given him this ampule, forgetting to say that there was no turning back. Yes. This guy turned out to be not only strong, but also possessed secret information, and the former mercenary in the form of a monster was beside himself with rage, realizing that he had lost the fight. Judging by the silence, the guy was right. But now he wanted to know where the rest of the kidnapped girls were and what he was going to do with them. In response, he began to mumble incoherently, considering Henry a sinner who dared to stand between God and his great plan. And the very next second, black blood spurted out of his mouth, and it became clear that nothing more could be heard from this mutant. The cursed blood that gave the mercenary his power now turned against its owner. But they still had one more mercenary who was nearby and could be interrogated to find out hidden information. The guy warned that if the mercenary also drank the hidden blood of the monster, the same thing would happen to him as to his partner. It's hard to understand how Edward managed to get all these idiots to follow his lead, because everyone knew that demon blood does not give immortality. Drinking that blood was tantamount to suicide, and even if the fight ended in victory, he would still die that same evening. If Edward is forcing him to do all these dirty deeds, then now the guy has a chance to tell about it to the person who can help him. But he said with a smile that Henry would not succeed, and it became clear that the guy was under Edward's total influence and was unlikely to leave him alive. And then he told the girl to immediately move away from this guy, because he would most likely burst into pieces right now. Finally, he stated that one should not underestimate the determination of their leader, and even if Henry gained strength, the outcome of the main duel was not yet decided. Immediately after this, a bright glow appeared around the mercenary, as if the guy had burst into flames of hell before everyone's eyes. A few seconds later, only a charred body remained in his place, and it is difficult to imagine what this guy felt in his last moments. It's strange, because each of them knew what they were getting into, and only dark magic could motivate them not to fear death for the sake of the common cause. At that moment, the phone rang and, looking at the phone screen, Henry realized that Agatha had finally gotten in touch. It turned out that she had urgent news that Edward had long been associated with a dark clan, and, it seems, all these people are plotting something terrible. They kidnapped girls and turned them into zombies in order to find a relic that, according to legend, was kept in the soul of one of them. At that moment, bending over the corpse, Sophia noticed a ball of poison nearby, which he had not managed to bite into during his life. But Henry told her from afar not to approach that place, because it could be dangerous for the girl. Although in reality, it was already too late, because magic was breaking out of the small ball, and it became clear that contact could not be avoided. And the next second, like liquid, it splashed towards Sophia, and she, no matter how much she wanted to, could not dodge it. Like ink, this liquid got on her hand, and the girl realized in horror that contact with dark blood had already occurred. It was unclear how to help Sophia now, because all this time Henry had only been trying to protect his girl from this misfortune. But a vortex of dark energy was already swirling around the young student, and her skin began to change its healthy appearance, turning into zombie skin. The pupils in the girl's eyes instantly disappeared, and instead of Sophia's beautiful, kind eyes, there were only whites without pupils, like all monsters. But at that moment, Henry noticed something amazing appearing above Sophia's head, along with the dark energy, and the guy realized that his guess had been correct all along. After all, the goddess of light, with her sacred sword, interrupted the dark flow of energy from the girl's body, and even turned back time. She watched with sadness as Sophia's friends failed to prevent the disaster, and she herself had to come down to Earth to prevent the worst from happening. At one point it seemed that she had merged with Sophia into a single entity, and the energy of light had reached its limit, leaving no chance for the dark force. Then it became noticeable that the dark energy was gradually receding from the girl, and her skin was taking on its usual appearance. Yes, the curse was lifted instantly, but it was difficult to understand what had actually happened to her. Only the true power of the purple blood sword is capable of such a miracle, and fortunately it was Sophia that this goddess chose as her ward. Meanwhile, all members of Edward's clan gathered at the abandoned factory, because the guys and mercenaries had urgent news for their leader. Holding the broken talismans, the boy in horror told the boss that they were destroyed, and now he didn't know what to do. If the talismans were broken, their owners were already dead, which meant that Henry had managed to defeat the mercenaries after all. If there was even one person in the room who was capable of becoming a leader in the upcoming fight, the guy asked him to come forward and make this bold move. Any unnecessary panic would only get in the way now. But for the sake of saving humanity, He himself is ready to join the fight if necessary. However, he suddenly realized that the cursed blood of the mercenaries who fought Henry had touched the very sword he had been looking for all this time. He finally found a girl who carries the essence of the goddess, which means that he will soon have to fulfill his plan. Yes, this was great news for all the guys who were tirelessly searching for this girl, and now their efforts were finally crowned with success. However, it was impossible to act rashly, and Edward ordered that the information be hidden from prying eyes, especially from his father. They have one chance that may never come again, so they need to carefully plan and not let the Dark Clan get ahead of them. The next day at the academy, Michelle learned news that shocked even this young woman. She couldn't explain it, but right in front of her at the desk, she saw the student whose dead body she had just recently seen with her own eyes. And now Agatha sat at her desk with the rest of the students, as if nothing had happened and the attack of the dark entity had never happened. Moreover, it became clear that Sophia was no longer at odds with her, because before classes they talked as if they had been friends all their lives. And now even Michelle didn't know what to do about it, how to explain to herself what had happened and how she should feel about it. But Agatha herself seemed to be only interested in whether Henry, with whom she had long been secretly in love, was looking at her now. At that moment, breaking news started to appear on the big screen again, and this distracted the young people a little from various nonsense. In recent days, many young girls have gone missing in their city, and the news anchor asked everyone to be more vigilant and attentive to their safety. At this point, Jimmy whispered to Henry if he would be free after school and could spare him a few minutes. Besides, the guy forgot that he needed to complete tasks to level up faster, and Jimmy reminded him that their next mission was planned for today. However, Henry did not have time for this now, and asked his friends to put the matter aside for now and take care of more important things. And indeed, taking the piece of paper, the girl read that her boyfriend's level had grown so much that he could soon take first place in the academy's ranking. Jimmy was haunted by the thought that the crime bureau had announced a reward for anyone who could find the culprit behind the disappearance of all these unfortunate girls. To the surprise of his friends, it was Jimmy who was ready to take on this mission, although the guy never seemed like the type to solve complex mysteries. Suddenly the girl said that she could also participate, especially since she had long had a plan to catch the criminal. But Henry had already warned her that she should not interfere in this matter and put her life in serious danger. Now there was nothing more important than the life of this girl, especially since she had been contacted by a goddess whose relics the dark clans were hunting for. But these words sounded a little offensive, and turning away, Sophia declared that she would handle everything herself. If Henry didn't want to participate, she wasn't going to force him and only asked him not to interfere with her in this matter. He always felt that he had to protect Sophia, even though she always felt like a burden around him. However, she was never weak, and in response to Henry's help, she wanted to repay him in kind. As a result, after classes, all three went into the dark forest outside the academy and tried to do what the agents of the criminal bureau failed to do. Unfortunately, Henry had to agree, because he couldn't let Sophia wander around alone at night looking for a maniac. Chloe also asked to go with them, taking on the role of the victim and going out into the center of the forest to attract the criminal. She dressed as brightly and attractively as possible so that the maniac would choose her, and her friends would run out when he was one step away from Chloe. Jimmy thought the plan was brilliant, although Sophia thought it was too dangerous from the start, since Chloe was there alone. But Chloe was so attractive now that the pervert would definitely notice her from afar, and they would be able to catch him red-handed. And yet, Agatha thought the plan was terribly stupid, because only an idiot would fall for this trick and attack a girl in the middle of a dark forest. Unexpectedly for everyone, she declared that she intended to protect Henry, and his life was more important to her than Chloe's life. And the bait itself was there at that time, and hoped that its friends would not forget about it, carried away by the arguments. At some point, Henry asked her to calm down and not make noise, because that way they could scare away the maniac, who was probably somewhere nearby. Jimmy also asked the girl to be quiet, otherwise her loud screams would ruin their whole plan. At some point, turning around, Chloe noticed a dark silhouette in the distance and realized that it would soon be her friend's turn. Of course, she was ready for the meeting from the very beginning. But when she saw the maniac ahead, she screamed loudly in fear. And he, looking straight at her from the shadows of the forest, was glad to meet this girl, and that he could now play with her to his heart's content. But even from afar, Henry realized that this man was unlikely to be their main target, and having caught him, they would not reach Edward's clan. Indeed, instead of grabbing her and turning her into a zombie, the man suddenly opened his coat, exposing himself to the student. It seemed that what Chloe saw was more terrifying than the Walking Dead, and she realized that she would not sleep all night, if she survived at all. The other two girls saw it too, and even though they were in ambush, they couldn't help but scream, and Sophia squeezed her eyes shut as tight as she could. Chloe immediately ran to the side, but after a few steps, as luck would have it, a stone appeared under her foot. She tripped and fell down, and the maniac continued to pursue her, slowly putting on his cloak. It was at that moment that Henry appeared there, and managed to pick up the girl in his arms. The man immediately got dressed, wrapped himself in a cloak, and ran into the depths of the forest, realizing that he was about to be caught. Jimmy didn't want to let this scoundrel get away so easily, and ordered his friends to run after him immediately. As long as Henry was here, there was no way that bastard could escape, and using his acceleration, he rushed straight towards him. At the same time, Julia and her subordinates patrolled the city at night, hoping that the killer would reveal himself. And suddenly they saw a dot approaching in the distance, and it became clear that it was Henry, for some reason holding a fellow student in his arms. The guy didn't have time to explain this scene. He just wanted to catch and personally interrogate the scoundrel. Running past Julia, he shouted that he would explain everything later, and asked her not to jump to conclusions. But it seems the girl had already made her decision, and with one deft kick to the guy's head, she neutralized the criminal. It turned out that she mistook Henry for a maniac who kidnaps girls, considering Chloe to be his next victim. Imagine her surprise when Chloe quickly explained everything, meaning that the punch to Henry's face was completely in vain. It turned out that Agatha, unexpectedly for everyone, had already caught that maniac from the forest and was now ready to bring him to justice. But first, she simply let him go from a great height, and the guy fell to the ground with his whole body. She only hoped that Henry would now pay attention to her, because she was trying so hard to catch up with the criminal. Julia couldn't find the words to apologize to the guy because she was really ashamed of this blow. But Henry didn't seem to be offended, and said that it wasn't worth taking it to heart, but rather just forgetting about it. The moment Agatha realized that the maniac had been under some kind of magical spell all this time, she quickly went down to him. Then, activating the magic, she commanded the spell to dissipate so that the criminal could be interrogated in peace. The man's face was covered in cold sweat, and now in the cell he would hardly be able to have fun with the students as he was used to doing. He immediately saw in front of him the guy nicknamed the King of Newbies and Julia, whom the whole city knew. But it is unlikely that the girl herself was in the mood for long conversations, and stated that he would definitely not escape punishment. He told how he was returning home the previous evening and lost consciousness after a sudden attack. And a second later they realized that it was a trap and the guys from Edward's clan were most likely already in the forest. They were not mistaken. Several people from the clan surrounded Sophia and Jimmy from all sides, who remained in the same place. Jimmy loudly warned them that Sophia was the newbie king's girlfriend, and they would be in trouble if they laid a finger on her. However, now there were 3 fighters, and the guy had no doubt that they would cope with her. Sophia couldn't understand why she became Edward's target, and finally tried to find out from them. But there was little time left, and the gang leader immediately activated magic to finish what he had started. Sophia tried her best to remain alert and not panic, knowing that she had to play her part. After all, if she allows them to kidnap her, she will end up in the lair of this clan, and will be able to find out the answers to all the questions. But even without the magic of destruction, one of the guys realized that the girl already possessed the first level of soul purification. However, this was not just a cleansing of the soul, but a strange technique of magic, usually inaccessible to ordinary people. Even Jimmy, who knew full well about his classmate's strength, saw her display her full power for the first time. In the center of the forest where they were, a vortex of energy suddenly appeared, emitted by Sophia, and it became clear that the girl had almost reached the peak of her capabilities. Even from afar, everyone saw the beginning of the fight and realized that they had not quite made it there in time. But Henry knew that this was not the usual aura he usually felt around his girlfriend. Jimmy even hid away from his friend and only asked her from afar not to do anything stupid and not to engage in a duel. But at that moment, Julia appeared in front of him and began to question Jimmy about what he saw. Suddenly, the guy said that Sophia had entered into a fight with 3 experienced fighters, and, having quickly defeated them, went after them to find out where their lair was. The girl couldn't believe that Jimmy just let her go and didn't follow her. However, Agatha now had the opportunity to track her down by the soul trail that remains for a short time after a person. This tracking technique surprised even Julia, and she realized that she had been prepared in advance. Using magic, Agatha calmed her down, because she could find the student at any moment and her friends only had to follow her. Without wasting any time, the 3 of them took off into the air, leaving Jimmy standing in place, unable to move quickly. Once above the trees, Julia saw 3 guys in the distance, and next to them another energy ball emanating from Sophia. And indeed, she boldly chased after these guys, each of whom had already managed to learn her true strength. Julia understood that the girl was exposing herself to great danger and was not going to let things slide. But Henry immediately warned that if they intervened right now, they would scare off the clan members and never get to the truth. Now he trusted Sophia completely and knew that she would not die carrying out this mission even alone. After all, Henry himself had recently told her that no one around her could be trusted, which meant that there could be an informant among them. Agatha knew deep down that the guy was right, even though it was hard for her to think how hard it was for this fragile girl right now. However, Julia was not interested in empty chatter, and she was still only concerned about Sophia's life, which was in danger. But the guy warned again that the girl no longer needed their protection, and with her strength, she could protect anyone. Here, Agatha remembered how she had studied the energy traces of the criminals, and realized that she had not been able to find the auras of the members of the Dark Gang. But it was known that the demon could directly control Edward and most likely forced him to carry out his dark orders, making him a puppet. But if things don't go according to plan, Edward will probably claim that he was under the influence of magic, and thus be able to divert suspicion from himself. Suddenly, Henry responded by saying that they could use this to their advantage, and that there was no need to fear the clan whose leader he had already defeated. Soon they found themselves on the spot and saw the territory of the former factory, surrounded on all sides by dense forest. In addition to the heads of the dark clans, Edward himself should have been here, and Henry understood that he wanted to meet him more than anything. Having warned his girlfriends that this would be the most difficult mission of their lives, the guy was ready to be the first to rush inside and take the blow himself. Today, a tough battle awaited them. The strongest representatives of the dark clans, capable of feeding directly from the demon, had gathered in the building. As the three guys were getting here, one of the mercenaries noticed the tale, but he knew that Henry wouldn't get out of here once he was here. Luckily, they managed to fulfill the master's order, and the guy shouted loudly that Sophia was right here, in the abandoned factory. He was not mistaken. The girl really did come here herself, although none of them knew why she did it. But now it didn't matter, because their main goal was in a place surrounded on all sides by dark magic. Not knowing her plan, Edward immediately came out of the shadows and thanked the guys for bringing their common victory closer. And then he ordered the girl to be brought here, promising that each of the guys would take an honorable place in the history of mankind. And then Sophia saw before her a terrible picture that she would never be able to forget. After all, right in front of her were all the kidnapped girls, turned into zombies, and they were all in the same room. In addition, the leader of the trio stated that Sophia would be the next one to face the fate of becoming a walking dead. And at that moment she saw her childhood friend, but she could barely speak, and her whole body had long since rotted. However, tears were flowing from the girl's eyes, because she still understood what kind of monster these scoundrels had turned her into. She ordered her friend to run away from here immediately, because these people are real madmen and will spare no one. Immediately after this, the girl screamed in an inhuman voice, and Sophia realized that she would never talk to her best friend again. Unable to comprehend this cruelty, Sophia covered her face with her hand, realizing that this was exactly the kind of puppet these people wanted to turn her into. Edward approached her and joyfully told her about the great mission and asked the girl not to despair and not to worry. Her body will be sacrificed to a sacred relic that will help save humanity from enraged monsters. But hearing these words, Sophia was once again convinced that the guy himself was a monster, which he had been trying to fight all his life. She had to stop these madmen at all costs before they kidnapped all the girls in the city. But it was unlikely that she herself would have been able to stop such a strong fighter as Edward, and the guy only laughed at her arrogance. Suddenly he heard a loud bang nearby, and looking to the side, realized that someone had used destructive magic. Yes, the door was knocked down with exactly the same force that Henry had used in the last brutal duel. The alchemist really was standing in front of him, and it was unlikely that he would have forgiven him for the disappearance of Sophia, and left him alive. Edward knew that Henry's intervention could ruin all his efforts to save humanity and prevent the demons from carrying out their plans. But Agatha had long since realized who this vain guy really was. Knowing that he only wanted to get his hands on all the glory, the guys immediately stated that they didn't know about the surveillance. Otherwise, they would have dealt with these students on the way to the secret base. Nearby, Julia saw so many zombies in one place for the first time and realized that they had once been ordinary students. She could not forgive the scoundrel for what he had done to the unfortunate girls, and now she would not back down from Edward for anything in the world. But Henry knew the strength of his childhood friend because he had been studying magic since he was a child and was too serious an opponent. It was just a matter between these two guys, so Henry wanted to deal with it personally without involving his friends. Julia had to give in to this guy for the first time, because she understood that Henry was right, and the duel could be too dangerous. Fortunately, Sophia was alive, and she achieved what she was in such a hurry to get here for. But it was unlikely that Agatha could be dissuaded from participating in the battle, because with the help of illusions and the ghost seal, she was ready to make her contribution. By surrounding the plant's territory with a magical dome, she made it clear that no one would get out of here without her will. It seemed that for the first time in a long time, Edward had serious enemies, and he understood that everything was heading this way from the very beginning. But he was not ready to accept that they would ruin his plan and interrupt the path he had been on since childhood. He then crushed the glasses in his hand, and it became clear that the guy had no vision problems, and was only wearing them for cover. Yes, this guy had to go through a lot, because once he had a happy family, but then his mother suddenly died before his eyes. Edward's rage grew with each passing second, but what's worse is that his fighting power grew with it, reaching its highest point. Seeing this, Julia loudly asked Henry to be careful, because if he entered into a fight with this guy, he risked running into dark magic. Edward was already at the 9th level of soul purification, and if he used all his strength, no one would be able to cope with him. The immortal spirit offered the boy to combine their energies, but this time, Henry wanted to finish this matter himself. Much had changed since his first mentor had appeared from the Hall of Heroic Souls, and now the boy was ready to use his skills in battle. and Edward insisted that all this was not started for the sake of revenge, but to become the savior of the world and stop the coming invasion. Only with the help of the sacred sword could he kill his father, who had long been known for his connections with the Dark Clan and his connivance with demons. It was strange to hear about saving people when Edward himself was conducting monstrous experiments, turning girls into mutants. But he claimed that he did it for the good of humanity, and a few victims were a worthy price to pay for it. Henry could no longer bear to hear how easily this bastard spoke of killing the people he himself supposedly wanted to protect. Humanity does not need heroes who are willing to sacrifice their lives and become the same monsters as their enemies. Only the dark forces needed such a beast savior, and most likely, this guy was their messenger. The battle was inevitable, and although Edward understood the strength of his opponent, he was ready to use all his mana. And then they clashed, and an explosion sounded over the territory of the plant, spilling out a huge amount of magical energy. Fortunately, the girls' abilities also came in handy, because it was they who had to prevent the agents of the Dark Clan from entering the duel. Sophia had never seen such a shockwave in her life, and was surprised at how much energy was hidden in her boyfriend. These two were real monsters, and Julia finally came to terms with the fact that even she couldn't radiate that much energy. Edward also managed to feel the full power of his opponent and his sacred relic, which he always had with him. Both guys were close to breaking through to the next stage, but tomorrow will tell which of them will eventually achieve it. It was a pity that Henry forbade the girls to interfere in the duel, and did not even allow the immortal spirit to help. However, right now they also had an important task, because a huge crowd of agents was already approaching them. Sophia could take on a few people to give her boyfriend the opportunity to continue the one-on-one duel with Edward. Before they could get any closer, she immediately activated her destructive power, and beams of bright light shot towards the agents. None of them could have imagined that the young student was capable of attacking with such powerful energy, and it was clear that Henry had managed to teach her a lot. But what he saw the next second made him freeze for a moment, because he had never experienced such horror before. The entire group of agents that Julia was fighting was taken down by one energy wave, and that was enough to immobilize all the guys. Looking down on them, the girl realized that none of these weaklings could compare to the fighting power she had achieved. All that was left was to unite the guys' forces into one, and their leader ordered to use protective spells. But there was no point in even thinking about that. Julia was not going to let them carry out their plan and increase their power. She threw another stream of destructive energy at them, which should have made the boys stop. But it was too late, because the guys were already dreaming of quickly dealing with the girls and having some good fun with them. It was difficult to fight against a crowd of agents, each of whom had a high level of strength and elixirs from Edward. It seems that they can't do without Agatha's help again. And the girl said with a smile that she has an excellent plan. After all, the energy that the Heavenly Fox had given her allowed her to carry out that cold attack that clearly none of the agents had expected. Indeed, behind them, the agent suddenly saw several mercenaries with eyes glowing bright green. Fortunately, she managed to take control of many agents, and now, under hypnosis, they were ready to fight their former colleagues. They acted as if they had gone crazy in a second and attacked their own, forgetting that they were supposed to fight side by side as a team. However, having figured out her plan, the chief agent shouted to Agatha that they also knew a couple of interesting tricks. And then, rushing straight at her, the guys were ready to destroy the devil who used forbidden magic against them. But instead of Agatha, they saw two girls in front of them, ready to respond with even greater force, capable of destroying any of them. And so it happened. A second later, each guy felt a deadly wave of energy tearing their bodies apart. These guys were finished, and no agent would be able to resist them again. Sophia was a little worried about her boyfriend, but Julia knew that Henry would most likely be okay. Right now, he was in the same place where his duel with Edward had started, and was ready to show everything he had learned recently. He used the elements one after another and controlled his magic so skillfully, as if he had mastered all the techniques at once all his life. Seeing Edward in front of him, Henry realized that he had not expected such pressure, and now was the best moment for the next attack. However, all this time, Edward was waiting for the right moment to counterattack and not allow his opponent's magic to unleash its full force. From the outside, it might have seemed like he was scared, but in reality, he was just luring Henry's abilities towards himself. Julia immediately noticed that this guy was acting too calmly and shouted loudly at Henry to be careful. But most likely, he no longer heard her, and putting forward his sacred blade, he was sure that their duel would soon end. But immediately after that, the energies of two elements rushed towards him, and without reaching Edward, he had to first repel two attacks. And then, looking down, he realized that his opponent had disappeared, although a second ago he had been standing right on the floor in front of him. Of course, Henry could use the ability of the Sky Fox and quickly find Edward, but now there was simply no time for that. After all, the energy continued to attack him from all sides, and at some point he realized that all this had been planned in advance. All that remained was to turn to the relic with which he had once been able to strike Richard and win that unequal battle. However, at the moment when he was already preparing his blow, he suddenly saw Edward to his left, and it became clear that now the onslaught would be even stronger. With a loud cry, the boy declared that it was time to get even for everything that Henry had done to him, and that now he would hardly be able to dodge his blow. And although Sophia knew how fast Henry could be, she understood that the fight was taking place on the territory of the opponent, who was the master here. Yes, it changed the course of the fight a little, and Edward was well prepared. But Henry was not one to give up at the first failure. Edward expected to finish the fight with one blow, but instead received a powerful counterblow from his opponent, which knocked him off his feet. The guy's speed reached its limit, and Henry swung his arm and sent a destructive energy wave towards him. This wave threw Edward into the wall of an abandoned factory, although it was clear that their duel would not end there. From afar, the Sky Fox advised him not to resort to the power of the common soul, because this trick had already succeeded twice, and a third time might not work. And then, looking at the immortal spirit, she realized that it was this mentor who taught Henry many magical techniques. She had always laughed at the old man before, but now she was forced to admit that he was good for something too. Suddenly, Agatha said that she had heard about the technique of compressing space, which had been used by powerful magicians since ancient times, and it was this technique that Henry had recently mastered. It was very different from ordinary magic, and with its help one could even control inanimate objects in space. In addition, looking at Edward, she noticed that he was able to control the distraction technique, although he had always hidden it from others before. The girls understood that somehow Edward managed to master those magical techniques that were previously available only to the Sky Fox. A similar technique could be used to pre-record the desired spells on any medium and activate them at any time. With a smile, she remembered how a few days ago Henry had asked her to teach him such a technique, and now it became clear why he needed it. Then, at the first moment of their fight, the leaves of a rare plant became a source of power for Henry, with the help of which he was able to cast the same spell twice. But the immortal spirit wasn't very interested in Edward's skills, because this guy's combat power was one of the strongest he had ever seen. Today, Henry wanted to merge the two ancient blades into one, to combine two energies that were stronger than any known magic. At first, Edward was unable to figure out his opponent's plan, but now it became clear that he had no choice but to use his last chance. After all, Henry was already prepared to finish the duel, and with all his might brought his sacred blade down right on his head. At first, it seemed to everyone that this was the end of the battle, but later it became clear that this was only the beginning of a new phase. After all, in the smoke screen in front of him, Henry saw the dark silhouette of the creature into which Edward was gradually turning. It was hard to believe. But the guy really wasn't an ordinary person, and Julia's intuition didn't let her down again. And instead of Edward, she saw a monster in human form, who kept all the dark power inside himself, contained in one body. However, Henry knew that it was just a very high-quality magical armor, because he forgot that this guy's family made the best weapons. For his final attack, Henry had to use all his fighting power, and his sword almost destroyed his opponent's weapon. But it did not work. Suddenly, a green tree leaf appeared in Edward's hand, with the help of which he seemed to want to connect with his dark essence. He no longer intended to give him a chance to get close to him, and planned to use the same technique his opponent had used. But Henry asked him to think again, because with every such step, Edward was condemning himself to certain death. He had learned that encircling flow of time, one of the most powerful wind spells, back in the academy, and now his magical threads permeated all the space around him, and Edward was not the only one who possessed such a technique. In addition, the element of fire was also subject to Henry, and with its help he built a system of threads that could work like an invisible web. For the first time in her life, Julia saw and practiced the unity of the four methods, because before she had only read about it in books. It seemed like this guy was about to drop a real bomb here, so Julia told her friends to get out of here immediately. This thought also came to the minds of all the guys, who also did not want to test their strength on themselves, and decided to move away. This meant that there were only two irreconcilable rivals left at the plant, and Henry was finally ready to end their long confrontation. Immediately after this, a fiery whirlwind began to swirl in the air above the plant, because the guy had done what he had planned from the very beginning. For some time, everyone watched the explosion, unable to say a word, and each side worried about their leader. The power of the ability that Henry used was incredible, and if Julia had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. However, it was worth remembering that the frequency of Henry's magical power was superior to all, and could wipe out any opponent. Hearing these words, the agents realized that they were talking about Bedverdi, who had probably already been killed on the battlefield. The plant continued to burn, and it seemed that the fire could bury anyone who found themselves in this place in the middle of the battle. But what was Henry's surprise when, instead of a defeated opponent, he saw a terrible nightmare that had long appeared to him in his dreams. After all, instead of Edward, a dark angel stood before him, and it became clear that Edward was much closer to the demons than it seemed. Now Edward no longer had any reason to hide his true nature, and with the help of his new abilities, he was ready to wipe out the one who had been bothering him for a long time. Most likely, he somehow managed to harness the power of the cursed blood, because instead of turning into a zombie, he increased his abilities to the limit. Of course, it was clear to everyone that this guy had become a demon. But how did he manage to maintain the ability to control himself? At that moment, Edward saw his comrades in the distance, who were demanding that he get rid of the one who was preventing them from carrying out their plan. All these guys still believed in their leader, even though it was the first time they saw him in such a form right now in front of them. Henry had no idea what obstacles he had to go through to get the chance to save all of humanity. And then he shouted in anger that his childhood friend had decided to destroy all his work without understanding why he needed it. This was the same demonic power that killed Julia in her past life, but the girl herself did not even know about it. All that was left was to use the forbidden technique of the dragon calamity, and combining it with the energy of thunder, try to destroy this creature. But at the last moment, Henry shouted loudly that no one should come close to Edward, because this was a matter between the two of them. Even at the moment when the news reported the murder of Edward's father, Henry began to guess who was the culprit. He realized that it was Edward who killed his own father, because no one but him could cope with his powerful energy. It was unclear why he did it, but even then the guy should have prepared for the day that came today. Suddenly, right after that, a whirlwind of magic mixed with thunder energy swirled around the academy building, as if someone had used a forbidden technique. The students did not understand what sound was coming from the street, but behind the thick smokescreen nothing could be seen at all. And only when the smoke cleared a little and Henry went to the window, he saw a terrible picture that he would never forget. After all, that same giant headless monster stood right in front of the academy, and it became clear that the demonic invasion had begun. Buildings caught fire all around, and the monster directed its hellish power at the academy building first. After that fierce battle, the best fighters were killed, and Edward and his father also could not survive that day. But now this guy was right in front of Henry, and it became clear that the past would never repeat itself exactly the same way. It was anyone's guess why the future was so different from the past, but it was likely that the demon clan's attack could have simply been avoided. Henry had only one chance to do this, because if he defeated his childhood friend in this fight, he could prevent a catastrophe. And now, giving him one last chance, Henry invited Edward to join them, because this was his chance to save his life. But for the sake of his goal, Edward was forced to obey the clan of his father, whom he hated since childhood for 10 years. As soon as a convenient opportunity presented itself, he attacked his father in the guise of a demon, and was as merciless with him as his father had been with him in childhood. And after everything that had happened, Henry had offered him to throw away the past. But now it was simply impossible for Edward. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, Henry began to gradually activate the power of all his elements, and mana slowly enveloped his body. It soon became clear that with the two sacred swords, he had a much better chance of winning than he had a few days ago. At that very moment, several silhouettes of hunters appeared in the sky. Having noticed a monstrous explosion at the plant from afar, they could not even imagine that among people there could be such powerful magicians, emitting mana, the power of which none of them could compare with. This hunter had never seen anything like this in his life, although he had served in the criminal bureau for many years and had seen a lot. Without wasting any time, they all rushed to the point where the fire continued to blaze, and the entire building was engulfed in flames. When they were already very close, the guys immediately noticed an approaching group of hunters and realized that their duel was postponed for a short time. Even though this guy saw a real demon in front of him, his duty still ordered him not to retreat and to engage in battle with him. Yes, this was not just another mutant that the guys had met, but a real demon from a dark clan. At first, Sophia was happy to see the hunter who was considered the strongest in the city high in the sky, but she did not know what would happen next. The guy immediately ordered Henry to leave here, because a simple academy student had no place in such dangerous situations. But only Henry himself knew the true level of power of this demon, and he asked all these hunters to leave here. It was a little funny to hear such words from an alchemist, even if this guy was considered the most talented in the entire empire. After all, there were so many guys here that it would have been enough for more than one demon, and they would have definitely been able to deal with this fiend of hell. Edward didn't want to fight them until the last moment and quietly asked the guys to just get out of here and not tempt fate. But from the look of the hunters, it was clear that they were not afraid of him at all, and were ready to destroy this dark spawn right now. At the last moment, Henry shouted to them that they would lose their lives if they entered into this duel, but it was too late. After all, by snapping his fingers, Edward activated dark energy that would not have left a chance for any of these guys. And then, right before his eyes, each hunter's head burst like a bubble, and dark blood gushed from their bodies onto the ground. Everyone who was near the demon died on the spot, without even having time to understand what had just happened around them. Now the hunter understood why all this time Henry had been asking him to leave this place, and regretted that he had not listened to the guy. But Henry had done all he could, and could only blame himself if he had not warned them of the danger in time. But now, after the chief hunter saw everything with his own eyes, he was unlikely to argue with him and would quickly get out of here. Each hunter's individual strength was useless against such a demon, so all they could do was combine their efforts and strike at one point. It was the right decision, and one of the hunters with the golden sword of destruction immediately threw it at the demon, hoping to hit him in the heart. However, the second member of the group immediately came to his aid, holding a divine whip in his hands, a formidable weapon in this duel. The third guy's water spikes were also useful, and as he fired them towards the demon, he hoped not to miss the target. The guy who got to this place first released fireballs along with the rest of the fighters from his group. The last hunter used the banner of the earth, charging his huge spear with this energy, which had already saved him more than once. Using all these magical artifacts, they threw so much energy towards the demon that it would be enough to destroy any mutant. But each of them knew that they were dealing with no simple opponent, and they should have expected serious protection from Edward. After all, on his side were all the dark forces, which at once condensed around his figure and were ready to help him in this battle. Seeing black lightning from afar, Sophia realized that they contained the power of witches, and with its help, he would certainly be almost invulnerable. And then he seemed to dissolve in his own mana, and the dark armor completely covered his body from the outside world. The very next second, Henry saw one of the hunters fall to the ground, and it became clear that the demon didn't care about their spells. He again ordered the guy to get out of here, realizing that he couldn't trust a student with such a difficult and dangerous mission. And then, rushing straight towards the demon, the guy seemed to go mad because he had seen with his own eyes how his comrades had just died. From the look of Edward, it seemed that this was only to his advantage, because now was a great opportunity to test his dark energy. But the armor that protected this hunter's body had already withstood many blows, so the guy had no doubts about his protection. However, at that moment, Henry suddenly kicked the hunter right in the head, who a second ago was trying to protect him. He did it just to knock the stupid idea of fighting a demon out of the guy's head and it could save his life. Landing next to the place where the hunter fell, Henry already knew that now he would have to justify himself to the guy for this act. Agatha immediately explained to him that the demon would not leave a single wet spot of him if he did not come to his senses and stop his useless attacks. And to make sure that the hunter was not able to continue his useless attack, Agatha used illusions and deprived the guy of one arm. And now he saw with horror how instead of a hand there was only a haze of dark magic, realizing that he would no longer be able to attack. He screamed in horror throughout the entire forest, although the girl simply had no other choice in that difficult situation. Julia knew that it was just an illusion with the help of magic, and asked the guy to calmly wait until the end of this day. Finally, Henry now had only one target, and that target was hovering above him in the air right now, threatening to attack. Looking down at him, Edward couldn't understand how an ordinary man could dare to fight the embodiment of the witch's power, ready to accept death. But the monster invasion that Henry had already survived once was the most terrible threat to humanity, and this battle will be even more terrible. Meanwhile, Edward activated an energy attack that was supposed to silence the restless student forever, and all the strength that he had accumulated within himself he threw straight at Henry, who had long been prepared for such an attack. All that was left was to hope that this time he would be as lucky as in the duel with Richard. But now it was clear who was leading in the fight. After all, in response to this attack, Henry activated all his abilities and his appearance changed, becoming what he really was. In his hands was that sacred blade, with which he intended to cut through the demon's body and end this fight as quickly as possible. It was hard to believe, but the talented alchemist, known throughout the academy, also turned out to be a powerful warrior, which the hunter did not expect. Although Agatha had long known about all the abilities of that young man who had long been in her woman's heart, but she liked Henry not for his strength, but for the fact that this man was ready to sacrifice himself to save his friends. That was why he asked to be left alone with Edward, whose strength could not be compared to any of his friends. Yes, it was a brave move on his part, but the demon warned that only one would emerge from the duel, and Henry was unlikely to be that lucky one. He still had a lot of dark energy left in reserve, which he continued to direct at his opponent without stopping. But with the help of all the elements, Henry could easily control every attack of his opponent, and felt the energy with every cell of his body. With this control, he easily sent out a wave of blocking energy that reduced all of the demon's attempts to win today to zero. It was hard to believe that Henry was somehow able to block his attack, and for a second the demon felt a dark aura emanating from the ground. He was not mistaken, because Henry really was not an ordinary student, and if Edward had known more about his life, he would not have been so frivolous. After all, one day, trying to save humanity and drive out the witches, he accidentally called upon the spirit of the deceased emperor for help. That spirit did not look down on the guy, but on the contrary, entrusted him with his power, placing on him the responsibility for the future of humanity. Thus, having drowned out his grievance, he made a decision, which today he tried to put into practice in this difficult battle. And now, Henry could not let down the heroic spirit that first gave him the opportunity to level up for the sake of serving the people of the earth. It was hard to believe Henry's story that the main spirit had entrusted him with part of his power, capable of destroying the demonic aura. After repeated battles, this alchemist's body had finally accumulated the necessary energy to manifest it at full power now. Previously, this seemed impossible, and until the last moment, Edward believed that all this was just a blatant lie and fiction. But soon he had to admit that what he had thought was fiction turned out to be the truth, which he saw right before his eyes. After all, one blow of that destructive force that was accumulating in the hand of his opponent could determine the final outcome of the duel. For the first time in a long time, Edward, having received the powerful power of a demon, felt fear, realizing where everything was going now. But at the last moment, gathering all the remaining dark energy around himself, he spun a deadly whirlwind for his final attack. With its help, he still hoped to defeat this alchemist, who now no longer seemed to him a simple student from the academy. The huge black ball that held all of Edward's dark energy was ready to hit Henry, leaving no trace of him. Of course, Sophia wanted to rush to the guy's aid, but Julia still dissuaded her from this dangerous act at the last moment. And no matter how scary it was to watch this spectacle, the girl had to understand that she would only prevent Henry from finishing the duel. Moreover, Julia immediately noticed that after changing his appearance, Henry suddenly acquired mana that was equal in strength to his opponent's mana. And then he began the ritual of merging the soul with his deceased direct descendant, who was the very spirit that came to him for the first time. Immediately after that, a magic circle with a seal star in the center appeared in that place, which endowed the guy with its mighty power. In addition to that, he held in his hands those two sacred blades for which, in ancient times, a brave husband and wife sacrificed their lives. Seeing this, Edward had no doubt about the power he would have to experience, but it was too late to retreat. And having ordered all this powerful energy to activate, the guy directed it straight at the demon, which became his former childhood friend. From the outside, it seemed that all the energy available in this world had hit one point, and it was unclear whether either would survive this fight. It was that momentous day when light energy came into contact with dark energy, and in such a battle, there could not be two winners. The level of power that this guy worked so hard to increase in himself eventually made him a magician, equal to the messengers of the devil himself. Henry was at the peak of his powers, and even the recent fight with Richard now seemed like child's play in comparison. After all, the embodiment of evil itself was against him, and Edward, having entered into a contract with the dark force, embodied this terrible evil in himself. But now, he was unable to resist the power that the boy was endowed with by the elements and the ancient spirit that had agreed to help him. And just a second later, this black shell that enveloped his body shattered into small pieces, and the guy again took on a human form. He fell from such a height that he should have died, but his own power also had quite a strong defensive energy. Now there was no doubt that the outcome of the duel was predetermined, and the main mission that Henry had to complete was over. Even the sun itself began to shine brighter, because dark mana had been hovering over the plant all this time, blocking the sun's rays. Agatha had no doubts about this guy's victory, but now she was glad to see it with her own eyes on the battlefield. Edward lay motionless on the ground for a while, unable to even open his eyes after such a powerful blow. And then, opening one eye, he suddenly saw before him the image of the man that Henry had now become after the transformation. He no longer looked like a simpleton from the academy with a couple of spectacular tricks, but looked like a real warrior of light and good. Now Edward didn't understand whether Henry would leave him alive after everything he had done in the guise of a demon. Henry replied with a smile that he had no need to kill his childhood friend, especially since he no longer posed a threat to anyone. But still, two sacred blades continued to hang opposite the head of his recent opponent in case of an attempt to continue the fight. In the end, there was no longer any point in resisting the simple truths that had finally reached this fool's head. And with tears in his eyes, Edward loudly admitted that it was Henry who was worthy of becoming the savior of humanity, and he was ready to serve him. Looking at this guy, it became clear that he could be trusted, because he sincerely repented and was ready to help in the coming invasion. But suddenly looking at him, Henry declared that nothing was over yet, and the most important battle was still ahead of them. Not understanding what he was talking about, the guy continued to listen to this student of yesterday, already treating him like an older brother. But at that moment, Henry noticed several strange silhouettes in the air and realized that he would soon face a new battle here. Edward also saw the powerful force approaching them, and realized that only one person could possess such mana. And indeed, dozens of mages were approaching them, with about the same speed as Henry at the peak of his powers. Within a few seconds, they landed on the ground next to them, and their leader stepped forward towards them. It turned out that it was Alfred, who already knew about his son's defeat, and was very unhappy with what happened. Julia shouted loudly, warning of danger, because all the masters of his family and clan had arrived here with Alfred. And even though their opponent was very strong, Agatha was not going to listen to Edward this time and just watch the fight from the sidelines. Edward did not understand why his father had come here and why he had taken with him all the strongest fighters of the clan. But it seemed that Henry had long ago figured out Alfred's plan, and now had to reveal to Edward the bitter truth about his father. Finally, Edward realized that all this time he was simply being used, and he was just an obedient puppet in the hands of his own father. Coming out to them, Alfred confirmed their guess, but it was clear to everyone that he did not regret what he had done at all. But what if Henry wanted to lure Alfred here from the very beginning, and this whole fight was set up by him as a skillful trap? Yes, it was very funny to hear that, but even if it was so, it was unlikely that Henry would have been able to defeat Alfred in an open duel. Seeing his new appearance, Agatha shouted loudly that he was the same demon as Edward, but possessed even greater power. But having split the vessel with several magic pills into pieces, Henry had already prepared for such an outcome. There was no doubt that Alfred was an even more powerful opponent than his son, because he had several experienced warriors fighting on his side. Henry had already managed to sense in the recent duel that ominous aura that was now emanating from this monster in human form. This moment could be considered the beginning of that mortal duel, which Henry had been dreaming about more and more often lately. After all, as soon as Alfred used his first ability, the young people immediately felt all the energy emanating from his body. But looking at this powerful man, everyone understood that there was a monster hiding under his shell, because otherwise there was no way to explain such an ominous aura. It seemed as if all the space around him was subject to him, and he could control the same elements as Henry. Knowing her boyfriend's character, Sophia asked him to be more careful and think through a plan before each attack. But it was already useless, since they themselves provoked this open duel, and Alfred was only glad to give them a fight with a real opponent. Suddenly, Henry suddenly declared that he would not allow Richard to carry out his plan, because he knew very well his mission on this earth. He answered without hesitation that he would never allow Henry to interfere with the plan to destroy the world, which was predetermined by fate, and it was not for this young man to decide for the gods. However, now the gods themselves were helping the guy, as all the elements instantly activated and gathered behind Henry. Looking at his father, Edward understood that he had known about this moment from the very beginning, and his own son was just a pawn in the hands of this scoundrel. Of course, all those fighters on Alfred's side could also have turned out to be monsters, only outwardly similar to ordinary people. At the last moment, Henry asked him to come to his senses and remember the parents who gave birth to him, and who certainly did not want to raise a future killer of everything that exists. Yes, this touched Alfred to the quick, although not for long, since it was hardly possible to move someone whose hands were already elbow-deep in blood to pity. And now two irreconcilable rivals, chosen by heaven itself, stood opposite each other, ready to engage in battle. Alfred suddenly declared that he could even take Henry into his clan and give him a place of honor if the boy remembered his destiny. But now he was not going to listen to this nonsense, because the lives of people had long become his main goal, for which he was reborn in this world. And then, turning to Julia, the guy said with a smile that everything would be as before and he would achieve another victory. Of course, it was nice to hear such confidence in his voice, but the girl understood that he just wanted to cheer her up a little. And then suddenly there was a loud, ominous laugh, and everyone realized that Alfred had begun what he had been preparing for so long. Even Julia, always prepared for any outcome, did not expect who she would actually have to face. All the people behind this man really turned out to be monsters, because their laughter suddenly sounded in a low, inhuman voice. At that moment, the very same ampule with the monster's blood that Richard had already bitten into before the fight with his young rival flashed in Alfred's teeth. Now, he was ready to increase his strength many times over and show these students what he was really capable of. Julia warned the other girls to keep their cool and let her get into the fight first. But Henry still insisted that he should be the first to enter the battle, since Alfred was aiming at him first and foremost. Suddenly, he felt the aura on all sides change, as if Alfred's omnipresent dark energy had spread everywhere. The entire area of the abandoned factory slowly began to turn into one big dark spot due to the ominous energy. The Sky Fox warned that she was wrong when she called the fight with Richard the most difficult in Henry's life, because that very fight would happen right now. But a familiar smile appeared on his face, and the guy assured that he had been preparing for this fight his whole life. Surely the demon remembered very well the dragon essence that Michelle had already released once before the cursed blood had completely bound her body. After all, he looked at the world through the black spot of that creature that appeared in that place, and was the first to enter into a duel with the teacher. But now she could no longer help her friends, since after the manifestation of even one ability, the virus would immediately spread throughout her body again. However, Henry now felt a strength within himself that could match even such a powerful warrior as Alfred. Realizing that the hour had come, the man loudly shouted the command to his fighters for each of them to bite the ampule. After the boys did this, the monster's blood began to activate, spreading through their veins, and each began to take on a sinister appearance. And a few seconds later, instead of those guys, there were already evil mutants who had become puppets in the hands of Alfred. Out of habit, Julia asked the guy to step aside and leave the matter to her, claiming that it was her turn now. It seems that this girl has forgotten who was considered the most outstanding alchemist in the academy, and it's time for her to stop pretending to be a caring mother. Moreover, right now he has another ally who just a few minutes ago was his worst enemy. Then everyone saw before them how Edward gathered the last of his magic and prepared to fight against his father. Today, he seemed to have seen the light and realized that all his life he had been chasing a false goal, and had always considered his allies to be his enemies. It's good that he realized this at least now, although he could have done it much earlier, seeing what everything was leading to from the very beginning. But it is unlikely that Henry would refuse his help at the moment when he needed it so much. The guy asked to forget everything that happened between them before, even if he himself behaved a little arrogantly towards Henry. However, this sweet scene seemed to Alfred to be an excellent start to the duel, and he wanted to have his say as soon as possible. Suddenly, seeing the monsters in front of them, all the agents scattered, betraying their own leader. Already running away, one guy shouted to Edward that they had not agreed to fight monsters, and that their lives were too dear to them to stay here. Yes, these unfortunate cowards really did leave the battlefield just when their leader needed them so much. Alfred realized that all this time his son had been a bunch of timid sheep in his service. But he was glad to see the true strength of his foolish son now. And if a guy decided to compete with his father, having such friends, then he could say goodbye to this idea once and for all. Realizing that he could only rely on his own strength, Edward activated an ability that would make these guys change their minds. Immediately after activating this ability, he took control of their bodies, and the boys felt themselves stop right in front of the entrance to the forest. And then an ampule with the monster's blood appeared in the hands of each of them, and after they bit into it and drank the blood, all their former fear would disappear without a trace. If it didn't work the first time, Edward told them to drink 2 ampules at once, and then the effect would be guaranteed. Yes, the guy had no intention of just letting them go home, hoping to quickly replenish the ranks of his army with merciless monsters. The very next second, those guys who had recently cowardly run into the forest began to turn into enraged zombies. Of course, none of them wanted such a fate for themselves, but Edward understood that for the common good, he could easily take such a step. And now some mutants were fighting against others, and Edward found himself right in the thick of this deadly battle. Until recently, it was hard to imagine that monsters could fight against each other. But now such a day has come. After all, some monsters were cutting up others, and at some point it became unclear which mutant was taking whose side in this fight. All the clothes on the bodies of the former agents were torn, and in their place, there remained only enraged monsters who had arranged a bloody meat grinder. The mutants on Alfred's side no longer posed such a threat, since they were fighting with their equals in strength. At some point, the fight between the mutants became so intense that nothing could be seen in the clouds of smoke. Henry was glad that his childhood friend had come to his senses in time, which meant that their battle today had not been in vain. But Alfred understood from the very beginning that this boy was capable of failing even the simplest mission, and had long been prepared for such an outcome. Suddenly, Edward saw Julia walking straight through the crowd of monsters, heading towards their main enemy for the day. Yes, she intended to meet directly with the one who commanded all these monsters and planned the destruction of the world. And now the scene from the past seemed to repeat itself. Only instead of a giant headless monster, Alfred stood in front of the girl, who, if not Henry, knew how Julia's duel ended last time. But the guy already understood that history was changing on the fly. According to an ancient legend, one of the goddesses, who had the ability to tame fire, after death moved into the soul of an ordinary person. And perhaps her soul was reborn from generation to generation in different girls, eventually ending up in Julia's body. But besides the element of fire, that young woman had another ability, because it was not by chance that she was called the Mistress of Dragons. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the immortal spirit, who suggested that the boy play table tennis with the balls where the power of the elements was concentrated. However, now was no time for childish games, because the hardest battle in Julia's life was unfolding right before their eyes. After all, the prophecy that Henry knew about seemed to be coming true, and several bursts of energy appeared above the girl's head. And then the heavenly dragon, feeling the call, responded and rushed straight towards Julia in the form of lightning. Immediately after this, everyone saw how a lightning bolt struck directly at her. But they understood that through this energy, God endowed her with his power. It was difficult for her to get through this moment, and it took a lot of effort to endure the pain, but it was all worth it. Even the Heavenly Fox, who had been through a lot in all her previous lives, understood that this young girl was an example for many. Henry only hoped that she would have the fortitude to endure this trial and accept all the mana that she would soon possess. Luckily, after the smoke cleared, the friends saw Julia in front of them, only this time she looked completely different. After all, now inside her was a new dragon essence, and with its help the girl intended to enter her most important battle. Alfred understood that now before him stood not a young student, but a deity in the body of a little girl. Soon he had the chance to feel her true power, because immediately after connecting with the spirit, the girl attacked him with a direct blow to the face. From such a blow, Alfred flew far to the side, his body breaking all the stone barriers in his path. Only with difficulty did he manage to stop, clawing at the ground with his claws, although his problems did not end there. After all, Julia was right next to him in a second and, grabbing him by the hair, was ready to continue the fight. And then, firmly grasping his head, she threw him with such force that anyone else in his place would not have gotten back on his feet. After such a blow, the stones flew in different directions, and this surge of powerful energy was noticeable even 10 miles away. Of course, the friends had already guessed that they were dealing with a very strong warrior, but they did not know that Julia would be so powerful. It was strange that Henry hadn't told Edward about this before, although the guy reminded him that they had been feuding all this time. Trying to get to his feet, Alfred realized that his entire group of fighters was almost defeated, and he had only one thing left to do. And then, having bitten into the ampule with the monster's blood, he suddenly roared so loudly like a beast that the voice of an enraged beast was heard throughout the entire area. A second later, instead of him, Henry saw in front of him a huge mutant, into which Alfred had turned. Sophia couldn't believe that this cursed blood was capable of causing such a transformation of the body, and it was difficult to imagine how to fight this monster now. Of course, Alfred could never become an ordinary person again, because having taken such a dose of cursed blood, he cut off his path of retreat. It is unknown whether Alfred himself understood this, since the dark force took over not only his body, but also completely enslaved his consciousness. He waved his huge paws around wildly, but Julia was already ready for his next attack. Putting her hands forward, she was able to catch his powerful blow and did something she could not have thought of before. After all, this fragile girl managed to hold the hand of the enraged giant, although it was clear that she herself was already at the limit of her strength. At some point, Henry realized that this could not last long, and Julia's powers were also limited by her physical body. But she stood up to the giant so bravely that anyone nearby would have wanted to immediately join in this duel. Even when the monster raised its giant hand, the girl still held onto it, and the dragon's power swirled around her like a fiery whirlwind. She was so brave that even the mutant did not expect such a reaction. But the next second, the girl threw him aside with all her strength. And now this ugly giant flew to the other end of the forest, surprised to realize that he was weaker than this fragile girl. But it was unlikely that Julia could now seem so fragile to anyone as to underestimate the strength of this young warrior. The giant meanwhile hit his back against the wall, and with his entire mass almost broke through it. But he didn't intend to end the fight there, especially since the girl had already spent too much mana at the very beginning. He was prepared for her to try to finish him off, but Julia wasn't experienced enough to figure it out. After all, when she was very close, the monster suddenly jumped up from his place and hit her with his giant hand with his entire body weight. After such a blow, the girl fell into the rubble of the building, and this picture strongly resembled her fight with the alien in her past life. The monster meanwhile pushed off the ground with force and found itself high in the air ready to deliver its finishing blow. This time, he wanted to leave her no chance and finish Julia off before she could gather her strength. Seeing her small figure below, he activated dark magic and headed down with all his speed. Right in mid-flight, a claw suddenly appeared from his body, and it was this claw that he wanted to plunge at full speed straight into Julia's head. Surely in another case it could have worked. But this time, instead of a blow, he received such damage that it was difficult to recover from. After all, his right arm was torn to pieces and black monster blood flowed from the wound. Meanwhile, Julia was keeping a close eye on her opponent and was ready to strike the next blow. Looking at the armless giant, Henry understood that these creatures had a high ability to regenerate, and it would not be surprising if Alfred restored the body. And indeed, after a few seconds, dark energy suddenly began to flow out of that stump of rotting meat that made up the monster's body. And then the mutant suddenly realized that his ability was working perfectly, and he saw his lost hand again. It seemed that all of Julia's cheap tricks weren't working against him, and the monster was ready to take revenge on this arrogant girl. But Julia was not one to retreat from danger and responded by throwing another stream of powerful energy at the monster. This flame was capable of burning anyone to ashes, and once under it, the monster began to slowly fly apart into small pieces. The remains of his giant body fell to the ground, and for a while everything around became silent. Only half of his body lay below, and now only his legs and torso remained of the former giant. Looking closely into the distance, the girl realized with horror that even such an attack could not bring her victory. After all, half of the mutant suddenly began to move, and a second later was able to rise to its feet, heading towards the girl. From the outside, it looked a little funny, as if a body without a head and arms was walking around in the fresh air in the shade of the trees. But when the regeneration process was completely completed, Julia was no longer laughing, because she saw the same giant monster in front of her. The girl had no choice but to use her last strength, and she immediately gathered another stream of fiery energy in her hand. But the next moment she suddenly realized that she had spent too much energy and black blood even gushed out of her mouth. At that moment, Henry realized that the past was partly repeating itself, because it was Julia who died at the hands of a giant monster on that fateful day. Looking at her, he understood that he would never allow this terrible story to be repeated, and was ready to intervene. And now she was surprised to see that the guy wanted to take a risk and fight a monster that seemed impossible to kill with any magic. Yes, Henry understood that all the dark forces, concentrated in one single being, were now fighting against him. Although it was unlikely that Alfred could be called a human now, because instead of him, there was an enraged giant mutant, surrounded by a whirlwind of destructive force. At one point, he let out such a loud animal roar that Henry's ears were blocked by the sound. However, after this, Henry loudly called for help from all the gods who were able to hear him and give him strength. The monster understood that their abilities were approximately equal, and he had underestimated the power of this alchemist from the very beginning. However, he did not take into account that Frank and his daughter, to whom the guy had rendered an invaluable service, were now on Henry's side. Only recently, Henry managed to get the disabled man he first saw Frank back on his feet, And now this powerful warrior realized that the time had come to remember his youth and show all his strength in practice. One of his main weapons were those sacred artifacts that instantly burst out from under the ground at his call. Instead of a flat surface, the giant saw several magical artifacts in front of him, surrounding him on all sides like a solid wall. These stone slabs usually served as a barrier, but now magical heavy chains were directed from them towards the monster. The giant was then wrapped in these chains and could not move, because his hands were tied and the ability of dark energy became inaccessible to him. And then, looking back at Julia, Henry told her that she had another chance to carry out her attack. The guy understood that this girl dreamed of taking revenge for her past, and it seemed that now was the time to act. Understanding him at a glance, Julia again headed straight towards the giant, ending up in the air opposite his head. And that fiery energy, given to her by the dragon, was now supposed to become the final force that would forever calm this monster. The next moment, hellish flames surrounded the mutant from all sides, but he could no longer escape, still held on all sides by chains. Then the chains squeezed him so hard that his body began to burst before his eyes and bleed black blood. Unable to withstand such an onslaught, the monster fell down, right into the place where the hellish flames were already raging. Looking at this, Frank understood that victory was closer than ever, but now there was only one last thing to do. Realizing what needed to be done, his daughter commanded her men to immediately rush into the attack and finish off the remaining Alfred mutants. The guys didn't keep us waiting long, because Frank's team included some of the best magicians from the entire empire. Of course, the monsters also tried to resist, and many members of Frank's group died, knowing that they were fighting for all of humanity. It was hard to watch as monsters attacked the agents from all sides, but not everyone would be lucky enough to survive that day. But then something happened that stopped this fight forever and left no doubt about its outcome. After all, the powerful explosion that thundered in that place blew to pieces all the mutants who were still trying to resist. And now, no monster could escape their fate, as each of them burned in this hellish flame. After a while, the noise died down, and the mutant, who had recently been human, realized that his mission was accomplished. It was this guy that Edward ordered to be the first to drink the monster's blood, and he fought on the side of light throughout the entire duel. But now, looking at this emptiness, it was hard to believe that they had finally managed to prevent the terrible fate of fate. It was difficult to come to terms with the loss of the best fighters, but Ralph understood perfectly well that the price of this victory was very high. For a while, no one could say a word, and one could easily understand these people who looked into the eyes of their death. Alfred remained in the guise of a dead monster, from whose body only one head remained on the ground. Once again, Frank was convinced of the true power of this young student, who was not only an alchemist, but also an excellent warrior. Henry was ready to respond in kind, and they both bowed respectfully to each other as a sign of their eternal friendship. However, Frank noted that, knowing the abilities of these monsters, it was unlikely that Alfred would be killed permanently. And indeed, soon the mutant's ability to regenerate manifested itself again, and the usual giant body appeared in place of the head. But even if they had to fight side by side with Henry against the aliens forever, everyone was ready to be on his team until the last drop of blood. Suddenly, Julia noticed Edward nearby, who had finally made the right choice and cast aside his vanity. True, among them there was one girl who was not ready to simply forgive this scoundrel for everything he had done. Realizing that Catherine was heading towards him, the guy loudly apologized at the last moment and asked her not to do it. But it was already too late, and the fragile girl delivered a resounding slap to the one who had long deserved punishment. But the guy had already asked for forgiveness, and Henry repeated that he hadn't held any grudges against him for a long time. Indeed, Henry knew in advance that his childhood friend was just a puppet in his father's hands, so Edward could not be blamed for everything. However, if he tries to do something like that next time, Henry won't stop Catherine. But right now they had to deal with the last problem, because the mutated Alfred's body was still nearby. He remembered that in his past life, Edward had gone so far that he had once pierced his father with a sacred blade. But now, everything had changed, and this guy was no longer that arrogant kid who did everything just for the glory. He solemnly swore to serve in the name of saving humanity, and was willing to remain in the shadow of the one who truly deserved glory. He suddenly looked forward and shouted loudly to make Henry turn around and see for himself what was happening behind him. It seems that the day has come when the main prophecy of antiquity, and the reason why Henry was reborn into this world, was coming true. After all, looking at the sky, the monster understood that a terrible force was approaching here, against which neither Henry nor his friends could resist. And then everyone realized with horror that this monster had no intention of dying, but was only becoming stronger with every second. It was hard to tell where he was getting his energy from, but the demon himself was probably already too close to them. Most likely, the fight with Richard and all the other duels were a series of diversionary maneuvers of the creature that would soon appear on Earth. Alfred confirmed his guess, stating that even if they cut him into pieces, he would still regain his appearance. But he didn't take into account that Henry was ready for this too, answering the monster that he was ready to fight him even 1,000 times. However, what would this guy say about fighting not with him, but with his master, that same dark creature? It seemed he wanted to scare the young alchemist with this, but Henry replied with a smile that it was completely useless. Besides, it was not his place to tell horror stories now, since the giant's body was still chained. But it was at this moment that what the prophecy had predicted happened, and the mutant's aura suddenly intensified tenfold. And then, in all directions from his bloody body, magical circles began to spread, heralding the beginning of the main battle. These waves of dark power reached the capital of the empire, and finally reached the place where the dark entity resided. The demon servants, realizing that the moment had come, each took out a bottle of demon blood, ready to carry out the order. And then they drank this blood and slowly began to turn into those zombies that Henry had already encountered in battle more than once. Only this time, each of the giants had the same strength as Alfred, in the battle with whom he had to use all his abilities. The weapons of these monsters were artifacts that already contained destructive energy, and it became clear that the last battle would be much more serious than the others. But suddenly each of the mutants pierced their flesh with this artifact, and black blood sprayed in all directions. It turned out that they were all following an order, the execution of which triggered the beginning of a ritual arranged by a dark force. These obedient puppets were gathered in a circle, in the center of which was a dark altar, where the demon himself was soon to appear. Immediately after the ritual was completed, the entire sky was covered with dark matter, and the demon finally completed his preparations before personally stepping onto the earth. The inhabitants of the empire immediately noticed the black sky and lightning, which looked more like magical discharges sent from the heavens by death itself. There was no one left in the city who did not notice this, and Henry's parents thought with horror about where their children were now. In the very center of the city, a terrible tornado suddenly began, exactly repeating the first day of the invasion that Henry had been trying to prevent since his rebirth. The ritual was supposed to end with the touch of dark energy by a human hand, and this event did not take long to happen. Immediately after this, the dark gates in heaven opened, and all the demon servants appeared on Earth from the magical whirlpool. After the burst of energy, magical beams filled the ground, and one of them, hitting Alfred, instantly destroyed the shackles holding him. And then he realized that his arms and legs were now completely free, which meant he could get up and resume the fight. And so it happened, and soon the giant broke all the iron chains on his body and was ready to rise to his full height in front of these little people below. It was hard to imagine what kind of power the demon himself must have if even his slaves displayed such powerful energy. Just recently, Julia gave all her strength in this fight, but unfortunately even this was not enough to defeat the evil spirits. Frank had never seen anything like it in his life, and now he realized that the ancient prophecy had come true. After all, in front of them stood not just a zombie, but a giant monster, which became even larger, and its ominous dark energy increased tenfold. Henry was prepared for anything and told his frightened friend with a smile that he had long warned him how difficult their final fight would be. But as before, he was ready to go through at least 1,000 battles, because this was his main goal, for which he was able to be reborn and appear again in this world. Henry was right, because the dark creatures had already filled almost the entire capital, and now the demon understood that the hour of retribution had come. Nothing held him back anymore, and seeing what people had turned this world into, he was ready to appear on Earth again, and remind who is the creator and the only owner of all that exists.